This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The scientific experiment on the alien star failed, and a large amount of alien waste leaked, swallowing up the once prosperous Cyber City in an instant. The powerful got the news and evacuated in spaceships, leaving innocent citizens to coexist with pollutants. Ghosts, alien species, star beasts, grow and mutate on the polluted land, competing for the limited living space. Endless gray fog enveloped the entire city. Giants loomed, and unknown fears lurked. There was only a city hall standing in the center of the city, with a faint yellow light, like a beacon of faith supporting despair. Everything will be fine, the system firmly believed, because it secretly captured the most powerful mayor on Blue Star. Her name is Luli. With her great talent and strategy, she brought countless half-dead towns back to life and developed them into international metropolises. She has been in office for 50 years, working diligently, conscientiously and responsibly, with strong personal abilities, and is loved by the people. On the last day before she was about to step down, she encountered a sudden disaster. The system took advantage of this gap and brought her to Gitten City. You are the greatest mayor of Blue Star, the system flattered. Has anyone told you that Blue Star Simulator is a game? Luli said faintly. I'm just an ordinary worker. What did she do to offend anyone? She had played enough games for 50 years that day and was ready to open a new save file. She closed her eyes and opened them again. And she came to this damn place. The system didn't catch the awesome mayor in the game. Instead, it caught the person playing the game. It's not important, the system cleared its throat. You are the one I chose. I believe you have the ability. Are you flattering me now? I want to go home. Luli was a little scared. Although she had no relatives in her original world, lived in a rented house, and had just been laid off by the company, she could only play simulation business games to pass the time. But at least her life was not in danger. However, she was now in an abandoned street, dilapidated, gray, desolate, and filled with strange colors. She felt that a zombie would jump out from the corner of the street and bite her neck in the next second. The street was very narrow. The edges were blurred, and it was shrouded in gray fog. In the visible range, there was only a 3-story concrete house and a convenience store with a crooked sign. Was Silent Hill filmed here? You can't go back. Forget it, the system shattered her fantasy. So what should I do now? Luli had a bad feeling in his heart. Go to office. You are the new mayor of Gitten City. The house in front is the city hall, which is also your home. Luli's legs went weak. Can I sleep on the street? At this time, the glass door started to move, and 2 people came out. The mayor is here. Welcome the mayor. One of them was a woman, wearing a white suit and hip skirt, high heels, a bun, a face as white as paper, and bright red lips. She was dressed neatly but not clean, and her body was covered with dark rusty blood. She grinned, and her row of fine teeth looked like a shark. The other man was very big, nearly 2 meters tall. He wore short-sleeved shirts and shorts, and his face was normal, but one of his calf muscles was exposed, rotten and maggoty, causing him to limp when he walked. Both of them had smiles in their eyes, staring at Luli, as if they were looking at some delicious snacks. Luli was so frightened that his heart rhythm became irregular and his face turned pale. Why do I feel like they're not human? The system chuckled. Who says that only humans can live in cities? Hashtag inside the city hall. Mayor, please have some water. The woman put the dirty teacup on the dusty desk. Luli saw her put it down, and her long red nails were soaked in the cup. Thank you. Luli was very polite. She appreciated the kindness, but she would not drink the water. The woman smiled at Luli shyly, and her row of teeth visually shocked Luli's nerves again. She felt her sanity was dropping. The big guy was quiet, standing in front of the desk, motionless, as if waiting for instructions. You all, introduce yourselves. Luli pretended to be calm, crossed his fingers, and leaned on the table. Don't shake. My name is Mila. I'm your secretary. Mila winked. If you have any instructions, you can leave it to me. I'm Kuewu, your bodyguard. Kuewu raised his chin. I'm responsible for protecting your safety. The staffing is quite complete. Okay. Luli smiled and nodded, imitating the old leaders in TV dramas. My name is Luli. I trouble you too in the future. There was a hint of surprise in Mila's eyes. The new mayor looked quite professional, unlike the previous ones, who were so scared that they sat on the ground and cried. We waited for 25 days before you came. I believe you can lead us to rebuild Gitten City. Mila clenched her fist. Of course. Luli treated it as a horror game. What is the size of our city? And how many permanent residents are there? When you first arrive at a place, you have to learn about it first. There is one street, with 3 permanent residents. Mira answered quickly. Luli thought she had heard it wrong. One street? This city can't be as small as she saw when she came here. Just a little bigger than a basketball court. 3 permanent residents. Including me? She asked. Mayor, you are so smart. Mira loves to laugh. She laughed again. Luli's head was buzzing. I think you're more beautiful when you don't laugh. Luli said seriously. I like secretaries who are cool and elegant. Myra's mouth corners rose unconsciously. And then she tried to suppress it. In fact, our territory was quite large before, Kuewu said unwillingly. We failed to defend it in the consecutive nights. And the gray fog ate away all of it. The gym was just across the street, so he couldn't go to the gym now. Night defense? Luli heard a key point. Yes, Mila said. Every night, the monsters in the fog will appear, attack the living things in our city, and eat up the land. Especially warm creatures like the mayor. They are their first choice for attack. Kuewu's words revealed ill intentions. After dawn, the scope of the thick fog will expand a little bit, and we can't go to places covered by the thick fog. He glanced at his legs. Without the mayor, the monsters would attack them as a second choice. Kuewu's leg was almost useless because he had not received medical treatment for a long time. Fortunately, his nerves were strong, and he did not feel the pain. Why did they attack the mayor first? Luli's hair stood on end. Are these monsters intelligent? Maybe it's because the mayor smells good. Mila took a deep sniff. Her eyes intoxicated. Smell? What smell? The smell of human flesh? This joke is not funny at all. Is there any way to resist the attacks of those monsters? Luli tried to find the answer. I don't know. Mila shook her head. She glanced at the object standing in the corner. Mayors like to use this as a self-defense weapon. Luli looked over and almost fainted. A big broom. What use is it? If he knew, the previous mayor wouldn't have died. Kuewu spread his hands. Of course, he wouldn't have come. The city was quite large at that time, and the young man survived for 2 nights. He was killed by the monster on the 3rd night. He is considered a long-lived mayor. Mira thought of something happy. But he is quite delicious. Shoo! Be restrained. Kuewu stopped him. The mayor is still here. Oh! Mira made a gesture to seal her mouth. Luli twitched her lips. Obviously, if she doesn't survive tonight, she will become a meal for these 2 guys the next morning. No wonder they are looking forward to the arrival of the new mayor. He can protect them from the knife and fill their stomachs. Is there a specific time for nightfall? It seems that the time in winter and summer is different. Mila thought for a moment. Yes. In winter it is 9 p.m. In summer it is 11 p.m. The sun rises at 6 a.m. Luli glanced at the calendar on the table. Very good. April 1st. Monday. It should be considered spring. That is between 9 and 11 o'clock. The old-fashioned clock on the wall struck 6 times. And the current time was 6 p.m. Doesn't that mean there are still about 3 hours left? Luli took a deep breath. Oh! It's time to get off work. Mila was very conscious of being a worker. Picked up her small bag. Then I leave first. Kuewu and I live on the 2nd floor. Your room is on the 3rd floor. Mila waved to Luli. Bye. Mayor. See you tomorrow. Mayor. Kuewu also said goodbye. Isn't this the bodyguard who protects her safety? It seems that he can't do anything about the monsters that attack him when night falls. I'm starving. I have something to eat tomorrow. Kuewu and Mila chatted as they walked. But she praised me for my beauty. Mila was a little reluctant. Come on. Kuewu licked his lips. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Don't you want to eat? Yes. Mila made a sip sound. Luli couldn't stand it anymore and rushed out the door. She wanted to leave this damn place. After walking 2 steps, she reached the edge of the city. The gray fog rolled like cirrus clouds, constantly changing into hideous faces. Luli didn't dare to move forward. She picked up a stone from the withered grass on the roadside and threw it into the fog. Like mud flowing into the sea, The stone disappeared without a trace. No sound was made. Don't test the edge of danger. The system gave a timely reminder and urged her to work. Please start building the city as soon as possible, huh? She is about to die. What is the point of building? But Luli still asked. How to build? You can use the mayor's mobile phone in your pocket. Luli touched his pocket and found a mobile phone. It was even foldable. And when unfolded, it was about the same size as a mini tablet. The map of Gitten City was spread out on the screen. And you could zoom in and out with your fingers, which was very convenient. Except for the City Hall building and the convenience store. The rest of the place was shrouded in thick fog and could not be seen clearly. There were a few lines of words written on the top. City level, LV2. Mayor, Luli. Funds, 2,000 star coins. There were several UI icons at the bottom. The first one was construction. Luli clicked it. And the city land he currently owned was immediately divided into 5 by 5 square grids. A total of 25 square grids. The city hall occupies 4 grids. And the convenience store occupies 2 grids. Several buttons appear in the construction menu bar. Buildings, roads, lighting, greenery, defense. Greenery and defense are gray and cannot be selected. Luli clicked on the building first. The building is divided into 2 modules, new construction and repair. The repair column is also gray. Luli clicked on the new construction. And 2 building textures popped up. City Hall, 1-to-1, where the mayor works and lives. Cost, 1,000 star coins. Area, 4. Time, 24 hours. Condition, cannot be built, already exists. The city level currently only allows the construction of 1 city hall. Luli thought about it. That is to say, if her city hall was destroyed, she could still build it again. The second one is a civilian house. Private house, 0/1, the place where urban residents live. Cost, 500 star coins. Area, 2. Time, 30 minutes. Condition, can be built. This city level can currently build 1 civilian house. Who is this house for? Luli wondered. After the house is built, it will automatically send a rental information to the entire galaxy. If the conditions are right, the tenant will come to your city from the Interstellar gate to live. Luli tried to click on the civilian house map on the screen with her finger. And a civilian house was generated under her finger. The civilian house was dragged on the screen. If the color turned green, it could be placed. And if the color turned red, it could not be placed. She moved the house next to the convenience store so that the 2 were in a straight line and looked neater. Then she placed the house down. At the moment the house landed, 2 translucent people wearing engineering hats appeared out of thin air on the open space next to the convenience store, hammering at the wooden boards on the ground. Will anyone come? Luli became curious. It depends on luck. It may take several months. Or it may take a few seconds after spending 500 star coins to build a house. There were still 1,500 star coins left in the account. What else should I build? A city must have streetlights. So Luli clicked the lighting button. Currently, 2 types of lights can be built. There is no limit to the number of light sources. But the cost is surprisingly high. Candlelight faint light in the dark. Cost, 500 star coins. Area, 1 acre. Light coverage 9. Time, immediately. Conditions, can be built mercury lamp silvery white moon. Darkness retreats. Cost, 1,200 star coins. Area, 1 acre. Light coverage 25. Time, immediately. Conditions, can be built. Luli was immediately attracted by the description of the mercury lamp. Light. This is exactly what she needs. Besides, the light source range of the mercury lamp can just cover every corner of the city. Although it is a bit expensive, it is worth it. With almost no hesitation, Luli bought a mercury lamp and placed it in the center of the 5 by 5 grid. The long pole street lamp with retro patterns lit up, and the cold silver light enveloped Luli. And she immediately felt safe. Ding! The construction of the residential house is completed. The rental advertisement has been automatically released. Mayor Lu. Without a road, the building cannot be used, and a road needs to be built at the door of the residential house system reminder. Luli realized that roads also take up grids. The road from the city hall to the convenience store takes up 4 grids in total. The mercury lamp is right on the grid of the middle road. But there is no road in front of the house she just built. So she clicked the road button again and built 2 simple paths in front of the house. 100 star coins per grid. It just connects the convenience store and the city hall. All the roads formed a T-shape rotated 90 degrees clockwise. There are still 100 star coins left in the account. Money is really easy to spend. There is also an account book to look at. Click the account book button on the left of the construction. Luli was stunned. Date, April 1st. 6,666. Today's expenditure. Construction residential house X1, 500. Mercury lamp X1, 1200. Paving X1, 200 manpower city hall. Mila, secretary 20. Kuewu, bodyguard 30 city maintenance water fee, 10. Electricity fee 50. Land purification fee, 25. Total, 2035. Why are there additional expenses such as manpower and city maintenance? Except for the star coins spent on construction, which will be paid immediately. The rest of the expenses will be automatically deducted at dawn the next day. And her income today is actually 0. That is to say, at dawn tomorrow, she will owe 35 star coins. What if I can't pay? Luli asked this question nervously. The system was silent for 3 seconds. Guess how the previous mayors died? Chapter 2. Luli suddenly felt like she was being cheated. Will bankruptcy kill people? If she had known this, she would have built one less grid of road. Saving $100 can save lives at a critical moment. The mayor who came before went bankrupt in a few days, the system said helplessly. The city was quite large at that time, and many shops and facilities were in operation, earning star coins every day. Unlike Luli now, who only had the city hall left at the beginning. But they still went bankrupt. Once the city is in debt, the system cannot call on energy to maintain purification, and the land will be eaten by the gray fog. Of course, it cannot protect the mayor, so the mayor will die. It can be said that after many failures and bankruptcies, the system finally found Luli in the vast sea of stars. It was its destined choice. It pawned half of its old crystal brain in the Interstellar store in exchange for the last 2,000 star coins. It really has nothing left to pawn. It still has the last half of the crystal brain left. If it pawns it again, it will no longer exist. In order to rebuild Gidden City, the system decided to go all out. If it still fails, I can only give up here. Luli will be the last mayor of Gidden City. Weren't those mayors killed by monsters that attacked at nightfall? Luli didn't understand. That's what the staff of the city hall said. Both bankruptcy and monsters will kill the mayor. Residents don't know about bankruptcy, so they think the mayor died in the dark. The larger the city's sphere of influence, the easier it is to attract powerful monsters. The city has been downgraded to LV2. The monsters that can be attracted are afraid of light. As long as you stay under the light source at night, you will be fine. Hearing what the system said, Luli was relieved. From this point of view, her approach of building mercury lamps was not wrong. A small city also has its advantages. A street lamp can fully illuminate it. The key is what to do with the 35 star coins lost. Can the building be recycled? Luli asked. There is a hammer icon in the construction mode, which can smash the building. But the price of selling the waste materials of the building is generally only 1% to 5% of the original construction price. It's a huge loss. Just like the system selling its own peripheral parts. Luli checked the information of the convenience store. The cost of building a convenience store is 2,000 star coins, according to the recycling material price given by the system. It means that you can only get between 20 and 100 star coins by destroying it. Not only is it a loss, but it is also a gamble. If there is a better solution, Luli will definitely not choose this path. At this time, her mayor's mobile phone rang. Someone actually called her? Hello. Luli pressed the answer button. I heard that you have a house that you want to rent out. The inquiry message from the other end of the phone made her stand up all of a sudden. Yes. That's right. Luli was like a chicken blood in the center of the city, sitting in a prosperous area, with a developed business district, convenient transportation, a large house with mountains, rivers and humanities, beautiful scenery, intelligent technology control, and comfortable living. Room 1 in Gidden City. Your ideal home in your dreams. She tried her best. Luli stood in front of the city hall, looking nervously at the colorful cloud cave in the air. That was the legendary Interstellar Gate. It will only appear in places with biological communication signals. At present, Gidden City has not been completely swallowed by the gray fog. Even if there is no airport, it can still access the Stargate through the system. If someone buys a Starseed ticket, they can teleport in the Stargate. Hidden City is also one of the hundreds of billions of teleportation points. Of course, the price is different in different places. Half an hour after the call, the tenant arrived at the Hidden City basketball court. Hello. Is this Mr. Bird? Luli walked forward with a smile. The man in front of him was tall and thin, like a telephone pole, with sunken eye sockets and dark circles as heavy as a national treasure. And he was holding a briefcase in his hand. His facial features were not bad, but he was lifeless and didn't look like a living person. Luli thought to himself, could it be a social animal who died suddenly from overwork? It's me. Bird nodded. He looked around in confusion. You can see the end at a glance. Okay. I'm the mayor of Hidden City. You can call me Luli. Luli kindly guided Bird. Let's go see the house. Oh. The mayor came to greet him personally? Bird was a little flattered. When had a small person like him ever met a mayor of this level? And even took him to see a house in person? Bird's mind was inevitably confused, and he followed Luli obediently. As soon as the door of the house was opened, Luli's smile froze on her face. Not to mention that it was different from her description. It was completely irrelevant. She always felt that with the system's capabilities, the house built must be a technologically modern residence. But judging from the scene before her, this place is not much better than a rental house. What is this? A cold kiln. What a ripoff. She didn't know how to make it up. Look. Bed, table, wardrobe, bathroom. Everything is available. Bird sat down on the bed. The bed sank like a sponge. Wrap him inside. Is this a trampoline? Luli was speechless. Why is it so broken? She questioned the system in her mind. Level 1 residential buildings are like this. When you have money to upgrade in the future, you will have everything you imagine. Luli was annoyed. It was all because she had boasted too much before. Tenants will feel disappointed. She gritted her teeth and said, just walk out, and you find the city hall and the city center. Luli tried to explain as much as possible. Turn right, and there's a convenience store. It's very convenient to buy things. As for whether there's anything for sale in the convenience store, it's still unknown. Never mind. The scenery. It's filled with gray fog. Doesn't it look like a deep mountain forest? It's full of fairy spirit. Ahem. He can think about it. But once they meet face to face, Luli can't say a word of this nonsense. He's still an honest person after all. What do you think? Luli asked Bird cautiously. Even if he regretted it, he could understand. Disastrous mismatch. As a result, Bird reluctantly got up from the bed, his eyes shining with excitement. I am very satisfied. Ah. Luli couldn't believe it and kept saying, okay. As long as you are satisfied. As long as you are satisfied. Bird transferred money to Luli through the transparent mobile phone he carried with him. Compared with his, Luli's mayor's mobile phone was simply an old-fashioned phone. I customized your phone based on the technological progress of your planet. Easy to use. You may not be used to other things. The system seemed to be afraid that Luli would complain again, so it predicted it and took the initiative to explain in advance. Well, then you are really considerate. Ding! Your account has received 350 star coins in the rental information sent by the system. The rent for room 1 in Hidden City is 50 star coins per day, including water and electricity. According to the practice of depositing 1 and paying 3, Bird only needs to pay 150 star coins to move in. But he paid for 7 days directly. This shows that he is satisfied and likes this place. And it is not fake. Then I will leave first. Luli said to Bird. If you have anything, you can come to the city hall to find me. I will live there. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Bird said respectfully. Luli couldn't figure it out. Is this place really so good? You don't know. Because of that crappy alien purification plan. Many planets have been polluted, and people are displaced and sleeping on the streets. There are monsters everywhere, and it is even more dangerous at night. It's good to find a place to stay. The price of staying in a slightly qualified Interstellar hotel for 1 night is 200 star coins, or more, so that's it. Luli thought that when she had money in the future, she would definitely build more houses and provide more shelter for more people. Bird lay on the bed and closed his eyes in relaxation. Finally, he could have a good sleep. He had wandered around many planets and stayed in very expensive star-rated hotels, which would make him bankrupt after 1 night. He had also rented a large bunk bed for more than a dozen people. But the snoring of Jinlei and the sour smell of foot odor and sweat made him want to vomit. This was the first time he had seen such a quiet and tidy residential house. The mayor was also a good person. Warm and gentle, approachable, and without any airs. With his mind extremely relaxed, Bert fell asleep quickly. The wind blew up his shirt. There was nothing under his belly. It was good to be alive, no matter what form of life it was. As the sky gradually darkened, Luli walked towards the city hall. She had to go back to her room. When she passed the second floor, she saw that the doors of Mira and Kuewu were closed. When she went up to the third floor, the corridor was pitch black. She groped her way to her room in the dark. She pressed the light button. There was no response. Luli, ? I forgot to tell you that the light in your room is broken. Can you forget such a thing? It's already 8 o'clock. Brother. Due to the loss of building obstruction, the light from the mercury lamp and street lamp was covered and could not illuminate her room. With the weak light of the mobile phone, Luli saw the gray fog outside the window, gathering and condensing, and pounced on the glass window, making weird expressions with distorted faces. Her room became the only dark spot in the circle of light. Luli made a quick decision, grabbed the quilt and pillow on the bed, and ran downstairs. Without lights, living here, you can't be sure what will happen. When she passed the first floor, she also picked up the broom in the corner. After leaving the municipal hall, Luli spread the quilt on the ground and lay down. Next to it was a mercury lamp, emitting a reassuring silver-white glow. Let's make do here tonight, and wait until tomorrow morning to find someone to fix the broken room light. Keeping the habit of playing with the phone before going to bed, Luli unfolded the mayor's phone. In addition to construction and account books, there is also a household registration button under the menu bar. Luli clicked it. City residents, 3 people. Mila, Kuewu, and the new bird are all on the list. Next to Bird's headshot is a new resident prompt. Bird ID, GTS003. Equipped with a smartphone, yes. Age 30. Height, 176. Race, zombie. Occupation, none. Workplace, none. Residence, room 1. Kitten City. Character level, 11. Character rating, C. Click to see the specific evaluation rules. It is mainly a combination of living ability and compatibility, and the indicator categories are very detailed. Life skills are divided into IQ, diligence, talent, charm, appearance. Combat skills are divided into health, mana, strength, defense, spirit, speed. Keep reading. Superpower, unawakened. Specialty, financial management. Residents can get extra star coins if they work in business premises at the bottom. There is also a series of information such as character experience, character preferences, etc. No matter how big or small. Luli couldn't help but sigh. Big data is too cruel. Bird just signed a lease contract with the system, and he was almost digging out all his ancestors. As the mayor, she may know the citizens better than they do themselves. Luli suddenly had an idea. She remembered that she had just glanced at the character experience and found that Bird seemed to have worked at the stock exchange on Chinyuan 2B Star. It turns out that the system is based on this to analyze and rate. Pretty reliable? At the bottom is the interpersonal relationship map of Kitten City. Currently, there is only Luli and Bird's interpersonal relationship. Favorability is represented by green leaves. A green leaf represents 20 points. There are 5 green leaves in total, totaling 100 points. Bird's favorability towards Mayor Luli is 30, which is 1.5 green leaves. Favorability can be converted into energy for building the city. Mayor, please work hard to improve the favorability of residents and attract more friendly creatures to live in our city. Ding! Below the star coins on the main interface, a new column of system currency has been unlocked. Energy, 30.2375. There is even a decimal point? In the future, building advanced buildings will not only require star coins, but also consume energy. Luli responded, if this energy value drops to 0, there will be no punishment. Right? Not in the short term. But if it is 0 for a long time, the city will be downgraded. City downgrade is a terrible thing. Not only will the land area be eaten away by the gray fog, but the already built buildings will also not be able to operate normally, which is equivalent to building in vain. It can be said that all the money is lost. How can I get energy value? It is impossible that it can only be improved through favorability. After all, there is an upper limit to favorability. Emotions are also a kind of power. Residents' emotions can also be converted into energy values, although the conversion is much lower than favorability, happiness, anticipation, focus. Positive emotions convert more energy values than negative emotions such as fear, sadness, and pain. So, please make the residents of this city feel happy as much as possible. It turns out that the operation of the city not only consumes star coins every day, but also consumes some energy values. However, the energy value account book is in the system, and Luli does not need to calculate it. Otherwise, she would not understand so many decimal points. How to make residents happy. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, they should be well-fed and well-drinking. Meet the basic needs of survival. And then add science, education, culture and entertainment. And finally help residents realize their self-worth. I believe that the energy value generated by this set must be quite a lot. Luli suddenly felt a sense of mission on his shoulders. She exited Bird's personal profile, and went back to look at Mila and Kuewu. Sure enough, these two are not human, but zombies. The character level is 3. As for the rating, Mira is F and Kuewu is E. Especially the diligence value. Both of them are 1. If you can punch in every day, you will be considered successful. There is a difference only when there is a comparison. It seems that in the eyes of the system, Bird, who is rated C, is still quite good. Luli looked through the two people's information with interest. Mira, who is like an urban white-collar worker, actually likes to eat stinky tofu? Kuewu actually likes to read girls' comics. Ding 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 suddenly. The mayor's mobile phone sounded an alarm. 5 minutes later. Night falls. Please prepare for battle. The time is now 10:30 p.m. What battle? Luli was shocked. Didn't they say that there is no danger in a level 2 city at night? On the city boundary, thick fog rolled like ink, and the sharp wind and the screams of evil aliens constantly stimulated Luli's eardrums. The indescribable things in the darkness awakened and gathered towards the only pure land in Gitten City. In Luli's eyes, there was a group of black shadows approaching. They are coming. Chapter 3. Ding ding ding. The old-fashioned clock on the first floor of the city hall chimed 6 times. The morning light broke, and the gray sunlight shone on Myra's eyelids. She turned over lazily. Go to work at 8 o'clock. Go to work again. What kind of work? No. The new mayor came yesterday. Go to work. Mira opened her eyes with a snap. New mayor. She wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. As soon as she went out, Kuewu also pushed the door open. The two smiled at each other and rushed to the mayor's room on the 3rd floor. The window was wide open, blowing the white gauze curtains. There were scratches on the wall, but the room was empty. Where did he go? The two were puzzled. It's just a small place. Split up and look for him, Kuewu said. You look inside the building, and I look outside. He walked to the 1st floor and opened the door, and saw a tall mercury lamp at the door, blocking one of the exits of the city hall. Hi. Good morning. Luli was stretching her limbs to do morning exercises. After sleeping on the floor for a night, her back and waist ached. Good morning. Good morning. Kuewu was stunned. Is the mayor still alive? I've looked everywhere, but there's no one. Where is the mayor? Where did he die? Mila rushed downstairs, anxious. Is there anyone there? Kuewu didn't say anything, but just pointed to the open space outside. Mila ran out excitedly. As soon as she went out, she saw Luli waving at her. Mayor. Mayor. The expression on her face almost twisted, and in just a second, a few tears squeezed out of her eyes. Mayor Lu. Thank God. You're okay. So good. I was worried to death. Discover the character's characteristics. Mila is a two-faced person, don't worry. I won't die so easily. Luli comforted. I told you that I will have to trouble you too in the future. Hee hee. Yes. Hee hee. The two of them agreed foolishly and laughed twice. I think the lobby on the 1st floor is quite dirty. Mila, can you help clean it up? The dust has not been wiped for several months. Right. Especially her desk. As he said, Luli stuffed the broom into her hand. The service hall is the face of the municipal government. It must be kept clean, so that it has credibility. The secretary currently has no other work, and there is no cleaning in the city. So this job naturally belongs to the secretary. The most important thing is to find her something to do to enrich her life, so that she won't always think about eating human flesh. Mila opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. Going to work? Seeing her like this, Kuewu couldn't help but gloat over her misfortune. These are her duties after all. But there is nothing for me here. The city is very safe during the day, and there are no other people in the city. There is no need to protect the mayor at all. So can't he continue to be idle? By the way, the light in my room seems to be broken. Luli looked at Kuewu. Please help me check what's going on. I always feel anxious without a light at night. I'm a bodyguard, not a housekeeper. Kuewu snorted. He looked very tough. Oh, really? Luli opened the mayor's phone and turned to Kuewu's information table. But I don't think I need a bodyguard. Click on his occupation, and an option will appear next to it. Whether to fire him. Kuewu's body shook visibly. If he is fired, he will have no place to live. I need a housekeeper now. Are you willing to do it? Luli raised her phone. She had carefully read Kuewu's experience. Before that, he was a housekeeper, responsible for the mayor's daily life. But after the previous mayor came, Kuewu didn't know what kind of magic potion he had given him, and he directly promoted him to a bodyguard. Not only that, his salary also increased by 10 star coins. As a result, at 6 o'clock, he disappeared. It can be said that he never did any work, but he was paid every day. If the city wants to develop well, no one can just sit there and do nothing. Luli must suppress this trend. Go. Go. Go! Kuewu nodded like a hammer. So Luli changed Kuewu's job back to housekeeper. His salary did not decrease. Both sides took a step back. Okay. Then we will start work on time at 8 o'clock. Luli said. There is still plenty of time now. You can go back and take a nap. The two walked and whispered to each other. What happened? How is she okay? How should I know? It's just shit luck. I'm hungry. I have nothing to eat today. Go ahead. You won't die of starvation anyway. Favorability towards the mayor Mira -5. Total value, 35. Thought, you stinky woman. You made me work. I hate you. Kuewu -10. Total value, 25. Thought, damn female bully. Luli put away his phone, rolled up the quilt, and prepared to put it back in the room. Before leaving, she glanced at the mercury lamp. Thinking of the scene last night, she couldn't help but feel scared. After night fell, ghosts attacked from all directions. Because there was no light source. A few ghosts even entered her room on the 3rd floor. The rest wanted to approach her, but they were afraid of the light and could only peek greedily in the dark. The fearless one stretched out his claws to test, but was directly burned to ashes by the light. The grid where Luli was located could be said to be the safest place in the whole city. At first, Luli was a little scared. By the end, she was numb, because these ghosts only had a few tricks. Stretching out their claws, getting burned, screaming, stretching out their claws again, getting burned again, screaming again. No new tricks. She looked at the time. It was 1 a.m. She had to get up early to work tomorrow. Luli yawned. Well, I go to sleep first if nothing else. Then, she lay down and went to sleep peacefully. The ghosts were left staring blankly in the dark. At dawn, the ghosts disappeared. When Luli woke up, the first thing he did was to look at the account book. Yesterday's expenses have been automatically deducted from the account book. There are 315 star coins left in the account now. Today's account has also been automatically generated. Date, April 2nd. 6,666. Today's expenses, Manpower City Hall. Mila, Secretary 20. Kuewu, Bodyguard 30. City Maintenance Water Fee, 20. Electricity Fee, 60. Land Purification Fee, 25. Total, 155. Because a new resident moved in yesterday, the water and electricity fees increased by 10 star coins each. A total of 20. So the amount deducted tomorrow morning will be 155 star coins. If this level continues, at least for 2 days, there is no need to worry about bankruptcy. The daily rental income of a household is 50, which is not enough to support the current operation of the city. We have to find a way to increase revenue. Besides, Luli is not satisfied with the current size of the city. She was surprised to find that the original LB2 city experience bar has changed from 1/5 to 4/5. According to this progress, after tonight, the city will be upgraded tomorrow. What benefits will the upgrade bring? Luli couldn't help but feel more excited. Mayor Lu. The light bulb is completely broken and can't be fixed. Kuei-Wu took down the light in her room and blew a breath. We have to buy a new one. Where can we buy it? Luli looked up from the table in her room. The hardware store. Kuei-Wu said. It's 2 streets away. It's swallowed by the gray fog. We can't go there. It's not that I don't want to help you fix it. Kuei-Wu was afraid that Luli would be angry. So he quickly said, What's the coincidence? A good cook cannot cook without rice. Does the convenience store sell light bulbs? Luli asked. I don't know about that. Kuei-Wu scratched his head. But there is no one in the convenience store. It has been abandoned for a long time. The original employee got drunk one night and ran into the gray fog and died. That idiot. Because of this, he and Mira haven't eaten for a long time. Okay. I know. Luli put his phone in his pocket, went downstairs, and said to Kuei-Wu, You take a rest first. I go out for a while. Luli stood next to the convenience store. The door was locked and closed. The shelves were empty, and it looked gray from the outside. Click on the convenience store on the mayor's phone screen. A line of red text appeared next to it. Not operating reason, lack of employees. It seems that to get it operating again, we just need to find someone to work there. Who should we send? Lu Li's slender fingers slid over the personnel information. What? Really? Bert jumped up from his chair excitedly. Of course it's true. Lu Li smiled kindly. If you are willing. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing. Bert shouted I am willing 3 times. Guten City is simply heaven. The mayor is even a savior. Not only did he provide him with such a good residence, but he even arranged a job for him. You know, although he has some savings, he will eventually run out of money. But once he has a job, it will be different. That is the beginning of a new life. Convenience store employees have the benefit of free food and accommodation. I've seen the accommodation environment, and it's better than here. Luli said. If you go to work at a convenience store, you can live in the store for free. Just like Mila and Kuei-Wu live in the city hall without spending money. Moreover, according to the information, Bird is a gutless zombie and can't feel hungry at all. Unlike the 2 starving zombies, Luli doesn't have to worry about Bird stealing food from the convenience store. Bird's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean he doesn't even have to pay 50 star coins for rent every day? What Luli was thinking was that after Bird moved out, she would have an empty room that could be rented out again. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the salary, Luli thought that Bird was a talent with financial management skills after all, and could create economic value. So he needed more incentives. How about 40 star coins a day? In addition, you will get a commission of 1% of the daily turnover. For every 100 star coins Bird earned from running the convenience store, his salary would increase by 1 star coin on the same day. No matter what, Luli would make a profit. Hearing this, Bird was ecstatic and wanted to take Luli as his second parent. He almost knelt down and kowtowed. But there are no slaves in the interstellar space. Bird's eyes were full of tears. Thank you, Mayor. I will definitely live up to your trust and work harder to repay you and get in city. Buy a favorability towards the Mayor Bird plus 50 total value 80. Voice. I want to work like a cow and a horse for the mayor. Energy value directly soared to 268.3873. This is the result of Bird's emotions and favorability working together. Congratulations. You have gained the love of a resident. As long as the resident's favorability towards the mayor exceeds 80, the mayor will gain 1 love point. While Bird is packing his luggage. What is the use of love points? Luli asked the system. You can buy things in the love point store. The love point store has not been unlocked yet. Luli ignored it for now. And she set Bird as a convenience store employee. When the convenience store has employees, there will be an additional reopen button. Click to consume 10 energy points, and the convenience store will be completely renewed. The lights came back on. Bird also changed into a brand new uniform and appeared in front of the counter. Luli wanted to study quickly to see if there was any channel to purchase goods that could make a light bulb. But he saw Mira hurried over. It was obvious that she had something to ask him. Before she had time to talk to Luli, she accidentally glanced at the convenience store clerk Bird. But she couldn't take her eyes off him anymore. Her eyes were full of pink bubbles. The city energy value soared up. Luli felt something was wrong and took a look at his phone. Interpersonal relationships April 2nd. Mira and Bird met for the first time. Looking down? What? Mira fell in love with Bird at first sight. Chapter 4. In Myra's interpersonal relationship chart, her favorability towards Bird is 50, and there is a pink heart next to it, which symbolizes love. When a resident has a love-like emotion towards another resident, a heart icon will appear. If two residents love each other, two hearts will appear, with a Cupid's arrow in the middle. But Bird's favorability towards Myra is only 20, which is a normal value for a first acquaintance. There is no pink heart next to it either. It was obvious that Mila was unrequited love when they first met. People can lie, just like Mila, who is a two-faced person and a master of lying. But the interpersonal relationship map will not. The love icon and favorability data are clearly marked on it, and there can be no falsehood. Luli suddenly felt like he was prying into her privacy. Ahem. She cleared her throat guiltily. What do you want to talk to me about? Ah. Mila came back to her senses and reluctantly moved her eyes away from Bird's face. Mayor, I have cleaned your office. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Luli nodded. Good job. Isn't this efficiency too high? How long have you been working? It's not hard. These are what I should do. After receiving the praise, Mila did not feel proud and complacent, but looked sincere. As you said, the city hall is the facade of a city, and we should keep it clean. Even if I am not an employee of the city hall, I will pick up the garbage on the street and throw it into the trash can. I feel honored to be able to do what I can for our city as an ordinary citizen of Gitten City. Luli was stunned by his words. Perfect essay. I will definitely choose you to play a passerby in future interviews. Mira wanted to laugh, but unexpectedly she didn't show her sharp teeth, but slightly raised her mouth corners, which was quite cool. She looked at Bird intentionally or unintentionally. Besides, I like to clean up at home. Seeing the messy things become tidy again, I feel a sense of accomplishment in my heart. Using self-proclaimed good wives and mothers to lure straight men? Luli finally came to his senses. The real purpose is not to drink. However, it must be said that this trick is quite lethal, and Bird was quite pleased to hear it. I think so too. Gitten City is indeed extraordinary. If every citizen is as dedicated as the lady, I believe that Gitten City will definitely develop better and better. Bird took the initiative and stretched out his hand to Mila and said, Hello. My name is Bird, and I am a clerk in the convenience store. Please take care of me in the future. Mila shyly extended her hand and shook it back. My name is Mira, and I'm Mayor Lu's secretary. Nice to meet you. That's it. The two of them added 10 points to each other's favorability. Bayou. The energy value jumped up again in an instant. Luli was amazed. Is this positive energy? After officially meeting, Bird was ready to devote himself to today's work. Mila suddenly seemed to remember something. Mayor, please sit here with Bird first. I'll be back soon. After saying that, she rushed back to the city hall like a gust of wind. Kuewu was knocked around by her and turned on the spot. What are you doing? Why are you so anxious? He almost lost his balance. Mira took all the cleaning tools and turned into an octopus. She swept with all her might, waving the broom. She wrung out the linen cloth and wiped the mayor's dusty desk. She especially wanted to wipe off the ink she had just spilled on it. Cleaning? What the hell did she clean? She ran over to piss off Luli. Tell her, this is what happens when you make her do the work. Let's see if she dares to let herself clean up again. Who knows? A bird suddenly came to the city, and he just happened to be her favorite type. Never. Don't let him know that you are actually a sloppy king. Otherwise you will be finished. Mila is risking her life, and she has to be quick, at least before the mayor comes back. Clean up everything. You really cleaned up. Kuewu sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. Just do it perfunctorily and it's done. The mayor's eyesight doesn't seem to be very good. Get out of the way. Mira was out of time. What for? Kuewu asked. Waxing the floor. How is it? Luli asked Bird. She didn't know how the convenience stores in this world worked. At least she hadn't seen anything on the shelves of a few square meters. There shouldn't be any big trucks coming to unload the goods. Where would the things come from? She was worried about her light bulbs. No problem. Bird was operating the cash register at the convenience store. Calm and composed. The signal is stable. The interstellar trade channels are unobstructed. Our convenience store can trade in the Shanghai market. And there are 237 star coins in the account at present. What market? What channel? Luli agreed. But his face showed that he didn't understand. But there is still a lot of money in the account. I wonder if I can withdraw it in case of crisis. Of the 2,000 star coins needed to build the convenience store, 1,000 are used as the initial startup capital of the convenience store. But now there are only 237 star coins left. In other words, the convenience store has been losing money before it was abandoned. Bird thought that the mayor's ambiguous expression was testing his business level. So he continued, our convenience store currently has 4 shelves. According to the previous clerk's settings, all shelves are used to store food, which is actually not very reasonable. This is the conclusion that Bird came to based on his experience. Even though his previous job was very different from that of a convenience store clerk. With his qualifications and abilities, it was a complete dimensionality reduction attack to do this job. There were many convenience stores downstairs from the office building where he used to work. I suggest resetting the shelf attributes, with shelf number 1 for groceries, shelf number 2 for food, shelf number 3 for books, and shelf number 4 as a temporary shelf in case of emergency. This not only enriches the variety of goods in the convenience store, but also better meets the various needs of citizens. If all are set to food attributes, it is estimated that Luli will never see the light bulb he wants in his next life. I agree. Luli nodded. Just do as you say. Speechless. The previous 4 shelves were actually for food. No wonder these people are clamoring for food all day long. Okay. Bird immediately operated the cash register quickly. At this time, Kuewu was lying leisurely on the sofa in the city hall, watching Mila working hard silly. He crossed his legs. It's fine if she works hard in front of people. But now that they're not around, who is she trying to show off to? Just as he was thinking, his cell phone rang. It was the mayor calling. He was so scared that he sat up straight. Light bulb? Okay. He looked like a grandson. What did the mayor say? Myra's ears were pointed. She asked me to take the broken light bulb in her room to the convenience store. Kuewu didn't understand. Is the convenience store open? I take it. Mira was very enthusiastic. The light bulb was brought. Bird found the specific model on it. He quickly started shopping overseas. It only took 5 minutes. The same model of light bulb appeared on the grocery shelf. Luli couldn't help but sigh. Technology changes life. She bought this, just as a good start for the convenience store. How much? Luli asked. It cost 3 star coins to buy it. And the shipping is free. Bird didn't dare to hide anything from the mayor. It seems a bit cheap. Luli didn't know the price, but she had made a mercury lamp, and one cost 1,200 star coins. Bird smiled shyly. I found the original manufacturer's business name and traded directly with them. There is no middleman to make a profit, so the price is low. Will you ship one? Luli remembered that if you directly contact the original manufacturer for supply, you have to make tens of thousands of orders before you can see it. Why not? Bird was puzzled. It can only be said that there is a gap between different worlds. But no matter what, Bird is a talent. Luli is more and more satisfied with this employee. The goods on shelf number 1 are sold. Then enter a certain CD time. And when the CD is cooled down, you can continue to restock. Convenience stores in big cities are of higher quality, with more shelves, and they will be equipped with automatic replenishment devices without CDs. So there will be no such phenomenon of empty shelves after being sold out. Bird started to operate other shelves. He asked Luli if he had any preferences. In his priority order, the mayor ranked first. But it was not because of the title of mayor, but because Luli was the mayor. Mila looked at Bird with starry eyes. Intoxicated. Men who work hard are the most attractive. Luli thought. Why not just do a favor? Yeah. I want to eat stinky tofu. Luli stroked his chin with his fingers. It would be great if I could buy stinky tofu at a convenience store. Okay. Bird immediately executed the order. Mira looked at Luli with a hint of surprise. Mayor, so you like to eat stinky tofu? Yes. Of course. Luli couldn't let on. Stinky tofu is smelly, but it tastes great. I like it very much. Why? Do you like it too? She suddenly wanted to tease Mira. No. I haven't really eaten it before. Mira waved her hands quickly. But since the mayor likes stinky tofu, I'm willing to try something new. Happy. Pretend. Are you pretending again? Favorability towards the mayor. Mira plus 10 total value, 45. Thought, the mayor doesn't seem that annoying. Luli's mouth corners are harder to suppress than AK. Mira stole a glance at Luli, wondering if she had seen through her flaw. But then again, What bad intentions could someone who likes to eat stinky tofu have? Stinky. Door. Bird found stinky tofu of various flavors. The two of them ate 4 rounds at the convenience store table before they were satisfied. Mostly Mira ate it. Luli didn't like it very much. But she could eat it. She wasn't picky about food. The taste of the stinky tofu here was not much different from that of her world. Mr. Bird, would you like to try it? Mira picked up a piece of stinky tofu and passed it to him. Bird didn't want to eat it. But he couldn't refuse the hospitality. He cooperated and opened his mouth and ate the piece of stinky tofu. Chewed carefully. It's delicious. He smiled. Although Bird was a gutless zombie. He could eat. But he couldn't eat too much. Otherwise the food would leak out of his stomach. Myra's impression of him became better. Her favorability increased by another 10. Now she has 70 points of favorability for Bird. If it increases by another 10 points, the heart next to Bird's head portrait in her interpersonal relationship map will deepen and turn into bright red, meaning a person she loves deeply. A portion of stinky tofu costs 5 star coins. The two of them consumed 4 portions in total, which is 20 star coins. After splitting the bill, each person gets 10 star coins. Mira even packs 2 portions to take home. Another 10 star coins. She said she wanted to let Kuewu try it too. The food recommended by the mayor is really extraordinary. She couldn't say that she really liked it. So she wanted to pack it and take it home. It seems that you and Kuewu must have a very good relationship. Bird chatted casually while packing. How is it possible? Mira was eager to deny and her voice broke directly. So sharp that it made people's scalps numb. Bird was frightened and his favorability towards her immediately decreased by 5 points. Mira also realized her own loss of composure. She explained. Kuewu. He is my brother. I see. Bird didn't really care. Mira picked up her things and ran away. Luli didn't leave immediately. He said a few words to Bird before leaving the convenience store. #City Hall. Luli sat in front of the mayor's desk. The dirty table was polished to a shine, revealing its original color, and the wooden floor underfoot. If a fly landed on it, it would probably be a disaster. Don't judge a person by appearance. I didn't expect Mila to do her job well. However, there was no dust to cover it. The color of the desk and wooden floor was a bit strange. It seemed to have been burned by fire. Did the city hall have a fire? Luli opened the drawers one by one. There was nothing inside. Cleaner than her pocket. Until she opened the bottom cabinet. Luli saw a small square box. I don't know what it is made of, but it feels cold to the touch. The box cannot be opened. And there is a delicate small lock hanging on the outside. Chapter 5. Mila. Mila. Luli called twice. No response. Mila sat at her desk, biting the pen, sometimes frowning, sometimes giggling. Something was on her mind. She was absent-minded. She didn't hear Luli's call. Luli walked over with the box and knocked on her desk twice. Mila. She woke up from her dream. Mayor. She stood up directly. She was nervous. It's okay. Luli patted her arm. I just want to ask you. Do you know where the key to this box is? Luli put the box in front of her. Mila shook her head in confusion. I've never seen this box before. Mayor. The light in your room has been fixed. Coincidentally, Kuewu also came downstairs. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Luli also asked him by the way. Have you seen this box? Kuewu took a closer look. No. Even the two of them, who live here every day, don't know. Maybe there is some secret hidden in it. Okay. Luli went back with the box. Mira sat down, turned away her pen, and wrote something on the paper. Mayor, do you have any other instructions? Kuewu asked Luli in a muffled voice. He was very polite. But Luli knew that this guy's favorability towards her was still only 35. And he thought she was a female bully from the bottom of his heart. He was even reinforcing this impression. Nothing. You take a rest. Luli smiled. By the way, the convenience store in our city has reopened. You can go shopping if you have nothing to do. Kuewu agreed verbally, and kicked a stone to vent his anger when he went out. You are such a smiling tiger. Luli. Why did he let him go to the convenience store? Didn't he go there to spend money? Only a fool would go there. Although he thought so. He walked around outside 3 times. Now the city is so small that he really has nowhere to go except the convenience store. Ding ding ding. Welcome. The convenience store automatically greeted him. Fuck. What's the smell? Kuewu cursed as soon as he entered the door. What else could it smell like? It smelled like stinky tofu. Wait, are you really going to let Mila eat stinky tofu? Kuewu was incredulous. The stupid convenience store clerk had never gotten such niche goods before. He either ate instant noodles or compressed biscuits all day. Or ergwota. He fed them like pigs, giving them enough to eat. The shelves are not only neatly arranged now, but also classified. It is much better than the mess before. Although he agreed in his heart, he was still unhappy and wanted to find fault. These changes were all controlled by the bully Lu. He would never praise her. There is nothing to eat. Why do you open a convenience store? Kuewu slapped the empty food shelf to express his dissatisfaction. Sorry. The food has just been sold. When facing unreasonable customers, Bird still maintained the good service attitude of a service industry practitioner. What do you want to eat? I will make up for it for you. How long will it take for this special code? I will starve to death when you finish making up. Kuewu refused to give in. It will take at most 8 minutes. Bird gave an exact number, which he got after careful calculation. Kuewu was about to say the next sentence, but he was choked by the words of reprimand and couldn't spit them out. He accidentally inhaled a few mouthfuls of cold air. He hiccuped in shock. Hiccup. You are so shameless. You liar. You lie without blinking. In the past. Hiccup. In the past. You had to make reservations 3 days in advance. And there were only a few things. What food do you have? Kuewu subconsciously wanted to make a choice from the options. What do you want to eat? Bird asked. But he was afraid that the customer asked this because he didn't know what he wanted to eat. So he kindly gave a few common convenience store hot-selling products as suggestions: eel rice balls, fried chicken legs, cocoa coffee, juicy pork chop buns. Do you have Sun Prince cookies chocolate soft biscuits? Kuewu couldn't help himself. This is his favorite. He often ate it when he was a child. But he hasn't eaten it for many years. Prince of the Sun is the brand name. And he has always remembered it. Okay. Please wait. After receiving the request, Bird immediately started working actively. Pretending. Kuewu didn't have much hope. I scold him later. He glanced at the shelf. The cover of the book in the number 3 bookshelf looked so familiar. He took it down and took a look. What? The 12 Girls of the Galaxy Railway? Isn't this the girl comic he has been following? There are 5 books in total. Just starting from the issue where he left off. Damn it. Ever since the comic book store in Gitten City was destroyed in the gray fog, he had no idea what the plot would be like next. Restraining his pounding heart, Kuewu hugged the 5 comic books like a child, unwilling to let go for a moment. Hello. The Sun Prince cookies chocolate soft biscuits have arrived at the number 2 food shelf. Bird reminded. Good news one after another. From the time the demand was given to the time the demand was completed, it took a total of 6 minutes. Sincerely, 5-star coins. Bird said. Kuewu took the Sun Prince cookie chocolate soft biscuit in his hand in disbelief. This familiar packaging. Childhood memories began to attack him. You? How did you do it? Kuewu couldn't help trembling. This can only be found on the planet Amon. Amon is a very small star. Most people have never heard of it. There are countless planets in the starry sea, and many small stars will disappear without telling people in advance. Maybe they were once brilliant, but it is not ruled out that the ending will be like a falling star. After a while, this planet may not exist anymore. It comes from the planet DUS 54TR7. Bird checked the channel and added, this planet was once called Amon for a while. Amon was renamed? Kuewu suddenly realized that it was no wonder he never ate it again after growing up. According to the number of this planet, it should have been incorporated into the Federation. In any case, it is better than disappearing. His nose was a little sour. And these? I want them too. He spread out 5 girls' comics on the counter. Okay. Bird began to count. Do you like Yoshitagawa too? Kuewu asked. The name of the cartoonist of this series. Why did this girl's comic appear in so many books? Kuewu always felt that it was not a coincidence. Sorry. I haven't heard of it. Bird was realistic. The books he read were generally related to economics, which helped his career. But since his hometown fell, he has been wandering and hasn't read a book for a long time. How could that be? Kuewu couldn't figure it out. This is the book the mayor likes. Bird answered his doubts. What? Is this the book the mayor ordered? Kuewu broke out in a cold sweat. Wasn't he trying to steal something from the bully Lu? She wouldn't make things difficult for him again. Yes. Bert nodded. But the mayor said that everything in Gitten City is based on the needs of citizens first. And her personal needs are second. If someone wants to buy this set of books, she doesn't mind waiting a few more days. Books and groceries have different trade channels. Even in big cities, it takes hours to days to pre-order books. Some books by big-name authors even take months to wait. It takes so long. And they can write them now. It takes so long. Not because the technology doesn't support it, but booksellers deliberately slow down the speed in order to arouse readers' expectations and delay satisfaction. For the first order, it will be delivered expedited, and it will only take a few hours. But if you buy again, the initiative is in the hands of the supplier. Moreover, StarCraft is a place with a strong sense of copyright, and people's ideas are subtly converging. They support content creators and are willing to wait. So, if Kuewu buys this set of books, Luli will have to wait at least 2 days for it to arrive if he wants to buy it again. What a good way to put others first and yourself second. Kuewu was speechless. She really meant it. Is she really the mayor? Hello. A total of 102 star coins. Bird packed the things. The convenience store uses the now popular biodegradable paper bags. Kuewu reacted and took out his phone to pay. His phone was also much more advanced than Luli's. As long as there was a mayor in office in Gitten City, he could receive a salary of 30 star coins every day. He had saved a lot of money because he had nowhere to spend it before. Kuewu had never felt more happy to have a salary than now. He could buy things he liked without blinking an eye. I didn't realize you liked to read girls' comics. Bird started talking again. This customer's average order value was extremely high. He is the biggest customer of the convenience store today. We have to build a good relationship with him. No. Kuewu's face turned pale, and he quickly denied it. I bought it for my sister. She likes it. Bird thought about it, and suddenly realized it. That's right. It turns out that he is Myra's brother. Bird increased his favorability towards Kuewu by 10 points. Since the initial favorability was relatively low, only 15 points, his favorability towards Kuewu is now 25. The relationship between you two brothers is really enviable, Bird said sincerely. He thought of himself. If his sister could live to this day, she should be 18 years old. He would also buy a lot of things that his sister likes. Your sister packed 2 portions of stinky tofu from us before, saying that she would take it back for her brother to eat. Bird's words became more relaxed and his tone became more friendly. How is it? It tastes good, right? Ah? Kuewu opened his mouth like a frog. Achoo. Mila sneezed. Kuewu Mimi carried the pile of things and hummed a little song back to the city hall. When he passed Mila's workstation, he pinched her bun. Sister, you're crazy. Get lost. Mila threw him away. Luli sat at her desk, thinking. Kuewu glanced at her, not knowing how to start. It was lunch break time, so he simply fled back to his room. Lying on the bed, he happily flipped through the comic book. A sense of happiness filled the room. Energy value was bubbling. There was also a new progress reminder on Luli's mayor's phone. Favorability towards the mayor Kuewu plus 20 total value, 55. Thought, Lu bully. Oh no. Mayor Lu seems to be a good person. Chapter 6. The system said that everything in Gitten City is under the control of the mayor. This box is obviously ownerless. Although there is no key, it should not matter if I want to force it open. Right? Luli put the box on the open space in front of the city hall. The map on the mayor's mobile phone screen was enlarged more than 10 times. Sure enough, a square object appeared on it. She pointed her finger at the hammer icon. What are you doing? The system shouted. Break the lock. Luli said. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Do you know how much force a hammer can have? It's more powerful than a TNT explosion. Not only will the box be shattered, but the ground will also crack. Luli retracted her hand. This hammer is so powerful. She underestimated it. You can take out the hammer and smash it again. Can you take it out? You click the hammer icon twice. Luli did as he was told. And an option appeared. Do you want to take out the big pineapple hammer? Luli chose yes. Then, a hammer-shaped cursor was generated under her finger. Just like placing the building. She dragged out the big pineapple hammer and selected an empty space. A big pineapple hammer entity appeared out of thin air on the ground. If she did not choose to take out the hammer in advance, but placed it directly, then, the system's hammer would hit the ground mercilessly. It would cause a disturbing earthquake in Chingatan City. Luli took the hammer in his hand. The weight was just right, and it was quite easy to use. The hammer was silver white all over, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. But it feels good to use it as a self-defense weapon. Can we smash it now? Luli asked. Smash it. She squatted down, took a deep breath, and raised the hammer high. Wait! The system was walking the dog, and Luli hurriedly retracted her strength, almost spraining her arm. What's wrong? Have you heard of Pandora's box? This allusion comes from Greek mythology. Luli read it when he was in school, so he still remembers some of the content. Pandora was the first woman made of clay by Vulcan and Zeus. She opened the magic box and released all the evil. Greed, jealousy, pain, desire, hypocrisy in the world. But before hope could fly out, she closed the box again and locked it in the box forever. Luli said, Do you know what's inside? I can guess, but not sure. The system has always spoken fluently, except for its cold voice. It is no different from a human. But now, it is stuck, as if there is some mechanical failure. It's up to you to decide whether to open it or not. It was silent after that, and it was repairing itself. Luli hesitated. The system meant that this box was like Pandora's box, and the things that came out the first time it was opened and the second time it was opened must be different. How could she be sure that when she opened it now, what would come out was evil or hope? Time passed quickly, and it was time to get off work again. The setting sun cast a golden veil over the gray sky covered with haze. At first glance, it looked like a small town in the south, if there weren't two zombies standing in front of the city hall. Luli would have thought she was just going on vacation. Mayor, am I off work? Mila was carrying a small sachet, and she had packed all her things. Okay. Luli raised his hand to greet. Mayor, I'm leaving too. Kuewu scratched his head. He didn't do much work today, but at least he fixed a light bulb. Okay. Thank you for your hard work today. See you tomorrow. Luli nodded. In the future, just leave work directly at the appointed time. No need to ask me for permission, she said again. In her opinion, asking the leader for permission before leaving work is no different from feudal dregs. Does the leader not say that it is okay to leave, so the employees cannot leave work and must stay in the office all the time? Previously, there was a news report about an employee who left work on time without asking for permission and was fired. It was simply shocking. Employees also have their own lives. Working is working, not being slaves. Okay, Mr. Mayor. Mira and Kuewu were both happy after hearing this. After they left, Luli walked towards the convenience store. She put her hands behind her back, like an old man taking a walk. She was holding a hammer in her hand. The hammer was of moderate size, not to the extent that people would think she was a pervert who hit people with a hammer. Therefore, when Bird saw Mayor Luli coming to him with a hammer, he did not react in any special way. Mayor, Bird greeted respectfully. Hello. Hello. Luli took the cup of warm water that Bird poured for her and blew on it. It is necessary to show some care to new employees, she asked. How do you feel today? Are you adapting? Very good. Bird looked calm. That's good. In this case, Luli had nothing to worry about. But, Bird hesitated. Today's sales are a bit low. It's the first day. It's normal. You don't have to be too stressed. After all, our city's population is still too small. Luli said he understood. Residents' daily wages are low, so convenience stores can't set prices high. She is not a capitalist who eats people without leaving any bones. Even if Mila spent all her daily wages on stinky tofu, it would only be 20 star coins. The cost must be deducted. Convenience stores don't make much money. Besides, Luli's purpose of reopening the convenience store was not entirely to make money. Bird printed today's business report from the cash register and handed it to Luli carefully. Luli took a quick look. When she saw that today's revenue was 925 star coins, her eyes almost popped out. That's not right. She went back to the beginning to look at the sales details. Mila, food stinky tofu 10, dine-in, plus 10, takeaway, equals 20 star coins. Luli, 10, food stinky tofu, plus 3, groceries light bulbs, equals 13 star coins. Kuewu, 5, food sun prints, plus 97, books and girls comics, equals 102 star coins. Total, 120 star coins. Where did the remaining 805 star coins come from? There was a long list of details below, which she couldn't understand. DHTU steel 10. UTGF1 chromium 20. Camphor RT39. To be honest, Mr. Mayor, you may not know that I started as a ticket exchange operator on Chunyuan 2B. Although I'm not the top level, I'm far above the average. As a result, I only made this little money in a day. Bird blushed in shame. If I can open a few more shelves in the future, I believe the financial report will look better. The amount of star coins he handled was no less than 5 figures per hour. It's okay, Luli said. I know. Of course I know you worked in the exchange. I know too much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have arranged for you to come here. But I don't know. You can give me such a big surprise. How many surprises do you have that I don't know? I can think about it. But I can't say it. Luli pretended to be calm. Can you tell me specifically what you did today? Hearing that the mayor was willing to listen to his report, Bird was very excited and told the story. After blocking out all those professional terms, Luli finally understood. Bird's logic of making money is actually the simplest. Buy low and sell high. Use information gap to make money. He has worked in large securities exchanges for many years and knows the channels in various fields well. The only difference between now and then is that he operated virtual currency at that time. And now he operates physical goods. Talent. What kind of cash cow? Luli felt that he had picked up a treasure. No wonder the system concluded in the character data that Bird's specialty is financial management. Residents can earn extra star coins when working in business premises. The extra star coins earned are much more than those earned directly from business. How much could Bird's original salary be? Luli dared not even think about it. Good. Very good. Luli stood up. That's all for today. Go to bed early. We are not a 24-hour convenience store. You are the only one working here. You must take care of yourself. Okay. I still have some finishing work to do. We will close the store after I finish it, Bird said. Remember to get there before 9 o'clock. Luli reminded. This is the time when night falls in Gitten City. The specific time of nightfall is between 9 and 11 o'clock. But it is always right to say it is early, so that people can prepare early. Anyone who has been to a city polluted by gray fog will know about nightfall. The larger the city, the more dangerous it is after nightfall. But the city will also be equipped with corresponding security measures. However, it is unknown how much effect it can have. The more central the area, the more expensive it is. And of course, the safer it is. But nothing is absolute. Bird was attacked by a firefighting alien in a suite at an Interstellar hotel within the 3rd Ring Road. And half of his intestines were eaten. Since then, he no longer believes in the so-called protection of big cities. People are responsible for security. And people will make mistakes. But monsters will not. They will only follow their instincts and attack at their own discretion. Therefore, choosing a low-level small city to settle down is the best choice to soothe Bird's injured body and mind. Okay. I understand. Thank you, Mayor. Bird watched Luli leave. He slept peacefully in the house last night until dawn. There were no monster attacks. It was clear that the city was safe at present. Generally speaking, residents would not choose to go out at night unless there was something special. But if Bird talked with Mira and Kuewu, he would know that as long as the mayor was still alive, monsters would not take them as their first target of attack. Even if they went out at night, it didn't matter. When they returned to the mayor's room on the 3rd floor of the city hall, it was already dark. And the time was 8 o'clock in the evening. After Luli washed up in the simple bathroom, he laid down on the bed. There are no entertainment venues in the city at present, so he can only sleep after dark. The light bulb in the room is newly replaced. Although the brightness is not as high as the mercury lamp, the light is a soft warm yellow. Very warm. Luli has a square box on his left hand and a big pineapple hammer on his right hand. The mayor's mobile phone is unfolded on his legs. The profit and loss bill of the convenience store has come out. After Bird completes today's settlement, the account will be automatically synchronized to Luli. Luli smiled and nodded. This boy is serious and responsible in his work. Mila has a good eye. Convenience store revenue, 925. Cost, 467. Profit, 458. Account balance, 695. 458 today plus 237 remaining. The overview in the account book is very concise, but you can click in to view the specific details, excluding operating costs. The gross profit margin of the convenience store is as high as 50% in the sales column alone. The account balance of $695 is also automatically incorporated into the total funds of Lu Li's panel. A total of 1,010. Breaking through 3 digits for the first time. How can it not be exciting? But the funds Bert can call for when he goes to work tomorrow are still $695. Unless Lu Li's money is spent, it will be deducted from the convenience store account. Lu Li looked at today's total bill again. She found that it was different from what she saw when she just woke up in the morning. Date, April 2nd. 6666, 8:57 p.m. Today's expenditure, Manpower City Hall. Mira, Secretary 20. Kue Wu, Housekeeper 30. Bird, Convenience Store Clerk 40, Basic Salary, plus 4 Commission, City Maintenance Water Fee, 10, City Hall, plus 10, Convenience Store, equals 20. Electricity Fee, 20 City Hall, plus 20, Convenience Store, plus 30, Mercury Lamp, equals 70. Land Purification Fee, 25. Total, 209. I don't know what key I pressed. There was only a total value originally. But now it is marked with details. The water bill has not changed. But the electricity bill has increased by 10 star coins. Presumably, the residential tenants have quit and a new convenience store is opened. In other words, the convenience store consumes 10 star coins more electricity per day than the residential tenants. However, considering the profitability of the convenience store, these 10 star coins are worth spending. The convenience store's turnover profit is 458. So 4 star coins are given as commission on Bird's salary. Suddenly, Lu Li remembered something. When Bird moved in, he paid 7 days rent directly. But he actually only stayed for 1 day. So he had to return 300 star coins. He didn't mention it, but I can't forget it. Lu Li wrote it down in her memo. Finally I figured it out. Looking at these dense numbers, she couldn't help but sigh. Doesn't it mean that she will have to deal with these numbers every day in the future? The new buildings will also have to deduct the city operation expenses and the star coins consumed every day when the new buildings are built. No wonder the previous mayors went bankrupt. Their city territories were larger, and the account books must be much more complicated. Who knows when they build a building with high consumption, but can't afford to operate it, and go bankrupt the next day. I really envy the system's brain. It has an energy value account book, which is even more complicated than hers. Lu Li thought that when she grows stronger in the future, she will hire someone to help her keep an eye on this matter. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Lu Li's heart was slightly relieved. A feeling of fatigue came over her, and she didn't know when she fell asleep. The lights were always on, but there was a shadow moving along the wall and stopping behind her head. Suddenly, the shadow broke through the shackles of the wall. A pair of dark and rotten hands stretched out and pinched her neck fiercely. The force was so strong that it cut off the air. Lu Li woke up from her sleep. The suffocation made her speechless, but her body struggled instinctively. System. System. Lu Li's face flushed red, and she squeezed out these words from her teeth. But the system was like dead, with no reaction. Her vision gradually blurred, and she felt her vitality draining away bit by bit. Chapter 7. Ding ding ding. A new day begins. The sun shines through the mist, and the city is much brighter than usual. It can be seen that the weather is good today. Bird got up early and started working at 7 o'clock. I hope that the Shanghai trade market will be stable today, which will help him earn more star coins. Mila and Kuewu both sat obediently at their workstations. Mila glanced at the old-fashioned clock, then looked down at the diamond-studded lady's watch on her wrist. And the time was consistent. It's already 8 o'clock. There's no one in front of the mayor's desk. She's late. Or rather, Mira and Kuewu looked at each other. In addition to being late, there is another possibility. But today, when another possibility popped up in their minds, what surged in their hearts was no longer excitement and expectation. It's not because fresh human flesh can no longer arouse their desire in their hearts. But it's obvious that they think a living mayor is more useful than a dead one. They can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Want to go and have a look? Mira pointed to the stairs. I'm not going. Kuewu denied it. Do you think I want to go? Mira bit her tongue. Then wait a little longer. Kuewu dragged his feet as much as possible. If you don't come after get off work, we go. Okay. The mayor of Schrödinger. They don't want to open the box. Hashtag mayor's room on the 3rd floor. Oh. Don't be angry. The system is acting like a spoiled child. He stopped stuttering and acted like a human being again. I almost died yesterday. Don't you know? Luli lost her temper. It was really just a little bit away. The system said that it was fine under the light. She was fine under the light yesterday. So where did this ghost hand come from? Where did it come from? Fortunately, she grabbed the big pineapple hammer at the last moment and smashed it at the ghost hand. One of the ghost hands was broken. The remaining ghosts were scared and fled along the wall. And she was able to save her life. The ghost hand turned into a shapeless solid like soft mud and lay on the floor. Luli was so scared that she didn't dare to sleep in the second half of the night. And the system didn't respond when she called. It was not until the sky was a little bright that he took a nap. He was in a very bad mental state and had a very bad temper. I know. It just crashed. Just fixed it. Luli was speechless. You say the system is artificial intelligence. But it can crash itself with just a few words. You say it is artificial, idiot. But all the functions are quite useful. For example, the big pineapple hammer. Luli decided to use it as his self-defense weapon in the future. Strange. According to common sense, monsters attracted by cities below LV5 at night would not be so bold. The system tone was puzzled. Maybe it's because the city is about to be upgraded. Usually the last night before the upgrade is the most dangerous. Luli looked at the mayor's phone. And the city level in the upper right corner really turned into LV3. After using it for several days, the phone did not show a low battery prompt. After absorbing light during the day, the phone will automatically convert light energy into electrical energy, and does not need to be actively charged. No reward for upgrading. Luli was incredulous. What's the point of upgrading then? My system was frozen at that time. So no prompt popped up, the system explained. But yesterday's star coins were debited. There were clearly 209 star coins missing from the account. That's the logic of independent operation. It can run even if my system is frozen. After all, my life is at stake. That's good. Luli breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if she had worked so hard to survive the night and was killed by a frozen system, where would she go to complain? The city has been automatically upgraded, and the rewards cannot be called up at the moment. So the system said, the rewards for upgrading cities of different levels are different. But generally speaking, they are nothing more than unlocking new buildings, rewarding currency points, etc. Do you want to study it? Luli, ? What? She is still angry. The system started to order her to work? She didn't say anything. Just threw her phone aside and lay on the bed in a big letter shape. She looked like she was going to give up. Anyway, there is Bird now. Even if she did nothing, the star coins she earned in the short term could completely cover all her expenses. Why bother to waste her brain and work hard? I'm tired. Luli closed her eyes and was about to fall asleep. The system was suffocating. How about I give you a permission in advance as compensation? Deal. Luli resurrected. Love value store? This is a privilege that only LV5 cities can have. The system was afraid that she didn't know what was good. So it deliberately emphasized the word 5 and privilege. Meaning, you are only LV3 now. I opened it for you. Why don't you thank me properly? Currently, only one column is opened in the love value store, marked with LV5. There are LV10, LV15, LV20, LV25. But these level columns are locked. There is also a cycle icon at the very side. You can refresh the product once a day for free. Bow? Yes. Bow. Luli looked at the bright red sticker in the product column and frowned. It looked like something ordinary little girls wear on their heads. It's an accessory. Price, 1 point of favor. It just so happens that she has 1 point of favor. But there are no little girls in the city. What's the use of this? Luli asked. With the Kirby character who freezes when talking to people. It is much easier for the system to pretend to be dead when it doesn't want to answer Luli. Luli immediately understood. If you can't say it, don't say it. Do what you can. Don't push yourself too hard. So angry. But there is no way to refute. Luli clicked refresh. After a while of dotted mosaics, the item on the column turned into a portable vacuum cleaner. The price was also 1 point of favor. Vacuum cleaner. Luli thought of Mila, who needed to clean every day. Their city now only had a big broom. If she gave this thing to Mila, maybe her favorability towards her would increase. When she gained Mila's favor, Another point of favor would be added. Then she could buy other things. This vacuum cleaner is like a free gift. Without any hesitation, Luli spent 1 point of love and clicked to buy. And a high-tech handheld vacuum cleaner appeared in her hand. Did you often win the lottery in your previous world? The system asked faintly. Luli was stunned for a moment. In fact, it was completely the opposite. She was always unlucky. Otherwise, how come there are so many people in the company with lower performance than her? But she was the only one to be laid off, because she was the rebel who left work without saying hello to the boss, and was fired without realizing that this was the reason. Isn't this a vacuum cleaner? The system's words clearly have a hidden meaning. Of course not. There are only 2 S-level items that will appear in the LV5 column, with a 0.01% chance of appearing. One of them is in her hand. There are 5 A-level items, with a 1% chance of appearing. One of them is the Miss Annie's bow that she just took away. Wearing it on your hair can hide your human scent. The priority of attracting monsters can even be lowered to that of perennial zombies, like Mila and Kuewu. That is to say, at night, the monsters will prioritize attacking other people. Not Mayor Luli. The remaining props are all B, C, D, E, and F levels. Except for the time-limited ability enhancement card. The effects of the remaining props are far less powerful than those of S and A levels. This is a nightmare grit collector. The system was reluctant. What is it for? Do you see the black mud on the ground? This is a device specifically used to collect it. After the monsters in the gray fog die, nightmare grit can be collected from the dust of their corpses. The above is what the system said. What the system did not say is that this thing is the highest technological product of the Federation, and any one of them can be sold for tens of millions of star coins. However, there is no demand for it. No one dares to sell it, and no one dares to buy it. Each machine has a number, except for the one in Luli's hand. It is a semi-finished product, because it was stolen by the system. Luli turned on the switch button. He sucked the black mud on the ground. The black mud on the ground disappeared without a trace in an instant. The screen showed 0.002 grams have been collected. Nightmare gravel. After collecting 1 gram, the machine will press it into crystals, automatically pack it, and put it at the pickup port. What is nightmare grit? It's used in research labs. Without it, those people wouldn't know how to do research. Is it very valuable? Luli's eyes were filled with anticipation. The price at that time was 1 gram equals 100,000 star coins. Duo shall? 100,000 star coins. Luli was ecstatic. She was going to get rich. But then again, a black shadow ghost hand, and he only extracted 0.002 grams. How long would it take to extract 1 gram? Friendly reminder. Different people have different talents for extraction. You are not very talented. The system mocked. Luli bit her finger. In this case, of course we have to make the best use of it. There are a few black ashes under the mercury lamp in the city hall. They were burned when the hand-long ghost stretched out the night before yesterday. Ahem. Luli cleared her throat and said to the 3 citizens standing in front of her who were confused. This is what happened. I found that every night, such black ashes would appear on the city streets. They were left by the monsters in the gray fog, and they are essentially pollutant waste. Our city is developing rapidly. If there are too many pollutants and debris, it will not only endanger the lives of citizens, but also be detrimental to the appearance of the city. But everyone has their own jobs, and I can't let one person take on multiple jobs. The position of city appearance tidying up is recruiting, and it takes time. No recruitment, but pollutants and debris also need to be cleaned up at the same time. So I hope to select one of you 3 to take over this position temporarily. We have also equipped this position with a collection tool, which is the vacuum cleaner in my hand. In order to maximize the collection efficiency, everyone can try to collect. The one with the highest collection efficiency will take over this position temporarily. Of course, we will not let citizens work for nothing. Every day, we will give the citizens who hold this position an additional 15 star coins for labor compensation, and grant them the title of the most beautiful city appearance tidy up. The price is that every sunrise, he has to search the city and deal with the monster black ash. Extra star coin income. The city isn't that big. Just sweeping it with a vacuum cleaner is no big deal. So, the 3 of them took turns. In the end, Mira defeated the other 2 with a slight advantage of 0.0001 grams. She successfully obtained the part-time job of city cleaner, which was also the fulfillment of her previous vow to sweep garbage in the city. Everyone smiled and congratulated Mira for adding another glorious experience to her resume. I knew you would be the best. Bird gave Mila a thumbs up. Bird to Mila favorability plus 10 total value 35. Mila felt as sweet as honey. Getting Bird's praise was even happier than getting an extra 15 star coins every day. She excitedly posted a speech on her acceptance speech. I will definitely work hard and live up to the mayor and everyone's expectations. Quack. Quack, thunderous applause. So, Luli officially handed over the Nightmare Sand Collector to Mila. Mila's character picture on the mayor's phone. There was a new vacuum cleaner icon in the inventory. For the next whole day, Mira walked on red high heels and searched the city for black and gray. The power of love, transformed into enthusiasm for work, made people motivated. Luli was not idle either. She was inspecting the site. As the system said, a new building was unlocked in the construction column. Restaurant 0/1, a place for city residents to eat. This building can be connected to the Shanghai Trade Market. Cost 500 star coins. Area 2. Time 30 minutes. Condition can be built. The city level can currently build one restaurant. Since coming to this city, Luli felt that his hunger value was decreasing very slowly. Food can be bought at convenience stores. Considering the current population of the city, there is no need to build a restaurant. What made her think differently was a sentence in the description. This building can be connected to the Shanghai Trade Market. Shanghai Trade Market. At present, everything related to Shanghai is good. In other words, once this restaurant is running, in addition to serving the city residents, its biggest business is actually doing business with people outside. It can be simply summarized in 2 words. Takeout. Luli's eyes lit up. Star coins love me. And I love star coins. Star coins come. Star coins come from all directions. Chapter 8. Currently, the total amount of funds in the account is more than 800, which is enough to build a restaurant directly. But this will occupy the operating funds of the convenience store. And today's fixed consumption has not been deducted. For the sake of insurance, Luli waited one more day. Safety first. Bird earned 698 star coins today by running the convenience store. Luli was very happy. And the commission given by the system was 6 star coins. Because it didn't reach 700. There was a balance in the daily account. And the city was gradually on the right track. The nights in LV3 cities are not much different from those in LV2. As the system said, nights that are not near city upgrades are generally peaceful. Luli dozed on the bed for a long time with the big pineapple hammer in his hand. And the black shadow did not dare to come again. Afraid that it would come. And afraid that it would not come. Waiting and waiting. The dozing became a real sleep. Until he fell into a deep sleep. Thursday, April 4th. 6666. The 4th day of Mayor Lu's inauguration. The restaurant has started construction. The noise of the construction attracted all the citizens to come out to see. Mira and Bird knew a little about the mayor's special abilities, and they had seen tall buildings rise from the ground several times before. They were not that surprised. But Bird was different. As a new resident, he never knew that the mayor had supernatural powers. Could it be that the mayor had summoning powers? Summoned the god of architecture? The image of the mayor in his mind became even greater. New emotional relationship unlocked. Faith value in the mayor. Bird +1. Voice. The mayor is not an ordinary person. The mayor has supernatural powers. Faith value is different from favorability. Favorability is the green leaves. And faith value is the grid like the battery level of a mobile phone. With a total of 10 grids. What is this? Luli was helpless. It's getting more and more complicated. Can we also install a mechanical brain for her? Corresponding to favorability is the love value store. Will there be a faith value store in the future? Luli pondered. Wow. They have learned to answer questions quickly. You could understand love value as technology. Then faith value is theology. Faith value can be used to buy things in the theology store. Theology store? Luli's brain crashed. Are you selling Bibles or Buddhist scriptures? Humph. Neither. The system sneered. Perhaps because it was awesome enough. The system didn't hide it anymore, but was eager to show off. All the books sold inside are books on superpowers even in the Star Sea. Technology is extremely advanced. And extremely advanced technology is no different from magic. But most people are still ordinary people in essence. The awakening of superpowers means that they are superior to ordinary people, becoming a godlike existence. In addition to being born with it, even heredity cannot inherit the abilities of their parents. Or they are infected by pollutants and coexist with them. Most people cannot control this special ability, and will lose control. The greater the ability, the harder it is to control. The higher the possibility of losing control. They are usually locked up in interstellar laboratories, and undergo observation and research for at least 10 years. It is called custody and protection. In fact, it is more painful than being in prison. And life is worse than death. With the joint efforts of many generations, some simple abilities can finally be replicated. For example, strengthening physical fitness, increasing lifespan, ignoring pain, etc., are put on the market in the form of gene needles to change human life. Further research is an absolute secret that ordinary people cannot hear. In the end, the simplified version of the gene needle is still different from the awakened superpowers. Although Luli is bound to the system, she is wearing it and has no special abilities. Even if the 3 citizens in the city become zombies, they still maintain their sanity. But they have not awakened superpowers. Therefore, Luli was still very curious about the supernatural book mentioned by the system. Half an hour later, the restaurant was built. Luli clicked on the restaurant on the mayor's mobile phone. A line of red not in operation appeared next to it. Reason: lack of staff. Since Bird moved out, the residential building has been renting out. But after 3 days, no one called. Not enough manpower. Mayor Lu was worried. On the first floor of the city hall, the mayor's office, the mayor not only has a desk in the hall, but also a separate small room inside. There was no furniture in the room. Only a table and a chair. Mira looked out of curiosity. Kuewu and the mayor had been in there for 10 minutes. What were they whispering about? What? He was asked to transfer again. He scored twice. Kuewu was hit hard. Luli had a lot to say, but his mouth was out of control. He blurted out what he said in a hurry, which made his face look unhappy. Just say whether you will do it or not. Kuewu was frightened when he heard this. The sword of Damocles hangs over his head. Go. 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 He nodded quickly. Whatever he does it. Luli swallowed her saliva. She actually just wanted to ask Kuewu's opinion, not really forcing him. At worst, she could do it herself. She just didn't know if the mayor could have multiple positions. The door opened. The mayor and Kuewu came out. Mila retracted her probing gaze. Luli went out. Kuewu returned to the second floor, packed all his luggage, and went downstairs dejectedly. What's going on? Mira came forward, horrified. You're fired. Kuewu shook his head. The mayor asked me to work in a restaurant. From now on, I will naturally live in a restaurant. Did your salary drop? Mira asked. No. Kuewu took a long breath. It increased by 5-star coins. Why do you look like that? Mira didn't understand. She worked hard at 2 jobs to earn 35-star coins. Although she knew that 10 of Kuewu's salary was increased by speculation. I don't know either. Kuewu covered his chest and said, I always feel empty here. Help me check if my heart is still there. Kuewu hammered twice. It was so hypocritical. You are stupid. Mila rolled her eyes at him. Think about it. There are only so many people in our city. And there are only 4 people including the mayor who eat. This job is probably very idle. When you have nothing to do, you can do whatever you want. And you don't have to be watched under the mayor's nose. It's so cool. Myra's angle was tricky. Kuewu felt relieved after hearing her say that. He didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. He went to work happily. Luli was paving the road. Now that there was enough money in the account. A road that cost 100-star coins per grid was not expensive. She connected the roads between all the buildings. The original T rotated 90 degrees clockwise became a D rotated 100 degrees clockwise. On one side of the D was the city hall, and on the other side was the restaurant. The building at the center of the 6x6 land grid is still a mercury lamp. Mayor! Kuewu greeted Luli happily. He had already put away all his luggage. The staff room of the restaurant was bigger than his room on the second floor of the city hall. Even if he put all the comic books he had accumulated on the shelf, there would still be space. Kuewu was in a good mood. How do you feel? Luli smiled and walked into the restaurant with him. Not bad. Thank you for your support. Mayor. Kuewu is silly. Favorability towards the mayor. Kuewu plus 10 total value, 65. Thoughts, hee. The emperor is far away. The restaurant hall is not big, with only 2 wooden tables, which can accommodate 8 people to dine at the same time. There is a recipe book on the counter. and the menu is updated at any time according to the cooking level of the bound employees. The menu is divided into two categories: home cooking and private cooking. Home cooking is the customary Interstellar restaurant dishes, famous for stability, fast and convenient, and cheap. There is not much difference between dishes made by different chefs. Private dishes are dishes developed by the chef himself. They have distinct personal styles. Kuewu's cooking level is 2, and he can make 6 home-cooked dishes. Private dishes are not currently registered. The kitchen is behind the hall. The kitchen is not very large. The conditions of a level 1 restaurant are relatively primitive. Unlike high-end restaurants, they are all cooked by machines, and the taste is exactly the same. But rich people are used to eating the same old delicacies. I just want to hunt for novelty. Especially in recent years, pollution has spread to many planets. In order to shift the contradictions, the powers in power have provoked wars. This has further aggravated the displacement of ordinary residents in the Starry Sea, with the great suffering of the lower-class people as a backdrop. The upper-class nobles live a comfortable and carefree life. It is more refreshing. Extravagance and debauchery are no longer the capital that can be shown off and attract the most attention. Eating food cooked by primitive handmade stoves is the cheapest and most effective way to empathize with the lower-class people in the void, leading a new trend of being close to the people without any heirs in the new rich class. Little do they know that this is about showmanship and reputation plating. Another insignificant metamorphosis. Orders for charity spread across the stars like snowflakes, bringing new hope to the struggling people on the backward and barren planets, and also making them fight for their heads with the big restaurants that want to take advantage of the opportunity to get a piece of the pie. Every star coin spent today will return to the wallets of the upper class with a tens of thousands of times increase in the future. Closed loop. Life is a game for the upper class and a hell for the lower class. And those who make the rules of the game will never suffer. Luli connected to Shanghai Trade on the restaurant interface and named the restaurant AAA Delicious Restaurant. She held her phone and waited for a whole morning, and then watched her restaurant disappear into the sea. It was like a drop of seawater in the vast ocean. She thought too simply. She originally thought that as long as she connected to the market, the restaurant could make a profit quickly like a convenience store by accepting takeout orders. Unexpectedly, the ready-to-eat food market has long been a red ocean. It's a roll of life and death. Where can I get the orders? The newcomer's fate is that he can't make it out at all. Not being seen is the most tragic. The reason why Bird's convenience store is successful is that he has been deeply involved in Shanghai trade for many years, and she has no experience in the field of ready-to-eat food. If this continues for a few days, the store will be closed. Luli calmed down, recalling the takeaway market in her previous world. It's not easy to do business there like here, but if you do it well, you can make a lot of money. It's not impossible for a newly opened store to make it out. If you want to go the conventional way, you must find a new way to differentiate yourself. She believes that the key to breaking the deadlock lies in private dishes. Luli sat at a table in his restaurant for almost 3 hours without moving. He wished he could die on the spot. Kuewu felt a deep sense of oppression. He didn't even dare to touch the fish. Mayor, do you want to eat something? Kuewu wiped his hands on his apron. He asked Luli a little awkwardly. Luli smiled. Kuewu. Kuewu shuddered. Whenever the mayor smiled like this, it meant that nothing good would happen next. Sure enough. Do you like to eat human flesh? Luli's lips opened, revealing 8 teeth. Chapter 9. To celebrate the opening of the first restaurant after the new mayor of Gitten City took office, Mira and Bird both received a dinner invitation from Luli. Luli created a group chat in the most popular instant messaging software in the Star Communication, Xingxin, and named it Gitten Family. There are currently 4 people in the group. Mira said that she would keep the appointment on time after get off work. Bird did not plan to work overtime today and finished his convenience store trade work early. At 6:30 in the evening, everyone showed up at the restaurant. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Luli quickly asked them to sit down. His expression was calm, but his left hand was wrapped in several layers of thick gauze, and blood was oozing out. What happened to the mayor's hand? Mila and Bird were confused. You guys sit down and wait for a while. I go to the kitchen to help Kuewu. Luli turned around and went to the kitchen. Not long after, Kuewu came out. He was holding a plate of human fingers. They were cut into easy-to-eat sizes, and they looked bloody. Oh my god! What is this? Mira screamed when she saw the food on the plate. Fingers? Kuewu put the plate of fingers in the middle of the table as if nothing had happened. wondering, "Don't you love eating this the most? You are talking nonsense." Myra's face turned red. She didn't want Bird to know that she was such a zombie without bottom line. Although they were both zombies, it was obvious that Bird had been a zombie for a short time and still had some basic humanity. She must have never eaten real human flesh. If she wants to be with Bird, she must not eat it anymore. Even now, she doesn't want to. Could this be? Bird's face turned pale, and his heartbeat was abnormal. It reminded her of the mayor's left hand that was tangled like Doraemon. She felt like she was going to faint. How could Kuewu do such a cruel thing to such a good mayor? Could it be that he was holding a grudge? Mila's imagination was open. Yes. Today, Kuewu complained about Lu Li's transfer to another position. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Then, when she wasn't prepared, even so, "You can't do this." Mila slammed her fist on the table. "I despise you. Kuewu, you're really going too far." Bird spoke righteously, as if the person in front of him was hopeless. "TSK?" Kuewu's eyes were as big as bells. They were a couple. "Right. Focus on him? The mayor told me to do this," he roared, crossed his arms, and sat down to sulk, feeling that he was more wrong than Do-yi. After these words came out, Mila and Bird looked at each other in bewilderment. Lu Li's smiling face appeared in his eyes. "Is she really so great?" Mila was confused. In ancient times, Buddha cut his flesh to feed the eagle, and now Lu Li cut off his fingers to please the corpse. Ding! You have gained new residence faith value. Faith value in the mayor. Mila +1. Voice. Why? In front of the hall. Silence grew wildly. The three zombies said nothing. I got a little more faith. Why? Why? It's inexplicable. Lu Li lifted the curtain between the main hall and the kitchen and came out with a dish. It was a plate of bloody meat. The shape was irregular, and no one knew which part it was. Mila and Bird were about to suffocate. She just came in to do this? Lu Li put the plate down. Why didn't they say anything? Just looked at it. Is it because the shock they had given them was too great for them to accept psychologically? Have you told them? Lu Li asked Kuewu. Yes. Kuewu curled his lips. I said you told me to do this. That's weird. Today. Just these two dishes. Lu Li made a gesture to invite people to pick up their chopsticks. It's a little light, but the taste is still very good. She took the lead in picking up a finger and put it in her mouth. Crunchy. Come on. Eat all. Don't be polite. Lu Li encouraged. Kuewu also picked up one and put it in his mouth and chewed it. Seeing the two of them eating so happily, Mira swallowed her saliva. This was the mayor's initiative. Is it okay to eat one? So, she also picked up her chopsticks. Bird didn't move. He still couldn't accept it psychologically. The moment it entered her mouth, Mira felt a sense of absurdity of mental disorder. After chewing it carefully, she found that her full of emotions had been fed to the dog. Mira, how can you eat? Bird frowned. He hadn't finished this sentence. Myra's newly picked finger went into his mouth. After being forced to chew it twice, Bird said in a daze, the taste is a bit like white radish. Human flesh actually tastes like this? It's just white radish. Kuewu picked up another one and put it into his mouth, his cheeks bulging. What else do you think? Bird, Mira, What's wrong with the mayor's left hand? Bird asked hesitantly. About this? Lu Li was embarrassed to say it. She insisted on helping me cut the radish, saying that it was hard for me to cook by myself. Kuewu confessed. I went to the delivery port to get the vegetables, and she cut her hand. You didn't see that scene, TSK. Kuewu couldn't bear to recall it. The person who usually looked quite smart was clumsy when doing the work. So that's how it is. It was visibly relieved that Bird and Mira breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. That's not right. Kuewu suddenly came to his senses. Why are you asking this? There's a problem. Bird's eyes flickered. No. Nothing. Wait. You don't think I'm using the mayor to cook? Do you? Kuewu finally realized it. Mila and Bird were both speechless. I beg you two to think about the problem with your brain, not your butt. Okay? Kuewu was terrified. She's the mayor? Give him 800 guts. He wouldn't dare to do this. Even before, when he and Mira were starving, they didn't dare to attack the mayor when the mayor was alive. Especially now. I always feel that in Gitten City, there is a force that silently protects the mayor. Who doesn't use his brain? Mila was upset by Kuewu's rude words. You brought a plate of fingers. And the mayor wrapped his hands. Isn't it obvious? Bird nodded in agreement. Besides, Mila rolled her eyes. You are the kind of guy who can do such a thing. Luli listened and realized that they had misunderstood. Everyone was quite concerned about her, which was something she had not expected. The most important thing was that the dishes developed by AAA Delicious Restaurant today were actually so real. She had also achieved her original goal. Okay. Kuewu was too lazy to argue with Mira. I admit defeat. I can't argue with you. Now that he knew that these were all vegetarians, Bird also relieved his psychological burden. After tasting the meat chunks, he found out that it was actually made of tofu. The red liquid on top was a specially prepared ketchup. It tastes good, but it looks scary, Bird commented. In his impression, dishes with good color, aroma, and taste can be called delicious and can arouse appetite. Of course, this is relative to normal people. Although the number of people infected with mutations in the planets of Shanghai has increased sharply, the mainstream is still the general public who have not been affected. Will they like such food? Bird is very skeptical. In my hometown. Luli paused. Mila and Kuewu did not have any special reactions. They had long known that the mayor was not a local and might be from a certain planet. Blue Star. Luli found a word to replace it. The chefs there are well versed in a special cooking technique. Change the original form, appearance, color, and shape of the food, and then change it back to its original appearance. Isn't this just because they have nothing better to do? Kuewu interrupted. Don't worry about whether they are full or not. Luli was interrupted and his thoughts were a little confused. In short, the appearance of the changed food has not changed, but the taste has completely changed when you eat it. Do you know? Facing 3 pairs of eyes full of curiosity. We call this molecular cuisine, Luli said. Of course, it has nothing to do with what we cook. Because she thought about it carefully, she felt that it was not rigorous enough. She could not make it up anymore. So she quickly concluded, hunting for novelty. Win with novelty. Give them food they have never eaten before, but which is harmless to their bodies. It seems interesting. As a chef, Kuewu realized a little. By the way, what is this called? Can't tell whether it's radish or meat. Mira answered. Why so many words? Then how do we set the price? This is it. Kuewu pointed at the crunchy food. How much does it cost per plate? White radishes are cheap. 1 star coin per piece. But he spent a lot of time and effort to carve them. If the price is less than 5-star coins per plate, he would think it's a waste of his hard work. Luli opened his mayor's mobile phone. He entered 3 numbers on the calculator interface and showed them to everyone. 9, 9, 8. In the eyes of incredulity and puzzlement, these 3 numbers seemed to no longer be numbers, but words. Come on, idiot! The certification steps for private dishes are very simple. After submission, you can get a reply in a few hours. Luli had taken the photos of the dishes in advance and photoshopped them. Thank you. It's even more terrifying. Soon, the routine review call came. Luli was confident and answered fluently. Everything went according to the process, and it went very smoothly. What was not smooth was that 2 days had passed. Not a single order was placed. As a matter of course, Mayor Luli, who was worried about this matter, also stayed in the restaurant for 2 full days. Kuewu couldn't do anything to slack off. He couldn't read comic books, but there was no business, so he could only lean his head and doze off at the table. He didn't know that at some point in the future, he would hate himself for not knowing how to enjoy life now. And he would want to find a mutant lotus root to prick. And if infected, he would immediately grow 3 heads and 6 arms. It shouldn't have been seen yet. Luli was sure. Damn. Did I make a mistake? Are there no people here like she imagined? A luxurious sky villa in the vast sea of stars. What the hell is this? The person who was staring at his phone was startled. His projection screen was as big as a whole wall. After seeing it clearly, he became interested. Is it true? Is the world outside so crazy? Buy one and try. He blinked. No password required. 998 star coins. Waiting for the merchant to accept the order. Chapter 10. On the morning of the 3rd day after the restaurant opened, Luli was eating at a convenience store, chatting with Bird, trying to get closer to each other. Bird's favorability towards her is still maintained at 80. He is in a state of admiration. but it's hard to say what will happen in a few days. Although the admiration points that have been obtained will not be taken back. But the operating costs of the restaurant are clearly there. What Bird has in his hand is a script for a profitable project to support a loss-making project. Then I get to work first. Not wanting to chat anymore, Bird typed away at the cash register keyboard. He had to work harder. Okay. Luli held the coffee cup. At that moment, Bird's image was directly transformed into a grassroots employee of a large factory with elderly parents and young children, mortgage and car loan, a full-time housewife wife, and a second child about to be born. She drank a sip of black coffee and tried to clear her mind. Restaurant expenses today: manpower kuewu, chef 35, maintenance water fee 50, electricity fee 10, ingredients 10, depending on the degree of decay, land purification fee 2, occupying 2 grids, total 107. More than 100 a day for consecutive days of losses, equivalent to Bird working for nothing. Luli felt so nervous. I really didn't expect it. The water bill of the restaurant would be so high. Is Kuewu bathing in the kitchen sink every day? Last night, she also invested in a platform push. It cost 100 star coins. I don't know if it's useful. On the way back to the city hall, Luli saw a figure stumbling and running towards her breathlessly from a distance. In the man's hand, the restaurant's own communication mobile phone was raised high. Mayor, it's time to work. Kuewu carefully put the packaged gift box into the delivery box. The packaging was exquisite, and the words AAA Delicious Restaurant were printed on it. According to Luli, they were taking the high-end route, so they still had to do enough face work. After all, a dish costs 998 star coins, and a nice packaging can increase the value of the food. Let the customers who paid for the order feel that they are not so cheated. Is this all? Luli watched Kuewu close the lid of the delivery box. Yes. Kuewu nodded. Then, he pressed the start button. The food will arrive at the operation center within 8 seconds, and then be further distributed to specific buyers. Almost every household has a delivery box, and a voice announcement will be made before the item arrives. The more expensive the delivery box, the faster the delivery speed. To protect privacy, the buyer's address is hidden, with only a specific planet name. The same is true for merchants. The first customer is from Capital Planet? Luli looked at these 3 words and fell into deep thought. Is the name of this star called the Capital Star? Or is it just a nickname? She asked. Although Kuewu didn't know much about the planet, he knew a little bit. After Kuewu finished speaking, Luli understood. The star field they were in was collectively called the Star Sea. There were hundreds of millions of stars in the Star Sea. The star where the ruler of the Federal Empire that ruled the Star Sea lived was the Capital Star. The current star has been the Capital Star for more than 50 years. Under the influence of the siphon effect, people living on the Capital Planet are either rich or noble. That's right. If they are not really rich, who would spend 998 star coins to buy a private dish produced by an unknown small restaurant? This corresponds to Luli's initial idea. There is a huge gap between the rich and the poor in the Star Sea. With the broken level of technological development on Blue Star, the lives of the top rich and ordinary people are already very different. What's more, it is here. The product positioning she formulated is very clear. Don't cheat the poor. Especially for young people who have money and free time and want to find excitement. Precise hunting of the second generation of Shanghai. I don't know if the investment flow worked, but she finally met one. Since there is the first one, there will be the second one. There is a first order. There will be a second order. Luli is full of confidence. I give up. Robin stayed next to the transmission box and shook his legs, looking anxious, like waiting for the microwave to finish heating the food. His family's transmission box is the latest generation of instant transmission box developed by Future Life, the largest trading company in Shanghai. The background of Future Life is very strong. It is said to be a branch of the Federal Imperial Research Institute. It represents the highest technological level of Shanghai in the field of small household appliances. The delay will not exceed 0.03 seconds. In other words, even if it is sent from the edge of Shanghai to the farthest end of the straight line distance, it will definitely arrive within 1 minute. It has been so long, and it has not come yet. On what remote and poor planet is this restaurant located? You know, the Capital Planet is located in the center of Shanghai. And Robin has never bought anything that takes more than 10 seconds to deliver. Could it be that the version of the teleporter in this restaurant is too old? This is entirely possible. After all, the transmission efficiency is determined by both parties. Ding! The food you ordered from Feiyo Star has been delivered. It took 39 seconds. Luo Bing stared at the unboxing button. Detecting his line of sight, the lid of the teleporter opened automatically. There was a beautiful gift box inside. He chuckled, took it out, and ran back to his room like he was guarding against thieves. Because he was nervous and excited. He didn't even look at the road. He bumped into two people in his own home. You are so reckless and not decent. The middle-aged man in the lead suddenly changed his face when he saw him. The Sichuan opera's unique skill of changing faces is not as good as this old man's face. Dad? You are back. Robin immediately raised his head. He was secretly annoyed. So unlucky. It was all because the transmission was too slow. Otherwise, how could he bump into his father by chance? The old man always disliked him. He knew it. I'm going back to my room, Robin said, and walked towards the room. Stop. Why don't you say hello to your elder brother? Admiral Luo saw that his youngest son was talking to himself and left without asking for his permission. And his desire to control him was overwhelming. Come back here. It would have been fine if he didn't call him. But Robin ran away as soon as he was called. One of his slippers was gone. And he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Only a fool would go back. Will he go back and get a slap in the face? Father, Robin is still young. The eldest son Luo comforted him. Maybe he was a little childish. Don't get angry and hurt yourself. Admiral Luo couldn't catch his breath and kept coughing. The more Rhodes persuaded him, the angrier he got. Little? After his birthday this year, he will be 20. Admiral Luo coughed and cursed. What was I doing when I was 20? What were you doing when you were 20? What about him? Admiral Luo pointed in the direction where Robin disappeared. As if this could poke the spine of the unfilial son. He has no ambition every day. Is rebellious. And always stirs up trouble. I have covered his ass countless times. If the teacher of Lingxuanxing Federal University had not complained to him, he would not have known that this rascal was bullying the school every day. The mayor of the central city of the capital star was changing. And Rhodes was in the critical period of the election. And nothing could go wrong. So to be on the safe side, the Luo family caught Robin, the time bomb, from school overnight, and confined him to his home. At any rate, he would not be allowed to go out until Rhodes took office. In that case, why not find a mentor to guide him? Robin might be a little confused at this age. Rhodes looked like he was going to help his father solve his problems. I know a famous teacher. Even if his students are not talented, they will be much more obedient than before. It's rare that you have this heart. Admiral Luo's expression gradually eased. The younger son is useless. But at least, he still has the older son to rely on. His cough is an old problem. It can't be cured. After years of fighting on the frontline battlefield of the Star Sea, it is inevitable that his body will be injured. If he really couldn't bear it, he would never retire, and just be a star keeper on the capital star. Even if this star is the most dazzling existence in the Star Sea. The master said that he felt sorry for him, and asked him not to fight hard at his age, and enjoy a good life on the capital star. But how could he be willing to be reduced from a general with millions of soldiers to a guard dog without temper? The military power was returned, and he was rubbing shoulders with the younger generation. Thank you for your hard work over the years, General Luo. The man had red hair standing upright, and his eyebrows were full of vigor. It seemed respectful, but it was actually disrespectful. General Luo suppressed his anger. You are so arrogant. Take good care of yourself. There was a shout behind him. The new Major General, who was in charge of the front line, did not hide the bad feelings in his words. I'm looking forward to seeing you again in Central City. Memories flowed. Admiral Luo's chest was choked. He held Rhodes' hand tightly, as if holding his hope for the rest of his life. As long as Rhodes succeeds in becoming the mayor of Central City, everything is not over yet. So annoying. Sitting cross-legged on the white cashmere carpet, Robin opened the gift box. You don't make progress every day. And you are a heretic. He imitated his father's tone and said sarcastically, this life is over. On the way back just now, I saw the intelligent humanoid robot Nono. She is the cooking robot of the Luo family, and can cook 1,000 dishes. Robin knew it as soon as he saw her. The old man will stay at home today. This is really not good news. He hates eating with the head of the Luo family the most. The old man has a bad temper. and will scold him for no reason when he is in a bad mood. Crazy in old age. Or maybe he should just pretend to be sick and not go out. Robin brought out the small plate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. It really is a human finger. His eyes gleamed. And then narrowed. Heresy. What does it mean to be a heretic? Every day they say he is a heretic. So he will be a heretic to show them. They don't want a normal son. Let's see what they will do if he turns into a zombie and eats people. It is said that only when you lose something will you regret it and know how to cherish it. Cry, beg, wail. But no matter what, he will not forgive those who have hurt his fragile heart. Especially old man Luo. He climaxed in his head. Robin is going to start eating. It is decided that if anyone makes him angry in the future, he will go crazy and eat human flesh on the spot. However, you have to accept the taste first. Otherwise, if you accidentally spit it out, all your efforts will be in vain. He picked up something that looked like a ring finger with his hand, closed his eyes, and put it in his mouth. Chew slowly. Chew. Kuewu was pulling out a chair when the call from the capital star came. There were a few home-cooked dishes he had just made on the table. Mayor Lu, Mila, and Bird would come to eat in a while. Celebrate the restaurant's first order. Is this a AAA delicious restaurant? The tone on the other end of the phone was suffocating. Yes. 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 A customer called? Kuewu quickly responded. We are a AAA delicious restaurant. Swindlers? As soon as Kuewu finished speaking, a thunderous roar came from the receiver, and Kuewu felt that he had tinnitus and deafness for a moment. Has he practiced the roar of the Vidral lion? My mother is right. All businessmen are swindlers. All businessmen are swindlers. Excuse me, is there anything wrong with the dishes? Kuewu was afraid of messing up. Or, if you have any opinions, I will help you convey them. You are not the boss? The man was slightly discouraged. As if a ball of force hit cotton. Yeah. The customer was so angry. Kuewu was so scared. He didn't even dare to say that he was the chef. And he quickly made up a vest for himself. I am a clerk. Call your boss out. The customer was brewing a new wave of anger. I don't talk to small characters. In this case, should I give the phone to Luli? What's wrong? Lucky Luli walked in by chance. She arrived early. Kuewu pointed at the mobile phone provided by the restaurant with a look of horror. This customer will not ask them to refund the money. Right? After all, what he bought was 5 white radish strips with a few drops of ketchup. Lucky Luli understood what Kuewu meant and reached out to take the phone. He spoke calmly. Hello? I am the owner of AAA Delicious Restaurant. The voice traveled through light years and came into Robin's ears from the receiver. His tense expression relaxed at once. He was stunned. He felt numb all over. The voice of the female boss? He loves her a little bit. Chapter 11. Hello? There was no sound from the other end of the receiver. Luli was wondering. Robin's heart was moved. The boss's voice was soft and sweet. So gentle. Robin knew as soon as she heard it that it was definitely not her fault. Among them, could there be any misunderstanding? Ask first. Hello. Robin pinched out a bubble. The customer finally spoke. Is there anything wrong with the food? Luli communicated immediately. Robin used chopsticks to move the fingers in the box. The taste of the food seems to be not right. What's wrong specifically? No. It shouldn't be. The ingredients are freshly purchased every day. Never overnight. This dish was also made by Luli watching from the side. It's impossible to spoil. Fingers? How come they taste like white radish? Human blood? How come they taste like ketchup? When talking to Luli, Robin was much more tactful and didn't directly accuse him of fraud and black shop. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Luli smiled and replied, the raw materials are Interstellar ecological white radish and red fluffy tomatoes. No. Robin felt that he needed to slow down. Did he buy the wrong one? He opened the interface of AAA Delicious Restaurant, and the picture of the dish on it was indeed a human finger. Purgatory Chef Kuation's private dish. Crispy fingers. There was also a headshot of the chef below. Kuewu was on top. His face was hideous, and he was holding a kitchen knife. This was obviously a zombie that feeds on human flesh. And then, he was told that this guy was a vegetarian. The private dish was white radish? Isn't this a real human finger? Robin asked a soul-searching question. No. Lu Li's words sounded more and more annoying. Ours are food toys. Made of radish and ketchup. Processed artistically. 5 radish strips processed artistically. You want to sell me 998 star coins? Robin finally woke up from the sweet voice. The sweeter the voice, the more ruthless the person. Anger filled his head all of a sudden. When he was angry, his IQ took over. Are you crazy about money? Robin's voice broke. Yes, he has money. And his money was blown by the wind. But he won't let his money be blown away by the wind. Food has a price. But art is priceless. Lu Li remained calm. Our chef carved such a lifelike work of art with his hands. How can it not be worth 998 star coins? And you, my distinguished guest, are you also impressed by its charm? So you chose to place an order? Kuei-wu heard Lu Li seriously praising what he made as a work of art. He held his chin with fists and nodded hurriedly. One side agreed. The other side was furious. Robin was so angry that he was about to explode. Who the hell knew it was a carrot? Who would buy it if they knew? He wanted to buy real human flesh. Fraud. This is a blatant fraud. Robin stopped pretending and tore off his face completely. You AAA delicious restaurant are selling dog meat under the guise of sheep meat. Selling carrots at the price of human flesh. I'm going to sue you. Revoke your business license. We have marked it. Lu Li said without any fear. There is a line of small words in the lower right corner of the picture of the dish. And the ingredients and everything are clearly shown. Robin was stunned. He immediately enlarged the picture. What a lie. It was indeed written. But his interface was enlarged to the size of a wall. He could only see these words. It would be even more impossible to see them clearly when he was browsing on his computer. He suffered a loss and felt uncomfortable. Before he could curse, Lu Li added another stab. In addition, our private dishes are certified by the Interstellar Culinary Association and are completely legal for adult citizens over 18 years old in Shanghai. Otherwise, how can you see the dishes in our restaurant? She said innocently, still looking like a victim. Okay. Robin gritted his teeth. All the new and old hatreds were put on Lu Li. Sure enough, women with nice voices are not good. For example, her ex-girlfriend. For example, the owner of this AAA delicious restaurant. They can all make excuses. Do you have any other questions? Lu Li hung up the phone in a hurry. Who do you think you are talking to? Low pressure. Lu Li was stunned. The calm before the storm. Mila and Bird had arrived. And with Kuei-wu, there were 3 zombies staring at her, waiting for her to eat together. If there is no other problem. Lu Li hadn't finished speaking yet. I'm going to give you a bad review. I give you 1 star. I make you fall to the bottom. Dare to mess with me? Do you know who I am? You don't deserve to know. Because you will eventually pay the price for your arrogance. The price of blood. Right now. You probably haven't tasted the beating of the Interstellar Society yet? You will soon know what the consequences of offending someone you shouldn't offend are. My anger will burn you and your newly opened AAA restaurant to ashes. Imagine how it feels to have half a lifetime of hard work turned into nothing. You. Beep. Busy tone. There are still many words. Unfortunately, Lu Li didn't have the patience to listen to the end. She put her phone aside. Sit down to eat. Is this man's age multiplied by 2 bigger than her shoe size? The customer seems very angry. Kuei-wu carefully watched Lu Li's face. The quality of the restaurant's mobile phones is not good. And there is a serious sound leakage. They all heard Robin's rapid fire. Don't worry about him. Lu Li didn't care. He said he would give a bad review. Kuei-wu still cared. It will affect the restaurant's search ranking. Do you think our restaurant has a ranking now? Lu Li asked back. Kuei-wu. That's true. And if he wants to give a bad review, he has to confirm receipt first. Lu Li picked up a bean sprout with chopsticks. So tender. But if the receipt is confirmed, it means 998 star coins. And the restaurant will make a profit. They will not lose money anyway. Hearing Lu Li say this, Kuei-wu also put down his hanging heart. Sure enough, not long after, there was a ding sound. Your restaurant account has received 998 star coins. Didn't you see that this customer is also a man of action? With strong execution ability? After a while, you have a new review. Robin typed 1,000 words of curses in the review column. Just when he was about to send it, the system actually reminded him that he had exceeded the word limit. Shit? Are you kidding me? How could this happen? It turns out that this is because the rating of AAA delicious restaurants is too low. That's why there is a word limit. Shit! Robin could only delete and reduce it, and then send it. But his anger was not completely vented with the appearance of the negative review. Looking at the empty negative review in the store reviews, he always felt that the hateful restaurant owner had not received the punishment she deserved. Just let it go. It seems that he is a bit thunderous, but not raining? Huh? Robin gritted his teeth. Just wait. Congratulations on the opening of our restaurant. Luli raised his glass. They usually don't drink. But everyone is happy today. So Bird bought a bottle of red wine from the convenience store. Bring it to drink together. The price of red wine is very expensive, which can be regarded as a small luxury. Mayor Lu is still amazing. With Mayor Lu's leadership, I believe our city will definitely develop better and better. Mila's chief Lu fan, in the past, was more or less false. But this time, it was sincere. I agree. After a few drinks, Bird's cheeks flushed. I didn't think highly of Mayor Lu's vision at first, and I always felt that this so-called private dish was too ridiculous. Bird shook his head. Now I know that Mayor Lu is unfathomable. I punished myself with 3 more glasses of wine. He drank them all in one gulp. The living environment made him depressed in the first half of his life. And this time, he indulged himself with the help of alcohol. Mayor Lu also helped me find the direction of my life. Since Bird has expressed his opinion, Kuewu will not pretend anymore. I used to make jokes and live in a muddle-headed way, just thinking about living one day at a time. But since I came to AAA good delicious restaurant as a chef, I suddenly feel that everything I do is meaningful. I can feel the same happiness if I make every dish well and let the people who eat it like it. Kuewu put his hands together. This is mainly about Lu Li's evaluation of him as an artist. So cool. As for the jumping customer, if the dishes he made were not too realistic, how could the customer feel cheated? That is also Kuewu's ability. Looking at the 3 citizens, they all have some life insights to a certain extent. Lu Li felt very relieved. The mayor's mobile phone made a notification sound. Character upgrade. Bird LV11 upgraded to LV12. Attribute upgrade. Mira LV3 upgraded to LV5. Attribute upgrade. Kuewu LV3 upgraded to LV8. Attribute upgrade. So this is how residents upgrade. It seems that thinking is necessary. As long as the residents can understand something, it will be good for them. After upgrading, all indexes will be improved, which can help them become better people. The specific improvement depends on the initial attributes. You can study it carefully at that time. Help residents find interests and strengths. There is no rush for this. Take your time. In fact, the biggest problem now is that although the restaurant has opened the first order, it is unknown when the next order will be opened. It seems to be useful for the time being. How to use the limited star coins to let more target customers see their restaurant is what Lu Li needs to consider. Kuewu's dishes taste good. In addition to private dishes, restaurants can also put home-cooked dishes on the shelves. Stimulate customer demand. After all, home-cooked dishes are the bulk of the ready-to-eat food market. If they need to operate for a long time, they can't let go of this share. As for the bad reviews, they have to think of a good way to reply, quibble. The opening banquet is coming to an end. Everyone has almost finished eating. Go back and take a rest. Then you can prepare for the afternoon work. Then we stop here first? Lu Li said the closing words. Okay, Mayor Lu. Let's go. Mila helped the drunk Bird up, and Kuewu cleaned up the dishes. Just 2 seconds after the voice fell. You have a new order. Crispy pointing one the restaurant's mobile phone rang. Everyone was stunned. A new order came so quickly? This speed? No one expected it. But this signal was not the end, but a beginning. In the next few dozen seconds, the restaurant's mobile phone was like diarrhea. You have a new order. You have a new. You have. You have. You have a new order. You have a new. You have a new order of crispy fingers 1 serving. You have a new order of fragrant meat 1 serving. The restaurant's mobile phone rang for 55 times before it stopped. Kuewu was already scared. Lu Li picked up the phone. He took a look. The order addresses of these orders all came from the same place. The Capital Star. Chapter 12. 1 order is worth 998 star coins. And the customer from the Capital Star placed 55 orders in a row. A total of 54,890 star coins. Lu Li took all the orders one by one. Kuewu's heart was trembling, and his hands were shaking. Mayor, I can't make so many orders in a day. Kuei-Wu was scared. 5 at most. It's the limit. He is a zombie. Not a robot. It doesn't matter. Luli handed the restaurant's mobile phone to Kuei-Wu. Just send more than 2 orders a day. Is it still possible? Call me if you have any questions. Or come to the city hall to see me. After saying that, Luli left. It was Robin who placed the order. And he completely lost his mind. Why place the orders separately? The reason is very simple. Each order can be evaluated once. He wants to fill a whole page of negative reviews on AAA delicious restaurants. The boss can find a way to delete 1 or 2 reviews. If there are dozens of reviews, he wants to see what she can do. After doing these things, he felt a little relieved. Not so depressed. Just then, Nono came to call him to eat. He went out and took a few bites to show that he had finished eating. Admiral Luo hadn't spoken yet. The target slipped away. After returning to the room, Robin turned on his phone and started his big project of bad reviews. A flash of inspiration came to him. Wait! It seems that you have to confirm receipt before writing a bad review. But if you confirm receipt, won't the money go into the pocket of the restaurant owner? 998 star coins per order. He sat up in shock from his dying illness. And he flipped through the orders one by one. And blood flowed backwards all over his body. All orders showed. Merchant has accepted the order. Food is being prepared. Fuck. All accepted? Wanted to click on refund. But found that the refund button was gray. Cannot refund. What the hell? Is it a bug? He called the manual customer service number. I want a refund. I bought the wrong one. Robin was very angry. Okay. Which order do you want to refund? Just placed. 55 orders? All of them need to be refunded. Is it okay for him to stop playing? Please wait. 10 seconds later, the customer service came back. Sorry. Sir, you can't refund the 55 orders you placed. Robin gritted his teeth. What did you say? After checking, these are all private dishes. Once the merchant accepts the order, the platform does not support refunds unless there are special circumstances. What special circumstances? For example, the merchant fails to deliver the goods within the specified time limit, or the merchant applies for withdrawal from the store, etc. It's definitely impossible to deliver. How can she handle 55 orders a day? Robin ignited the hope of getting his money back. The delivery time of these 2 private dishes of AAA Hiyomaishi restaurant is up to 30 days. If it has not been delivered for more than 30 days, the platform can refund you at that time. What about growing radishes now? The platform protects the original dishes of merchants. Because once some dishes are prepared, materials will be consumed, which is a loss for merchants. So we do not support refunds immediately after placing an order. There have been incidents of malicious orders and refunds before, which have damaged the enthusiasm of original private dishes restaurants and directly set the overall level of the entire Shanghai cooking industry back 20 years. The losses caused by this cannot be simply measured in money. The customer service was hinting at something, with some ulterior motives. Malicious order? Robin was called out. Who are you talking about? Oh, of course I'm not talking about you. It's the vicious competition between some restaurants. So, we have officially closed the refund channel for now. And I hope you can understand. The customer service comforted Robin. If you really want a refund, you can contact the merchant and let the merchant take the initiative to refund you. I have no shame. You give me your money back now. Right now. Right now. Robin was stubborn. Sorry. I can't give up. Do you know who I am? Robin threatened. The second young master of General Luo's family. Robin, you really know? A memory suddenly came to mind. I want to buy it. I want to buy it. Buy it for me. He hugged the beautiful woman's thigh and refused to let go. At that time, he had just been captured and taken back to the central city of the capital star. He felt wronged. I saw the latest Interstellar super lightspeed spaceship in an advertisement, which was worth 5 million star coins. I want it. As long as you don't get into trouble within a month. I buy it for you. Chinsher pressed his temple. The son she gave birth to is just this promising. Why can't he compare to the son born to Luo Laoda's ex-wife, who died early? Okay. You said? 1 month is 1 month. But now it's only been 10 days. Remembering the agreement with his mother, Robin's heart was pounding. No. That's not me. He hung up the phone. The customer service of this platform knew his true identity. It is very likely that Miss Chin has planted spies in there. If he acts recklessly, he might be counted as causing trouble. Then the super lightspeed spacecraft will be ruined? It was a close call. He almost lost the big picture because of the small one. Fortunately, he was smart. Ding! The food you ordered from Fayyaw Star has been delivered, young master. 2 meals you ordered have arrived. The housekeeper knocked on the door. The box was beautifully packaged, and you couldn't tell what was inside from the outside. Robin rolled his eyes. Anyway, he was free anyway, so he might as well find some fun that he didn't want to care about. Robin sent it? Jindy put on her lipstick and sipped it. Yes, miss. The maid put down the beautifully wrapped paper box. The sender and the address were not hidden, so they could be seen. Jindy had also heard about Robin being captured and taken back to the capital planet. But considering that the two sides had a very unpleasant breakup, and their elders also disliked each other, it basically established the ending of never seeing each other again. She really didn't expect that Robin would give her a gift? Do you want to get back together? Impossible. There was a card on the gift box. Jindy picked it up and frowned. This is a bunch of bullshit. If I become a zombie, will you still love me? Robin. Sick. Jindy hit the nail on the head. Open it. The maid obeyed the order. The moment the gift box was opened, the person who opened the box couldn't help but cover his mouth and scream. Ah! Jindy turned her head and took a look. She was also frightened. She turned the card over. There were a few more lines of words on the back. I miss you so much, but I'm afraid I can't help hurting you. So I cut off my left hand. If someone is willing to cut off a hand for me. Jindy propped up the dressing table with her arms. Try not to fall down. Ha ha ha. Robin sank into the sofa. His legs crossed on the coffee table, holding a bag of Cheetos in his hand. He watched the cartoon on the projection screen and laughed so hard that he completely forgot about the prank he had just done. The housekeeper came over and whispered something in his ear. What? Robin was stunned. Really? Yes. Miss Jindy is in the living room. Robin stood up and put his legs down. Huh? She will come? She really came. Okay. Take her to the reception room first. I'd be there in a minute. Robin was very excited. There was just a box of delicious meat left. Jindy, the bad woman, was in luck. The housekeeper followed Robin's order and led Jindy to the reception room. When they arrived at the door, they found it closed. They checked their phone and found that the eldest Master Rod was inside accepting an interview with the media. So he took Jindy to the lounge next door to wait. The servant ran in and told him that the lady called him over for an urgent matter. He sent a message to Robin and hurried over. Hashtag in the reception room. Lu Mengxian, a reporter from Tomorrow's Star, the largest media and entertainment company in the capital Star, was conducting a comprehensive and detailed interrogation of Rod, the mayor candidate of the central city. The questions were too cross-border, almost dancing in a minefield. So much so that even Rod, a well-known upper-class and well-educated masked man, was about to collapse emotionally. Mr. Rod, you have been single for a long time. Do you often feel lonely? No. Have you ever thought about finding a partner? What kind of girl do you like? The audience in front of the screen could not hide their excitement when they heard these questions, especially the young girls in the central city. They all screamed excitedly. Rod is so handsome. This program is called The Real Mayor. As the name suggests, it focuses on taking people by surprise and tearing off their disguises. Live broadcast to show the audience the real life of the mayoral candidates in the central city. Because the influence of Tomorrow's Star is so wide, even the TV towers of some desolate small stars can receive their signals. And the mayoral election is in full swing. For a time, the citizens paid great attention to it. Not only are they curious about the voters themselves, but they are also peeping at the secrets behind these proud children. The first guest of the real mayor, that is, the candidate who was originally unknown, ranked 20th from the bottom. And no one could even pronounce his name correctly. Not only did his popularity rise by 3 places on the morning of the second day after the show was broadcast, but his latest voter support rate miraculously rose to 9th place. Now, even the old lady Wang, who has poor hearing, can chat with young people. Grandson, when voting for the mayor, let's vote for Li Shouqing. Grandma, do you know Li Shouqing? He's good, old lady Wang said. Li Shouqing is a good man. He helps his wife cook at home. Old man Wang's mouth twitched unconsciously. I help you tomorrow. It also has an educational effect. Who could have thought of it? It can be said that based on the program The Real Mayor alone, the number of letters and calls from citizens received by Mingrik Singshi every day is almost overwhelming the company. Among them was a letter from Old Lady Wang. The response was so enthusiastic that it far exceeded everyone's expectations. So the program producers decided to strike while the iron was hot. And the company's top management also approved a huge amount of funds to add 100,000 large outdoor advertising screens, which were broadcasted in rotation all day. At first, they only dared to find candidates with no background to test the waters. But now that the program has become popular, they don't need to ask for help anymore. In order to avoid being forgotten by voters, other mayoral candidates will take the initiative to come to the door. The media company gained attention and ratings. And the candidates also got exposure and showed their own image. It's a win-win situation. There's really no reason to refuse. Because refusing is like closing a window for yourself. Even if you're unhappy, you have to put on a good show on the surface. From visiting to being interviewed. Lu Mengxian, a reporter from Tomorrow's Star, only gave Rhodes 5 minutes to react. Suits, shirts, ties, and hair wax. Are Mr. Rhodes's dressing preferences? Lu Mengxian asked with a smile. You usually dress so formally at home? Do you think it's possible? Isn't it to guard against you? Of course. Rod couldn't say it out loud. Yes, I like it very much. What about when you sleep? Will you change into pajamas or sleep naked? Lu Mengxian didn't give Rod a chance to breathe. 3 cameras occupied the living room of the Luo family, broadcasting the interview process from 3 corners. The terrifying machine with ultra-high precision can take pictures of the pores on the face clearly. But Rod couldn't find a single pore on his face. He perfectly inherited the beauty of his biological mother. But at this moment, his expression revealed a bit of the madness that only the Luo family can have. Reporter Lu, do you want to dig out what brand of toilet paper I usually use? Rhodes was trying his best to restrain himself. At this moment, he and Robin were unexpectedly like brothers. Lu Mengxian laughed awkwardly. Haha. Mr. Rhodes is quite humorous. The female reporter smiled apologetically, but complained in her heart. What do you think I want to ask? She secretly spread out her palm, where there were a lot of densely packed gossip and privacy questions. Although she didn't ask all of them, she asked more than half of them. It can be regarded as completing the task indicators assigned to her by the company. Right? She was about to finish. We have one last question here, and I want to hear Mr. Rhodes's opinion. Rhodes, if it's still some boring questions that are not related to the central city, I have nothing to say. Falling out of favor. Then let's talk about something serious. Lu Mengxian said seriously, we all know that in recent years, alien pollution incidents have become more and more serious on many planets. And countless humans have become zombie monsters. In areas occupied by gray fog, the Federation's usual solution is to abandon the planet and relocate. Although it sounds far away from us, if one day it really happens in the central city, how will Mr. Rhodes deal with it? Lu Mengxian stared at Rhodes. In fact, this is what she really wanted to ask as a current affairs reporter. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Rhodes felt that she was different from before. This question is sensitive and sharp. If you don't answer it well, you will fall into the trap. But he answered this question perfectly. If I am the mayor of the central city, such a thing will never happen. Before Lu Mengxian could react, the door of the conference room was kicked open rudely. A strange creature with a bloody face rushed out from the door. He had a bandage on his left hand and a piece of meat in his right hand. He grinned and shouted, "Provoke! Zombies are coming!" At this moment, all the eyes of the entire Shanghai stopped for him. The camera was professional. The 3 cameras took a close-up of his face in seconds. Robin's expression changed from ferocious to confused. All the strength in his body seemed to be drained. There are so many people. JPG. The bloody piece of meat in his hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. What's going on? Robin was petrified. Did he open the wrong door? Chapter 13. The Real Mayor. Interview with Admiral Luo's eldest son Rod pushed the already popular program to a new height. The first half was interesting gossip about Rod's privacy, and the audience stickiness was already very strong. At the end, not many people left. So, the last special performance was fully presented in front of 1 billion viewers. It caused a landslide and tsunami-like uproar. Admiral Luo was rushed to the hospital without a breath. Rod's mood was still stable, pretending, and his popularity rose slightly. from the original 3rd place to the 2nd place. But the voter support rate fell from 2nd to 6th, picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. A textbook case. Please vote for Rod. Enthusiastic fans handed out flyers for him. Rod? Passerby A tried hard to recall this face. He's the one who keeps zombies at home. Passerby B interrupted. Oh, I remember. No vote. Thanks for your recommendation. Don't recommend it again next time. After all, he said that if he became the mayor, the central city would not be polluted. And naturally there would be no zombies. Then, a creature that looked like a zombie rushed into the camera and screamed. Never mind if it was real or not. The sound was heard after all. And my face hurt. Miss Jean immediately used her family connections to delete the live broadcast of Tomorrow's Star Knowledge. But she couldn't resist the enthusiasm of 10 billion star citizens who wanted to burn Robin on the stake. The screen was recorded or filmed on the spot. The emoticons of the person involved went viral on the largest forum in the Star Xinjiang. Hundreds of thousands of pages of posts. Hired 100 college students as temporary administrators to delete it. It was impossible to delete it all. Oh my God! The zombies are coming! When Robin jumped out and said this, Carl happened to be at the airport, as the busiest place in the city's traffic routes. It was rare to have a large screen to play the real mayor. Carl looked up. Robin's exaggerated expression was absurd and funny. But he didn't feel relieved at all. His heart twitched violently. It seemed that something was about to burst out. The pain spread all over his body, and also coated his memory with unspeakable bitterness. Late at night the day before yesterday, he was carrying out a mission on the JL-25 Ring Star. He encountered gray fog unexpectedly. The alien spikes in the fog pierced his heart. After supporting himself and returning to the base, he was not given treatment, but a dose of poison. The person in charge of the base piled up the bodies of him and his dead companions, who still had a trace of like throwing away garbage, and dragged them to the pollution treatment plant for incineration. How many died this time? 35. Desperately trying to survive, Carl escaped while the guards were not paying attention. He took off his military uniform and disguised himself. The once favored son of heaven now looked like a homeless person. Sir? The ticket seller asked for the 2nd time. Where are you going? Sir? At the same time, her eyes were more inquiring. Usually, people who hesitated at the port were either runaways or wanted fugitives. Her hand was already on the alarm button. Shanghai wanted to make more people have jobs. Even though technology has long been highly intelligent, many primitive jobs have been retained. But these idle positions are usually reserved for the privileged class. Let them have something to do, and they can be decent to say, and they don't have to worry about their brains. Carl came back to his senses and looked at the full map of the starry sky. The light was shining, and the stars were bright. There were billions of planets in the line, flickering, and the brighter the light, the more prosperous the planet. The capital star was the brightest one in this vast sea of stars. Just like the lies that Rhodes said on the big screen to whitewash the piece. Central City is a pure land that will never be polluted. There was a star near the edge, slowly blinking at him. The light was weak, but it was also trying to emit light. It was just a moment. Carl made a decision. Here. He moved his lips, and his lips were pale and peeling. There is only one teleportation point on this star. That means there is only one city on the star that can be reached. His finger moved away from the alarm button. 500 star coins. The ticket seller defaulted to the best-selling Sonic spacecraft. This is the choice of most people. Depending on the specific distance, it can take up to 1 day to arrive. Carl searched his pockets. He took out a few crumpled banknotes. Please help me change it to Shanghai ship. He handed over the money. A car turned into a tricycle. The ticket seller rolled his eyes to the back of his head. God! There are such poor people in a first-class city? He gave him a most primitive and almost obsolete boat ticket in a bad mood. He threw it towards the window. The force was too strong, and the boat ticket flew out like a card and fell to the ground in the distance. Carl walked over and picked it up silently. There was the name of the destination on it. Gutan City. It had been 4 hours since the lunch gathering to celebrate the restaurant's first order. Because Fei Yao Star was more remote than the average desolate star, there was not even a TV signal tower, resulting in the semi-isolated Gutan City being completely unaware of what was happening outside. Just like, I am not in the martial arts world, but legends about me have spread in the martial arts world. Luli sat at his desk with the mayor's mobile phone spread out on the table. The upper left corner shows that the current city level is LV3. The experience bar below is only 1/3 full. And today is the 4th day of the city level upgrade from LV2 to LV3. That is to say, there may be 2 or 3 days before the city is upgraded again. Saturday, April 6th. 6,666. Luli's temples jumped twice. I still have to go to work on Saturday. Shanghai generally practices a 6-day work week, which is similar to her world. She wanted to bring a different weekend experience to the city. But taking a holiday meant that wages would be paid and city maintenance fees would be charged, which was not conducive to the early development of the city and increased the risk of her death. So, Luli temporarily suppressed this idea and waited for the right time to innovate. The 998 star coins received from the first order of the restaurant just now, minus the cost of food raw materials, made a net profit of 988. It was a perfect end to the restaurant's 3-day loss every day. In addition, the operation of the entire city now relies solely on the profits of Bird Convenience Store. Due to the level and function of the convenience store, the net profit of the convenience store has fluctuated between 400 and 700 star coins per day in the past few days. The city's labor expenditure is stable at 114 to 117 star coins. The city maintenance fee has increased from 115 to 175 because a new restaurant has been added. As a business building, the water and electricity cost of the convenience store is 30 star coins, while the restaurant is as high as 60 star coins. From a long-term perspective, the earning potential of restaurants must be greater than that of convenience stores, even without the blessing of evil ways. The total amount of the city is now 2,280 star coins. It can be used for many things, but Luli has not yet decided. Once the first order is placed, the restaurant will no longer sink to the bottom of the sea. There will be a small amount of exposure. Maybe we can take this opportunity to put home-cooked dishes on the menu? Thinking about it, Luli went to the restaurant to find Kui Wu. He was busy in the kitchen. Luli picked up the restaurant's mobile phone. In a short while, 2 orders were shown as delivered, but there was no confirmation of receipt. The delivery period is long, and the delivery period is naturally long. Automatic delivery takes at least 7 days. There are 53 orders left, all waiting in line for delivery. Luli was stunned. Did he really place an order? She originally thought that this customer was just venting his anger, wanting to place an order and then cancel it, making her happy for nothing. But an afternoon passed, and not a single order was canceled. To write a bad review? That's too expensive. Spending a huge amount of money to scold someone. The little thing has a unique hobby. However, it may be a huge amount of money in her eyes, but it is just a small amount of pocket money for others. As a merchant, basic service attitude is still required. Moreover, this is a big customer. Luli clicked on the instant dialogue box. Hello. Are you satisfied with our food? Robin received the message, but now is not the time to read the message. His situation is a bit dangerous. Qin sat with her arms crossed, looking intimidating without getting angry. Miss Qin, who didn't curse, was more terrifying than when she cursed. Mom. Robin's mentality collapsed, and he pulled her close and knelt down. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Qin turned her face around, expressionless, like the god of death. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped. Ah! I won't dare to do it again. Robin closed his eyes in fear. After making such a big mess, he couldn't escape this beating. Why is that so? Qin's slap fell, accompanied by a scolding sound squeezed out of her teeth. Naughty? Reuben felt the flesh on one side of his cheek being pinched by slender fingers instead of the expected pain. Fuck the slap. Raised high, and then gently put down. Qin's expression was forbearing, as if she was angry, but also as if she was not happy. Some emotion that she tried her best to suppress made her mouth twitch, which was very strange. Robin's face was pinched, and his heart was cold. It's over. He made his mother angry and paralyzed. Whoa. Robin cried. I really won't dare to do it again. I regret it. Sincerely. Do you know you are wrong? Qin pulled the corner of her mouth. Yeah. Robin nodded like crazy. The little pearls fell all over the floor. Actually, it's not all your fault. Maybe you've been bored at home for too long. Qin let go, and her son's handsome face returned to normal. She shook out a silver white card from her sleeve, looked up and said, Go out and play. Robin picked up the card and was stunned. Star Gold card. The minimum limit of this card is 10 million star coins. It's like a fucking dream. Okay. Let's go. Jean-Sure waved her hand to drive him away. Robin was still confused until he was asked to leave the room. Relax and take good care of yourself. Don't worry. Everything has been handled. I have also punished Robin. The same mistake will not be made again. While Jean-Sure was typing, the housekeeper glanced at him. Yes. I punished her. I really punished her. I can prove that I punished the lady herself with a truckload of star coins. After sending a message to her husband, General Luo, Jean-Sure felt indescribably relieved. Her stupid son was finally useful. She was very relieved. He even knew the horse race of Tianji. And he traded a self-destructing truck with that wolf cub of Rhodes. It was so funny. What did the drop in the support rate of voters surnamed Luo have to do with the Cheens? The fact that her niece's votes went up was the hard truth. As for her feelings towards General Luo, liking is one thing, and benefit is another. Two different things. One thing is another. Moreover, although she was moved at first, the older Luo got, the more annoying he became. Alas, men's blooming period is too short. Has Jean D left? Jean-Sure asked the housekeeper. She called the housekeeper over because she saw Jean D coming. She wanted to ask about the situation, and see if her son's old feelings for this woman had rekindled. She always hated the Jean family. Yes, ma'am. He's gone. The housekeeper nodded. When he arrived, the bandage on Robin's left hand was loose, and there was a pool of tofu meat on the ground. Just then, Jean D cried and slapped Robin, then turned and left. He briefly described it. Jean-Sure nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that there was no chance for them to reconcile. These days, they were getting more and more hopeful. Robin looked at the gold card that appeared inexplicably in his hand, and he couldn't figure it out. But since he had money, and Miss Jean asked him to go out and play, did it mean that he could buy a car? He paid the deposit at the spaceship store. Since it was specially customized, it would take time to make. When the goods arrive, they will be automatically delivered to Robin's home. Lying in bed before going to sleep, when he saw the message sent to him by AAA Delicious Restaurant a few hours ago, Robin suddenly felt enlightened by the change in his mood and didn't want to care about it anymore. After all, it's not easy for everyone. There's no need to make it too ugly. This dish is just for appearance. He moved his fingers, satisfied. It was late at night, and the restaurant's mobile phone was in Kuewu's hand. After receiving Robin's reply, he was very excited. He needed to express his passion. So he started typing. It is my greatest pleasure to satisfy you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to make up for my shortcomings. You can tell me any requirements for the dishes. I will never let you down. The phone kept vibrating. Robin raised his eyebrows. And the other party sent a series of messages expressing his heart. Isn't it just the word satisfied? Why is he so happy? The person who sent the message nickname is Xiao Kue. Robin remembered the sweet and pretentious voice on the phone. You are so tough when you talk. But you are actually like this on the internet? In that case, I will just be your god for once. Robin not only deleted the bad review, but also kindly received the 4 orders that the restaurant had already shipped. Dang. A system notification sound of shaking money bags sounded. The restaurant's account balance suddenly increased by 39.92 star coins. Kuewu covered his mouth in disbelief, like a little girl. His heart was beating wildly. It turns out that talking like this really works. The background is a wall full of girl comics. The man's thick fingers move swiftly on the phone screen. Xiao Kue, thank you. Brother. Robin raised the corners of his mouth. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 14. April 7th. Today is a public holiday. The city is on holiday, and employees don't need to go to work. But the mayor is not on holiday. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Luli woke up in a daze. The first thing she did was to touch the mayor's mobile phone. She has become accustomed to life in Gitten City. Although she is not grand at, life forces her to be sensitive to numbers. So, when she saw the total amount of funds in the account was as high as 6442, she was immediately startled and lost all sleepiness. The convenience store performed steadily and earned 464 star coins yesterday. The restaurant's income, however, was as high as 4,990. It seems that 5 orders were received at once. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a huge sum of money falling from the sky. With money, you can develop the city. And if the city is well developed, you will have more money. Standing at the door of a real convenience store, Luli placed his finger on the convenience store icon displayed on the large screen of the mayor's mobile phone map. Clicking it will bring up an upgrade button. The cost of upgrading is twice the cost of the previous level. The initial cost of a level 1 convenience store is 2,000 star coins. To upgrade to level 2, you need 2,000 by 2, which is 4,000 star coins. Luli's fingers paused, as if she was not that rich. But there are 2 functions that can be enabled under the function column of the level 1 convenience store. The first is to add shelves. One shelf costs 100 star coins, and you can click 5 in total. The second is to use CDs for 50% of the time on all shelves. It requires 500 star coins. Both functions help reduce the complexity of Bird's work, thereby improving Bird's work experience and efficiency. So Luli spent 1,000 star coins to complete the optimization of the convenience store. Now, the convenience store in Gitten City is the top configuration among the level 1 convenience stores. Then, she came to the door of the restaurant again. The cost of the restaurant is 500 star coins, so it only takes 1,000 star coins to upgrade to a level 2 restaurant. Luli called Kuewu. After a while, Kuewu came out with panda eyes. "Didn't you sleep last night?" Luli asked. "I didn't sleep," Kuewu yawned. And he was too excited to chat with the customer brother Robin. Luli chose to upgrade the restaurant. The cost of upgrading was not high. More importantly, she wanted to see what the difference would be between a level 2 building and a level 1 building. Translucent construction workers immediately appeared around, and the restaurant's status changed to upgrading. After a round of knocking by them, the original 1-story restaurant was built with another floor, becoming a 2-story building. The original cement wall was wrapped with a circle of red square bricks, which looked much more beautiful. Wow! Kuewu's eyes lit up. Favorability of the mayor Kuewu plus 10 total value 75. Voice: God helps those who help themselves. Hard work will pay off. He rushed into the new restaurant impatiently. The entrance is still the hall, but the area is twice as large as before. There were only 2 wooden tables before, but now there are 4. An automatic stove was added to the kitchen, which can automatically make preset home-cooked meals. The staff accommodation was moved to the 2nd floor, and everything was intact and neatly arranged. There is also a private room next to it. When there are more people in the city in the future, it should be a good choice to have a meal here. Looking at the newly built restaurant, Luli was also very satisfied. She clicked on the restaurant icon and suddenly found that the level 2 restaurant had 2 new functions: farming and breeding. As the restaurant level continues to increase, more categories will be unlocked. Currently, there is only a vegetable field in the farming field. A vegetable field covers an area of 1 grid and is sold for 100 star coins. There are sheds and fish ponds in the breeding field. The shed covers an area of 1 grid and is sold for 300 star coins. The fish pond covers an area of 2 grids and is sold for 500 star coins. Since Luli was frightened by the restaurant's water bill, she immediately gave up the idea of building a fish pond. But she could build a vegetable plot and a shed. Anyway, the price is not expensive. There happened to be 1 empty space on each side of the restaurant. She faced the restaurant. She placed a vegetable plot on its right and a shed on its left. As soon as she put it down, the system prompt sounded. Special building complex farmhouse has been discovered. Effect: commodity price plus 5%. Resident sanity plus 10. City sanity minus 10 at the same time. New attributes are unlocked. Luli twitched her lips. There are new discoveries every day. Good. Very good. Live and learn. What is the sanity of residents? She asked the system. Do you know that everyone in the city is a zombie except you? Yes. She knew it on the first day. Then guess why these zombies don't go crazy? Luli was stunned. These emotions are indeed quite stable. Completely different from the zombies she remembered. Even more like normal people than some people she had seen in the previous world. But since the system said so, could it be possible that they could also go crazy? Luli was frightened by her own thoughts. She went back to look through the personal information of each resident, and indeed found the word rationality related in it. Mira, 67 plus 10 Kuewu, 56 plus 10 Bird, 89 plus 10. Everyone's ration limit is different, and the ration of normal humans usually fluctuates around 100. The higher the number, the more rational, the more stable the emotions, and the less likely it is to go crazy. The special effect of the farmhouse building complex is directly added to each resident, and the function is very powerful. Although there is no situation where residents in the city lose their minds for the time being. What if? It is always better to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Luli discovered that as long as something exists, it must be useful. Then is this city hygiene index also important? She looked serious. Oh, it seems that I can participate in a civilized city selection. The basketball court is not needed for the time being. Ignore it. A restaurant in the central city. Several girls from the Capital Star University are having a party. Those who can study in this school are either rich or noble. There is an irreconcilable contradiction between the old money and the new rich. Just like this group of girls. A group of people are obviously very repulsive to the blue-haired girl who wants to force her way in. They have different positions. So naturally they can't be real friends. What's more, she is a latecomer. She only knows to follow the pace of the rich people's new style of pretending. But she doesn't know that when she really does it, the news has lagged behind for several rounds. Give me a plate of fried dumplings and shredded sand vegetables, she said to the waiter. My brother said that nowadays rich people love to eat common people's food. They are new rich. So in order to fit in, they naturally have to be like the old rich. Jingy, do you really want to eat these? A girl who was not so close to the blue-haired girl asked her in surprise. Whether it was cheap or not was secondary. The key point was that the food made by imitating the original was not delicious. But the sharp-eyed girl leader Ginny saw through Jingy's inner thoughts at a glance. They looked down on the class that became rich by a sudden fortune. Even though they were not traditional nouveau riche, but earned a lot of money, and completed the class leap by relying on their own vision and strength. The natural contempt that comes with being born with a silver spoon in your mouth is deeply rooted. Country bumpkin. Still pretending? Ginny sneered. And seeing Jingy's embarrassed face, she knew that the fact was just as she expected. Empathy is no longer popular now. Ginny threw a big gift box on the table. It was given by Robin to Gindy. Want to keep up with the fashion? I teach you. Ginny picked up a finger and thrust it in front of Jingy. Eating people. This is the most popular thing now. No lie. Young people love to follow blindly. Especially new and exciting things. Ginny is no exception. What's more, the Xingya Forum has gone crazy. Jingy shook her head frantically and knocked away the carrot strips that Ginny put in front of her mouth. Ginny was furious. There were only a few in total. What a waste. Please. She is kind-hearted. Don't you like to pretend? I gave you a chance. But you are useless. She winked. And the girls on both sides immediately understood what she meant. They are all used to bullying others. They are also very smooth in pretending. Jingy struggled to break free from the shackles, and threw the girls on both sides aside. Okay. I can't afford to play with you. Let her go, Ginny said. Look like I want to kill her. Ginny's prank failed. And she felt bored when she saw Jingy's idiotic look. She waved her hand. Let's go. The followers immediately picked up their bags and surrounded her and left. They left her behind again. In an instant, grievance and sadness filled Jingy's heart. Her brother ordered her to integrate into Ginny's circle. The Jean family is an old noble family in Central City. If they can have a good relationship with them, it will be directly beneficial to the Jing family. Why put such a heavy burden on her? She really hates pretending. And she doesn't want to force herself to be friends with people she doesn't like. Jingy lay on the table and cried. And she hated herself for being so unpromising. The family environment for many years made her suppress her true inner thoughts. And she could only follow suit and meet one request after another. She had cried enough. And she could no longer be willful. Maybe she was not brave enough. She raised her head and looked carefully at the paper box in front of her. AAA delicious restaurant. Jingy searched on Star Group. And soon, the two signature dishes came into view. Buy a box. Then apologized to Ginny and placed the order. Coincidentally, because of Robin's video, a trend of imitating zombies eating people has been set off among young people. But they can't really eat human flesh. And according to reliable sources, Robin only eats things that look like human flesh. Originally, it was the only one in the Star Group. But profit-seeking imitators smelled the smell and came again. The tide that pushed forward. Horror food toys have become the hottest at the moment. It also allowed the initiator of this incident to enjoy the dividends. Kuewu was lying on the bed with his legs crossed, reading a comic book. Today he was resting and comfortable. The traffic came in waves. and the system of AAA good food restaurant was blown up. Looking at the increasing number of orders, Kuewu's mind was full of alarm bells. Help! Xiao Kue, do you really want to buy crispy fingers? Kuewu directly gave the mayor's phone to Luli. This was too weird, and he couldn't figure it out. Luli was afraid that the customer would misunderstand again. After all, the words on her raw materials were too small. The bad reviews finally disappeared, and she didn't want to repeat the same mistake. A customer, yes. That's right. Xiao Kue, crispy fingers are made of white radish. A customer, I bought white radish. Luli was speechless, but she couldn't ask every customer. So, she re-edited the pictures. She made the fonts of white radish, ketchup, tofu, and other healthy raw materials very large. It was only half an hour after the change. Thank you. The business is even more popular. No one gets rich without unexpected wealth. Monday, April 8th. Luli brought Mila to help Kuewu with the order. The two were eager to try, and were ready to show their skills. The first thing the restaurant did every day when it opened was to purchase goods. Important raw materials. Interstellar ecological white radish. The price a few days ago was 1 star coin per stick. Now its price is 800 star coins per half stick. Looking at the numbers on the purchase machine, everyone was silent. Bargaining with the machine is impossible. The market has always determined prices based on supply and demand. Luli pointed to the vegetable field outside. He suggested, how about we plant some too? Chapter 15. These orders are very unusual. Except for the first day. The strange customer from the capital planet placed 55 more orders after the first order. 4 orders have been shipped, and 51 orders are left. The remaining 75 orders are scattered from various planets. The inexplicable 99 plus under the order column makes the AAA delicious restaurant staff, who are seriously understaffed, feel helpless. Kuewu couldn't stand up. He didn't know how much he missed the carefree self who slept on the restaurant table. We were going to do a big job today. But the sudden appearance of the sky-high priced radishes in the morning really shocked everyone. The white radishes that were cut the day before yesterday have not been processed yet. They are not rotten, but they have lost some moisture. Customers can't tell if they use them to cook. However, their private dishes are high-end, and in order to avoid damaging the image of the restaurant, Luli has set a rule for the restaurant that overnight ingredients cannot be used. Buy now, cook now, and ship now. The 3 principles of now. As for whether to buy now, Luli said that she would think about it before making a decision. So, work was suspended. Kuewu had a rare moment of leisure, and enjoyed a short day of leisure time. Tofu 600, radish 800. Even the price of the red fluffy tomatoes as a side dish was raised to 300. Luli was very upset, thinking that they spent a lot of time and effort to carve it. But they might as well just make money by reselling the original ingredients. But in order to make a deal, they had to buy it. Isn't that infuriating? Using the leftover ingredients from the day before yesterday, Luli immediately gave up the idea. Smelled the sleeves. Fortunately, there was no smell of money. She felt ashamed of the ugly capitalist idea that came out of nowhere in her mind. After all, once a person loses his conscience, he can make a lot of money. Once his conscience is completely gone, he can make more. After leaving the restaurant, Mira went back to the city hall to work, and Luli went to a convenience store. It was not a special farmer's market, so the probability of buying what she wanted was very small. But she still asked Bird to try to see if he could buy some vegetable seeds and agricultural tools from overseas. Since they had spent star coins to buy the vegetable garden, they had to make good use of it. Maybe if they grow well, they will be self-sufficient in the future. They will no longer be strangled by the price of external trade. Of course, she also asked Bird about the planets, where the customers who placed these orders were from. As expected, without exception, these were all famous stars in the star sea. Several star circles are basically around the capital star. There are also some that are not around. But in terms of comprehensive strength, they are also very powerful star circles. They are other economic centers in the starry sky. It is conceivable that people who can live on such planets must have a good life. One of the planets is even next to Bird's home planet. He remembers it clearly. The economic development levels of the 2 planets were comparable at that time. They were even jokingly called mirror twins. When Bird was at the stock exchange, he was very busy at work and rarely had a rest. He once traveled to another planet with his family. Now I miss it very much when I think about it. Unfortunately, the same planet has different fates. His home planet suddenly erupted in global disaster-level pollution. Since then, he has been displaced. Until now, he is the only one left. Luli saw that Bird was in a low mood, and she didn't expect to ask for information and inadvertently touched his sad story. She felt deeply guilty. You are not alone. Me, Mila, and Kuewu are all your family. She patted Bird's shoulder. Kitten City is your home. Bird didn't say anything, but nodded slightly. When he was sad, it was okay if no one comforted him. When someone comforted him, onion juice would enter his eyes. Emotions were released like a flood. Energy value was bubbling. Before the big man cried, Luli left the convenience store first to save his face. He changed his mind briefly. Luli was a little sober. She thought that this constant flow of traffic might be because the guests from the Capital Star recommended their restaurant to someone he knew. But no matter how popular he is, it is impossible for him to radiate to so many planets. Unless his real identity is a top celebrity. Or something big happened outside that she has no way of knowing. Now that the cost is so high, the profit margin has been greatly compressed. This business is not easy to make money. Hashtag Star Group Headquarters Building. The private kitchen department is very busy. Originally, this was a relatively quiet place in the entire company. Received 30 applications a day, at most. But since the GIF image converted from Robin's video went viral on Xingya, the number of new product applications in the private kitchen department backstage reached 500 that afternoon. Moreover, it is rising at an unprecedented and terrifying rate. This type of food has been registered. So when Star Group receives applications for similar food, it will generally approve them. With the first one, there will be the second one. They also know the fundamental reason why catering businesses flock to apply. Profitable. Usually led by huge traffic. It promotes social herd mentality and then triggers a buying frenzy. Those who react quickly eat meat, and those who react slowly eat fart. Such small fluctuations will appear every once in a while. For example, the pink pippy pig that was popular some time ago. If you tap it gently with a spoon, it will bounce back duong duong. Very chewy. It is very popular among children and parents. It is rare for them to work overtime. But it only took one night, and all the applications were processed. There has never been a wave of applications like this one, allowing them to watch the sunrise hand in hand, and spend the weekend with colleagues. The door is open, and merchants are pouring in. Horror food and toys. Track. Capital saw a way to make money and flocked in. A large number of speculators poured in a short period of time, driving up the prices of all items on this line. Just as I was preparing to do a big job. At this time, someone called. You unscrupulous businessmen with no bottom line. You sell everything to make money. My son Zilong has been crying since he came back from school today. I asked him why, but he didn't tell me. Later, I asked him for a long time, and found out that he said he saw his classmates buy human flesh from you. It's fatal. Is there still a king's law? Is there still a law? You dare to openly sell human flesh. My child was scared to tears. Shanghai is not a lawless place. God damn it. I'm going to call the police and arrest you all. The man was on the phone. The customer service colleague who received the call was confused. But he quickly reacted. It's like this. Zilong's father. First of all, we are not a merchant, but a food ordering platform. Secondly, our platform absolutely abides by the law and regulations, and will never allow merchants under the platform to sell contraband such as human flesh. Please believe us on this point. From your description, I dare to speculate that your child's classmates must have bought the most popular horror food toys nowadays. Horror food toys are private dishes that have been officially certified by us. The ingredients used are all fresh and safe, and will never harm your health. In addition, horror food toys have age restrictions. According to the current information protection barriers of Shanghai, minors' accounts will not be able to receive related push notifications. So your child's classmates may have used adult accounts to successfully place orders. We sincerely apologize for indirectly scaring your child, and hope you can understand. After the customer service colleague finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a few seconds. And then a new round of questioning broke out. Then you shouldn't allow such businesses to exist. Before they cook, don't they consider that minors may see these things? Take them all off the shelves immediately. If our Zilong fails to get into a good university because he was scared, I will definitely take you to court. Let you spend the rest of your life in jail. Ah, this. The customer service colleague choked. He felt something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on it. But private dishes are like this. Creative dishes. Besides, most of the horror food toys on the market are just a gimmick. At first glance, you don't even need to taste them. They just have a shape. Everyone knows that it's for novelty. In terms of craftsmanship, it can't be compared with the first store. There is basically no horror attribute. Will you really be scared? No matter what he thought. The customer service colleague couldn't refute him in person, so he could only follow his words. Okay, Mr. Zilong. We have received your request. I will promptly report this situation to colleagues in the relevant departments. Thank you for your suggestions. Is there anything else I can help you with? No more. After saying this, Mr. Zilong hung up the phone. The customer service colleague breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he responded to this enthusiastic citizen well without any major mistakes. Practice is useful, and my business level has improved a lot. You know. His palms were sweating. Then, he went to the floor of the private food department and told his colleagues, who were working overtime. When he returned to his workstation, his boss called him. He almost fainted when he looked at the computer screen. Zilong's father gave him 1 star for his service and complained about him. The description read, in action, passing the buck, he was just a customer service representative. What else could he do? It was even more unfair than Doe. Later that day, colleagues in the private food department were still working overtime. Little did they know that there was a fire in their backyard. The department head, Sister Fei, was called to the general manager's office for a talk. There was also the home cooking department head, Lao Yin, who had nothing to do with it, but forced his way in to watch the fun. The director said that all merchants' private dishes channels would be suspended for rectification. The reason was naturally the popular horror food toys. The first private dish certification application for horror food toys was approved by Sister Fei herself. She still remembered that it was a new store with a long name starting with A, because there had never been such a private dish before. When this application came out, it was inevitable that she was impressed. Alien pollution turns humans into zombies, and zombies are naturally sensitive to flesh and blood. No one wants to be a zombie, and no zombie likes to kill each other. The trajectory of fate will not deviate. If everything is going to go on the preset path, then what we eat now is no longer food and play, but the future. The original intention is to call on those in power to pay attention to the problem of alien waste pollution, and not to joke about the fate of mankind. Sister Fei believes that this not only satisfies the curiosity of a small group of people, but also the starting point of the merchants is positive and active. So, she passed it quickly. But she didn't expect that it would explode with such great energy on the internet. However, judging from the current trend, it is almost contrary to the original idea. Horror food toys are being fiercely criticized by some people. Sister Fei immediately raised objections to the director. Niche hobbies should be protected. The director could only helplessly tell her that he had tried. But Zilong Dad is not one person, but a huge group. Among them, there are many people in power. They are already putting pressure on us. All related dishes must be removed from the shelves immediately. It is strictly prohibited. Even if there is a restricted warning, it is not allowed. The main reason is that it is too popular. Things will turn against themselves when they reach the extreme. As for whether the truth of the matter frightened high school students, it is no longer important. No one cares. Alas, old Yin, who was watching the fun, cheered. Open the champagne. So good. He has long been jealous of the popularity of private dishes. He feels happy, but he has to do a good job on the surface. Ah? It's all in vain? Old Yin said with concern. Then the colleagues in the private cuisine department have worked overtime for nothing for several consecutive days? Tens of thousands of applications. You should pay more attention to the food safety issues in your department. Sister Fei has a strong personality and never swallows anger. Old Yin, as the person in charge, has no professional ethics at all, putting those famous dirty oil merchants in the most conspicuous position. It will sooner or later cause trouble. She has always looked down on people like him. Old Yen didn't care at all, and just thought that this woman was angry out of shame. The two were at loggerheads, and the director acted as a peacemaker. Although the private dishes matter has come to an end, I support you emotionally, he spoke, giving a slap in the face and a date. And the necessary appeasement work still had to be done Colleagues in the private dishes department will have their performance doubled this month. This allowed Sister Fei to explain it to her subordinates. TSK. Old Yen left in a bad mood. The director stopped Sister Fei. The reason why niche hobbies are niche hobbies is that they are not exposed to the sun. Once it is pushed to a wider world, whether it is willing or not, it will be criticized by all parties. It is not determined by its own good or bad. Disappearance is too normal. Sometimes, hiding is another kind of protection. Market trends change rapidly. And the farmer's market, that was in full swing in the morning, took a sharp turn for the worse. Those who reacted quickly have all run away. And those who reacted slowly have gone to the rooftop in the middle of the night. At the end of the working day, all the private dishes on the platform were removed from the shelves. Disappeared completely. When I clicked in, there were only a few numbers 404 in a line. The page is being upgraded. Please stay tuned, all order amounts were returned. And Robin was stunned. Shui Binbin, why did you cancel the order? After a few minutes, there was a reply. Xiaokui, QAQ I don't know. The platform suddenly stopped selling. Shui Binbin, but isn't this the specialty of your store? Xiaokui, yes. I don't know what to do in the future. Shui Binbin, it's okay. I see that your store has a lot of home-cooked dishes. And there are also some that I like to eat. I will ask my friends to come to your restaurant in the future. Xiaokui, wow. So touching. Brother. You are so nice. Shui Binbin, it's just a small problem. As the sun sets, Luli leads the residents to work next to the vegetable field. Bird lived up to expectations and found a lot of agricultural tools. There are also many packages of seeds. An old lady packed them and sold them at a rag price when she moved. They don't look like vegetables. Bird actually wanted to buy vegetable seeds, but he couldn't buy them at all, especially white radish. I don't know who is buying at the bottom. Just wanting to speculate on agricultural and sideline products. As soon as he squeezed into the channel, it showed sold out. Luli looked at the strangely shaped seeds in his hand. Only by planting them can we know what they are. Kuewu stood aside holding the restaurant's mobile phone. His cheeks flushed. A smile appeared on his face from time to time. Others don't know. But how long has Mila known him? Something is strange. Who are you chatting with? You look so happy. Mila suddenly leaned close to his ear. Scaring him? No one. Just customers. Kuewu immediately pressed the phone to his chest. Let me see. Mira refused to give up. What's so good about it? Kuewu refused to give it to her. Mira became even more curious. When the two were fighting for it, there was a loud bang. He looked in the direction of the sound. A person was sitting on the ground not far from the entrance of the city hall. In the sky, the colorful cloud ring Interstellar gate was slowly closing. It was obvious that the loud bang was the sound of the person's buttocks hitting the ground. The fatigue and physical injuries made him look a little silly, and his blue eyes showed a confused look. This was the place where he took the Shanghai ship. It took him almost 3 days to get there? Chapter 16. City Hall. The desk was spotless. Mira came over with 2 glasses of water. One in front of Lu Li and one opposite. Her long red nails were far away from the water in the glass. And the surface of the glass was clean. Lu Li was very satisfied. She had improved. Much better than when she first came. Myra's lips curled up, showing a smile and hiding her sharp teeth. Before leaving, she deliberately looked at the man opposite Lu Li a few more times. He looked familiar. I can't remember. Forget it. It's already past the time to get off work. And it's dark outside. Mira finished the work at hand. Then she carried the small sachet and hummed to the room on the 2nd floor. Since Kuewu moved out, she is the only one living on the 2nd floor. Hello. I'm Luli, the mayor of this city. Luli took the initiative to speak. What's your name? This is the second outsider in Gitten City. Carl. The person opposite stretched out his hand awkwardly, responding to Lu Li's friendly handshake request. In just a moment, he quickly shrank back and lowered his head. He didn't dare to look directly at Lu Li, and he seemed to be very shy. Lu Li didn't see his face clearly, but from the outline, he should look pretty good. And it seems that he is still a human? Zombies are common, but humans are a rare species. Lu Li couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Unlike Bird, who came to Gitten City to rent a house and settle down, and called in advance to inquire about the situation. So she was mentally prepared. Carl appeared out of thin air and fell directly from the Stargate. The system can access the airport. So there are cases where someone will take the initiative to buy a boat ticket to Gitten City. This is not surprising. What is surprising is that as soon as Bird arrived in Gitten City, the system controlled 30% of his basic information. After signing the rental contract and officially becoming a resident of Gitten City, the amount of information controlled even reached 80%. And the person in front of him. What's going on? Hasn't the information been transferred yet? Luli asked the system in her heart. Carl did appear on her mayor's mobile phone. The identity displayed next to the avatar is tourist. But apart from his name, which Luli just learned was updated by the system, all other information is unclear. Forget it. Forget it, the system's tone is a little anxious. Hurry up. Luli whipped a whip. The more he urged, the slower he went. If he urged again, the engine would stop. It seems that he has to rely on himself. Luli turned a friendly smile to the man in front of him. Okay, Mr. Carl. May I ask what you are doing visiting Gitten City suddenly? Although she asked, she had guessed in her heart. Carl's clothes were old and dirty, and he smelled of sweat. He hadn't showered for several days, and he might be a homeless child who wanted to settle in the city. The last foreign resident, Bird, left a very good impression on Luli, so she was also attentive to Carl in front of her. If you need anything, you can tell me. Gitten City will serve every citizen, friend, or tourist wholeheartedly. Seeing that the mayor was so gentle and without airs, Carl also relaxed his tense nerves a little. I've seen your city at the airport. Carl recalled the twinkling star. I wanted to come here to see it. So I came. Really? Luli's eyes were shining with excitement. What? Her city can already appear at the airport? Hey. All the cities in the Starry Sea can be seen at the airport. At this time, the system can still find time to choke her. The work is still not saturated enough. But the system's cold water did not completely extinguish Luli's enthusiasm. She gave Carl a burst of exaggerated words. Wow. So that's how it is. Then you and Gitten City are destined to be together. It seems that this is God's choice. Why don't you stay? We just happen to have a vacant house here. After saying that, she looked at Carl expectantly. Stay. 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 Gitten makes money, and Gitten spends money. Once they part, they want to take them home. Carl couldn't stand her staring at him. The roots of his ears were slightly red. But perhaps, his ears were not red because of Luli's gaze, but because of what he was going to say next. It was really hard to say. Accommodation. Carl uttered these words with difficulty. Do you need money? Luli was stunned. What? No. Her brain was working fast. Could it be that this person didn't have star coins? Then how did he live before? Beg? My wallet was stolen. Carl began to tell a story. In fact, he never used banknotes. And the ones he used to buy the boat tickets were taken from the pockets of old clothes more than 10 years ago. My cell phone was also lost. The background was a glowing galaxy. Before boarding the Shanghai ship, he threw his mobile phone into the abyss. The hundreds of thousands of star coins he had accumulated in his 10-year career were shattered along with his mobile phone, instantly turning into dust in the vast universe and washed away by the waves. Carl was a little depressed. He originally thought that when he arrived in the new city, he would find a place to work, hide his identity, and start over. So he didn't leave himself a way out. But judging from his confused expression when he first arrived in Gitten City, this place is obviously different from what he expected. Yes, he did want to find a remote planet to hide. But who would have thought that the only city on this planet is so small? If that's the case, then there shouldn't be many job opportunities in this place. Right? If I had known earlier, I would have taken the risk to get some banknotes and put them on my body. Now, he doesn't know what to do. After listening to Carl's 2 words, Luli's mind was full of how miserable this person is. The most unfortunate thing in the world is to lose both your phone and your wallet. Especially without your phone. You can hardly move. I see. Luli looked sad. With a first-class empathy level. I have lost my phone and wallet before. I can totally understand your feelings. Carl nodded. Losing money is also losing money. How about this? Luli thought for a while. If you are willing to stay in Gitten City, I can arrange a free place for you to live. As for formal jobs, there are no vacancies in the city at the moment. But you can help other residents in the city. I provide food, so you don't have to worry about 3 meals a day. When there are new jobs in the future, I arrange for you to take up the position as soon as possible. Luli's attitude was gentle, and his words were pertinent. Although she sympathized with this person's experience, Kitten City could not do charity to support idle people for free. This was unfair to other hard-working citizens. She actually also provided a hidden job. That is, a temporary worker without salary. Okay. Carl's heart moved. I stay. Even if he wanted to leave. He had no money to buy a ticket. And he didn't seem to see the airport in the city. So he would go and have a look in the daytime. Okay. Both parties reached an agreement. Luli stood up, feeling happy. I didn't expect it would be so easy to trick a young and strong laborer. What do you mean there is no formal job? That's nonsense. At worst, he can be arranged to do the job that Kuewu did before. Butler. Bodyguard. Optional. If she wants. It's not impossible to have another male secretary. But this kind of work can't create direct value. It's not worth it. Just now, when she shook hands with Carl, she felt that his palms were broad and strong. And it would be a pity if he didn't go to farm. The vegetable field next to the restaurant needs to be cultivated urgently. She provides food and accommodation. And the young man has to make some efforts. It won't be too late to pay him a salary when the vegetable garden is on the right track in the future. Mayor Lu never does business at a loss. While leading Carl to the second floor, the system revived. You set him as a resident? Why? Luli was nonchalant. Since we have decided to accept him, we must be sincere. We can't let him go around as a tourist. But I haven't investigated his identity yet. There are two ways to investigate his identity. One is to directly collect the iris of the person's eyes and hack into the population database of the Shanghai Federation for comparison. Retrieve the person's life information. Most of Bird's life experience was dug out by the system in this way. He was relatively easy to find, and it only took a few minutes. But for Carl, the system jumped back and forth in the first-level database 2 or 3 times, holding a thread, but not finding it. Currently continuing to attack the next level. No result feedback yet. At the same time, the system also divided another line to try the second way. Read memory. The entrance is also the iris. Borrowing Lu Li's vision. Sneak into the visitor's inner world. Ordinary people have almost no psychological defense. For example, Mila and Kuewu. The system has a clear view. Bird is a little more difficult. But as time goes by, it becomes easier to see through a person day and night. For ethical considerations, the system also sets a boundary at 80% for privacy intrusion. Stop here. The personnel information on the surface of consciousness is enough to ensure the safety of the city. There is no need to take risks to touch the iceberg under the sea in the subconscious world. When the system enters Carl's mind, it can clearly feel the consciousness barrier door in front of it. Even the most basic things have not been touched. This is one of the reasons why it is worried. People who usually have such a layer of protection are either born with strong telepathy or have received special training. When tortured, the difference between them and the dead is only a breath. The patterns that emerge from the consciousness gate are complicated and intricate, and finally converge into a digital lock. Airtight. Billions of computing power. Decoding takes time. The system is very anxious. Different fields are like mountains. So Luli naturally doesn't understand these things. Too slow. Are you a 285 or a 286? The words used by Luli in that world to scold the old computer. The system understood. It was so angry that it wanted to crash on the spot. But if it cut another line to fight with her, the speed would only be slower. There was no need. Alas, who made it only have half a crystal brain now? A tiger in a low position is bullied by a dog. The half of the crystal brain that was sold before. The main calculation. If it was still there, it would definitely be solved within 10 minutes. But now, it will take at least half an hour. The CPU is about to burn out. The system simply ignores Luli and concentrates on his work. You can live here. Luli pushed open the door. Carl looked around. The room is not big. The decoration is simple. And all the living utensils are available. A dream house. Even Luli was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that the people of Kuewu looked rough. But the room they lived in was quite clean. It seems that they cleaned it before leaving. Judging from the cleanliness, it can beat 99% of the men in the universe. After settling Carl, Luli returned to his room. Lying in bed and looking at the account book on her phone before going to bed is a way for her to relieve stress. Pressure itself comes from the account book. There is no use in avoiding it. Solve the problem and the pressure will be reduced. This is called reducing pressure by pressure. The city experience bar is almost full, but she is not sure whether to upgrade today or tomorrow, because the experience points given every night are not fixed numbers, and there is no pattern to follow. It can only be roughly estimated. But as long as the big pineapple hammer is in hand, Luli will feel at ease. I don't know how long it took. Just when she was about to fall asleep, suddenly, the system sounded. Fuck. A curse word woke her up. Luli covered her pounding heart. It was the system that was cursing. Right? Very low quality. It's over. The system felt cold. What's wrong? Luli didn't understand. That person is a first-level wanted criminal in the Elephant Hunter Federation. Wanted criminal. His brain went blank for 3 seconds before Luli could react. A woman's scream pierced the night sky. Ah! The voice came from the second floor. It was Mira shouting. Help! Help! Chapter 17. There was only one small light in the corridor on the second floor, and the light was dim. It reflected the black stains on the wall. At first glance, it looked like mold. The door of Myra's room was wide open, and the woman's hand with bright red nail polish was grasping helplessly in the air. There was a powerful force dragging her inside. Help! Someone save me! Myra's voice was tearful. Perhaps because she had lived in peace for too long. She did not expect that the monster in the gray fog would come back one day. Those disgusting things were pulling her hair. It seemed like they wanted to twist her head off her neck. She was almost unable to breathe. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view. Mayor! Mila saw her savior. Luli came with a hammer. When she reached the front of the room, she could see clearly that the walls of Myra's room were also covered with black stains. Just like those in the corridor. These black stains were flat on the wall. But they became solid once they were outside the wall. Dozens of sticky black tentacles twisted and squirmed, sucking Myra's head. Each one was as thick as an adult's arm. A terrifying memory emerged. So it was these things that had strangled her neck last time. There was no time to think about it. Luli rushed forward and swung the big pineapple hammer. Hit the tentacles that were stretched straight in the air. Straight? Was it because they were not long enough? The shadow tentacles melted and broke the moment they touched the hammer, emitting rotten and smelly smoke. They fell to the ground and curled up twice, then lost their vitality and turned into black mud. Black mud? This Luli is familiar. Nightmare gravel. It's all money. Big hammer 80. Small hammer 40. Luli fought more and more bravely, with endless energy. In a few seconds, he helped Mira break free from the shackles. The tentacles of the black shadow that pulled back her head broke, and Mira fell to the ground exhausted. She covered her throat and coughed wildly. Her neck almost turned into ramen noodles. Luckily, she was saved. Thank you. Mira couldn't help crying. Favorability towards the mayor. Mira plus 30 total value. 75. Voice. The mayor is so awesome. She saved my life. Luli's eyes lit up. 75 points. 5 points left to get a new love value. This wave is too critical. I will comfort Mila again, and she will be fascinated. Hero saves beauty. Eternal theme. Killer. As soon as I heard your cry for help, I rushed here immediately, fearing that something might happen to you. Fortunately, it's not too late. Luli's voice was gentle. It's not peaceful these few nights. Be careful. Yeah. 2 bean-sized tears rolled down Mila's eyelashes. Okay. It's okay, Luli said. By the way, how did you get attacked by these shadows? Logically, they should have come to me first. I don't know. Mila wiped away her tears. I took a shower and was about to blow dry my hair. As soon as I plugged in the hair dryer, I felt something pulling my hair. I turned around and saw a lot of black tentacles flying over, like burnt octopus tentacles. Mila swallowed her saliva and continued. It was so scary. I wanted to escape, but they twisted my head. Thinking back now, I still feel scared. Luli glanced at the hair dryer next to the socket on the wall, and the head of her bed was also against the wall. Perhaps these shadow tentacles were moving along the wall, all over the house, waiting for an opportunity to attack them. In this case, the attack distance should also be limited, and it would be safer to stay in the center of the room. This time they targeted Mila. Could it be because they suffered a loss at his hands last time? Luli was thinking. Hey, why are the lights in the corridor off? Mira stared blankly ahead. Behind Luli, the light was dim. Her face was also covered with a layer of shadow. gloomy. Myra's pupils dilated instantly. It was as if she saw something extremely scary. The lights were not turned off. The shadows on the walls of the whole house gathered in the corridor. It was like black paint was painted all over the narrow space, completely eating up the light from the bulb. Then, a black shadow tentacle as thick as the trunk of an old tree quietly emerged from the darkness and wrapped around Lu Li's waist from behind. Mayor, be careful behind you. Mira didn't have time to remind him and tried to pull Lu Li's hand. The black shadow was going to take Lu Li away. She was dragged back just like that. Lu Li reacted and hit the black shadow's tentacle on his waist with a hammer. But because the tentacle was too thick, it didn't break in one blow, leaving only a deep scar on the surface. The scar healed quickly. If it can't be broken in one blow, it will heal quickly. Originally, Lu Li was afraid of the position of the tentacle, and was afraid that the hammer would break his stomach. So he only used 40 of the power of the small hammer. It seemed that she had to be ruthless. But just when Lu Li wanted to hit her for the second time, another tentacle appeared from nowhere and was faster, whipping her wrist holding the hammer fiercely. Lu Li's hand loosened a little. At the same time, another tentacle with a spirit of sacrifice followed, wrapped the big pineapple hammer, and threw it into the darkness. With a few clangs, the hammer rolled down the stairs and stopped moving. It's over. Something big happened. System. Lu Li panicked. Cooling down. Please leave a message after the beep. Not once can I count on it. The big pineapple hammer is gone, and the black shadow tentacles have completely lost their fear. It wrapped around Lu Li's waist and dragged her backwards until it hit the wall and stopped. Then, unwilling to give up, it exerted force again and pulled Lu Li towards the wall. It went on and on. Her back kept violently hitting the wall of the corridor, and Lu Li felt her internal organs were thumping. It wanted to hit me to death? What a pervert. Mayor, I'm here. Mila grabbed Lu Li's hand just now but missed. So she ran back to her room to find weapons. Lu Li's face turned pale with pain. It's rare that you have this heart. You're going to get a knife, right? When she sees clearly. High heels. Miele's face was grim, and she used her heels to hit the shadow tentacles again and again. It worked, turning the surface of the tentacles into honeycomb coal. But the tentacles that were not broken were like slime, and they repaired themselves to their original state in a few seconds. It caught Lu Li, a human, and had lost interest in Mira. It ignored her. Mila, listen to me. Lu Li squeezed out these words from her teeth. She was dizzy. Her brain was almost shaken. And after being hit for so long, her body was probably injured. My hammer fell to the first floor. Can you help me get it? Only the hammer was useful. After hearing this, Mira immediately ran to the stairs. At this moment, Lu Li realized that the black shadow tentacles did not want to hit her to death, but wanted to take her into the wall. She didn't expect that she couldn't get in, so she had been working in vain. But as soon as she thought of this, something was wrong. She had used her 10 toes to hold the floor to increase friction and cushion her back from hurting too much. But now, her feet were in the air. The black tentacles were lifting her up to the ceiling. According to this trajectory, the destination was the window of Myra's room. There was gray fog outside the window. The land behind the city hall was not lit and was not under the control of the city. If she was dragged there, even the gods couldn't save her. Mila! Mila! Lu Li shouted. The shadow covered the entire corridor, and Mila groped on the stairs with the light of her mobile phone. There is no hammer. Mayor. She heard Lu Li's call and ran up again. But she found that Lu Li was not on the same level as her. Lu Li stopped in midair, and her fingers tightly grasped the doorway of the room to prevent herself from being dragged away. The shadow tentacles were like English corsets, and Lu Li could feel her intestines squeezed into a ball. Will she have an A4 waist soon? But the black shadow tentacles didn't seem to intend to cut her off in half. They were determined to drag her away. Human strength is insignificant after all, and she will not be able to hold on sooner or later. Mila stretched out her arms to reach Lu Li. But even if she stood on tiptoe, she was not tall enough. But the black shadow tentacles were not in a hurry, and they calmly separated into thin tentacles, patiently breaking off Lu Li's fingers that were grabbing the porch one by one. She broke off one finger, and she put it back. She broke off one, and she put it back. Why can't she break them all? How many fingers do you have? The black shadow tentacles finally got angry, raised their tentacles, and slapped her hands. I have to say, it hurts to hit someone. After the beating, the tentacles once again broke Lu Li's 5 fingers together. Lu Li's hands were numb and out of control. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. Is her life going to end today? Finally, the tentacles succeeded. Lu Li's hand that was grabbing the porch was broken off. She closed her eyes in despair. But she didn't feel her body moving. The black shadow tentacles were trembling. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a naked man. No clothes on the upper body. Tall, strong, with 8 abdominal muscles. The hand that reached out easily grabbed the black shadow tentacles on her waist. It turned out that this was the fundamental reason why she was not dragged away. The man raised his head, and Lu Li was stunned. It was Carl. His eyes were full of ruthless, murderous intent at this time. And he was completely different from his introverted appearance during the day. Lu Li could feel that the tentacles were very scared. And the force that wrapped around her was obviously much smaller. Suddenly, the restraint around his waist loosened, and Lu Li lost his support and fell directly from the height of the ceiling. Mira hurriedly caught it with her hands, so she didn't fall too badly. The black shadow tentacles failed to escape and struggled hard in Carl's hands. It wrapped around his body like a python, trying to twist him into a knot. But Carl's arms were bulging with blue veins, and red blood vessels spread from his hands to his heart. A big hole appeared at the position of the heart, sucking the black shadow in. Lu Li was horrified. It turned out that he was not human either. Carl retracted his strength, and the murderous intent in his eyes burst out. His left eye was filled with blood, dyeing his lake blue eyes red. The black shadow tentacles continued to expand, but they could not resist Carl's absolute suppression. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the corridor suddenly lit up. The entire body of the black shadow tentacles was pulled out of the wall by him. The body turned out to be a rotten giant octopus. Without the protection of the wall, it turned into a pool of black mud on the floor in a short while. Half of Carl's face was bathed in blood. His eyes were inhumane and cold, and he glanced at the 2 people sitting nearby watching all this. Mira hugged Lu Li and trembled. Lu Li pretended to be calm. The system said, "He is a federal wanted criminal. Wanted criminal. Extremely vicious. Will they be killed to silence them?" Carl walked over step by step. Lu Li wanted to shout, "Don't come over here." But her throat seemed to be glued, and she couldn't make a sound. Only 2 steps away from them, Carl's legs softened, and he fell to the ground. The 2 looked at each other. Lu Li leaned over to see if he was still alive. Carl's lips suddenly moved, which scared her. Then, Lu Li heard 3 weak words. "I'm so hungry." Chapter 18. April 9th. 6666 334. Hashtag Getting City Convenience Store. Sorry to bother you so late. Lu Li apologized to Bird at the cashier. Bird's eyes were bloodshot, and he yawned and misted up, which slightly relieved his dry eyes. He waved his hand. "Don't say that, Mr. Mayor. This is what I should do. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have known that such a terrible thing had just happened in our city. I feel guilty for not being able to help." As he said that, Bird yawned again. Mira stood beside Bird, looking pitiful. "I'm telling you, that shadow monster is so big, with so many tentacles. It pinched me like this." Mira gestured. "Then you're not hurt?" Bird asked with concern. He vaguely heard the woman scream, but thought he was having a nightmare, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Since he started wandering, he has had nightmares all the time. He's used to it. "No." Mira blinked. "That's good." Bird was relieved. Fortunately, the mayor and Mira were fine. Actually, Lu Li wanted to ask who would open the door. "Of course, we have to go to the restaurant to eat." But no one answered the phone after 3 calls. The chosen son, who sleeps like a baby's father. Lu Li had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and come to Bird. The dining chairs in the convenience store are for 2 people, facing each other. The person sitting opposite Lu Li was eating hard at this time. The ragged coat was put on him again, covering his body and the secret hidden in his heart. The 4th bowl. Green Cat instant noodles. 8-star coins a bucket. Carl drank all the soup, but he didn't put down the noodle fork in his hand. He held the fork in his mouth and looked up at Lu Li. Lu Li's face changed a little. "Not full yet? Maybe fighting is a strenuous job." She stood up and walked to Bird's side, lowering her voice, changed to a cheaper brand. Bird responded. He could only try his best. Convenience stores never overstock. They buy and sell quickly, And today's sudden situation caught him off guard. But at this time, the snacks that can be bought are not cheap. To be on the safe side, I have to stock up next time. After a while, new instant noodles arrived, and Mira helped Bird make them. This brand is slightly cheaper. 5-star coins. After making it, he brought it to Carl. It's different from the previous one. Carl hit the nail on the head. It means that he still wants to eat the Green Cat brand. Bird, eh? Mila rolled her eyes. Same. This is a new package. Carl didn't say much, and started eating. Luli pulled out a chair, and sat down again. Opened the mayor's phone. What did you want to talk to me about just now? The system suddenly came alive. It's quite accurate. It's okay. Lucy saw that Carl's information was updated. Carl ID, GTS 004. Equipped with a smartphone, no. Age, ? Height, 188. Race, infected, undefined, occupation, temporary worker. Workplace, wherever needed. Residence, room 202. City Hall. Power, unknown. Specialty, unknown. Character level, 55. Character rating, A. The level is so high. And the rating is A. This rating is a combination of living ability and combat ability. His living ability is C. But his combat ability is S. So the overall rating is A. Combat ability S. Luli thought of the scene where he caught the ghost octopus and killed it with one hand. The system calculated his combat capability based on this. The city just happened to be short of a security guard. How about letting him work the night shift, patrolling everywhere, and catching ghosts? Luli was thinking. And the system heard it. What are you thinking? He is a wanted criminal. What crime did he commit? Luli asked. And the system played dead again. She continued to look through the information. Life experience. A first-level wanted criminal in the Elephant Hunter Federation. There was only this short line of text. And all the lines below were blurry frosted glass-like patterns. In the middle, there is a copper lock. Luli clicks on the copper lock icon. A line of prompts appears. Unlock when Carl's favorability reaches 50. No wonder the system shut up. It turns out that even it doesn't know. What do you mean? Luli asked. Wouldn't it be clear if you conquer him? Conquer? I'm playing an Otome game? This is the most efficient way, at the moment, in order to get Luli to work together. The system had to explain patiently. Because it is difficult to achieve a breakthrough in a short period of time by itself. The higher his favorability towards you, the less defensive he will be towards you. I have already prepared an algorithm ambush. As long as the favorability is reached, I can immediately conquer his heart. The system is very eager for this demand, and even made a metaphor. Don't you have a song on Blue Star? If you peel my heart layer by layer like an onion, Luli. Good singing. It's terrible. Don't sing it again next time. Luli smiled. According to what you said, there is more than one door. Wow. You're so smart. Right. My plan is 3 steps. Set up points at the 3 numbers of favorability 50, 60, and 70. Once you find that he has a problem, start the expulsion procedure immediately. For the safety of the lives of all the people in the city. Mayor Lu. I suggest you act faster. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. The roles are reversed. And it's the system that whips her. Why not just expel him now? Luli asked. What the system said was, don't you want him to be a security guard? What it thought was, is all my energy in vain? I must break those broken doors. I don't deny that I am gambling. Luli thought about it, and realized that it was not appropriate to drive him away now. There is a hint of repaying kindness with enmity in it. Well, it's not easy to gain favor. Just be nice to him. Luli clicked on Carl's interpersonal relationship map. It contained Carl's impression of the residents of Gitten City. The system can record everything that happens in real time. It can still do this. Carl favorability towards Bird, 30, 20 plus 10 thought, thank God. I have him. Otherwise I would starve to death. Luli, I spent the money. Favorability towards Mira, 15, 20 to 5, thought, I'm not stupid for cheating even though I changed the brand. Luli, Mira took the blame. Until Luli saw her own avatar. This was the first time she saw a negative number on the favorability interface. Favorability towards the mayor, -10. -10 thought, what does that look mean? Does she dislike me for eating too much? She even promised to provide food. As the mayor of a city. You have such a narrow mind. Luli's mouth twitched. Is it that obvious? Besides, before she looked at Carl with that look, Carl's favorability towards her was already -10. What's going on? Luli clicked on the favorability history record. You don't know until you see it. It's a densely packed page. Her crimes are too numerous to list. #memory replay. Initial favorability, 20, normal value. Luli smiled. Mr. Carl, why did you suddenly visit Gutan City? Is there anything? Carl, she is faking a smile. Favorability -5. This is the first time the favorability is deducted. Luli said in an exaggerated tone. Wow. Then you and Gutan City are so destined. It seems that this is God's choice. Carl, nonsense. This is obviously my choice based on my subjective initiative. Favorability -5. This is the second time the favorability is deducted. Luli said sincerely, if you stay, I can provide you with a free place to live, as long as you help other residents. Carl, it's fine to pay for rent with work, but I don't like it when you talk like that. Favorability -10. This is the third time the favorability has been deducted. At this point, Carl's favorability towards her has been 0. Later he decided to come out and rescue her. I guess he must have struggled fiercely in his heart. Right? Luli was deeply shocked. Really? She has no problem with other residents doing this. Carl is such a weird person. But she thought again. Everyone has their own face. Maybe not everyone will like her like that. This should be related to life experience. You can't blame others for this. Thinking of this, Luli felt a little better. I see how to get along with Carl later. It will be more effective. There is one last record of favorability below. It happened during the time when Carl came out to rescue her. It would be better if I didn't read it. But as soon as I saw that paragraph, the anger that Luli had suppressed with great difficulty rose to a height of 3 feet. Carl, -10 favorability. She keeps staring at my chest. You pervert. Fuck. I'm looking at that big hole in your chest. Can a normal person look like that? Luli laughed in anger. 6 aw. Shao Ka. Carl was eating his 7th bowl of instant noodles. Luli suddenly stood up. Showing his teeth, you're a brave boy. Carl, she's smirking again. What does she mean by that? Luli left after saying that. Is the mayor angry? Bird stared blankly at Luli's back as he left. He had never seen the mayor like this. Looks like he's angry. Mira was also confused. Why is he angry? What's wrong? What did you say just now? Mira ran over to ask Carl. I don't know. Carl finally put down his fork. He had been hungry for 3 days on the Shanghai ship. He was finally full. Back in the room, Luli lay on the bed tossing and turning. He couldn't sleep. So angry. This favorability can't be increased at all. Now it's only 20. And it takes 50 to knock down the first hard door. The span is as high as 70. Besides, this person is narrow-minded and narcissistic. What should she do? The plot of the TV series in her mind is chaotic. And there are bloody dramas one after another. Luli is overloaded and gradually shuts down. The next morning, under the influence of the biological clock, Luli wakes up on time at 6 o'clock. She heard a different system sound. Ding! Opened the mayor's mobile phone and took a look. Sure enough, there was an interface she had never seen before. Congratulations on your city upgrade. City level LV3 upgrade to LV4. Energy value limit plus 1,000. Existing buildings. The number of houses that can be built plus 1. New building. Research Institute. You can build Research Institute. Chapter 19. Kuewu stretched himself. Today was another energetic day. Shui Binbin went out to play last night and told Xiaokui to sleep first and not wait for him. So Kuewu didn't chat with Shui Binbin. He had a sweet sleep until dawn. He was in great spirits. They both added Xingxin's contact information. Since Kuewu's avatar has always been the protagonist of a girl's comic, Shui Binbin didn't have any doubts, but felt that Xiaokui was as cute as she was when chatting with her. She must be a cute girl in real life. She's a very tsundere type. He was really looking forward to the day when he would meet Xiaokui. He secretly planned that after he got a supersonic spaceship, he would go to her planet to find her, give her a surprise. But Kuewu didn't know this. He started work on time as usual. As soon as he left the restaurant today, he saw a person next to the mercury lamp. To be precise, it was a man doing morning exercises. The last time I saw someone doing morning exercises was last time. The second day after Luli came to Gitten City. Oh, yes, he remembered. It seemed that there was one more person in the city. But he was so absorbed in chatting with Schweib Binbin at that time. And it was late and time to get off work. So he didn't pay much attention. He walked forward curiously to take a look. Carl glanced at him coldly. His right eye was pure lake blue. And half of his left pupil was stained with blood. When he stared at him, it would be thrilling. Kuewu was stunned. Why are you so handsome? Carl couldn't do it all at once. The glass door of the city hall opened. Carl looked up. Luli was crossing her arms. Expressionless. She bit her hand slightly. Like beckoning a dog. Carl. Come here. When you don't know that someone hates you. As long as he doesn't show it. You may still be able to get along with him in a friendly way. But when you know clearly that the person hates you. Even if he doesn't show it. It will be a bit tormented in your heart. Luli is like this. The most important thing is that she still has to work hard to get the favor of the person who hates her. It's torture. But fortunately, Carl doesn't seem to like others smiling at him. And thinks that others smiling at him are fake. Luckily, Luli can't smile either. There are a few clumps of black mud on the second floor that have not been cleaned up. Luli deliberately asked Mira to keep it. It's like this, Mr. Carl. Luli took out the nightmare gravel collector that he had temporarily collected from Mira. I don't know much about you. And I don't know what kind of job is suitable for you. Why don't you start by sweeping the garbage? To outsiders, Luli's words might be a bit insulting. But only she knew how important this matter was. If you want to develop the city, you must first have money. Given the value of nightmare sand, it has priority over almost everything else. She had already thought about it. And in the future, every newcomer would have to be tested to see if he or she has talent in this area. Talents cannot be buried. Luli picked up the broom in the corner and divided the black mud into two piles of similar weight. He demonstrated it himself and cleaned up one of the piles. The screen showed 0.003 grams. Come and try, Luli encouraged. Seeing that the mayor had demonstrated it himself, Carl did not refuse. The collector was not big to begin with. And in his hand, it looked even more mini. Wait until he finished collecting. Luli's brows were furrowed so much that they could kill a fly. 0.0004 grams. A whole digit difference. Even she couldn't compare. Let alone Mira. Alas, Mr. Carl. Luli sighed and shook his head. You are not talented. Try another job. After that, Luli went to find Mira and returned the collector to her. At present, Mira seems to be the most suitable for this job. Wow. How can you talk to him like this? The system screamed. It will affect his good impression of you. Luli was annoyed. Good impression again. Go to his good impression. You said this to me last time. Have you forgotten? Luli said coldly. Have you never thought that I would hate you too? I'm sorry. I forgive you. You look at your phone. Favorability towards the mayor Carl +5 total, -15. Thought, the mayor can actually sweep the garbage? Luli was speechless. Nice words are useless. And smiling is even more useless. Talking to him like this, the favorability increased? His brain circuit is really different from that of normal people. What is his life experience? However, whether the increase in favorability is due to what she did or her attitude when talking to him, Luli felt that he should observe it more carefully. Working hours. Mila, are you busy here? Luli walked to Myra's desk and asked kindly. Carl followed behind her. Mira was shocked. What did the mayor mean by this? She never asked about her work content before. In Kitten City, secretary is a sinecure. Unless the mayor assigns her to do something, she is just slacking off the rest of the time. Not bad. Mira crumpled the paper in her hand and threw it into the trash can. On it was her drawing a bird. Don't be nervous. I just want to ask if you need help. Luli certainly didn't come to catch Mira slacking off. If you're too busy with work, you can ask Carl to help you. Mira was smart and understood what Luli meant instantly. This was to find something for Carl to do. Oh, I just happen to have 2 documents to print. Mira pressed a few buttons on the computer. Please, Mr. Carl, bring them over and bind them for me. As she said that, she pointed to the direction of the printer. Carl was obedient and walked to the printer. Luli was watching from a distance and just took out his mobile phone. Ah! Suddenly, Mira screamed. She ran over in her high heels. Too late. It's not open from here. Mira looked helplessly at the printer skull in Carl's hand. Are you a destroyer? Sorry. Carl apologized. I think it's a box. So, Mira looked at Luli with a pleading look. Chiochio. Take him away. Ding ding ding. Welcome him? Bird was stunned. The interface used in our convenience store is, usually just then. Bird briefly told Carl how to operate the cash register computer in and out of goods. Carl, are you familiar with the Shanghai trade system? Bird saw that he looked confused. Do you know anything about it? I mean, these are more basic things. What is that? Carl's eyes were empty. Bird looked at Luli awkwardly. It seemed that I would be more efficient if I did it alone. Following Luli out of the convenience store. Carl was frustrated after 3 consecutive failed attempts at work. But Luli was still full of energy. As if he would not give up until he found a suitable job. Favorability towards the mayor Carl +5 total value, -10. Thoughts? Is she sincere? Finally, Luli led Carl into the restaurant. Kuewu was cooking in the kitchen. Shui Binbin kept his promise to Shiokui. He mobilized everyone around him to place an order. In addition, many people had discovered AAA Good Taste restaurant before. At the same time, Star Group gave some traffic subsidies to businesses that mainly sell private dishes. So the restaurant's home-cooked food business was a little popular. After deducting the cost of ingredients, it is expected that at least 400 star coins can be earned today, even with an automatic cooking stove. Kuewu still needs someone to help him. In addition, he had a good impression of Carl, so he gladly accepted him. Anyway, no matter what, in the field of kitchen, it is impossible to find someone more clumsy than Luli. Kuewu thinks so anyway. Carl settled down in the restaurant for the time being. Luli sat down at the table and looked at the copper lock on Carl's profile page. There was a progress bar below. 20%. She is not from this galaxy, so she doesn't know a lot of things, which is normal. But Carl is clearly from here. But he seems a little out of place. This proves that he is neither an office worker nor an ordinary part-time service worker. Maybe the place where he usually lives is far from the city. Luli not only let him try various jobs, but also guessed his life based on his reaction. And this reaction was captured by the system, combined with the favorability led by Luli. The two complemented each other. Together, they pushed the progress bar forward. Favorability 50 is the bottom line that the system told Luli. But to really crack it, it is not necessary to reach this value completely. The actual speed is also faster. As for why this is done, unlucky. The system killed the first path. Last night, the Hunter Star Security Bureau. The whole wall of electronic screens flashed. A darkroom for handling confidential documents. A dozen technicians were working hard. A stack of paper materials was handed over. Do this. Soldier? The technician was curious. Deserter? You talk too much. The 4 words scared the technician so much that he dared not speak again. Immediately do it as required. I want to find someone. I can't reveal my true identity, but I have to find him as soon as possible. The only way is to make a false hat and put it on him. Paper documents have been eliminated in many big stars. But once there is something related to that place on the Elephant Hunter star, this primitive method will be used. No matter how clean the online information exchange is, there is a risk of leaving traces. This almost old-fashioned style of doing things is also ridiculed by many technicians from other stars. It's like an old fossil living in the last century. This is how they evaluate it. The Elephant Hunter Star Security Bureau is full of individualism of those in power. But who made him suffer a big loss in this regard? Once bitten, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. Safety is the first priority. As soon as Lu Li's system swam to the Security Bureau database, the firewall named Kill Star of the Elephant Hunter Security Bureau targeted it. Data fluctuations are common, and ordinary firewalls will not pay attention to them. Just like the system ran around in the federal database before. Those firewalls didn't even breathe. There was no reaction at all. But the Kill Star is different. It is a creation of the Imperial Research Institute, and is known as the strongest protection in the history of the entire Star Sea since its establishment. It has not been officially launched yet. The one used by the Elephant Hunter is just a demo, with incomplete functions, and is currently in the initial design stage. However, it can already smell an unusual smell. There are mice. It is currently investigating. The system will soon be exposed. Although the system's computing power has become a shortcoming, its intuitive predictive ability is still there, which is completely different from traditional computing predictions. It can't stay here anymore. It came to a place where it shouldn't be. The system mobilized all its functions. Overclocked crazily. and cleaned up all traces of itself. The door is about to close. Speed of life and death. It escaped a second before the killer star grabbed its tail. Investigation completed. No abnormality. The feedback came back. The killer star issued a command. Again, restart the detection program. It checked for a full 18 rounds before giving up. Investigation completed. Data security. The killer star made a judgment that this was a data fluctuation. The system that escaped to Feyo star was so hot that it could fry an egg. Fortunately, it did not bring back the terrible thing. This trip was not without gain. It found the key information fragments. The iris comparison was successful. The system saw a lake blue eye. Chapter 20. Carl's slender waist was mercilessly pushed by a big hand, and he staggered out of the kitchen. Bang! The kitchen door slammed shut. Has the situation become so serious? What happened? Luli was confused. Carl hadn't spoken yet. The kitchen door opened again. Kuei-wu tapped his hands left and right twice. Wulong. Phoenix child. Bang! The door closed again. He really couldn't bear it anymore. He opened a large AoE sweep and included Luli in the count. Several bowls were broken. Carl avoided the main point. He did not mention the lunch box that Shiokue made for Shui Binbin. It seems that he can't stay in Kuei-wu. There is nothing he can do. When Luli first met Carl, he thought he was suitable for farming. But after last night's battle, it seems that being a security guard has a better future. However, her initiative and Carl's self-recommendation are completely different. In terms of salary alone, the difference is huge. She has provided food and accommodation. And this person really eats a lot. If he is given a higher salary, he will be cheated. Luli thought. Why not ask him directly? What did you do before? I didn't expect him to tell the truth. Farmer, Carl said without hesitation. Huh? The vegetable field next to the restaurant. Luli handed over the agricultural tools to Carl. Of course, there was also the pile of strange seeds. Although her original wish has been fulfilled, why can't she be happy in her heart? Watching Carl working in a serious manner, Luli fell into deep doubt. It feels very professional. Is he really a farmer? Bullshit. You don't know how scary the place where I found his information is. Okay. After listening to the description, that place is equivalent to a haunted house in their system world. It is said that it was almost killed. After arranging Carl, Luli prepared to start doing her own thing. The city upgrade unlocked a new building. Research Institute. It sounds awesome. She only took a quick look at it in the morning. And now she can finally build it. Research Institute, 1/1, Cradle of Shanghai Technology. Cost, 1,000 star coins. Area, 1. Time, immediately. Conditions, can be built. How cheap? Even a convenience store costs 2,000 star coins. But a research institute only costs 1,000. However, fortunately, it only takes up 1 square. There are not many squares available in the city. Luli looked around. Finally, he chose to place it on the open space diagonally opposite the city hall. Since it was placed immediately, the noise was similar to the construction of the mercury lamp. No one noticed it for a moment. How come this is like a telephone booth? It's all covered on all sides, with small glass windows on 2 sides. Luli clicked on the Research Institute icon on the map on the mayor's mobile phone screen. And there was no not in operation the words. No employees needed. She opened the door and walked in. The internal layout was a bit like an ATM. The electronic screen in the middle showed Level 1 Research Institute Research and Development Projects High-Chain Windmill Spider Robot. Windmill? Can it generate electricity? Luli clicked in. The door to the new world was slowly opening to her. How is it? Awesome. Research Institute. My happy hometown. The system was very proud. Nightmare gravel. Nightmare gravel. This was the second time Luli went to Mira to ask for a collector. Mira didn't think much and quickly gave it to her. The city was also clean today. A large amount of data was added. Collected quantity, 0.63 grams when 1 gram is collected and the upper limit is reached. The machine will automatically compress and pack. But it can also be packaged in advance. The minimum extractable unit is 0.1 grams. Luli set it to 0.5 grams. After a buzzing sound, the transparent small bottle spit out and fell into Luli's hand. It contained a piece of angular crystalline stone. Is this nightmare gravel? She finally saw what colorful black is. Due to the collection efficiency, there is only half of it here. But the value is as high as 50,000 star coins. Luli put the nightmare gravel into the throwing port of the Research Institute. Then click the Research and Development Now button. In addition to 0.5 grams of nightmare sand, 1,000 star coins, and 500 city energy points were also deducted. The screen changed to Haiqin Windmill under Development Countdown, 29:27. Luli's palms were sweating. Your heartbeat is so fast. It's just a small thing. Luli couldn't stay calm at such a high price. Fortunately, she collected it early. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to collect this 0.5 grams. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in her mind. It's not right. According to the original system settings, the love value store will only be unlocked when the city level is LD5. Even if you can draw the nightmare gravel collector as soon as it is unlocked, it will take many days to collect 0.5 grams. And the research and development of the spider robot project below also requires 0.3 grams of nightmare gravel. Then what is the point of opening the Research Institute building when the city level is LD4? Is it just for people to stare blankly? Luli expressed his doubts to the system. You found out. Okay. The new buildings at each level are planned and adjusted by me according to the current situation of the city. Luli understood. So, in the previous mayor's system, this Research Institute requires a very high level to obtain? You can understand it that way. Then what buildings will be given when my city is upgraded to level 5? Abba. After the research and development of the Haiqin Windmill is completed, it can be manufactured. The production also requires star coins and energy points. 3 hours countdown. Luli spent the whole day in the Research Institute, until Kuewu posted the news that dinner was ready in Good Tan family. Luli remembered that she had arranged a dinner party today, to welcome the new members, and to add some ritual to the monotonous life of the citizens. Unlike when she first came, there was almost nothing. Now not only the convenience store is operating normally, but there are also restaurants and research institutes. Luli believes that things will get better and better in the future. The machine prompt sound of the Research Institute sounded. Haiqin Windmill is manufactured. Please pick it up at the delivery port. Luli took it in her hand. It was similar in texture to her big pineapple hammer. She had imagined what the Haiqin Windmill looked like, but she never thought it would be like this. When we arrived at the second-floor private room of AAA Good Food Restaurant, it was exactly 6:10. Carl was already waiting there. He didn't have a mobile phone yet, and was not in the group. However, his workplace was just outside the restaurant, so he was the first to arrive. Arriving early usually helps, but Kuewu has forbidden him from entering the kitchen. When Luli entered the room, he met his eyes. How awkward. It was just the two of them. Luli shouted in the group. Come on. Kuewu carried the last 2 dishes up the stairs, put them down one by one, and greeted Luli warmly. Hey, Mayor, you bought a small windmill. Luli. Kuewu sat down. Kuewu didn't have a very good impression of Carl, but Carl had the highest impression of Kuewu among the people he knew in Gitten City, as high as 45 points. He leaned close to Kuewu's ear and whispered a few words. He glanced at Luli. After listening, Kuewu also looked at Luli. Now even the deaf knew that what they were talking about was related to her. Luli could find out by opening the mayor's mobile phone what the hell Carl was thinking about just now, and his favorability towards her, whether he had taken the slide again. But she didn't want to see it. And Kuewu's favorability towards Luli gradually rose from 65, when he first started working at the restaurant, to 70. The relationship is very close. Kuewu was very considerate and quietly sent a message to Luli on Xingxin. Kuewu, he asked me. How old are you? So childish. Also, how did you become the mayor? Luli almost got internal injuries from holding it in. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. If you get sick from anger, no one can replace you. Fortunately, Mila and Bird arrived. Only then did Luli's depression ease a little. I bought it. Bird had a small box in his hand. Give it to him. Luli waved his hand, really not wanting to say another word to Card. This is the phone the mayor asked me to buy for you. Bird handed the small box to Carl. Although it's not the latest model, it's not bad. Anyway, it's much better than Luli's old phone. The city is not big, and everyone sees each other everywhere. But in life, it's definitely not accustomed to not having a phone. Carl looked at the transparent phone and thought of the nebula under the Shanghai ship. Click. A slight cracking sound. The system opened its eyes from the chaos. It started. I add you to the group, Kuewu said excitedly. User GTS004 joins the group chat. Carl looked at the new ID number. Suddenly, he remembered many things in the past. Change your nickname quickly, Kuewu urged. Bird, welcome. Carl. Me Lala, welcome. We are a family from now on. Big Kue, welcome. Welcome. After the dinner, Kuewu stayed in the restaurant, and Bird went back to the convenience store. Me La, Carl, and Luli went in the same direction and arrived at the door of the city hall. But Luli did not go in. There were still about 2 hours before nightfall. She had just made something new. And if she didn't try it out, she wouldn't be able to sleep all night. What's wrong? Mayor? Mira turned to look at her. Then she saw Luli holding the small windmill and heading for the path beside the city hall. Carl also stopped. Luli operated according to the Haiqin windmill user guide provided by the Research Institute. Because she could see the specific grid lines of the land, she could insert the handle of the small windmill into a very precise position. Find the start button of the Haiqin windmill. Press it. A melodious piano sound rang out. Mira was stunned. Carl wanted to laugh. It turned out to be a musical windmill. The mayor really has a childlike heart. Luli turned around and saw the two of them staring at him. If I had known, I would have waited until they left and tried again. 5 seconds later, the music ended. A magical scene happened. The windmill, which was only the size of a child's hand, suddenly grew up to the height of a sunflower, as if it had grown out of the ground. The 4 windmill blades stretched out from their curled state. Before Mira and Carl could react, a strong wind suddenly blew up, just like Moses splitting the Red Sea. Right in front of the windmill, the gray fog that never dissipated all year round was torn open, and it expanded at an incredible speed. The power was as powerful as splitting a mountain, stirring the solidified air, and also announcing to the starry sea that from now on, the world where the gray fog descended was no longer hopeless. This was the first ray of light shining into the darkness. Chapter 21. Since the first gray fog was born in the sea of stars, it has never disappeared. The gray fog will expand, spread, and devour everything. It cannot be dispersed or annihilated. Accompanying the gray fog are indescribable monsters that appear at night. They wander around and drag the living creatures in the areas not occupied by the gray fog into the abyss. In the memories of Mira and Kuewu, every time night falls, the monsters in the dark will come out to attack them. If there is a mayor, they will attack the mayor first. But even if they can survive the attacks at night, once the city territory is lost, there will never be a day to return. And now, Kuewu heard Mira's call and ran out. When he reached the path next to the city hall, the gray fog on the land ahead had dissipated. The last time he saw it was more than 30 days ago. Look! Mira pointed at the road excitedly. The mayor has eliminated the gray fog. Really? Kuewu looked at Luli in shock. Is it the mayor's power? Yes. Our city is saved. Mira cried with joy. Woo woo woo. Kuewu couldn't help but burst into tears. Great. Mila. This is the first time I've seen a way back. Mayor. You're amazing. The two's enthusiastic praise almost drowned Luli. This is what I should do. Luli looked calm, nodded slightly, and looked unfathomable. Why was she so calm? Because she had been excited in advance. Kuewu and Mila were the natives of this city. She could imagine that their feelings for this city must be extremely deep. Carl was on the side. Although he didn't say anything, his reaction proved that he was touched. The city energy value was bubbling. Boom! It rose to the upper limit of 3,000 and stopped. At the same time, favorability of the mayor Mila plus 10 total value, 85, 75 plus 10, voice, beauty salon. Kuewu plus 20 total value, 90, 70 plus 20 voice, Jim. Luli was ashamed. So that's how it is. Congratulations. You have won the love of Mila and Kuewu. Gain 2 points of love. The Haiqin windmill needs to work continuously for 6 hours to completely blow away the gray fog. The specification is a 3 by 3 area of 9 squares in front. According to the degree of wear and tear, it can be used about 5 times. She wanted to call Bird to share this joy. But Bird didn't rest well in the past few days. He should have fallen asleep when he returned to the convenience store. Let's wait until tomorrow morning to give him this surprise. May opened the mayor's mobile phone in bed. The attack of the black shadow tentacle last night left her with a big psychological trauma, and her heart hurt. But after a good sleep, she was fine when she woke up in the morning. Luli deliberately pulled the bed away from the wall. Tonight is the first night after the city is upgraded to LV4, which is relatively safe. Open the love value store that the system unlocked for her in advance. Look for good stuff. Last time, she bought an S-level item, the Nightmare Gravel Collector, in the LV5 commodity column. After buying it, the store automatically refreshes the item with a one-time construction acceleration card. F-level, almost useless. The commodity column will automatically refresh at midnight every day. But since Luli has not gained new love points, she will not deliberately check it. Just now, when Luli clicked in, the system made a sharp explosion. Luli, it was too obvious. It was too obvious. She silently spent a little love value to buy the small bottle in the commodity column. It was filled with glowing purple quicksand water. Glitter Crisis? For manicure? Or fountain pen ink? The things were taken out from the cabinet at the bottom of the table in the room. This place connects the love value store and the real world of Gitten City. The system was silent for a long time. No matter how Luli looked at it, she didn't think it was a powerful item. But since she had already bought it, the system had the right to tell her the specific functions. How do you use it? To oil the big pineapple hammer, the system said coldly. The hammer is gone. Luli also searched the stairs several times during the day, but couldn't find it. The hammer will automatically return to the system if it is too far away from you. Just take it again. Luli tried it, and really took out the big pineapple hammer again. Magic. According to the system's instructions, she filled the bottle of flowing potion into the hammer. What then? Use it the same as before, just hammer it? Luli looked around, trying to find something to test. But everything in the room is useful. Can't smash it. She simply swung it in the air. Poof. Caught off guard. A bolt of lightning flew out. It hit the light bulb above her head. The light bulb symbolically struggled twice and went out. The room instantly fell into darkness, with only the faint light from Luli's mobile phone shining on her confused face. Luli spread out the quilt next to the mercury lamp, dreaming back to April 2 Indy. Last time it was the system that didn't remind me. This time it was Luli's own fault. Fortunately it's spring now. Otherwise, sleeping outside in the middle of the night, it would be strange if I didn't get sick. How dare you? The system pointed with its mouth. How did I know that applying engine oil could produce lightning? Luli thought. She held the small bottle and shook it for a while, and couldn't help but feel scared. She simply put the hammer back. This thing seems a bit dangerous now. Oh, you got a good thing again. The system slapped its thigh. If it had legs, this is an A-level item. Lightning energy water. Attached to a weapon, it can release lightning. Very powerful. I advise you to use it sparingly. Lightning energy water? Luli stroked his chin and drew inferences from one example. Then are there also flame energy water and ice energy water? Really? If so, wouldn't she be equivalent to mastering the power of elements? Come and get it if you have the ability. Take it all. The system is angry. Take me too. It relies on its ability and has worked hard to set a low probability of spawning. But Luli can always draw a plus by luck. She didn't expect how she could suddenly become so lucky. For a moment, her interest in this favor store reached its peak. There is still one favor left. Let's see what else there is. However, including the 2 refreshes after midnight, nothing special appeared. Luli thought. There is a long way to go. Anyway, I am not sleepy now, so I will check the progress of my favorability. Clicking on Carl's interpersonal relationship chart, Luli has 3 unread messages about the change of favorability towards the mayor. It is about the same as she expected. The first time was at a dinner party in the evening, when Carl asked about Kuewa's windmill. Carl favorability towards the mayor, -11, -10, -5, +4, thought, not doing his job, but a little cute. Subtracted 5 points and added 4 points. Net deduction of 1 point. Luli sneered. He is really rigorous. The second change in favorability was when Bird took out the mobile phone she bought for Carl. Carl favorability towards the mayor, -9, -11. +2 thought, why are you so nice to me? Is there any ulterior motive? Luli. The case has been solved. And it turns out that he is a dark person. But he still has a conscience. And his favorability is positive after all. The last time, of course, was when her Haichine windmill tore through the gray fog. Carl favorability towards the mayor, 0, -9. +9 thought, impossible. Luli breathed a sigh of relief. She was relieved. after a day's hard work. Although Carl's favorability towards her only increased by 20 points, she finally made the negative value positive. And it's good enough if she can avoid negative points when interacting with weirdos. She clicked on Carl's profile again. The unlock progress became 73%. How fast! This is the result of the system and her personal efforts. Luli felt a great sense of accomplishment. Will we know who he is tomorrow? Early the next morning, Mayor Kuewu just opened the door and found Luli sleeping on the street again. Luli got up in a daze, yawned, and covered up. I was worried that something might happen to the windmill, so I slept here. I couldn't say that she broke the light in the room. I had to sleep here. It was so embarrassing. I go to the convenience store and find Bird to buy a new light bulb and replace it. Last time she saw Kuewu, she had changed. You? Kuewu didn't know what to say. You are so diligent. I help you clean up. Kuewu took the initiative to help Luli fold the quilt. After 6 hours of operation, the Haichin windmill had completed the work of clearing the gray fog. As expected, a bright city area appeared in the direction she was facing. Without the city map, Luli didn't know where it was before. She just chose a direction to clear at random. And now the area is too small. She can't see it. More places need to be cleaned up. Maybe we could ask Kuewu and Mila. It would be fine if we didn't ask. But their friendship would be ruined if we asked. Of course. They were arguing about which direction to go first. Kuewu pointed Luli to the gym, while Mila pointed to the beauty salon. This was a necessity for them. Luli was caught in the middle, and was neither a good person nor a bad person. I should have known better than to ask. While they were still arguing, Luli ran to pick up the Haichin windmill that had fallen on the ground. After the work is completed, the Haichin windmill will automatically fold and return to the size of the small windmill at the beginning. Luli glanced at it casually, and the electronic screen showed that the wind power consumption, 500 star coins. Her hand shook, and she almost lost her grip. Duo Xiao? The cost of this little thing is only 200 star coins, but it costs up to 500 to use it once. Luli opened the account book. She was shocked. She felt that the shadow of bankruptcy and death had once again shrouded her head. April 10th. 6666 City Maintenance Water Fee, 80. Electricity Fee, 110. Wind Source, 500. Land, 34. Total, 724. The current daily peak city income is just over 500 from restaurants, and over 1,000 from convenience stores. Use it 3 times, and you will have wasted a day. If you deduct the city maintenance fee and labor cost, you can only use it once a day, and there is no money left. It is simply a money-eating beast. Luli said to the windmill, I will call you baby from now on. There are more than 600 yuan left in the account. If you use it again, it will affect the normal operation of restaurants and convenience stores. Facing the expectant eyes of Kuewu and Mila, they urgently need the mayor to make a decision on which direction to go. Luli put her hands behind her back, looking dignified and reliable. But in fact, she was hiding the baby. She said calmly, I think about it. Then, she staggered up to the 3rd floor and returned to her room. In a place without people, she was a little emotionally broken. No! She tore off the mask of pain, and the decision was not wrong. There was nothing wrong with building a research institute, and there was nothing wrong with developing the Haichin windmill. She was wrong. She was not rich enough. From the perspective of function alone, 500 star coins were not much. It's just that her city is too poor now. Since she is short of money now, she will find a way to make money. There are countless ways to make money. Luli was ruthless, and she went all out. Chapter 22. There are many ways to make money, but most of them are written in the criminal law. Luli was an honest person in her previous life. It was just that she studied a not-so-honest major in college. Add to that the bad atmosphere of the previous company, and the emphasis of the previous leader on face-saving projects. So she still has some knowledge of drawing big cakes. She also has a certain pursuit of the beauty of the document, not to mention the speed. She knows the pain of revising the manuscript 8 times in one night, and finally using the first version. Therefore, even with her mobile phone, she quickly produced a decent 10-year development blueprint for Gitten City, also known as Tinga Plan. Today I fulfill my Tinga dream. Tomorrow I will give you a prosperous city. Investment capital, 10 million star coins. After the system read Lu Li's business plan, the crystal brain almost overheated and crashed. Where are you going to send this? Mayor Lou? Of course. Send it to where there are many rich people. You told me before that you've been to the Security Bureau of Elephant Hunter? Luli didn't answer it directly, but changed the subject. She had also seen hacker movies, and knew that those who could hack into the Security Bureau's system would definitely not be good people. Yes, the naive system didn't know what Luli was going to arrange for it to do. Although it has a strong intuitive predictability, it will not be automatically triggered unless it is in danger of life and death. Luli told the system her request. System, I hope you can put the overall situation first and understand my good intentions. I am doing this for the development of Gitten City. Isn't rebuilding the wasteland what you want? It's nothing. Just take off your long gown. Each of us. Or the system. Luli argued convincingly and patiently. To be honest, if it wasn't for the underlying logic to prohibit it, it could just be a lack of money. It could really just rob the federal bank on the capital planet. As long as the privileged class hasn't activated the killer star. What do you mean? Luli had been waiting for it for a long time. She tapped the mayor's mobile phone screen impatiently with her fingertips. The words dream and future on it did indeed touch the system. And the Gitten City in its memory shouldn't be like it is now. In order to save its last bit of face. Do you know who I am? Luli was stunned. Why did this sound a little familiar? She couldn't remember, but she was sure that she must have heard it somewhere recently. If you knew what I did before. You? The system sounded wrong. Stop! Luli stopped it immediately. This was a sign of a crash. The system was silent. Installing it now seemed a bit deliberate. In the end, it reluctantly agreed to Luli's behavior of asking the program architect to help kill the computer virus. It was not okay to steal money directly, but it was okay to steal information. While stealing information, send them some information as well. Commonly known as posting small advertisements. Accurately locate the target group of rich people. More precisely, people who are rich and don't care about money. The system bit the bullet and hacked into the mobile phone number and email address of the richest person in the entire Star Sea with a net worth of 10 million. 3 seconds later, this Tinga plan carried the hopes of the mayor of Gitten City and flew to the vast Star Sea. Having done a great thing quietly, Luli was in a good mood. He inspected the entire Gitten City. Let's take a look at Mila first. She is still the same. Sitting in front of the computer, and I don't know what she is busy with. After another stroll, we arrived at the convenience store. Bird was killing people at the Shanghai Trade Market. Finally, Luli entered the restaurant. A melodious song came from inside, and it could be heard that the cook was in a very good mood. Emotions are contagious. And Luli also laughed. Why are you so happy? Kuewu? Hey, Mayor. Kuewu walked to the delivery box with the packed food and said mysteriously, My good friend is coming to play with me. Good friend? Luli was puzzled. She had been here for more than a week, and she had not seen anyone else except these people. Could it be someone from another planet? Yes. I met him a few days ago. Kuewu smiled embarrassedly. His good friend especially liked to eat the love bento he made, and kept praising the taste. Speaking of which, he should thank the mayor. Otherwise she had not arranged for him to work in the restaurant. He would not have had the opportunity to meet Shui Binbin. That's great. Luli said that since Kuewu's friend was coming to Gitten City to play, he was a guest and had to be treated well. There was a vacant house, so it would be no problem if we wanted to stay overnight. Let me know when you have agreed on a time with him. Luli made a phone call gesture. Okay, Mayor. Kuewu went back to the kitchen happily. When Luli walked out of the restaurant, she felt a pair of eyes looking at her from the side. Who else could it be but Carl? He had zero favorability towards her. He couldn't say he hated her, but he definitely didn't like her. What's the matter? Luli smiled. Carl held the shovel. I have planted all the seeds you gave me. He pointed behind him. Luli looked over and saw that the soil had been completely renovated and watered, waiting for the seeds to sprout. Okay. Luli nodded. Good job. Any rewards? Carl stared at her. The blood clot in his left eye had not yet dissipated. When he didn't blink, he was motionless and looked a little creepy. Luli was stunned for a moment. What reward do you want? Oh, yes. Salary. We haven't discussed salary yet. Luli was about to speak, but Carl said first, I want you to answer a question for me. Carl walked up to Luli, looking down at him. It was full of oppression. Luli actually felt a little guilty for no reason. Did he find out something? What's the problem? Luli said. Carl slowly moved closer. Where is the airport? Bah! What's so great about him? He really thinks he's a nobody. Doesn't he have a good father? In the bar, a young man with dyed yellow hair slammed the table, his face full of resentment. Well, a good father is very important. Some people agreed. This is the most popular entertainment and gathering place for young people nowadays. The consumption is high. The star coins spent in one night are even enough for everyone on the poor planet to eat for a year. Not only that, he also has a good mother. Some people added ruthlessly. His father is the former commander-in-chief of the Federal Army, and his mother is a commercial tycoon on the Capital Star. Robin was born like no other. The people standing at the top of the pyramid of the rich in Shanghai. Isn't it? I agree. The flat-headed man next to the yellow-haired man said sourly. If I had his background, I don't know what I would have become. I would definitely not hang out in bars every day and waste my life on pleasure. They were all Robin's friends. Although their family backgrounds were not bad, they were far inferior to Robin. Hey, keep your voices down. What if he hears you? Seeing them talking loudly as if no one was around, the man with glasses couldn't help but remind them. Robin just went to the toilet. He didn't leave. What if he was heard? Getting upset is a small matter, but not paying the bill is a big loss. If you hear it, I dare to hear it. The flat-headed man was about to shout loudly, but suddenly, the door opened, and he immediately changed his face and jumped up in an instant. Hey, where have you been? Brother Ben. You kept everyone waiting for so long. What a unique skill of changing faces. Everyone present was trying to hold back their laughter. And it was him. Robin sat down as if nothing had happened, picked up a glass of wine and drank it. He seemed absent-minded. Brother Bing. This is my cup? The man with glasses was very cautious. Damn. Isn't that equivalent to an indirect kiss? Pooh. 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 Disgusting. Robin wiped his mouth vigorously. Where are we going to have fun? Brother Bing? The lackey asked Robin attentively. It was still early. As usual, after one round of drinking, there would be another round, which would last the whole night. But Robin was not interested at this time, and said lightly, let's go home. Okay. Okay. Brother Bing said we're going home. The lackey immediately announced the news to everyone, and everyone was stunned after hearing it. What? The man finally reacted. Let's go home. Yes. Robin stood up and left. The people in the box looked at each other. Fuck. Did he hear us saying bad things about him just now? The timid ones were panicked. The instigator didn't take it seriously. He heard it. Anyway, he has already paid the bill. The yellow-haired man took a big sip of the cocktail, and it felt good to get a free ride. Then are we going to have fun later? Dogleg asked Wang Mao. A mob must have a leader. Yes. Why not? Wang Mao was drunk. Who will pay for the bill? Dogleg asked. It was impossible to go A. I would only go if someone treated me. This was what Dogleg cared about the most. Brother Mao, are you going to buy? I can't buy anything. It just rained in the central city of the capital star. Colorful lights flickered, and the water vapor was hazy. On the huge sky-high billboard in the distance, there were the latest technological products launched by a giant interstellar company. The scene changed and turned into the face of his brother Rod. Robin turned his back immediately. Living in the most prosperous cyber city in the Star Sea. Living a life of luxury and material enjoyment. Living a life of superiority. But it is inevitable that the mood will sometimes fall to the bottom. In other words, emo. It's time. It's normal. The river breeze blew on the back of his head, and Robin felt suffocated. Everyone has troubles. But people like him, if they have troubles in their hearts, they have no one to tell. He has many friends, but few of them are close friends. He would be a fool if he didn't say bad things about him behind his back. He has always known about it. However, knowing is one thing, and really hearing is another. If Shukue was by his side, she would definitely comfort him. Right? The latest superluminal spaceship was floating not far from him. It was just like that after getting it. It was nothing special. He originally wanted to secretly go to Shukue, but he couldn't help but tell her the news. But now it seems that if he goes to see Shukue with this mood, it will only affect her mood. Or forget it. Robin backed off, not knowing what he was afraid of. Now, the mayoral election is about to enter the final stage. It is basically a competition between his brother and two other candidates. If Rod succeeds in becoming the mayor of Central City, he will be more transparent in this family in the future. It has been like this since he was a child. No matter what he does, he can't compare to his brother. Dad has always had only Rod in his eyes. Even when he went to visit family members on the front line, he only ordered people to take Rod with him. And Mom only cares about making money and always treats him as a child. But he is already 20 years old. He is no longer a child. He also has his own ideals and ambitions. And he also wants to be successful and recognized. Robin squeezed the phone tightly. How can he prove himself and trample those who look down on him? At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it and saw nothing. It turned out that the phone was automatically intercepted by the mobile phone guard and put into the trash can. Why would the phone vibrate? Robin opened the trash can. Big words came into view. Today I will fulfill my dream of a pigeon. And tomorrow I will give you a prosperous city. Chapter 23. Luli lay down on the bed. Due to the fact that night falls and there is no nightlife in Gitten City, she has adopted a healthy lifestyle at a young age. Go to bed early and get up early. Play with the phone as usual before going to bed. But today the phone is getting more and more angry. She looked at the progress bar under the copper lock of Carl's personal information and fell into deep thought. She poked the phone screen hard. Move. 99%. Is there anything more frustrating than this? In the afternoon, Carl asked himself about the airport. She answered truthfully that the airport was destroyed. If he wanted to leave, she could send him out. But Carl quickly denied that he wanted to leave, saying that he was just asking casually. But Luli was always panicking. If he just left, the hidden danger would naturally be eliminated. However, she felt like she had been following a novel for half a year, and when the plot was about to reach a climax, the author suddenly gave up, which made her feel irritated. Don't poke. Please note that this is not a red envelope grabbing game. The system is not tactful. Luli's face turned cold. Have you done all the things I arranged for you? Of course, it is the most powerful system in Shanghai. Now, it may only be the most powerful in the past, but it is still easy to do these things. Well, I advise you not to have too much hope. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If Luli is hit and lies down, it will not do it any good. The system is realistic. I admit that some rich people in Shanghai are indeed stupid, but they are not stupid to this extent. Your plan, how to say? Well, do you understand? The system's words are euphemistic enough. Although it did what Luli ordered, it doesn't mean it agrees. It will definitely succeed. It's better to give Luli a shot of prevention as soon as possible, so that he can be mentally prepared. Rich people's mobile phones must have built-in protection guards for unknown suspected advertising information. The practice is to throw it directly into the trash can. In this way, how many people can see it is unknown, not to mention being attracted by the advertisement. Leaving a message notification sound is the safest way for the system to attract attention. If we kill the interception order of the protection guard directly, it will start fighting again. It's very troublesome. As long as you send it out, there will be no problem. Luli promised. Why are you so confident? Luli didn't know that even if it was sent out, those people might not be able to see it. But as long as they can see it, there is hope. Luli said faintly. I used to make a living by this. So you had no food to eat later? Okay. Right. The system is helpless, and will not turn back until it hits the wall. Some things can only be experienced in person. No one else can help. Ding! The sound of Xingxin adding a friend. Someone added me. Luli was surprised. Is this the contact information you left? Through shared vision, the system saw the string of coded numbers. Robin's avatar was jumping. Schweibinden, Mayor Lu. Luli, yes. Hello. May I ask who you are? Schweibinden, oh, I saw your thing. The Tinga project. Schweibinden, I want to know more. Luli was so excited that he got up. This is fake, isn't it? Luli, thank you very much for your appreciation. You are really a discerning person. Luli, the Tinga project is a very good project, and it is impossible to explain it in detail in writing. The plan is just the tip of the iceberg. How about we communicate over the phone now? Writing has its limitations, so it is better to speak, and you can judge the other party's thoughts through the tone of voice, so as to grasp the words and respond better. But the best way is of course face-to-face communication. After sending this message, there was no response from the other side. Lily felt depressed. Was she too aggressive and scared the person away? Just when she was feeling uneasy, she finally got a reply. Schweibenben, no. I can't talk now. Heard that telephone fraud is rampant recently. So he won't be fooled. Miss Cheen said that if you want to invest, you must make a decision after a field investigation. It's useless to just listen to the other party's sweet talk. Robin was secretly proud of his intelligence. He got the essence of his mother. Luli, then I will introduce you again? Schweibenben, no need for introduction. I have read the plan. I want to visit your city tomorrow. Is that okay? Luli's brain was working fast. The opportunity came from the sky. It depends on whether she can grasp it. Luli, okay. Of course, no problem. After sending the specific coordinates of the city to Mr. Robin in the star letter, Luli had never felt so nervous. This is related to the development and survival of the city. If it succeeds, her hands are shaking. 2200 hours. Meeting? The hall on the first floor of the city hall is brightly lit. Mi Lama was stunned. She was at the workstation at this time. This was the first time since she started this job. Let alone Kuewu. As long as he fell asleep, nothing could wake him up. But the mayor still woke him up. Bird was the easiest to wake up. He didn't sleep well. After receiving Luli's message, he came over quickly. The weirdest one is Carl. He kept his head down and kept silent. His arms were crossed, veins showing. He must be unhappy. But Luli couldn't do anything. Robin will be here tomorrow morning. And there are many things he must explain to the citizens. First of all, it's about city hygiene. Mira did a good job in this regard. No need to worry. Just keep it up. The second is the issue of politeness. You should take the initiative to say hello to people when you see them. Except for Carl. This is not a problem for other citizens. Finally, the most important thing is the image of the citizens. Since these 4 citizens are not human, Luli has been used to it after seeing them for a long time. But she doesn't know how people on other planets in the star sea view the polluted alienated humans. Especially the capital planet. How tolerant are they to zombies? Luli couldn't say anything to ask the citizens to dress up and put on makeup, but only reminded them that a distinguished guest would visit tomorrow, and hoped that everyone would pay attention to their appearance and leave a good impression on him. This is crucial to the development of the city. Since the mayor has spoken, everyone is happy to accept it. The meeting didn't last long. After explaining the important things, Luli announced the adjournment. So everyone went back to their rooms and went to sleep. Carl didn't say anything. He just covered his chest tightly. Luli saw that his face was not right. As if he was enduring great pain. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Out of humanitarian concern, Luli asked. Unexpectedly, Carl walked into his room without looking back. As if he had seen the plague god. The door was ruthlessly closed. Luli didn't care about his bad attitude. Her mind was now full of Robin's welcome ceremony tomorrow. How could he accept the current dilapidated Gitten city and believe in the beautiful future he had described? So that he would be willing to invest? The growth of any towering tree starts from a small seedling. However, not all seedlings will grow into towering trees one day. But Luli felt that she could do it, as long as someone gave her this opportunity. It was hard to sleep soundly when she had something on her mind. It was 2 a.m. Luli was awakened by a painful cry. The sound was suppressed and intermittent. In the dark night, it constantly stimulated the nerves and made people shudder. If it was Mila who was shouting, Luli would rush down without hesitation. But the source of the sound seemed to be. It came again. This feeling came again. The world in front of her was scattered like a kaleidoscope. The bed, the window, the wardrobe, twisted and swayed. Carl knew that they were the ones wriggling. He could clearly feel the itch of the multi-legged crawling. They had never died. They had always lived in his body. Carl pinched his heart with his hands. The goo gnawed and corroded his flesh. It had been so long. Hadn't it eaten it all yet? It hurt so much. He knew it was the alien in his heart that was causing trouble. It affected his nerves, transmitting the pain to every corner of his body. It hurt so much that he wanted to dig out his heart and crush it. The pain lasted longer and longer. When will it stop? Is death the only way to be relieved? But he would not be willing to die like this. Carl fell to the ground, his face pale and frightening. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. But he had no strength. It was so noisy. It was like something was screaming in his ears. Shut up. His eyes gradually blurred. and a stream of blood flowed from his left eye, down his cheek, and dripped onto the floor. The water formed a small lake with lush red algae. In the distance of the lake, a pair of furry slippers appeared. The person wearing the slippers squatted down. He looked up. A white hand reached out to him. In the hand was an oval pill. "I don't know if this will work." The owner of the hand frowned, full of doubts. But obviously, she suppressed her doubts and didn't ask anything. Just said, "This is a painkiller. I be fine. Right?" Carl rolled up his sleeves obediently. He felt the pain of his heart being pierced deeply, even though the healing agent was applied on the spot. The tear scars could not be seen, but the strange feeling in his chest reminded him all the time that it was not a dream. "Don't worry. You will get better soon." The smile of Una, the doctor at the base, was sweet and gentle, making people feel like spring breeze. Carl relaxed a little. "Thank you." Una put away the medicine box. "If you still feel uncomfortable in your body after 24 hours, come to me again." She winked ambiguously and left a note. "This is my phone number." The sky was gray, covered with dark clouds, and thunder and lightning. The huge chimneys reached the sky, and the air was filled with a lingering stench. Scorch, sulfur, and grease, melting in the high temperature. The smell was accompanied by smoke and ash, pungent and choking. And the huge pain of the body tearing made Carl wake up from the T9 sleeping pills. This medicine has another name. Rest. The heavy rain fell, washing this dirty world. But in the muddy mire, it splashed dust, making everything dirtier. Cigarette ash enters the nasal cavity, leaving an indelible mark. Thick smoke billows into the sky. Under the sky, there are empty eye sockets and wide open mouths. A sea of corpses on earth. And the hell of Shura. 21, 22, 33, 34. The blood stain cannot be washed away. He is covered in blood. This river is not clean. The sewage from the crematorium is discharged from upstream. The hand is like crazy, splashing circles of ripples on the water surface. 100% the calm water surface reflects the reflection. Heart gate decoding successful. Luli stares at the blue eyes from a distance. A drop of blood seeps out of his left eyeball. Here is Carl's memory. Chapter 24. The next day, Luli got up early. She changed into her most formal clothes. "Cheer up. You will succeed," she encouraged herself. "Dark circles can't be eliminated, but you can start from your personal state and improve your positive appearance." What happened to Carl in the early morning really shocked her. According to the system, he should have been infected by a higher-level alien species and is still in the process of alienation. According to his situation, the alienation lasted for a while. The alien species that infected him hates light, so they will be ready to move when night falls. The breaking of the first hard door also allowed Luli to see Carl's shallow memories. Through these memories, she did not think that Carl was a wanted criminal. But the system meant that whether he was a wanted criminal or not, he was extremely dangerous. It suggested that Luli immediately activate the expulsion order and throw Carl out, judging from the dangerousness of the alien species in him. Once he lost control, the whole city might be attacked. The system deduced Carl's total sanity when he first arrived in Gitten City, and estimated that it was 64. But now, it is only 23. If sanity drops to 0, he will go crazy. There are too many situations that can cause sanity to drop. Do you know what this means? The system alerted Luli, but Luli was unmoved. She pointed at her phone. "Carl, 23 plus 10, you forgot to add the buff." Luli was very strict. To be precise, it is 33 points. A farmhouse can add 10 points. How about building a few more farmhouses? Luli muttered to herself. "Do you have money? Do you have land?" The system asked twice in a row. So, it was back to this closed loop. Luli didn't think about Carl's problem for the time being. The key was to get the most important thing done. She first patrolled the city to ensure it was clean and tidy. She also confirmed with the system whether the Interstellar gate was connected properly. The agreed time was 10 o'clock in the morning. Luli checked his phone 8 times. Why hasn't he come yet? She didn't dare to urge this distinguished guest on the phone. 53 minutes had passed since she sent a message in the chat box at 10 o'clock. Could it be a pigeon spirit? Luli was tired of standing, and was going to go back to the city hall to drink some water and rest. He had just entered for less than 2 minutes. The Interstellar gate opened. A new model of extremely cool and stylish super light speed spacecraft hovered in the sky. Carl was farming, and was the first to discover him. There is no harm without comparison. Back then, he fell directly from the door. He fell flat on his face. This guy actually flew his own spaceship here? Robin was late. To be more precise, he had completely forgotten about it. The emo feeling last night was over, and he was so happy that he went to bed in the morning. When he woke up and saw the message Luli sent him, he suddenly remembered that it seemed to be true. He negotiated a big deal. But I'm so sleepy and don't want to go. Can I break the appointment? The face of that fucker suddenly appeared in his mind. Miss Cheen said that business must be trustworthy. How can a man who achieves great things be so lazy? He has to change himself. Thinking of this, Robin, a patient with level 10 difficulty getting up, turned over and threw off the quilt. After dressing himself up exquisitely, he went to the helipad and drove the spaceship. Although the address is a bit far, the performance of his car is unprecedented. The 5 million star coins are not spent in vain. We will definitely get there within 10 minutes. After entering the Interstellar gate, Robin slowly lowered the spaceship. Why is the airport in this city so strange? Looking around the outside in the cockpit. Where is the apron? No apron? Robin was confused. When the spaceship landed almost on the ground, he saw the first living person in the city. Carl, who was frowning and staring at him. Waiter. Robin took off his sunglasses and snapped his fingers at Carl. Help me park. Who the hell are you calling waiter? Carl was insulted. He is obviously a farmer. Robin speaks a very niche language. People on the big stars like to speak niche languages to show their uniqueness. Coincidentally, someone Carl knows likes to speak this language. After a long time of being influenced by it, he also knows a little bit. Swish. A piece of paper was clamped between Robin's fingers, blocking Carl's impulse to hit someone. What is this thing? Of course he knows it. It is a universal star coin with a headshot of the leader printed on it. The blue denomination is 2,000 yuan. Carl's breathing stagnated. He was penniless and dependent on others. Such an insult was not unacceptable. He silently helped Robin open the door of the cockpit, and then got on the super light-speed spaceship. Fortunately, he had learned to fly a fighter jet at the Kuroshio's Special Forces base. Spaceships like this, which were specially designed for rich people, were foolproof. Very easy to use. Where to park? Kitten City is not very big. Last time Luli blew away the gray fog, a new open space was opened. Let's park there. Carl quickly parked the spaceship. Luli came out as soon as he received the system's prompt. He brought Mila with him. Mila was still wearing a white business suit, with a bun and high heels. However, it was different from the time when she welcomed Luli. That time, she deliberately didn't wash her coat, and stained it with a large amount of blood to scare the new mayor. Since it was a distinguished guest this time, she must pay attention. Immediately after the meeting, Mila rubbed the clothes for several hours, and there was no way there was any blood. After drying, it was as bright and white as new, just like it had been soaked at 84 degrees. She also wore a mask to cover the shark teeth. She really did it. I cried my eyes out. Luli was very moved. Coincidentally, as soon as I went out, I saw Carl wandering over. He also had a black eye mask on his left eye, which covered his scary, half-red left eyeball. It looked like that interstellar pirate. And the tall, elegantly dressed, handsome man standing under the mercury lamp pole. It should be Mr. Robin. Why did Mr. Robin wait at the gate for so long? Sorry. Hello. Hello. Is this Mr. Robin? Luli bowed and shook hands with him. I am the mayor of this city. Luli. After taking a preliminary look at the city of Gitten, Robin looked confused and shook hands with her subconsciously. The moment she heard her voice, she shuddered. Your voice sounds familiar? Robin said. It would have been fine if Robin hadn't said it. But once she said it, Luli was also confused. She actually thought the investor's voice sounded familiar. However, it sounds familiar. I can't remember. Is that so? Luli smiled. Maybe it's because my voice sounds more friendly. She aims to get closer to Robin. Mira nodded in agreement. Carl didn't comment, but Robin didn't dwell on this issue. The idea that bad women all have similar voices has been deeply rooted in his mind. He deliberately gave himself a shot of prevention. Be careful of Mayor Lu in front of you. Then let's go in and talk? Luli made a gesture to invite him in. Standing on the street all the time is not a good idea. The main reason is that the scenery of Gitten City is not that good. Wait. Robin had no intention of leaving yet. And his brows were furrowed even more. Is this the city in the Tinga project? It seems to be even smaller than my room. Robin couldn't help it. TSK. Carl couldn't help but let out a disdainful sound. Robin's 2,000 star coins tip was useful. Carl is honest. But his mouth is still not boasting. He sighed. Robin was not annoyed. He just thought Carl was a farmer from the countryside, who had never seen the world. When he first came, he was watering and fertilizing the land, wearing an eye mask, cosplaying as a one-eyed thief. It was obvious that he had watched too many movies and wanted to be a gangster. Robin turned on the optical computer directly. The huge projection screen was projected on the entire wall of the city hall. Please watch the VCR. Then, the whole picture of his room. Ultra-high-definition live broadcast. Robin passed by the bathtub as big as a convenience store in a bathrobe. Lu Li's mouth twitched. A rich person's vlog of life. No. She has traveled to another world. How could she be offended by an unintentional act of showing off wealth? Mila felt the same way as her. Carl wanted to slap himself twice. Why is he so mean? He must ask. Sit down in the living room. Lu Li is opposite Robin. The situation is not good. The guest's expression shows that he is not very satisfied with this place. Robin's identity is a tourist, and his system permissions are limited. Rich people like Robin will use the artificial hard door protection customized from a technology company. The price is so expensive that only the extremely rich can afford it. However, the hard door encoded after birth is far inferior to the self-generated one by humans. It is all marketing propaganda. Famous. But in fact, it is just that little bit of ability. The system did not spend much time to successfully pick the lock. Lu Li obtained 30% of Robin's personal information. Robin was still thinking about how to refuse. Unexpectedly, Lu Li spoke first. She looked embarrassed. I'm very sorry, Mr. Robin. Although it is very rude to say this, I still have to inform you with regret. Regarding our city, there are only 10% left for the Tinga Project share subscription. Lu Li spoke in a gentle tone and with a sincere attitude. She didn't seem to be pretending, because she pretended more than the real thing. What do you mean? Robin was confused. What do you mean there are only 10% left? Huh? Robin was stunned. Your project is quite popular? Yes. It's a great project. Lu Li threw out the big net with a wave of her hand. There was only this one tilapia in this area of water. She said slowly, to be honest. Yesterday, after you, a gentleman also contacted me and wanted to finalize the cooperation on the spot. But because I promised you in advance, I didn't reply to him immediately. The time I agreed to is this afternoon. As she said, Lu Li glanced at her watch. This small watch inlaid with bricks was borrowed from Mira. People who do big things can't do without a watch. Look, it's almost 12 o'clock now. And it's time to eat. Kick me away? Robin was shocked. Lu Li almost ordered him to leave. Hey. This woman looked embarrassed, as if he had deliberately delayed arriving so late, just to stay and eat for free. Please, who do you think he is? First come, first served is the rule in everything. You also said that I contacted you first. So this 10% subscription share should belong to me. Robin was competitive. There is no reason to give it to others. Lu Li secretly raised his mouth. Are you sure you want to subscribe to the shares of the Tinga Project? Robin fell into the same river twice. What is it? Stealing something from him? He was so sure that he couldn't be more sure where to sign. He wanted to subscribe immediately. Chapter 25. Sign the contract on the spot and transfer the money on the spot. Ding! Your account has received 1 million star coins. The total capital of the city increased by 1 million instantly. The system stared at the string of zeros in amazement. This is much faster than robbing a bank. The key is that the other party is willing to pay? No worries. Is that all? Robin put away the contract. Yes. Lu Li showed her signature smile. Thank you for investing. Gutan City will not forget everyone who has helped it. The annual dividends will be deposited into your account as scheduled. At the same time, you will also enter the city's Hall of Fame and be respected and loved by citizens and friends. Lu Li's after-sales service was so good that Robin was confused. Then, let's have a happy cooperation. Lu Li extended his hand. Robin happily shook his hand back. Happy cooperation. Is this really not illegal? The system has not come to its senses yet. Its bottom line is that it cannot break the law. However, it is a system that specializes in research and development, and does not know much about economic things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a stupid thing as selling the crystal brain for 2,000 yuan. If its creator knew, he would probably jump off the roof of the 688 building in the central city. Of course it's not illegal. Luli replied to the system with his mind. Otherwise, those who raise funds should have been arrested and imprisoned. We do have a planet. And we do have Gitten City. The investors spent money to help us build the city in the early stage. And we will return the money to the investors later when we have money. This is a win-win situation. Of course, as long as it is an investment, there will be risks. The greater the risk, the higher the return. The risk of Gitten City is that the mayor will die. But she will try her best to survive. She doesn't want to die either. Okay. Luli said so. And the system couldn't find any words to refute. In fact, this was the only time in Robin's 20 years of life that he made a small bet for a big gain. 1 million star coins was just his pocket money for 2 or 3 months. Who would have thought that in the near future, it would return to his pocket tens of millions of times, achieve a closed economic loop for the rich, and push him to a stage that is more glamorous and eye-catching than his brother. However, this is all later. In the meantime, there are still many twists and turns. He will have to go through one soon. After receiving the money, you can't drive people out. Inviting investors to dinner is a must. Mr. Robin, let's have dinner in our city. Luli invited warmly. Okay. Robin did not refuse. And he could learn more about this city while having dinner. 1 million star coins. The place to eat is naturally AAA delicious restaurant. Luli directly led Robin to the private room on the 2nd floor. Then he talked to Kue Wu for a few words. Robin looked at the words AAA delicious restaurant on the sign and became suspicious. Then he saw Luli talking to the chef. And he felt more familiar. He opened his phone and took a look at the coordinates Luli sent him. Fei Yao Star. It's Fei Yao Star again. And it's AAA delicious restaurant again. How many cities are there on your planet? Robin couldn't help asking. Same name? But it's a bit difficult to match the name. Chain? Could it be? Only Gitten City. Luli smiled and answered. At the moment she spoke, a flash of lightning flashed through Robin's mind. He remembered Luli's voice. Isn't she the female boss of AAA delicious restaurant? Then she must be Xiao Kue. Robin's heart was about to jump out of his throat. The person he had been thinking about day and night was right in front of him. He stared at Luli without blinking. Mr. Robin? Are you okay? Luli asked. Ahem. Nothing's wrong. Robin then retracted his extremely rude look. Luli couldn't figure it out. Why is his face so red? Hot? Not hot. Is it too stuffy on the 2nd floor without a window? Luli went to open the window. The warm spring breeze blew in immediately. And Robin felt that all the flowers were blooming. He understood everything. It turns out that Xiao Kue is Luli's vest. What a bad woman. Did you add him using a SMF account before? Humph. I didn't expect that he would come by himself. Robin was thinking about how to expose her, looking at the 2 avatars on Xingxin. I wonder what her expression would be when she knew that she was exposed. Robin was excited just thinking about it. Kue Wu brought the dishes. A total of 8 dishes. It symbolizes fortune. Of course, it could also be 888. Try the home-cooked dishes in our restaurant. The chef's skills are very good. Luli smiled and blinked. Even many picky customers on big stars praise it. For example, Capital Star. If we can develop Robin into a restaurant customer, the business will definitely be taken to the next level. Of course I know. Robin was very proud. Come on. I eat it every day. How could I not know? He took a chopstick and confirmed his judgment. That's right. This is the taste. Delicious. Robin agreed. That's good. Luli was secretly happy. I accomplished 2 things at once today. It was so smooth. Robin turned on his phone and started editing text. He couldn't help it. There was another soup. This was the last time Kue Wu came up. As soon as he put it down, he felt the phone in his apron vibrate. Someone sent him a message on star letter. Shui Binban, Kue Bao. I'm in your city. What? Kue Wu was startled. And his first reaction was to go downstairs and look at the star gate. Shui Binban is here. I didn't see him. There was no one else in the city. Except for the VIP in the morning. Xiao Kue, where are you? At this time. Robin. who received the message, was on the second floor of the restaurant. Seeing Luli sitting next to him, looking nonchalant, he thought, "You little brat. Are you still pretending? Shui Binbin, next to you. Next to Kue Wu is Mercury Lamp. Shui Binbin is actually a ghost." He froze in place. Over there. Robin had been sending messages for a long time. But Luli had no response at all. Robin was a little anxious. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Luli calmly put away her phone. There was confusion in her eyes. What should she say? Oh. As if suddenly remembering something, Luli started to be polite. "Since you like our restaurant's dishes so much, how about I ask our chef Kuei-shin to make some for you to take home? It's a local specialty. The gift is small, but the sentiment is great." She doesn't have anything else. Robin felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. Why did he feel something was wrong? Could it be that Luli and Xiao Kue are not the same person? Wait. What's the name of the chef in their restaurant? What's the name of the chef in your restaurant? Robin raised his eyebrows. Oh. Him. Luli picked up a piece of tofu. When she saw tofu, she thought of fragrant meat. When she thought of fragrant meat, she wanted to laugh. When they took the poster, they used this dish. His name is Kue Wu, but we all call him Kuei-shin. Luli explained kindly. Kue Wu? Kuei-shin? Xiao Kue. Crazy. Boom. A thunderbolt from the blue sky. You can see me, but I can't see you. Because I'm a zombie. I have a body. But you're a ghost. You don't. Enough. 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 He really had enough. Carl threw the hoe to the ground. From just now, Kue Wu kept talking to the mercury lamp. What's wrong with him? After being infected, Carl's sanity was already low. How could he withstand the mental pollution of Kue Wu? What are you doing? Carl ran to Kue Wu's side. Shoo. Kue Wu made a gesture to silence him. Don't scare his handsome Binbin. No wonder handsome Binbin never talks to him. It turns out that handsome Binbin can't talk. He is. Floating, Carl was on the verge of collapse. And at this moment, two people came down from the building. Robin walked in front with big strides, raising a gust of wind. Luli followed behind, shouting at his back, "Mr. Robin, are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you really not going to have lunch?" Robin ignored her at all. Straight to the helipad. As they passed the mercury lamp, Kue Wu and he exchanged a brief glance. One glance lasts for 1,000 years. Just this one glance. Many things don't need to be said clearly. I don't understand. Luli pinched the back of his neck with his hand. The interstellar gate opened. Robin drove the spaceship and flew away at lightning speed. They were just chatting just now. Suddenly turned hostile? Rich people have strange ideas. Luli couldn't figure it out. But fortunately, their city finally has money. When Kue Wu's friend comes, the city will definitely be built better. When will your friend come to visit? Luli asked excitedly. Kue Wu swallowed hard. It felt like a big stone was pressing on his heart, making him breathless. I think. Kue Wu couldn't utter these words. He has been here. Xiao Kue, you are not the one in the box on the second floor. Right? There was a red exclamation mark in front of this message. Kue Wu walked towards the restaurant in despair. The big harem pants covered the exposed muscles of his calves. The mayor said that a distinguished guest would visit today. This is a sad background music. It was raining. This was the first time it rained since Luli came to Gitten City. She sat at the window of the table in the room and looked out. Opposite was the second floor of the restaurant. The white part of the curtain was drawn. The light was faintly visible. It was dim and fluttering. The window was not closed, and the raindrops hit it. And Kue Wu's crying was deafening. It disturbed everyone's sleep. Mira had passed, although Luli didn't know what happened. But she felt very sad. The Blue City energy bubble was gurgling slowly. When visitors leave Guten City, the records will be automatically cleared. She had no idea what happened. But it must not be something happy. Carl looked up in the rain with a black umbrella. He could see her. A flash of lightning passed from behind, and thunder exploded. He had taken off the ridiculous interstellar pirate eye patch. His face was as pale as paper by the flash. It made his eyes look even more red. Luli felt the redness of his left eye spread upwards. Tonight, he would endure that pain again. He didn't know that he had seen his memory. The system said that alienated creatures were extremely dangerous. Either they succeeded and became rational non-human monsters, such as zombies like Bird, Kue Wu, and Mira. Or they went crazy and became aliens in the gray fog. Carl's sanity value was only 23. It would hit the bottom tonight. With the expulsion key at hand, was she going to take the lives of the entire city and gamble this time? Chapter 26. Ah! Someone screamed. Luli looked at the man in front of him in shock and fell to the ground. Carl didn't even have time to look back to see who attacked him. He lost consciousness. Although he was tall, he couldn't reach his neck with a knife. But Mira had a baseball bat. Got it. Familiar with it. He won't be in trouble. Luli pointed at Carl, who was lying unconscious on the ground. She asked Mira if there was any way to make a person sleep peacefully. Then, a sneak attack became an option. And it was a great success. You seem to be quite experienced? Luli couldn't help asking. She was referring to beating people. But obviously, Mira misunderstood. You know all this? Mira was surprised and put the stick on her shoulder. I'm an amateur baseball player. Of course, since the baseball field was destroyed in the gray fog. She couldn't remember how long she hadn't played baseball. Lift him to the bed. Luli needed Mira's help. She couldn't drag such a big person alone. So, Mira helped Luli and carried Carl to his own bed like a dead person. To be on the safe side, Luli also tied Carl's hands and feet to the bed poles with ropes, so that his whole body was in the shape of a big letter. Mira? ? After 3 seconds of stunned, she realized. She quietly left the room. She also considerately closed the door for Luli. The mayor. She also has weaknesses. And Luli was a little relieved after tying Carl tightly. That should be enough. An extra layer of protection. The pain caused by the alien infection will wake him up even if he takes medicine. If he wakes up and becomes violent, at least there is an extra rope to restrain him. Let everyone have some buffer space. Luli will not choose to throw Carl out unless it is absolutely necessary. Their city has no airport, and naturally no means of transportation. Outside the Interstellar gate is the vast sea of stars. It's okay to stay there for a short time, but without means of transportation, you can't travel between planets, and you will die in space sooner or later. Fortunately, Robin came here by himself. Otherwise Luli really didn't know how to send him back. Just as Luli was about to leave, Carl woke up in a daze. As soon as he woke up, he found that he couldn't move. He looked again. It turned out that his hands and feet were tied up. There was only one person in front of him. Mayor Luli. After many days of getting along, Luli is now considered a half-good person in his heart. He didn't want to misunderstand good people again. You didn't tie it, right? Carl asked. Luli was stunned and raised the rope in his hand. I tied it. Isn't it obvious? Carl was ashamed and angry. You? What do you want to do? Help you. Luli looked at the time. 1 o'clock in the morning. It's almost time. Help me. Help me with what? Carl's tone began to become impatient. His eyes gradually turned red, and his breathing became rapid. Yes, they came again. That kind of pain. Luli noticed his emotional changes. The phone showed that Carl's sanity limit was dropping rapidly. Don't worry. Guten City will not abandon any citizen. As long as I can survive tonight, it will be fine. Luli is gambling. What gives her confidence is the 10 points of sanity in the city's special effects. Luli hopes that they can support Carl through the last painful time. What did you say? Carl's arms were bulging with veins. The rope that bound him was stretched to the limit and was about to break. All the blood vessels in his body were exposed under the white skin. There was a blood vein that connected from the heart upwards, like a blood stain, spreading along the shoulders, neck, and cheeks, weaving a spider web. You know? What do you know? Carl's expression gradually became crazy. At this time, there was a chaotic noise outside the window. The window of Carl's room was not closed, and the heavy rain that had been falling for a day had stopped. But the city was still wet. After receiving Robin's investment in the afternoon, Luli started the high-chain windmill and headed towards the gray fog around him. Even in the heavy rain, the high-chain windmill can operate normally. The water fan was turned on, but the rain had stopped long ago. Where did this weird sound come from? The sound was not loud, but the tone was very strange. It was crackling, like a broken record player. Luli looked out the window. The mercury lamp emitted a bright white light, and the fog was thick at the edge of the city. The land newly opened up by the high-chain windmill could not be covered by the mercury lamp light source, resulting in those areas being dark. The fear of darkness is deeply rooted in human genes. After many days, Luli felt uneasy again. She always felt that there was something spying in the dark. The strong nasal breath sprayed on the back of her ear. It's so itchy. She shouldn't have turned around. Carl was only 2 centimeters away from her. Facing her. Carl's eyes were as cold as frost. But his palms were extremely hot. He grabbed Luli's neck and pressed her against the windowsill. The whistling night wind poured in from behind. But not a single drop of it could enter Luli's throat, blowing her hair forward in a mess. Her tears flowed out of her eyes and voluntarily calmed down. But in Carl's eyes, whose rationality had reached the bottom, there was only coldness and ruthlessness. After Myra's comfort, Kuewu felt much better. He finally sorted out his scattered emotions. The wind is a bit strong tonight. Let's close the window and go to bed. What a scene he saw when he came to the windowsill. Luli sat on the windowsill with her back to him. And in front of her was Carl. Carl's hand was placed under her chin. His muscular arms were bent. And the red lines on his body extended all the way to his chest. Wow. You can't tell when he wears clothes. But it turns out that this guy has tattoos all over his body. Due to visual error, the two faces overlapped. And Luli's body was still shaking slightly. His knuckles grasped the windowsill tightly. Kuewu's heartbeat accelerated. Kuewu. He vaguely heard someone calling his name. Damn. Did the mayor catch him peeking? It really wasn't intentional. He quickly pulled the curtain shut. Don't look at anything indecent. Don't look at anything indecent. He didn't see anything. Neck kiss. Carl is really good at it. In fact, there was no kiss. It was all strangling. Save me. Luli heard Kuewu closing the window, and squeezed out these words from her teeth with all her strength. Unexpectedly, Kuewu acted as if he didn't see it. No way. Aren't his eyes big? Or did he cry too much and his eyes went blind? System. Are you there? Luli could only pin her last hope on this system, which always disappeared for various reasons every time she was about to die. But fortunately this time. Don't panic. I handle it. Great. Luli breathed a sigh of relief. Give me a pair of titanium alloy laser eyes to electrocute him. Due to the cracking of the first hard door, the system can wander in the memory layer that Carl opened. In the medical room of the Black Tide Special Forces base, the system found key information in the personal physical examination form. He is ticklish. You poke him, Luli. No. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? The strong feeling of suffocation made Luli's head dizzy. Fortunately, her hands could still move. Let's try. Not far from her feet, the mayor's mobile phone was on. She was suddenly attacked just now, and her mobile phone fell out. Otherwise, she could take out the big pineapple hammer to fight back. Her slender fingers stopped at Carl's waist. Then, her thumb and index finger gently pinched the flesh. The owner of the body twisted reflexively. At the same time, the expressionless face actually raised a fleeting smile. It was like the first mark of ice cracking in spring. Luli was awakened. It worked. She pinched his waist without any hesitation. Carl dodged like a catfish, twisting left and right. But he never let go of his hand that was pinching her neck. But the strength and killing intent were almost gone. The continuous tickling attack. It also made his chaotic mind a little clearer. What was he doing just now? He loosened his hand. Cough, cough, cough. Fresh air finally rushed into his lungs again. Luli squatted down and kept coughing. It was too difficult. She must order a wolf-proof collar to see who dares to pinch her in the future. Carl stood there in silence. The painful feeling in his heart disappeared. It was as if it had never been pierced by an alien. Is it okay? He looked at his left chest. The scar fell off, and pink flesh grew out. The heart beat with vitality. It gave the owner a new life. Boom, boom, boom. No, it's not right. It's very similar, but it's definitely not the frequency of a human heart. The surroundings became quiet and silent. Luli put her phone in her pocket and stood up. Mr. Carl, you have to compensate me for my mental damages. I find my lawyer. But Carl didn't even look at her. A soft tentacle dripping with thick yellow-green mucus reached into the window. In its trunk-like mouthparts, the fine teeth were arranged like gears. It sniffed a few times, and after a period of extreme contraction, it immediately expanded 3 or 5 times. Like a king cobra spreading its wings, it bit Luli's head. In a flash, Carl grabbed the malicious tentacle. Alien? His hand left deep scars on the surface of the tentacle. Only a level. The mucus slowly wrapped his hand. Carl found that the strength in his body was flowing back. This monster. It's not this monster. A black thorn broke out of his chest. It was like pressing a stick of incense on white paper. And a large area of fire was set ablaze in an instant. Luli narrowed one eye. If you don't want to pay, then don't pay. Why do you want to hit people? Before she finished speaking, Carl came over with a wave of his hand. Carl raised his hand and grabbed something. Luli heard a hissing sound and turned around to realize what kind of terrible thing was staring at her. It was Carl who saved her. She immediately took out the big pineapple hammer. She wanted to let these ungrateful monsters taste the power of lightning. At this moment, more than a dozen identical tentacles jumped in from outside. The tentacles looked soft, but their texture was as hard as steel bars, and they directly pierced through the window glass on the second floor. These tentacles are different from the previous ones. They don't need to rely on walls to walk. They entangled Carl in an instant. Carl looked miserable. Luli swung the hammer, and lightning struck the tentacles. The aftermath of the lightning spread, and the tentacles were intact. Luli's pupils dilated. They are not afraid of lightning? She held Carl's hand tightly. His hands were still as wide as when they first met. Very suitable for farming. But Carl frowned, looked at Luli deeply, and pushed her away with his last strength. That look. Is it saying goodbye to herself? Luli sat on the ground, watching the tentacles drag Carl out of the window and into the endless darkness. Chapter 27. Elephant Hunter Ring Star JL25. Northern Region. The outline of a human city can be vaguely seen in the distance. But that was many years ago. The largest gray fog research institute under the Imperial Research Institute, Kuroshio, determined that this planet is no longer suitable for human habitation. Pollution level, A. Pollution area, 77%. The people of the planet evacuated one after another, looking for a new home. Afterwards, the Kuroshio Research Institute established a base here, and the army serving it was the Kuroshio Special Forces. The soldiers dispatched by the regular army of the Elephant Hunter Star did not know what kind of dangerous mission they were about to perform. But it is the nature of soldiers to obey orders. The casualties are a bit high. The colonel from the Elephant Hunter, who came to take over, opened the death list from last month. 100 people. None of them survived. This time he asked for another 100. It seems that they treat human life as worthless. What are you pretending for? The woman in the white coat impatiently signed the form and threw the list in front of the man. You can leave, if it is not necessary. She does not want to contact these hypocritical officers. They said they felt sorry for the people, but they actually sent people here in waves. The interest groups divided the profits among themselves and made a lot of money. The colonel in front of him naturally took a lot of money. The things done by his subordinates were even darker than the slave society. All the people sent here were carefully selected, without any background, but full of enthusiasm for serving the country. It is said that if you serve in JL25 watching for half a year, you will not only get a reward of 200,000 star coins when you return, but also get more military points and get the opportunity for priority promotion. In theory, everyone should have participated in this glorious journey. After they died, they realized that this was a precise sniper from the beginning, and a long-lasting tomb built for people like them. The plan to save the desolate planet is still hotly discussed in the army. Not only the Elephant Hunter planet. As long as there is a star field where the Black Tide Research Institute is stationed, it will radiate the surrounding area. I'm sorry. The research needs the support of living people. The truth is airtight, because no one survived. Heh. The colonel surrendered helplessly. What did I say? What was left for him was the back of the woman leaving. Doctor. See you next month. He saluted teasingly. One night 2 weeks later, this group of Kuroshio's special forces went on their first operation. 35 people. Although the base army leader said that the mission site was not covered by gray fog. But for safety reasons, all personnel were ordered to take protective measures. Carl put on protective clothing and goggles. The protective clothing was specially made by the Kuroshio Research Institute and was expensive. It allows people to stay in the gray fog for a short time. At first, it was only equipped for researchers. But since they came to JL25 Ring Star and joined the Black Tide Research Institute, they are part of the institute. And every life is precious. They are soldiers, not machines. These words made everyone excited. Except for Carl. He chose to come here, not for some illusory ghost dream of purifying the star sea. It was just for the 200,000 star coins. He really wanted to retire. A few days ago, he took a fancy to a small country villa outside the third-class city of Hunter Elephant Star. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the scenery is beautiful. The real estate salesman was very enthusiastic and guaranteed that the gray fog would not fall on the Elephant Hunter Star. To be more precise, even if the pollution spread from the ring star, according to the authorities' speculation, it would fall at least 200 years later. By then, it was unknown whether Carl would still be alive in this world. The most important thing was that this small building only cost 600,000 star coins. He still needed 100,000 in savings. When he returned from the JL-25 ring star after completing the dispatch mission, the money would be enough. He told the real estate salesman to keep the house for him. After buying the house, he still had 100,000 star coins left. With his qualifications, it shouldn't be difficult for him to find a security job in the city. He was an orphan since childhood, without a father or a mother, and he had no worries. Living a stable life was the greatest happiness. Carl arrived at the designated area. This operation required them to look for dark black charcoal blocks in the ruins, according to the shape on the image. But no one told them what it was. This is the advantage of well-trained soldiers. They won't ask too many questions. Just follow orders like a machine. Carl is digging in the ruins. 35 people are scattered, responsible for their own areas. Toxic cloud detected. Danger level S. Stop all tasks. Retreat immediately. Stop everything. The alarm was sounded by an old-fashioned walkie-talkie. The mechanical electronic sound repeated over and over again. It fell to the ground, and not far away was the body of its owner. A pair of long military boots stopped next to the old-fashioned walkie-talkie. The visitor picked up the old-fashioned walkie-talkie with unexpected good temper. The intercom was noisy, like a stuck tape. He was inexplicably annoyed. Afterthought. Stop the next second. The man in military uniform threw it into the electronic ruins. He also wore a white coat over his uniform, showing his identity as a member of the Kuroshio research base. The snake-staff medal on his chest was particularly eye-catching. The poisonous cloud had come a long time ago. It was unpredictable and unprepared. The most terrible moving disaster in the gray fog. A large group of yellow dust, like a locust passing through, would leave no living things wherever it went. Let's have someone collect the bodies. The commander of the special forces at the Kuroshio base glanced at the charcoal in the hands of the corpses at his feet. It was not a loss. We collect as much as we can. It was dark. After being unconscious for an unknown period of time, Carl woke up from the alien infection for the first time. As the group of people closest to the poisonous cloud, he was the first to be hit. The severe pain all over his body made him unable to stand up. He could feel something gnawing at his heart. Later, those things broke through the ground. They slowly took root and sprouted. Now, they have grown up. Black branches sprouted from his heart, hairy like spider legs. They drew his body as nutrients, and he was surrounded by yellow-green slime tentacles, wrapping, entwining, strangling. His back slid on the ground, and the tentacles dragged him away from Guten City, heading towards the endless darkness. The bright mercury lamp slowly turned from a large disk into a small dot. When he slept, he always felt that it was too bright. He had no strength at all. The black spider branches continued to grow and touched the yellow-green slime tentacles. It was stunned for a moment, and suddenly trembled violently. Finally realized that his parasite was being plundered by another unknown force. The invaded black spider branch was furious and instantly jumped several meters high. At the same time, the black thorn split into a huge net, enveloping the obstacles on both sides. The camphor tree, which had been immersed in the gray fog for many days, had long since turned into a dead tree with a strange shape. But the underground roots were tangled and could not be easily shaken. Carl stopped at the edge of the newly opened city of Luli. There were no lights here, and it was as dark as the polar night. Two alien species were fighting fiercely in the air above his head, fighting for the ownership of his body. The base commander said that if you are unfortunately infected by alien species, dying immediately is the luckiest way to get rid of it. The more sober and rational you are, the longer you will be tortured. The alien species will control the brain at the moment of mental collapse of the creature, combine with it, and mutate into a new species. Carl suddenly thought of the black shadow tentacle that he dragged out of the wall a few days ago, the product of the combination of shadow monster and octopus. And I will soon become the same kind as it. I wonder if one day I will invade Gitten City without realizing it. Will they recognize me? The fight continues. He can't change anything. Think about this journey. He fought hard to return to the base from the place where he was carrying out the mission, and then climbed up from the sea of corpses in the incineration site again, until he escaped from jail 25 Ring Star. Came to Gitten City. Everything is like a dream. Maybe I died at the moment when the alien pierced my heart, and everything now may be my imagination. Lying on the muddy ground. The touch of the back of his hand was the coldness of the spring rain, and the black spider branches sucked his strength dry. Carl suddenly felt his eyelids were heavy. Sanity value, 0+1. At this time, a soft temperature suddenly came from the palm of his hand. Don't sleep. A female voice said. This illusion is good. And there is hospice care. Carl smiled self-deprecatingly. The next second, the warm electronic light came into his eyes. Next to the mobile phone flashlight was Lu Li's face. Lu Li held his hand. He said it again. Don't sleep. Then, he stared nervously at the aliens fighting in the air. She didn't know how humans could survive the alien infection. But the energy of the aliens must be limited. In any case, Carl was like a traveler in the snow. Once he closed his eyes, he would never open them again. She was not sure if she could save Carl, and she had never seen how human mental power could overcome alien infection. But Mira, Kuewu, and Bird have all experienced infection and survived. Even if the infection they had was not of the same level as the one in Carl. Persistence may not lead to results, but giving up will lead to immediate death. Why? Carl's voice was weak. There was a warm current flowing out of his heart, and he didn't know if the heart that flowed out of that warm current could still be called his heart. Because you are a citizen of Gitten City, Lu Li said lightly. In fact, her hands were shaking with fear. Besides, the vegetable garden outside the restaurant is waiting for you to water it tomorrow. Give a concrete reason and light up a hope for survival. Lazy people may not like this reason, but Carl is not a lazy person. For watering, for those plants. This time, he did not push Lu Li away. Sensing the changes in the host, the alien black branch was unbelievable. It was fighting hard outside. But the nest at home was on fire? A distraction. The slime tentacles took the upper hand, strangling and crushing the exposed thorns. Without obstacles, it discovered a creature in front of it through the vision of the tentacle skin. The original prey? Like the flying hair of Queen Medusa. The mouth parts of dozens of slimy tentacles wriggled in the night sky. It looked down from above, looking down on Lu Li, with the alien in his heart. Carl's sanity limit was gradually recovering. You shouldn't have come. But he couldn't recover his fighting power for a while. It's not afraid of thunder and lightning. It will be fine after a while. Carl tried to concentrate all his strength and wanted to join the battle as soon as possible. You go first. He's targeting me. But Lu Li let go of his hand and stood up. She glanced at the big pineapple hammer in her hand. The slime tentacles seemed very proud. It killed a much stronger alien species so easily. It was not in a hurry to kill the tiny human in front of it. It wanted to see her trembling in fear. Lu Li sighed. She was filling something into the hammer. She said slowly. So, I don't know if it. A green fire snake poured onto the ground, winding forward along the black dead branches. Lu Li's lips moved. Are you afraid of fire? After saying that, the fire snake exploded like fireworks, climbing up the black branches like spider webs, and instantly brushed a whole wall of blazing green flames in front of it. The dead leaves and black branches that could not be shaken off all became flammable, wrapped in slimy tentacles. They all went to the ashes in hell, dancing wildly, screaming, burning. The night sky of Gitten City was as bright as day. Lu Li blew on the hammer, and wisps of smoke came out of the hammer, which was very hot. I'm waiting for the CD. What are you waiting for? Your hammer can also set fire? Kayer was stunned. Yes. Lu Li smiled. The system rolled its eyes silently. Flame energy water. She got it again. The air was filled with a burning smell. Lu Li's stomach couldn't help but growl. Could this thing be another kind of seafood? Will there be a seafood market nearby? Sea intestine. Finally lost to its own arrogance. The black bud on Carl's chest completely shrank back. It seems to be afraid of his host. Carl opened his hands. A black hole-like shadow spun and sucked from his heart, swallowing superpowers. He found that he was fully able to use the abilities of the Black Branch alien. This is a new life. Ding ding ding. System scrolling sound. Opening the phone. Carl's sanity limit turned out to be 280. So he should be fine? Luli breathed a sigh of relief. She saved his life. So his favorability must have gone crazy. She excitedly opened the interpersonal relationship map. What? Carl's favorability towards her is still 0. No. You? She was just about to ask for culpability. A familiar icon came into her sight. Love? On Carl's favorability screen. There is a red heart next to her avatar. The favorability is 0. But there is a heart. The red heart will appear only when the favorability is above 80. What's going on? Luli looked at Carl. Carl looked at her intently. One red and one blue eye is like a puppy with different eyes. That look really couldn't be called innocent. While the system's voice is gossipy and annoying. This is love that is forcibly suppressed. But fails to be suppressed. People also call it irresistible heartbeat. Chapter 28. How is it? How much? Luli watched Mira holding the nightmare gravel collector and sucking it fiercely on the battlefield last night. The black mud on the ground piled up like a hill. A sea cucumber mutant. And the thorn spider in Carl's body. This is their ashes. 0.9 grams. Mira told Luli the number. Luli was shocked. In the past, she could only collect 0.01 grams at most every night. Even the black shadow tentacle that almost killed her that day. She only collected 0.08 grams from it. It seems that the stronger the monsters that raid at night, the more nightmare gravel you can collect. The closer the city is to upgrading, the stronger the monsters that attack. But I didn't expect that powerful monsters could reveal so much nightmare gravel. Does that mean you can get rich just by killing monsters in the future? Luli suddenly had a bold idea. The system sensed. I wonder if you have heard of a proverb. What proverb? When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman gains. Well, I'm still picking her up. Indeed. If the two alien species hadn't fought each other to a draw, how could she have burned them all to death so easily? Why did such a powerful monster come? Luli looked at the city experience bar. Yesterday was not the night before the upgrade. It showed that there was at least one more bar to upgrade to LV5. Because the area of your city has expanded, Luli looked at the current city. It has expanded 3 squares outward from the original 5x5. It has expanded to another street. The greening and streetlights have been immersed in the gray fog for many days and are all scrapped. Fortunately, the infection of the alien species to plants is limited. Otherwise it would be a real-life version of Plants vs. Zombies. The daily consumption of electricity, water, and wind in the city has also reached an astonishing 1,000 star coins. The personnel cost has not increased too much for the time being. So the income is just the same as the expenditure. The cost of Luli's city construction is naturally the 1 million star coins contributed by the angel investor Mr. Robin. Although 1 million star coins may seem like a lot, if you live on it, you will eventually run out of money. Moreover, in the contract terms, Luli clearly stated that he would give investors dividends every year. We still have to find a way to open up the source of income. I just don't know what buildings will be unlocked after the city is upgraded to LV5. It would be best if it is an economical building with strong business capabilities. Now the city's area expansion problem is no longer a problem. But the city's population has not increased. The houses that were previously rented out were booked by Bird after they were seen as soon as they were posted. Until now, more than 10 days have passed. And there has been no news. Why has no one come to the rental advertisement you posted? Luli asked the system. The system's answer was very annoying. Obviously, no one likes this place. It's not that bad. Luli looked around. Silence. Except that there are a few more people than when she first came. The scene is still very silent rich. She silently built several more high-chain windmills, wishing she could blow away all the gray fog. While the windmills were still working, she went into the research institute for a tour. Suddenly I found that there was a project in the Level 1 Research Institute that had not been developed yet. Spider robot without a description. She didn't know what it was. You can only know it after you build it. But the power of the high-chain windmill has already left her with a lot of shock. This spider robot should also be useful. She took out the nightmare gravel that she had just packed today. Separate 0.3 grams. The same transparent small bottle, with a piece of colorful black inside. Click to develop. Half an hour later, the spider robot was successfully developed. After consuming 1,000 star coins and 500 city energy points, the spider robot was immediately built. Luli looked at the pickup port for a long time, but couldn't find it. On your shoulder system friendly reminder. Luli turned her head. She saw a steel spider as big as a human head. Its 8 legs gently clung to her clothes. Its round eyes were still staring at her. Luli stared at it for 3 seconds, and then let out a terrible scream. She wasn't the type of person who was afraid of insects. But she couldn't stand this kind of fright. Come on. It's just a robot. Does it really need to be so realistic? And it's so big. The screams alarmed everyone in the city. When everyone rushed to the institute, they opened the door and saw Luli sitting on the ground in a twisted state. An unknown creature was moving quickly, getting off her shoulder and shrinking into a corner. Alien? Everyone picked up their weapons and prepared to fight. Luli was still in shock and raised his hand quickly. Stop! 1,000 star coins. Fortunately, it was in spider form. Luli didn't know if he could save its life if it was in cockroach form with his psychological endurance. The incident ended in a farce. It is a working robot that can replace humans to enter buildings and work. The system was speechless to Luli. Sure enough, in the city population interface, in addition to biological organisms, there is also a page for intelligent machinery. The first one is the spider robot that Luli just built. Luli clicked on the spider robot and found that it could be arranged to work. Now the buildings in the city are occupied by residents. Only the research institute is empty. Arranging spider robots to work can improve the research and development and manufacturing efficiency of the research institute. The spider robots have built-in voice recognition function, and Luli can also give them commands directly. But the accuracy of recognition is unknown. Anyway, it is definitely not as smart as the system in her mind that can talk back to her. According to the system, the developer of the spider robot comes from the southern galaxy of the star C. Speaking with an accent, this is also recorded in the spider robot system. This means that the spider robot has a more intimate execution for the owner of this local accent. This seems to give it an anthropomorphic color and make it closer to the southern galaxy. But the truth is actually a problem with the source code setting. Sometimes I am really curious. Where do these magical things come from? Luli has always had a question in her mind. Such is the system bound to her mind. The mayor's mobile phone and the big pineapple hammer in her hand. The buggy props in the Love Value store. And the research and development products of the Research Institute, which seem to be far superior to the technology of this world itself, including the description of the developer of the spider robot in the system. It always makes her feel as if there is such a person in reality. Perhaps, when she has the opportunity to travel to other stars, she can even pass by that person at a certain street corner. Silence for a moment, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Inhaling and exhaling, the system is very secretive. Now, it's not the time to say it. Okay. Fortunately, Luli is not a person who likes to get stuck in a rut, and believes in letting things take their course. Arrange the spider robot to work in the Research Institute. Its 8 legs crawled quickly and entered the machine in a flash. Luli's sanity value almost dropped to the ground again. After it entered, a line of small words appeared at the bottom of the Research Institute screen. Spider robot working. Research Institute production efficiency plus 20%. All content of the Level 1 Research Institute is unlocked. See if it can be upgraded to Level 2. Luli clicked on it and found that it would take double the star coins to upgrade to Level 2 Research Institute. That is, 2,000 star coins. In addition, it would take 1,000 city energy and 1 gram of nightmare gravel. The previous ones are easy to say. 1 gram of nightmare gravel. Wouldn't that be 100,000 star coins? Otherwise, why is it said that research requires a lot of money? What a headache. There is only about 0.7 grams of nightmare gravel left in the nightmare gravel collector. It is definitely impossible to build it today. Since nightmare gravel can be sold, it can certainly be bought. Luli specifically asked Bird. Unexpectedly, he had never heard of this word. But after Luli's detailed description, a very similar thing vaguely emerged in his mind. But it is not called nightmare gravel, but candid crystal. It is said to be a special material often used in the Shanghai Daxing Research Institute. Luli asked if he could find a channel to buy it. Bird said he could only try it, but it's better not to try. Bird did find the relevant information about Canjing. The price the system showed at that time was 100,000 star coins per gram. Now it has risen to 180,000 star coins per gram. This is the data from 6 months ago. And there is no path to buy. In other words, no one is selling it. There is a price but no market. It seems that we can only be self-sufficient, Luli thought. If there were alien monsters of the same level as last night every day, collecting nightmare gravel would not be a problem. The system broke out in a cold sweat. Your idea is very dangerous, but Lu Li's eyes glowed green. Dangerous? Fortune comes in danger. The Research Institute line can only be put on hold for the time being. There are enough star coins in the account at present. Let's see if we can upgrade other buildings first. Lu Li clicked on the City Hall. The current level of the City Hall is 3. It will take 2,000 star coins to upgrade to level 4. It still retains the habit of the previous world. When upgrading a building, it is best not to have anyone in the building. Lu Li called Mira out. But in fact, it doesn't matter if there are people in the building. The mayor is going to use her divine power again. Mila stared at Lu Li. Sure enough, under the knocking of the translucent void workers, the 3-story City Hall suddenly rose 1 floor. It became a 4-story building. It turned out that there was an extra floor between the 1st and 3rd floors. Lu Li clicked it and took a look. The 4-level City Hall has one more function. The personnel office. With this office, people from all over the Star Sea can be recruited to work in Gitten City. Because the transportation network of Shanghai is extremely developed, work commuting can even shuttle between planets. Unlike the one-time round trip at the airport. If you choose this commuting method for a long time, you can choose a more cost-effective interstellar train. But the premise is that the distance between the planets cannot be too far, and there are routes to support it. Usually settled on a monthly basis. Specially equipped for high-paid technical talents. Their daily salary is usually more than 500 star coins. However, such an interstellar train is not suitable for residents who go to Gitten City for work. The use of the personnel office also requires staff. At the same time, after upgrading to level 4, the habitable population of the City Hall +1 is just enough for the staff to live in. But there is no disposable manpower in the city now. Lu Li shouted at the Research Institute. Little fool. 3 seconds later, a steel spider with a big head crawled out and stood at the door of the Research Institute, staring blankly at the direction of the City Hall. This is the name Lu Li gave to the spider robot number 1. Because there will definitely be a second. A third. Give it a name that is easy to remember. It has 8 legs, and it ran towards Lu Li in the blink of an eye. Lu Li stood in the personnel office of the City Hall, watching the little fool sitting in front of the HR computer, doing the recruitment work in a serious manner. He also had a bird tie tied around his thick neck. This weird sense of absurdity. The system couldn't help but ask, what position are you recruiting for? Chapter 29. The Talent Market Hall of Deepening. This is a backward star cluster in the third world. Even if there is no pollution, the long-term poverty and war have made the people living here desperate. The new regulations issued by the Shanghai federal government prohibit the sale of human beings. The Deepening, which still lives in a primitive society, has been completely liberated. But the gap between the rich and the poor in Shanghai is unimaginable. Some people have just come down from the trees. But some people have already driven spaceships all over the galaxy. The rich people in the capital star can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a drink, while the people living on Deepening can't even earn 1 star coin after working hard for a day. The most commonly used currency unit is star cent. 1,000 star cent equals 1 star coin. After working hard for a day, they can only earn 100 star cents, which is barely enough to make ends meet. The people of Earth Donkey Star have the advantages of low labor costs and eagerness to work. The planets where companies that can come here to recruit are basically short of human resources. But their economic and technological level is not enough to cover all with machinery. Therefore, remote cross-planet recruitment came into being. The job fair that opens once a month has become their only chance to change their fate by sending surplus labor to planets with labor shortages. The recruitment booths and the giant advertising screens on the booths are the most advanced technological products on this planet. Of course, these were all built by the company that originally recruited across the planet. The faces of HR flashed on the screen. Like gods. Star citizens who came to the job fair would wear the most formal clothes and try their best to be noticed. The more developed the planet, the more people lined up in front of the recruitment booth. Even in front of the recruitment booth of Fayyo Star Gitten City, which has a pure land area of only 2 blocks. There were a few people standing in front of it. Lu Li offered a salary range of 10 to 20 star coins per day for the HR recruitment position of Xiaobindin. This salary level is the lowest in the entire Star Sea. So Xiaobindin can only enter the talent market hall of Donkey Star. But even though it is only 10 to 20 star coins per day, It is actually a good job in the lower middle class here. As long as the application is successful, you can start work immediately. The recruitment company will buy tickets for the new employees and provide a series of guarantees. Hello, Mr. Dan. My name is Chin-san. The visitor greeted the little spider on the screen attentively. The title next to the little spider's name was written as HR of Gitten City Human Resources Company, Mr. Little Fool. But how could he dare to call him by his name? After thinking about it, Mr. Egg was the most appropriate. When it comes to interviews, he is a veteran. Introduce yourself. The little fool's voice was a very conventional, dull, mechanical voice, without a trace of emotion. Unlike the system voice, sometimes it really sounds like a little boy who deserves a beating during the voice change period. Okay. So Chin-san beamed with joy and started talking about his elementary school life. He spoke with great emotion and eloquence. Luli was stunned. Chin-san was a 360-degree all-round master. Even if he went to the capital star, he wouldn't starve to death. Of course, she couldn't help but sigh that it was so hard to find a job now. No matter where the recruitment market was, it was so competitive. You can't survive without some skills. Will it be a waste of talent if he came to Gitten City to work? After all, she just wanted to hire a farmer. As for Carl, she had already had a preliminary discussion with him about being a security guard. He had no objection to her arrangement, and probably wanted to try out how powerful his new ability was. This guy is good? Luli was eager to move. Talk about salary. She gave the little fool an order. If the facts were really as Chin-san said, even if he wanted to increase his salary to 30 star coins, Luli would think it was completely fine. At this moment, the system sneered. Hee. You found a good trick by hiring him. Luli was stunned. What do you mean? Job seekers need to provide their basic information to participate in the job fair. And ordinary job seekers will not deliberately falsify it, unless they have a secret that they cannot reveal. For example, Chin-san in front of him. His resume is obviously problematic. Job fairs on planets like Earth Donkey Star don't pay much anyway, so ordinary HR recruiters are too lazy to do background checks. The people here are all the same, but the system is different. Although it is not HR, it is active. It has to do things that are not its job. Now someone is dancing in his face. Can it tolerate this? It didn't take much time for Chin-san's background to be completely exposed. Luli looked at the real information of Chin-san that the system found for her. She couldn't help but feel a chill on her back. The name is fake, but the face is real. He has talked about all the skills he should have, and he didn't mention a word he didn't want to say. A habitual thief? Luli's pupils trembled. One by one, he had a long list of bad deeds. He used his position to seek personal gain. He just paid some money when he was caught. He didn't stay in jail for too long and was soon released. He continued to look for a job after being released, causing trouble for the people. Luli thought again. Indeed. Otherwise, with his technical talent, how could he be interested in their current city? He should have been robbed a long time ago. Later, Chin-san committed more and more crimes, and those multi-star companies were almost all stolen by him. The remaining companies were alerted, and his face was blacklisted, so he couldn't go to Daxing. He could only try his luck on Delustar. The background check here was not strict. Unfortunately, he encountered a system that was more difficult than the HR on Daxing. Everything was cleaned up. Luli's face was extremely gloomy. Next, the little fool and Chin-san were chatting enthusiastically over there. The salary was also set at 25 star coins per day. Chin-san almost felt that this job was in his pocket. Prepare to steal in Gitten City and show off your skills. Waiting for the signature. Who would have thought that suddenly? Mr. Dan changed his face. I'm sorry. You didn't pass the interview. Look forward to the next cooperation. Goodbye. June Day. Mr. Dan's face. Chin-san was still confused until he was asked to leave the booth of Gitten Human Resources Company by the service robot in the lobby. Exposed? Impossible. Luli frowned and stopped at his most recent theft record. Just last week. The planet where he was thrown out of work after being punished. Good guy. A model worker. Working all year round? Although people who have made mistakes should be given a chance to repent and start a new life. But even if Luli becomes a saint, she will not think that people who keep making the same mistakes in such a short time are truly repentant. Chin-san is out of the game. The little fool will interview the next one. But after interviewing 2 people in a row, neither of them is suitable. Either the salary is too high, And he won't work without 60-star coins. 60-star coins? Higher than Bird's salary. Moreover, this person's abilities and qualities are very average. The system rating is D-level living ability. Not worth it. Either he thinks Feiyo Star is too far away. He has an old mother at home who needs to be taken care of. Although he is a long-term worker, he needs to go back every week. The round-trip ticket is a huge expense. Kitten City can't afford it. Besides, he only wants to find a place on the neighboring star. When he saw the distance from Delu Star to Kitten City, he turned around and left. Lu Li was a little discouraged. It seems that work is a two-way selection process. Job seekers are frustrated. And recruiters are not easy either. Later. No one is waiting in line. Today's talent market is about to close. We can only continue to recruit people when it opens next month. Or we can try our luck at the talent market on another planet tomorrow. But each time we buy the right to use the booth, we need to spend 50-star coins. How many times will it take to recruit the right person? Rarely does everything go smoothly. Before success, there will always be various twists and turns. Lu Li also let it go. She went around the city again, mainly to change the location of the Haiqin windmill. Now, the street next door has been completely separated from the gray fog. Lu Li can see that there used to be a small park there. It covers an area of about 12 squares. But all the facilities in the park have turned into sand, and the wind turns them into powder and scatters them. At the same time, the plants in the park are basically dead. Using a hammer, the park can be razed to the ground, and then other new buildings can be built on it. Lu Li didn't rush to smash it, but wanted to see if there were any supporting facilities around so that they could be planned together. Every time this happened, she couldn't help but sigh. If only she had a map of Liaojitan City, she wouldn't be like a headless fly like now. Ding ding ding, the little fool sent a message to Lu Li. There is a new job applicant. Susan. Lu Li stared at the dull-eyed woman on the little fool's computer screen. Was she cosplaying? She actually had a pair of furry wolf ears on her head. What do you think? Lu Li was unsure. After all, she almost let the wolf in just now. Now, it is unknown whether this one is a real wolf or not. Infected, what do you mean? The direction of gray fog pollution mutation is diverse. Zombies, aliens, monsters, beast transformation. All possible. Based on the form. She should have been bitten by the mutated wolf and turned into this. Is it dangerous? Lu Li was most concerned about this question. Last time, Carl came for no reason and brought an S-level alien, which almost killed her. If they are not parasitized, but only injured and survive, they are generally not very aggressive. It is the same as the zombies like Mirakuewu. That's good, as long as they can communicate normally and are not a threat to the city. Other things, such as abilities, are not very important to Lu Li. The system still rated Susan as D-level. Also as D-level. Susan agreed to a daily salary of 15-star coins. While the little fool was signing the contract with Susan, the system suddenly said something out of the blue, like a normal chat. But the content was not so relaxed. Did you know? People with alienated forms will be discriminated against when looking for a job. Why? Lu Li felt very strange. I think she is cute with wolf ears. Sincerely? That's what you think. Many people are worried that they will pass on the pollution to themselves. Even if alienation is not transmitted through normal interactions between people, the people who really need to be kept away and controlled are those who coexist with pollutants. For example, Carl before. But now that pollution is so serious, 9 out of 10 people will be polluted, as long as they live on a polluted planet. Discrimination is discriminatory. Aren't you afraid that they will be discriminated against in the end? Since Lu Li came to Gutan City, he has also met several people, and they are different from normal people in appearance. Perhaps in the entire Star Sea, polluted people are the norm? Of course, pollution is everywhere. But if you have been to the top 10 economic stars, you will find that the people there are exactly the same as before the pollution outbreak. Do you understand what I mean? The system's words made Lu Li feel an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Yes, she had seen a normal person, but there was only one. Robin from the capital planet. The entry procedures were quickly completed, and Lu Li did not think about these things for the time being. The worldly view, the fate of the entire galaxy, and even mankind, was not something she could control. She just wanted to do her job well and live well. She bought Susan an express ticket and asked Mira to clean up the newly built room in the city hall and equip it with daily necessities. Then she waited for Susan's arrival in front of the Interstellar gate. Since life makes people's hearts cold, she will dispel the cold herself. Let Susan feel the warmth of Getting City. But when Susan really came, she found that her worries were completely unnecessary. Everyone's appearance is different. Susan is particularly terrifying. As soon as she landed on all fours, raised her big tail high, stretched out her tongue, and rushed towards her. The posture is very similar to that of the little fool, but the body size is not at all heavyweight, so that before Luli stretched out his hand for a handshake, the whole person was hit by Susan, who was running towards him. The plush paw pressed on her chest. Crunch. The ribs were broken. Ah! The weak and pitiful Mayor Lou burst into a miserable cry for the second time today. Didn't you say? There is no danger. Chapter 30. After enduring the monster attacks at night, even the black tentacles that night did not cause much damage to Luli, and he would be fine after a good night's sleep. Last night, the S-Class alien and the A-Class sea cucumber fought each other, and Luli even won them all without any damage. I didn't expect that I would capsize in the sun at this moment. When the plush front paw stepped on Luli's chest, she felt like vomiting blood at most. But the two hind legs that followed were the real blow to her. When Susan stood upright, her height was estimated to be 175 centimeters. After she turned into a wolf, under the influence of running potential, she was as tall as a Wuling Hungwang. Luli immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He was cooking a treasure porridge in his head. Bird urgently bought gauze and strong healing agent for healing at the convenience store. Fortunately, Mira had participated in volunteer training at the Holy Spirit Hospital when she was in college and knew some treatment methods. After Myra's initial bandaging and treatment, Luli's condition finally stabilized. It turned out that she not only had broken ribs, but also couldn't move her hands. Mira used gauze to hang Luli's left hand up and fix it. Then she gave Luli an injection of strong healing agent. The medical level in Shanghai is far superior to that in Lanqing. Besides, Bird bought the most expensive and best medicine. Luli should be fine. The physical pain has stopped, but the mental trauma cannot be cured immediately. After finishing his work, Luli sat in front of the mayor's desk. In front of him was Susan, who was restrained by Carl and Kuewu. She has now turned into a human form, walking upright again. Luli then noticed the reason why Susan wrapped herself tightly in a super large long windbreaker. What a big fluffy tail. During the interview, hats are not allowed, so her wolf ears are exposed. But the staff of the talent hall can't control what the interviewee wears. Susan's face is still human, but her body is almost all wolf hair. She stared at Luli stupidly and smiled. Luli got goosebumps all over his body. Oh my god. A wolf grandmother. Right? This is called alienation? This is a person growing on a wolf. Luli thought of what the system told her, that alienated people will be discriminated against. At that time, she was still indignant. Now, after experiencing it personally, she has a different view. Perhaps, the reason for being discriminated against is not as dark as she thought before. Rather, some positions are really unsuitable. After all, this citizen created her as soon as he arrived in Getting City. What have I done to you? Luli wanted to cry, but had no tears. You are going to do this to me. Goo-goo. He? Woo. Susan made a strange sound. Luli was petrified on the spot. Don't tell me she can't speak? How to recruit people? Dan Zong was called down by Bird. Before Luli opened his mouth, Dan Zong took away everything. It showed the recruitment conditions that Luli had set for it before he left. There was no need to be able to speak. Gutan City Gardener application conditions. 1. Salary range is between 10 and 20 star coins. 2. Personnel are required to be stationed in Gutan City. 3. Able to complete the work of taking care of the vegetable garden. It is enough to meet the above 3 conditions. Susan met all the requirements. Luli felt a headache. These were indeed the conditions she set. But communication is the most basic requirement. Otherwise, how can we assign her work tasks? She can understand us. Mr. Dan directly blocked Luli's next question and nodded to Susan. Susan's eyes shone with excitement, indicating her agreement. Hee. Woo. Then, she looked around with her big head. On the left was the zombie Kuewu, and on the right was the alien Carl. They grabbed her hairy arms, and she couldn't move. Susan whimpered in dissatisfaction. She meant to ask them to let her go. Let her go? Did she know that she was a dangerous person now? Luli just caught his breath. After calming down a little, since Susan became a citizen of Gitten City, her personal information would appear in the citizen interface. Luli decided to study what was going on. Wait a minute. She raised her hand to signal Susan not to scream. Susan understood and stopped struggling. She continued to stare at Luli. Her eyes were green, like two emeralds. Very beautiful. Of course, it looked beautiful during the day. If you accidentally saw it at night, it would probably scare you to death. Favorability of the mayor Susan, 60. In her voice, woohoo. Luli. It's 60 right from the start. In other words, she actually likes me? Luli looked up at Susan. And sure enough, her eyes were full of obsession. But what's the matter with this voice of woo-woo? Thank you. If you can't translate it, don't force it. Let's look at Susan's personal information again. There's nothing special about it. Almost all of it is about Susan's deeds after she became a werewolf. She has been on Earth Donkey Star for almost 5 years, picking up garbage to eat every day, and also wants to find a job. But she has been frustrated in finding a job. Until a few days ago, she found an old windbreaker in the trash can. After wearing the old windbreaker, she finally succeeded in the interview. Luli twitched his mouth. Indeed, if she hadn't wrapped herself tightly in this big windbreaker, there are not many HRs who have the courage to hire her, even including Luli herself. So, this is why Susan liked Luli so much when she saw her. And throwing herself on someone when they met was also a way for the wolf-like humans to express their love. Too enthusiastic. So enthusiastic that she was completely unable to resist. Why is there no information before the infection? Luli asked the system. Because she lost her memory? Lost her memory? People who lost their memories may not really have lost their memories. Those memories should be hidden in the subconscious layer. Not touching the subconscious is the underlying logic of the system. Luli had read some psychology-related materials before, and knew that amnesia is usually accompanied by many other complications. In essence, it is a psychological problem. Could it be that Susan's inability to speak, but her ability to understand what people say, is actually related to her loss of memory? Luli expressed his opinion to the system. The system replied that there is such a possibility. But it is also possible that it is due to the infection of wolf transformation. He found out why Susan treated Luli like this. Since it is not hatred, there is nothing to worry about. After waiting for too long, Susan got a little anxious and whimpered in dissatisfaction. Let her go. Luli gestured to Carl and Kuewu. Really? Kuewu didn't dare to let her go. The mayor had just sat up for a while. What if he let Susan go, and she went to attack Luli again? She's a lunatic. Carl's hand held tighter. Susan sensed his hostility, and gave him a low, threatening roar. Ouch. Look. Carl nodded, still baring his teeth. It's okay. Luli stood up from the chair with his left hand hanging. Mira helped her with great tact. She walked to Susan. She said to Carl and Kuewu, let her go. Seeing Luli said so, Susan's eyes were full of excitement again. She wanted to pounce on Luli, but she seemed to realize that this way would hurt the human in front of her. So, she tried her best to restrain her inner impulse. Welcome to become a member of Gitten City. Luli smiled and stretched out his hand. She was a little obsessed with handshakes. It represented friendship. Susan finally couldn't suppress the joy that was gushing out from her heart. She opened her arms and hugged Luli tightly. The sleeves of her windbreaker slid down to the bottom, revealing 2 furry arms. Luli's heart, which had just been hanging in the air, was put down again. Susan's furry and warm face pressed against Luli, which reminded her of a cat she liked very much. But her neck was a little tight. She was almost out of breath. This feeling was really passionate. Sweet burden. Kuewu. Mila. Bird. Where have they seen such a scene before? The newcomer is too weird. Only Carl put on a sour face and stared at the back of Susan's head with annoyance. He wanted to stare a hole in the back of her head. Ding! Jealousy detected. This is the first time that this emotion has appeared in Gitten City. So the system will give a special prompt. Purple energy bubbles are bubbling in the city energy glass bottle. And the pink color that symbolizes love is surging together. The energy glass bottle was filled up in a short while. The upper limit is 4,000. Luli sighed. If only the star coins could be more sensible and increase in value on their own. Susan's welcome ceremony was over. And the next step was to arrange work. Carl packed his used planting tools in a large frame, like he was moving. He placed it in front of Susan. I leave all these to you from now on. Susan stared at the planting tools for a while. But there was no reaction. She would sometimes lose power. Just like during the interview. It will be fine in a while. Don't worry. After Carl's careful care, a total of 10 seeds were planted in the vegetable garden. And now 7 of them have sprouted. According to this progress, the seedlings will grow up in 2 or 3 days. By then, we can see what we have planted. But the rest of this is none of Carl's business. All handed over to Susan. Carl changed into the new uniform Bird bought for him. There was even a special electric baton for security guards. Because knives and guns need special applications to buy. And it is not so easy to get them. So he could only be provided with such weapons first. However, Carl's ability is very special. He doesn't even need weapons. Looking at his current outfit, Carl was a little confused. His initial dream. It came true. He finally lived the life he had always dreamed of. But it was on another star. Luli negotiated a salary of 30 star coins per day with Carl, working the night shift. So Carl would sleep during the day in the future. The salary was not high, but it still included food and accommodation. Carl didn't have any big aspirations, so he gladly accepted it. Although Bird is now a clerk in a convenience store, his job feels more like a clerk plus a housekeeper. And he has more and more things to do. So Luli raised his salary by 10 star coins. Others have not changed for the time being. But as the city develops, everyone's salary will be improved. Common prosperity has always been Luli's purpose. Ding ding ding, the old-fashioned clock struck 6 times. 6 o'clock. It's time to get off work. There has been no rain these days. And the weather is pretty good. Luli glanced at the time. And the city progress bar was about to be full. No matter what kind of monster comes tonight, it will be upgraded tomorrow morning. The black mud of the dead monster can be made into nightmare gravel. At that time, the Institute can develop new things again. Luli's heart is full of expectations. Just then, Kue Wu shouting came from the door of the restaurant. Oh my god! What are you doing? Luli went out to see. Susan was sitting in the vegetable garden. The bodies of the seedlings were lying around. Luli took a breath. Carl planted 7 seedlings. And Susan pulled out 5 of them. There is still one. In her hand. The last one left. It is dying. I don't know if it can be saved. What's wrong? Carl buttoned his collar and appeared at the stairs on the first floor of the city hall. Chapter 31. Wow. You look so handsome today. Luli stood in the doorway. When Carl heard her words, he was stunned for a moment. Then his heart blossomed. Really? Of course it's true. Luli nodded. Even though Carl was so proud that he was about to explode, he still pretended to be modest. I think it's okay. Women really like uniforms. I look more handsome in military uniforms. He showed off. Compared with the uniforms of the Elephant Hunter Army, the black suit Bird bought was still much worse. But he had a good figure and looked good in anything. But Luli hesitated and pointed to the back of his head. Your hair is sticking up. Carl, of course, couldn't see the back of his head. What's the difference between this and showing a confident smile and then being told that there is a piece of vegetable leaf stuck on your front teeth? Carl touched it and found nothing. So how could it be sticking up? Then he took 2 steps at a time and went upstairs again. He probably went back to his room to look in the mirror. Luli saw his figure disappear at the stairs. He immediately ran out to clean up. Kuewu saw the seedlings in the vegetable garden being destroyed when he was closing the stall, mainly because he saw the seedlings grow. He also had some feelings in his heart. That's why he was so excited and cried so miserably. Mayor. Kuewu didn't know what words to use to describe this new guy. At this time, Susan was happily digging a hole in the soil of the vegetable garden. That energy made Luli hallucinate her neighbor's husky. The theme of the series of Mom's Fight has been popular for a long time. These pits were dug deep and long. Susan dug quickly with her wolf claws and finished in a short while. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exactly 5. After digging, Susan happily ran to Luli and rubbed her face with mud. How cruel. Kuewu clicked his tongue twice. Susan is going to bury us all. Luli had a bandage on his left hand and supported his forehead with his right hand, his eyelids twitching wildly. No wonder Kuewu said it really looked like that. Looking at Susan's big green eyes. She didn't think farming meant turning things out of the ground. Did she? Be good. Luli touched her head, fill the hole. Susan thought for a moment. Ran over. and lay directly in a hole, filled with soil. Not with her body. This doesn't look like she can understand human language. Luli felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. Is there anyone who can tell her how to communicate with werewolves? She really wanted to quit. But she couldn't relax. There was another fierce battle tonight. Night fell. Kutan City was quiet. Only a mercury lamp emitted a cold white light. Like the moon on Earth. But in the same star field. On another star tens of thousands of light years away. Flashing neon lights illuminate the night sky. The whole star is like a dazzling gem. And there are usually only 2 or 3 cities on a big star. There are only 3 cities on the Elephant Hunter star. Giant Elephant City, Gray Elephant City, and Elephant Heart City. Among them, Elephant Heart City is the central city of the Elephant Hunter star. And its status is just like the central city in the capital star. The dignitaries and important organizations of the Elephant Hunter star are all in Elephant Heart City. For example, the Elephant Hunter star Security Bureau that the system visited last time. The director of the Elephant Hunter Security Bureau is a middle-aged man with a big belly. His views on technology are very forward-looking. But his thoughts are extremely old-fashioned. He is the one who took the lead in introducing the latest federal star-killing system. But he is also the one who advocates that women give up their jobs and go home to concentrate on having more children. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as cyber foot binding. These two things appear in one person at the same time, turning him into a complex body full of contradictions. Perhaps it is not contradictory. He is very pure. From beginning to end, everything he does is just for the interest group he represents. The Elephant Hunter was the first planet to use the killing star. Even if it was just a demo, the star coins required to pay were already sky high. Not to mention that if the official version is used later, it will be a huge share of the fiscal expenditure of the Elephant Hunter in the future. According to the general concept on the big planets now, the protection system for politicians does not need to be replaced every year. With the current level of protection of the system, it can completely resist 95% of hacker attacks. Of course, this is what they think. Every time a new system is replaced, a series of supporting facilities must be replaced. The total cost is equivalent to pouring tons of gold into the sea. Therefore, the attitudes of several big stars towards the kill star, which is newly launched by the Imperial Research Institute and is known as the strongest protection in history, are lukewarm. You can launch new products, but I won't buy them. Except for the director of the Security Bureau of the Elephant Hunter. The old man stood out among the security bureaus that pretended to be deaf and dumb. He can be said to be the #1 fan of the kill star system. Everyone says that the kill star is strong, but he doesn't know exactly where the kill star is strong. These are all things that his subordinates have to keep an eye on. If he does everything himself, won't he die young at work? He only knows that the killing star is the strongest. And he is strong. The needs are perfectly matched. The hand-in-hand is successful. Killing star, your strength is here. No matter which product the Federal Empire Research Institute launches, it will be snapped up as soon as it is released. In a short period of time, it became a hot topic across the planet, attracting a number of cross-planet manufacturers to follow suit. Killing star is a rare cold reception. Not many people use it. There are even fewer plagiarists. It's not that they don't want to plagiarize, but they don't know where to start even if they are given another 500 years. Countless funds were invested in the development of the killer star. They can't even get it back. The Imperial Research Institute was very moved by the leading support of the Elephant Hunter star. It's common to add icing on the cake, but it's rare to send charcoal in the snow. This time, they came to discuss the official launch of the cooperation. The researchers who came belonged to the Mechanical Institute of the Federal Imperial Research Institute. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was dressed formally in a professional suit, but under the big glasses, there was a face that was seriously sleep-deprived. She stayed up all night last night and was drafted again. In the VVVIP box, the air conditioning blew warmly on her body. Fortunately, she drank 3 bags of black coffee before coming here, so she didn't snore on the spot. Li Tang, director of the Elephant Hunter Security Bureau, shook the red wine in the goblet, frowned slightly, and felt unhappy. The Imperial Research Institute is really a bunch of nerds. Why don't they find a pretty girl who knows how to deal with things when they come out to discuss business? This girl's glasses are thicker than his grandmother's reading glasses. The man sitting in the middle, wearing a high-end gray suit. His hair was combed meticulously, and his posture was straight. He looks like a bit of a guy. although he also wears a pair of glasses with black frames. But his eyes are bright. He speaks neither servile nor arrogant, and his voice is loud. The most important thing is that he knows how to be polite and agree. They seem to be on the same path. If we go out to play later, just call him. As for the last one, Li Tang's cheeks are puffed up, and he chews the cucumber in his mouth with a crunchy sound, as if this can vent the anger in his heart. What's wrong with you? The Imperial Research Institute. I spent so much money to buy the Star Killer system. Talking about a big business worth hundreds of millions. You send a student? Look at this face. College student or graduate student. It seems that he can sense the dissatisfaction from the host. The boy who was wearing a pullover, casual pants, and sneakers, and had been playing with his phone raised his eyes, and fell on Li Tang's face. Li Tang, who was still full of disdain in the last second, froze his expression when he met his eyes. The suffocating sense of oppression hit him like a tsunami. It was like a big hand was holding his heart. He didn't dare to move at all. He had similar feelings before. He had experienced it before when he met a big shot in the capital star. But this feeling shouldn't appear here. The oppressive feeling was fleeting. The hand on the heart loosened. The boy stopped looking at him. Li Tang was unsure again. Was it an illusion? There were 3 people on the opposite side, and all 3 of them wore glasses. The scene was a bit funny, as if they were holding some kind of expert symposium. Shanghai's eye crystal laser technology has long been popular, but no matter how mature the development is, as long as it is in operation, there is a probability of failure, even if it is only 0.01%. Once it occurs, it is 100%. If the researchers in the top 1 research institute in Shanghai lose their eyesight, their lives will be ruined. Weighing the pros and cons, wearing glasses is not unbearable. Besides, being able to work in the Imperial Research Institute, appearance is no longer a worry for them. Since the new dean took office, the Imperial Research Institute has become a huge dark forest. In the past, entering the Imperial Research Institute was like grabbing a lifetime of wealth and glory. But now, the implementation of the last place elimination system has made the lazy life of working 3 days and drying the nets 2 days a shame. Things have changed. If you want to stay here and not be squeezed out by ambitious latecomers, you can only work hard. Because of this, the entire Imperial Research Institute has exploded with unprecedented vitality. Science and technology have exploded, and many epic-making products were born during this period. As long as the people from the Imperial Research Institute come out, the temperament they naturally exudes a strange charm. Li Tang had to admit that the 3 glasses brothers opposite him, in their dullness, had a few more sexy things in the eyes of sapiosexuals. However, sexiness is sexiness. Money is money. They have used the killing star system for a while, but he didn't feel that it was as powerful as the rumor said. Because heroes emerge in troubled times. In peacetime, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, no matter how great your abilities are, if there are no enemies, this protective killing weapon is not as good as Tetris in your mobile phone. When I go to the toilet, I can play for a while to relieve my boredom. In my heart, it's like having a 4090 computer and using it to play Minesweeper every day. However, these are not the main points. Li Tang's real thought is that it's too expensive. It's not that he doesn't want the killing star. He does want it. But he doesn't want to spend as much money as agreed in the contract. And this is exactly the main purpose of this meal. Bargaining. How can you not bargain when doing business? However, you have to find a good reason to bargain. So he called the technician in the Hunter Star, who is responsible for activating the killing star. Because the people who authorized the Hunter Star to kill the star at that time were not the same people who came to discuss formal cooperation today. So, they didn't know each other. The technician had already found the problem and printed a stack of papers. Let the waiter in the box pass it to the people from the Imperial Research Institute opposite. The logical judgment of the system has its own rules. The more powerful the system, the less likely it is to repeat the loop program. If it is not powerful, it will check repeatedly. Just like people who are not confident in themselves. Repeated suspicion? This is Li Tang's understanding. But the technicians are more inclined to believe that there is a bug in the killing star. They are talking about the night of April 8. Killing Star conducted 18 rounds of investigation on a simple data fluctuation. It is just making a fuss to shoot a sparrow with a big cannon. Reflected in the system. This is obviously a bug. The people of the Hunter Star are confidently expressing their views, To the three senior researchers from the Imperial Research Institute. The man and woman opposite showed a look of shock in their eyes. Li Tang was a little proud. It seems like there is a chance. After the paper materials were passed, the researcher sitting in the middle respectfully presented the materials to the boy sitting at the edge. The boy took it. Li Tang didn't know why he was so nervous when he was reading the materials. Guilty because of bargaining? The boy took off his half-frame glasses and put them on the table. He flipped it a few more times, and it seemed that he could see clearly. Li Tang's mouth twitched. Aren't you nearsighted? Yes. This is a style. When the boy who was no longer wearing glasses looked up again, Li Tang suddenly felt that his whole temperament had changed. He seemed a little familiar. He was slightly aggressive. He seemed to be able to see through people at a glance. He said, "The killer has already written the answer on his face. And you are still making guesses here?" The man who had been talking to Li Tang was the man opposite. He should be the person with the highest status on the opposite side. If you want to communicate, it should be people of similar status. How can Xiao Luoluo interrupt? The most important thing is that he talked in a boastful way. Li Tang didn't understand him, but he understood his meaning. Why not bargain? No. Who is he? Li Tang was annoyed. He took this opportunity to finally vent all his dissatisfaction. What answer? What guess? What are you talking about? He spilled the beans. Also, I wanted to say it just now. What's wrong with your Imperial Research Institute? I spent so much money. And you only sent a student to talk to me? After hearing what Li Tang said, the girl with thick glasses turned pale. The man with black-framed glasses looked like he was in trouble. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. I think we are sincere enough. He looked at the boy sitting at the edge. The boy smiled and put the paper on the table. It was really retro. He didn't know how long he hadn't touched paper of this material. There was no need to look at the information anymore. He said, "Hello? I'm Arthur." Haha. What a coincidence. Li Tang just took a sip of tea and wanted to rinse his mouth. When he heard his name, he was happy. 2 seconds later, the tea he drank was all sprayed out. The air was full of mist, full of his breath. The food can't be eaten. Coincidence? What a coincidence. Li Tang's lips trembled. Arthur? How come you have the same name as the director of the Imperial Research Institute? Chapter 32. Gutan City. Night falls. The ghosts are stirring in the gray fog, looking in the direction of breathing. Living creatures can arouse their desires in their hearts. Kill, merge, possess, constantly strengthen their own power, and mutate into new species. The ghosts are the lowest level monsters that have not evolved. They are not strong, but they are first class in seeking death. They always overestimate their own abilities and reach out. Ah! Another ghost's claws were burned by the mercury lamp. A few handfuls of black mud fell beside the lamp. Carl was responsible for the city's night security. He was out on patrol. The shadow tentacles invaded at night, and he was lucky enough to show his skills in front of Luli. He was rated as S-level combat power by the system in advance. You have to know that he was not a complete body at that time. He could only exert half of the power of the alien species parasitic in his body. And now, this high-level alien species has become a symbiotic relationship with him. To be more precise, it is sincerely submissive to him, judging from the current city level. As long as there are aliens who dare to invade, there is only one end, turning into black compressed stone. Although Carl is in the city now, Luli did not relax her vigilance. Her left hand was hanging, and her right hand was still tightly holding the big pineapple hammer. Yesterday was not the last day before the upgrade, and such a powerful monster came. What will happen today? As the mayor, she must be in charge in person to protect the citizens. Seeing Luli coming out injured and trembling, Carl frowned. What are you doing here? Help me. Luli raised the hammer in his hand. You know, it was me who saved him last time. Carl ignored her. If she was happy, she could just walk around outside. Anyway, Gutan City was so small. She wouldn't get lost. At this time, there seemed to be something unusual in the direction of the park. Carl ran over with an electric baton in his hand. Not bad. A very responsible young man. Luli nodded with satisfaction. She walked down the marble steps in front of the city hall. As the city hall was upgraded, the appearance also changed. The wall was covered with the same tiles as in the restaurant, but in a different color. The wall tiles of the city hall were white. It looked classy and elegant. Luli had just taken 2 steps. Suddenly, She felt something was wrong with her body. Gurgle. The sound of boiling water bubbling. She often heard this sound. And the source was the city's energy value. But now, the source was not that place. At the same time, the system also said something incoherent. It's over. I have a bad feeling the last time it spoke in this tone was when it found out that Carl was a level 1 wanted criminal on the Elephant Hunter star. At this moment, its intuitive foresight was triggered again. But this time, it could not sense where the death threat came from. What a coincidence. Luli naturally did not know the system's feelings, but only knew that her body was now strange. She covered her stomach with a painful look on her face. I have a premonition of gliding. After saying that, she turned around quickly, ran up the stairs, and ran back to her room like a fly. What happened? Dinner was at Kuewu's restaurant. Everyone had a dinner together, and Susan was welcome to come. It's just that I ate a little late. I used to eat late, but I've never had this happen in all these days. She felt that her body was much stronger after entering Gutan City. It was unusual to have vomiting and diarrhea like today. Is the food not fresh? Is their restaurant starting to have food safety issues? This won't do. When Luli returned to the room with only half a day left to live and turned on his phone, just when he wanted to find Kuewu to ask about the situation, he found that their Gutan family group chat was already in chaos. Milala, I have diarrhea. Bird, me too. Dekue, you are bragging. How can you have diarrhea when you have no intestines? Milala, still talking. It's all because of the food you cooked. Dekue, what's wrong with the food I cooked? Who wouldn't say it's good after eating it? Milala, what the hell? I have diarrhea after eating it. Dekue, I don't have diarrhea. At Carl. Do you have diarrhea? Carl was hitting the ghost with an electric baton at this time. Hearing the buzzing of the phone, he freed one hand and took the phone out of his pants pocket. Carl, I'm fine. Dekue, look. Everyone is fine. Why are you the only one who's in trouble? You must have been eating your fingers again. Milala, nonsense. Angry expression, since Mayor Luli came. Who has eaten human flesh? I've been doing good for a long time. Besides, even if I want to eat, I don't have the conditions. Dekue, I'm not saying you guys are too weak. You can't stand the slightest illness or pain. You get stomach upset easily after eating a little food. You're so delicate. You should exercise more often. When the gym reopens, I will take you there to practice. The city has now expanded to 2 streets. The gym that was previously closed in the gray fog reappeared in sight. Of course, it also ignited Kuewu's urge to go to the gym. After listening to Kuewu's preaching, Mila and Bird were speechless. Having a good physique does not mean being immune to all poisons. Milala. Bird. Kuewu's fingers are editing the next paragraph. A familiar avatar sent a message. She had been silent just now, so no one noticed that she was online. Luli, sorry. I interrupted you seeing Luli talking in the group. Kuewu quickly deleted his next passionate speech. Big Kue, Mayor. You say it? Luli, I have diarrhea too. This. Kuewu was puzzled. It would be fine if 1 or 2 people had diarrhea. Now even Luli started to have diarrhea. It is possible that Bird helped Mira lie. After all, they have always been at odds with each other recently. But the mayor must not lie. Kuewu was thinking about how to reply to Luli. Suddenly, he felt a cramp in his stomach. Ouch. Something is wrong. It turns out that he is not without diarrhea. He is a slow-moving type. Coincidentally, Carl, who was fighting the shadow monsters in the park, also frowned. There were too many shadow monsters, and it would take a while to kill them all. I let you go today. Don't fall into my hands next time. Say the harshest words. Run the fastest. The target is the bathroom in Gutan City's own room. Kuewu made this big meal to welcome Susan to Gutan City in the evening. 5 people from Gutan City were knocked down, and the instigator was fine. Susan, wearing pajamas and a hood, is a wolf grandmother. She is lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. After wandering for so many years, she has been sleeping in the open air, either on hard stones or muddy grass. Where has she ever slept on such a soft bed? The phone vibrated wildly beside the pillow, but it didn't mean to disturb her at all. Kuewu La was doubting his life. He didn't expect that he had become a zombie and had to endure such suffering in the world. At this moment, he had to think carefully about whether there was something wrong with his cooking method. Performing the big memory recovery in the group. Dekue, I remember that I was too busy at that time. So I asked Susan to help me wash the pot. When this was said, everyone in the group turned pale. Milala, oh my god. You actually let her help you. Oh my god. Have you seen the gaps between her fingernails? You can dig out the bacteria from all the generations back. And her mouth. Big Kue, I can't help it. Kue now thinks that Susan does look quite sloppy. But a person, or a werewolf, cannot be judged by appearance. This is also one of the reasons why he took the risk. After all, he had to eat in such a short time. It's not easy for him. Milala, why don't you ask me for help? Kue Wu, when did you show up before dinner? Kue Wu is used to it. Mila is a famous lazy person. Wait for her to help in the next life. However, he knew that Mila was just being polite. So he didn't take it to heart. Luli, you can ask me for help. I still have one hand that can move. Seeing that the mayor also said so, Kue Wu definitely couldn't refuse her face in person. Kue Wu, okay. I will definitely do it next time. Not necessarily, I was afraid when you could move both hands. Not to mention that you only have one hand now. Me Lala, yes. If things get worse, we can still ask Carl for help. Kue Wu. He and Luli are both so heavy that they have to sit at the same table. At this time, Carl interrupted. Carl, he won't let me into the kitchen. The reason is self-evident. The trauma of Robin's love lunchbox has just rolled over Kue Wu's heart. It seems that there is one more person on his kitchen blacklist. Kue Wu clicked frantically on his phone. Big Kue at Susan Little Wolf at Susan Little Wolf at Susan Little Wolf. I won't let you into the kitchen from now on. He didn't care if she could understand it or not. Anyway, he has said it here. The stomach upset finally passed. And no terrible monsters attacked in the second half of the night. At dawn, the city automatically upgraded. LV4 upgraded to LV5. Unlike the previous upgrade, which only unlocked one research institute. This time, Lu Li's pop-up window could not be pulled down from the top. Not only did the upper limit of the city energy value become 10,000, the new buildings made her dazzled. So many? Because the city area is larger. And there is money in the account. The reason why the system unlocked so many buildings for Luli at once is completely based on her current city capabilities. Okay. Luli's eyes lit up. And she quickly found some business-related buildings to build. Making money is the most important thing. What's more, to her surprise, the repair button on the construction interface actually lit up. This means that a new function has been unlocked. I haven't used it yet, so I try it later. Luli got up late today, and when she went downstairs, Mira looked at her desk in horror. Oh my god. My files are all messed up. The paper documents are like a college entrance examination tearing meeting. Who pulled out my seedlings? It was dark yesterday, and Carl didn't notice anything about the vegetable garden. When he took a peek at it in the morning, he almost fainted. The kitchen was robbed. Kue Wu rushed out with a half-eaten white radish. This was the best preserved vegetable. Bert's convenience store was not robbed because of its high security factor. How can it not be called a miracle? Susan had a good sleep yesterday and was in great spirits. She got up and played before dawn. At this moment, she was rolling in a pile of swept fallen leaves in the park. There was a small mechanical device hanging on her furry arm. Ah! After seeing what it was, Mira was shocked. Vacuum cleaner. She had just taken it out in the morning and was about to clean it when she heard a noise in the city hall. She hadn't had time to put it back. This was something the mayor gave her, but Susan took it to play with. Other citizens approached step by step, and the resentment on their foreheads could revive the evil sword fairy. Letting the wolf in. This is letting the wolf in. Kue Wu is now mature and can use puns. She doesn't know how to take care of plants at all. Carl's fists creaked. Wu Song fought the tiger, and he wanted to fight the wolf. She is simply a second-generation destroyer. Mira gritted her teeth. The fallen leaves she just swept were scattered by Susan again. Yes. Destroyer. Carl agreed. 3 seconds later, he turned his head and asked Mira, why do you say it is the second generation? Mira, Now, if Luli hadn't stood in front of Susan and the citizens, Susan would have been in danger and would have been beaten up. Mayor, please stop protecting her. Yes. She is simply a stumbling block to the city's development. Susan must give them an explanation today. Even if she can't speak, Luli knows. She knows everything. Her arm is hanging. But the most important thing now is to get the nightmare gravel collector back from Susan. If this thing is broken, Everyone will really have nothing to play with. Be good. Give me the vacuum cleaner. Luli coaxed. Susan glanced at the vacuum cleaner in her hand, then blinked at Luli. Big green eyes. Innocent. But her hands did not move. The army on the other side could not attack her in action for the time being. So they attacked her verbally first. Who hired her in? HR spider robot Dan Bao. Damn it. I called Dan Bao over. How can you be an HR? You hired a terrorist. Dan Bao doesn't need to sleep. He just needs to charge. After hearing the call, he unplugged it, climbed downstairs, and came here. It doesn't know what kind of fury it will face. Luli was confused. How should she deal with the werewolf in front of her? Susan seemed to understand that her only bargaining chip now was this little thing in her hand. The person she liked needed it now. But if she gave it to her, she might not look at her again. But she wanted her to be happy. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, Susan stretched out her claws and handed them to Luli. On it was the nightmare grit collector. Luli breathed a sigh of relief. He took it and checked it a little. Fortunately, it was not broken. Wait. The screen is broken? 2.8. Mr. Dan is here. Mayor. I was wrong. I shouldn't have recruited her. Mr. Dan's mechanical voice was so aggrieved that it was about to break. Luli turned around. His emotions were normal, but his mind was confused. It was a bit like a dream. Has the trial been completed? Facing 4 pairs of eyes including Spider, Luli remained calm. It's not your fault. I chose her. It was Susan who was recruited by the mayor himself. Everyone was stunned when these words came out. Who would have thought that Luli would suddenly stand up for Susan? Dan's zone was different. He looked at Luli with an admiring look. Wow. Mayor Lu is so manly. He didn't follow the wrong boss. Mayor. She is a monster. Kuei-Wu threatened Susan. Susan pulled her ears up in fear and shrank back. Luli was like Yonghua, and he put his arm behind Susan to protect her. Nonsense. Luli's face was firm, and his voice was firm. She is clearly Xiang. Ray. Chapter 33. Luli single-handedly saved Susan, who was causing trouble in Gitten City. Although the citizens didn't say anything, they were still a little unhappy. Bird was okay. After all, Susan didn't cause him too much trouble. Kuei-Wu was also okay. After the food poisoning incident, he also knew the severity of the matter. He never dared to ask Susan to help him again. So, there was no conflict between the two of them. The most seriously harmed were Carl and Mira. He planted the land for several days and sprouted 7 seedlings, but only one was saved in the end. It was the only seedling in Gitten City. The only seedling was fine at the moment, and it was growing slowly, and the trunk had already taken shape. It was a consolation. As for the other 6 seedlings, they withered due to lack of water, and were buried in the soil by Susan. Carl's schedule was different from everyone else's. Seeing that Luli insisted on protecting Susan, he could only glare at her fiercely, and then went back to his room to sleep. As for Mila, Luli helped her tidy up the city hall first. I bought her a small gift to comfort her. Mira looked at the dead leaves all over the city and felt overwhelmed. She was sweeping in front, while Susan was playing in the back. It would take a long time to finish the work. Gitten City is a city that pays great attention to hygiene, and Luli would not let go of any black mud and ash, not to mention the fallen leaves. Seeing Myra's worries, Luli took the opportunity to give the job of cleaning the city to Susan. However, Myra's part-time salary for cleaning was not deducted. In this way, Mira had no objection. From then on, the right to use the nightmare gravel collector was transferred to Susan. You are not very talented, alas. Mr. Carl, you are not very talented, after the collection efficiency became a joke twice in a row. A talented person is here. Oh my god. The system saw the value collected by Susan on the spot through Luli's vision. From a small pile of black mud, she collected 0.1 grams of nightmare gravel. It is more than 10 times that of other citizens in the city. Luli now had 3 more glass vials in her hand. Each vial contained a colorful black nightmare gravel crystal. This was equivalent to her holding 540,000 star coins. Although they could not be exchanged for real star coins immediately. But nightmare gravel could be used to upgrade the research institute. Great job. Luli patted Susan's plush arm affectionately. You are really talented. She meant it. Susan, who was a little depressed, suddenly stood up after hearing Luli's praise. There was a green light of excitement in her eyes. She was very energetic when she was working. It turned out that she was looking for food in the city's garbage cans. She turned the kitchen upside down this morning, but didn't find anything to eat. Because Koiwu put the leftovers into the grinder every day. The grinder can decompose the residue on the spot and turn it into clean energy. It is very green and environmentally friendly. And Susan still retained the habit of watering for many years. So she subconsciously went to the city to find food. For example, Mila's pile of documents. There was a smell of snacks in her drawer. Susan had a very good nose. Another example was the pile of leaves that Mila swept out. Maybe someone had hidden food in it. Or there might be some fallen wild fruits. After learning the truth, Luli told Susan that if there was no food in the restaurant, she could go to the convenience store opened by Bird to buy it. She patiently taught Susan how to live in the city like a human being. I don't know how much Susan could understand. Luli looked at her, feeling a little melancholy. Maybe she was originally a normal human like herself. But she was infected and became muddle-headed. Like a beast. She didn't know how she could help Susan get out of this situation. She could only do her best to keep her from being harmed in this city. Not just because of her unique talent in collecting. After eating and drinking, Susan became much more obedient. Bird is now a part-time housekeeper and brought her cleaning equipment. Maid. Outfit. Luli watched Susan put on a Lolita dress and a lace headband on her head. The big tail was raised high. It looked a bit strange. Luli pursed his lips. Come on. Hoo-hoo. Susan looked at the clothes on her body. A little confused. But she quickly got into work. Now, she is the city appearance tidy-up of Gitten City. With 3 nightmare gravels in her pocket. Luli entered the research institute that was like a self-service cash deposit and withdrawal machine. Now there is no need to worry about the city's energy value. There is also a surplus of star coins. Even nightmare gravels are accumulated much faster. Luli is very optimistic about the prospects of urban development. She spent the corresponding currency and resources to upgrade the research institute to level 2. With a swish, the research institute actually grew 1 square outward. The floor area increased from 1 square to 2 squares. There was also an extra room next to it. How to describe it? It was like there was really an extra space behind the ATM for the staff to sit on duty. Luli did not study the suddenly extra space for the time being. Her attention was completely attracted by the new things. Ding! There are new projects to be developed. Function, building packaging, primary props, laser gun? Luli looked at them one by one. Building packaging is a new function for her system bar. In the past, cities could not move buildings autonomously, and could only be demolished and rebuilt. With this function, Luli can long press the building in the building interface of the mayor's mobile phone to put the building into the system warehouse. Wait until it reaches the right position, and then put it down. The primary building packing function can pack buildings within 1 to 4 grids. Meaning, if she likes, she can even put the city hall in her pocket. This function is so practical. But the cost is not small. It also requires 2,000 star coins, 1,000 energy points, and 1 nightmare grit. Good guy. At the level 2 institute, the counting unit is now directly increased to 1 nightmare grit. Nightmare grit is really hard to accumulate. Before today, however, this is all in the past. I thought of the scene when I first saw Susan collecting nightmare grit with my own eyes. The beating numbers are like Luli's beating heart. This city will fall apart sooner or later without Susan. She is really too important. Luli feels that someone with such a powerful talent should not be buried and unknown. Tonight at dinner, she has to tell other citizens about Susan's talent. Let them know that Susan has made a great contribution to the city. 30 minutes later. Building packaging, primary, developed successfully. Please check the new features in the mayor's mobile phone. It is not available for the time being. So Luli continued to read on. Laser gun from the description. It seems to be a weapon designed specifically for gray fog monsters. I wonder how powerful it is. I thought that Carl, as a security guard in the city, only had an ordinary electric baton for decoration. He had to fight the shadow with his bare hands. It just so happened that their city couldn't buy special weapons. So she gave Carl a laser gun. She wanted to click on research and development. But she found that the button research and development now was red. There was a line of small words next to it. Lack of employees. Unlike the level 1 research institute that can operate without employees, the level 2 research institute cannot conduct prop research if there are no employees. Luli thought that spider robots should be able to work in buildings. So she made a new spider robot. The new spider robot quickly crawled out. It was still as frustrating. But Luli had the mental endurance. She clicked on the avatar of Spider Robot number 2 and wanted to arrange for it to work in the institute. But she was rejected by the system voice of the institute. Employment failed. The object has no life characteristics. Luli. How ruthless. It came from you. Luli looked down at the spider robot. Spider number 2 opened his eyes wide and looked at her innocently. Luli thought, if the machine doesn't work, then just find a living person. Right? Select Mila's grinning avatar. Employment failed. The resident does not have a mechanical university diploma. Diploma? Try someone else. So, employment failed. Employment failed. Luli was rejected more times today than she failed to find a job. Just put myself on there. Employment failed. Mayor prohibits part-time jobs. Okay. The resident does not have a mechanical university diploma. Luli, why do you want to make up for it after you have already rejected it? Employment failed. Sorry, Mayor. Bird clasped his hands together, looking very embarrassed. Just now Luli hurriedly called him over, saying that he had something urgent to discuss with him. My major is finance, Bird said. Master's degree? He added. It's useless. Different fields are like different mountains. This damn research institute only recognizes diplomas and not people. Okay. I get it. Luli smiled bitterly and asked Bird to go back to work first. What to do? If we can't arrange employees to work, we can't develop props. It's not just about the laser gun prop. The development of all the props in the future requires employees. Moreover, this development has a sequence. It's different from the parallel relationship between the High-Chain windmill and the spider robot in the Level 1 Research Institute. Level 2 research institutes must develop projects from top to bottom. If the previous one is stuck, the next one cannot be developed. Even, the description cannot be seen. Okay. Since there is no one with a mechanical university degree in this city, she will recruit people to Gatan City. How is it? Luli stood beside Dan Zong and asked him about the situation. Just like watching Bird work in the convenience store. There were many words on the computer screen, and the interface was complicated. Luli could recognize these words when they were separated. But when they were put together, Luli had no idea what it was. After what happened in the morning, Mr. Dan is now loyal to Luli. His long legs are tapping on the keyboard quickly. With a focused look, he is working hard, doubling his efforts, and looking for the requirements that Luli has given him. Even this requirement is a snap. Recruiting people with a diploma from Mechanical University for 100 star coins. HR lined up on the rooftop. But Luli didn't know. She didn't know the real situation of Shanghai and the value of Mechanical University. However, this probability is not impossible. As long as it exists, there is a possibility of it happening. Dan Zong's sweat drops. God will not let down those who work hard. Got it. It really found it. Dan Zong's 8 legs are trembling. Cramps? Luli looked at the interview information on the screen. It really is a person with a Mechanical University diploma. Luli did not hesitate at all. Contact him. Chapter 34. The Mechanical University diploma does not refer to a university named Mechanical University. Rather, it refers to those universities that have mechanical professional certification recognized by the Federal Imperial Research Institute. Students who graduate from these universities with mechanical professional certification can be said to have a Mechanical University diploma. Currently, there are 25 universities in the capital star that have been certified by the Imperial Research Institute. The academic research of the entire Shanghai is centered on the Federal Imperial Research Institute. They are involved in a wide range of fields, not only in mechanics, but also in many scientific research fields. They are ceiling-level existences. The most terrifying thing, of course, is the information technology based on digital computers. That is the specialty of the current president of the Imperial Research Institute. His masterpiece is the star killing. Because the Imperial Research Institute has absolute authority, and is the only one in the world. Even if there are excellent scientific research institutes on other big stars, how can the light of a firefly compete with the sun and the moon? The moment the Federal Imperial Research Institute established its authority, it represented the birth of a new scientific barrier. It is like the first giant tree that breaks through the rainforest, spreading its branches and leaves to cover the sky and the sun. The roots stretch out, draining nutrients from the soil and blocking the sunlight above other plants. This also sends a signal to other big star academies to take sides. Either join, become a vassal, and play together, drink soup, or be suppressed when breaking through the soil, and stagnate in an unknown dark and rotten corner, forever unknown. Will the Imperial Research Institute certify this university? And will it really do it according to the prescribed standards? There is a lot of room for maneuver here. Not long ago, the old president of the capital Star Jyalatin University retired, because he had always been very Buddhist, sailing against the current, not advancing but retreating. The university's overall strength was not strong, and it was always not ranked in the capital Star. But the new president is different. He has ambitions, and of course, means. So, 2 months after he took office, their university, which has agriculture and animal husbandry as its star major and mechanics as a piece of shit, actually obtained the Mechanical University certification issued by the Imperial Research Institute. When the news was announced, the board of directors of the investors of the neighboring MIT was so angry that they almost disbanded on the spot. This is a show of skill. The new president's reputation among students reached its peak at once. Everyone who saw him would shout, "The president is awesome." However, they knew very well how this certification came about. It's fine to brag about it in private, but if you mention this to the people of MIT, it's like poking their lungs. I guess he will be chased with an electric drill through 3 food streets. So, they are all outside. Ah, how could this happen? I thought the Imperial Research Institute would give this certification to you. Are those people all senile? Gold will always shine. I believe it will be you next year. No. I swear I really don't know. It's inexplicable. Suddenly I got this certification, similar to the victim character above. However, no matter how pitiful you are, you still have to use it if there are benefits. If you don't use such a big benefit, wouldn't you be a fool? The students who chose the mechanical major of Carleton University can be said to have made great achievements. You know, many large companies across the world have various certifications as their barriers to entry. You can use it to find a job, do part-time work, or register with others, which is a considerable income. However, graduates who are not good at academics dare not go to those serious large companies. Going to some small places is still very effective. I only work 4 hours a day. The graduate of the Mechanical Engineering Department of Carleton University said in a boastful tone. The HR who interviewed him online was a small spider robot. He thought that a planet that could use robots should not be too bad, since the price had been negotiated long ago. He could not raise it. But if he wanted to reduce working hours, they could not do anything about it. When Mr. Dan heard that he had changed his mind at the last minute, he was stunned. You know, full-time employment requires at least 8 hours of work. This is definitely a part-time job. But before, it was clearly 100 star coins per day. How to explain to Luli? Wait a minute. I asked the boss. It can't make the decision on this matter. After the little stupid spider HR finished speaking, he went downstairs. The graduate felt that there was a chance and was very proud. After listening to the little stupid's retelling, Luli frowned immediately. 100 star coins for half a day. Wouldn't it be 200 star coins for a day? The salary of one person is equivalent to the salary of the entire city. Luli asked. If the welfare of providing food and accommodation is provided, can the price be lowered to 70 star coins per day? But the little fool shook his head, saying that it had said everything it could. This person has a very tough attitude. He won't do anything less. Through the little fool's description, Luli roughly guessed the value of this mechanical university diploma. As far as the talent market is concerned, 100 star coins are not expensive at all. Besides, she now has urgent research and development needs. Can't wait. If you miss this, you don't know when you can get it again next time. Okay. Sign a contract with him. Luli nodded. After getting Luli's consent, Little Ben signed a part-time employment contract with this mechanical student who just graduated from Jyalatin University this year. When he took the Interstellar train to get in city, he couldn't help but cover his nose. No way. Your city is like this? The disappointment in his eyes was much stronger than Robin's at the beginning. In fact, he just came to work, while Robin came to invest. Graduates are generally simple and friendly, and they have not been influenced by the big oil tank of society. But this person could show his disdain and snobbery so thoroughly, which can only be said to be related to him personally, not to the group of graduates. Moreover, if he was disdainful, it would be fine. But he was also very rude. It's just like a pigsty. He blurted it out. This made Susan, who was sweeping the city with great enthusiasm. Stiffen her body. Susan turned her head angrily, and the big broom stood aside. But she was very well-mannered, and did not throw it in the newcomer's face. Fuck. They're running a zoo? The man had thought that this was a cross-dressing man in a maid outfit. But he turned out to be a werewolf. Susan was estimated to be 1.78 meters tall. And she looked down on him, who was 1.7 meters tall, according to the information. What are you looking at? The man was unhappy. And he didn't want to stay in this damn place for a moment. Luckily, he had a monthly student-priced Interstellar train pass. So he didn't have to pay to ride here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted a job for 100 star coins, in order to welcome top students from other planets in the Star Sea to work in the Institute. The system specially spent star coins and city energy points to open an interstellar train route. To leave, you only need to press a green button next to the interstellar gate. Excuse me, is this Mr. Trang? The man's hand was already on the button. But he saw a young and beautiful woman walking towards him. This woman looked pretty and had a nice voice. Trang stopped pressing the button for the time being. He hummed arrogantly. I'm sorry. I'm the mayor of this city. Luli misremembered the time he came. So he came out late. Let's go see the workplace now. Luli smiled and made a gesture of guidance. No. I'm leaving. Trang raised his chin with a disdainful tone. He was quitting this job. What's wrong? Luli didn't understand. He had just signed the contract. Why did he have to leave as soon as he arrived? There were too many reasons. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. After all, the place where he went to school was the capital star. The prosperity is dazzling. And here? It's like a small town. For a moment, the gap in my heart was greater than that of Huangguoshu Waterfall. The city here is small. The environment is not very good. And there are mutants running around in the streets. But facing the mayor, Trump can't say that your city is too rubbish. I don't like it. He can only shoot Susan. This guy is mean to me. Trump pointed at Susan. Susan's narrow wolf eyes suddenly widened. She looks cute and silly. But in Trump's side, she becomes mean. Yes. That's how mean you are to me. Trang nodded several times and showed Luli. It would be fine for others. But Susan, how could Luli not know clearly? What bad intentions could she have? Does she know what mean a mean person? Maybe Carl knows a little bit. After all, they have always been at odds. This seems to have nothing to do with your work. Seeing Trang talking about something else, Lu Li's voice suddenly turned cold. Trang paused when he heard Lu Li's words. I thought she was a little girl. Even if she was the mayor, it was probably not by her own ability. And she was so enthusiastic to others. She was probably easy to bully. If he gets angry, he will definitely apologize to me. Then he should think about whether to stay or not. But she is so calm and not humble? Trump simply gave up. I can't stay here for a long time. I can't do this job. As he said that, he wanted to press the button. Then he searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. Where's the button? Wasn't it here just now? Then there is only one reason. You are not going to detain me by force. Are you? Trang gritted his teeth in anger. This is illegal. If they lock this door, he would never be able to get out. Stargates are rare on planets. Generally, large cities have airports. But he often travels between planets. So he also understands the mechanism of stargates. Luli did not stop him from leaving. The system automatically hid the button. Of course, I will not detain you by force. Hidden City is not a lawless place. When Luli said this, she was too lazy to smile politely with him. She looked calm. But are you sure you want to leave? Of course. Trang was very determined. Even if Jesus came, it would be useless. Open the door, Luli said to the system. As soon as she finished speaking, the button that she couldn't find just now reappeared. You guys are smart. Trang pressed the button. One foot stepped out of the door. And at this time, a slow female voice came from behind. It sounded like talking to herself. And it sounded like, graduate of the 6,666th grade of the Mechanical Department of Carleton University. Trang, people from your university are really interesting. You break the contract as soon as you say it. I wonder if it's a school tradition. Oh, is that so? It turns out that it's not the school's problem, but a personal behavior. If there are graduates like this at Carleton University, isn't it like a bad apple spoiling the whole pot of soup? Reputation is not built overnight. But it only takes a moment to collapse. I think your school. Trang shuddered. What are you talking to yourself? It's obviously the devil calling for your life. Is this woman on the phone? Who is she talking to? Be careful when reversing. Trang's foot took another step back and stepped on the land of Gitten City again. Chapter 35. Trang was guilty and peeked inside secretly. Unexpectedly, his eyes met Lu Li's. She crossed her arms and looked cold. The phone was lying in her trousers. Trang looked very embarrassed. It turned out that she was not talking to anyone at all. She was just pretending to imitate the scene after the call. Thinking of this, Trang couldn't help but feel relieved. There was still room for recovery. Well, I just thought about it. Trang tried to find a way out for himself. It's irresponsible to just leave like this. It will take time for you to find someone new. How about I finish today's work first? Trang said, looking at Lu Li cautiously. After hearing this, Lu Li thought, forget it. A forced melon is not sweet. Since he is only willing to work here for one day, then just one day. Lu Li nodded in agreement. If Trang hadn't broken the contract without reason, she wouldn't have been in the mood to force him to stay. As for complaining to his school, Lu Li didn't have the time. However, not suing does not mean that she is incapable of doing so. It is easy for the system to dig out the personal information of a university president. Isn't it? Besides, the new president of Jialatin University is rumored to be not a good man. Since he got the mechanical certification issued by the Imperial Research Institute, he has carried out drastic reforms in various colleges, trying to bring Jialatin University into the top 10 of the capital star. His ambition is almost written on his face. At this juncture, if any graduate of their university dares to cause trouble, it will affect the reputation of the school. Then he would definitely not let this guy go. Expelling him from the school is a small matter. Not only the principal and the current students, but also seniors who graduated from Trang for many years would not let him down. After all, if he acted recklessly, he might ruin everyone's job. Trang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. And he must be careful about what he said and did outside in the future. No matter what. He must not implicate Carleton University. Next time he did something bad, he would just say that he graduated from the MIT next door. Lu Li looked at the headshot of Trang on the mayor's phone. The system opened a new category for him. Temporary residents. Temporary residents have some of the rights of formal residents and can work in the city. Lu Li clicked on his headshot and arranged for him to work in the institute. Ding! Mechanical University certification passed. Employment successful. Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief. Finally arranged. It's here. Lu Li led Trang into the institute. Trang looked at the small room. He muttered in his heart. As expected, the city is not very good, and the research institute is also small. It's okay for him to stay alone in such a small place. But if Lu Li comes in, it will be crowded. However, Lu Li doesn't seem to want to come in. Okay. Since he agreed to work for a day, Trang didn't plan to do anything weird. He put down his belongings and sat on the office chair. Lu Li didn't know what the process of researchers working in the research institute was like. She glanced at the research institute icon on her phone. The building is in operation. Should it be okay now? Lu Li returned to the electronic screen again. Are you sure to proceed with the research and development of laser gun? Lu Li clicked yes. Star coins and city energy were deducted in an instant. And the nightmare gravel thrown into the entrance was also swallowed. The text on the screen changed to laser gun under development. The big rock in Lu Li's head finally fell to the ground. According to the research and development of the Haiqin windmill and the spider robot, this laser gun may only take a few hours to develop successfully. Moreover, the research institute only needs personnel to be stationed during R&D, not during product manufacturing. Therefore, even if Trang only works in Gitten City for half a day, the research institute can unlock new projects. First, make the laser gun, equip Carl, and then slowly recruit people to move on to the next one. This seems to save a lot of money. Lu Li couldn't help but feel fortunate that Trang only signed a one-day employment contract with her. After all, she originally thought that Trang's hourly wage was too high. So, how long does it take to develop a laser gun? Why isn't it written here? When Lu Li opened the R&D log, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The crane lifted the stone again. R&D progress. 1%. No way. Not by time, but by progress? If the progress can be automatically advanced according to the passage of time, Why is there an extra progress bar instead of directly expressing it with time? So, there is only one truth. The product development of the Level 2 Research Institute is related to the people who work in the institute. This is exactly why Level 2 Research Institutes must require real people to work. Luli originally thought that this crappy research institute had strict standards, and not everyone could work there. Unexpectedly, they really had to work there. All his plans fell through. The R&D efficiency of different people must be different. Just like using a nightmare gravel collector. I don't know what level Trump is at. There is no reference system for comparison now. With something on his mind, Luli wandered back and forth outside the research institute, like an anxious father outside the delivery room. Come on. Lang Lang. As for Trong, after Luli left, he helped him close the door of the research institute. He wanted to say no, but after the door was closed, it didn't seem to matter. He didn't feel stuffy at all. On the contrary, such a large space gave him a different sense of security. Just like returning to his mother's belly. When he carefully checked the research equipment again, he was full of surprise. Although the Sparrow is small, it has everything. All the necessary equipment is there. Although they are not the latest models, they are all top-notch scientific instruments. Brand new old items? Many of them are out of print and can't be found at all. These things were extremely valuable in that era. Classics never go out of style. Even today, they are still very useful. In addition to being shocked, Trang was also full of doubts. Could it be that this city has existed for many years? But the buildings all look newly built. Without giving Trang too much opportunity to speculate, the work tasks of the institute have been automatically issued. Ding ding ding. The clock on the first floor of the city hall struck 6. It's time to get off work. Mila stretched her body. After packing her things, she returned to her room, changed her clothes, and went to Kuiwu's restaurant. Since the restaurant got on track, the residents of Gutan City would gather together for dinner in the evening. It was a very homely atmosphere. Today was no exception. As soon as she went out, she saw Luli sitting on a small bench next to the vegetable garden in a daze. Luli supported his head with his hands, looking worried. Mayor? Mira glanced at the direction Luli was looking at, and it happened to be the vegetable garden. So she took a look at the vegetable garden. There was only one seedling left, and the others were pulled out by Susan and hastily buried. But she didn't bury them completely, and a few of them were still hanging out. Mira thought Luli was feeling sorry for the dead saplings. Isn't there another one growing? Mira consoled. This single seedling was very competitive, and grew to the height of a calf. It had a few fresh branches, and looked full of vitality. Luli came back to her senses. She realized that Mira had misunderstood. She was not worried about the vegetable garden. She was looking at the research institute. She checked her phone 80 times in the afternoon. But the progress was like a welded deadlock, and it didn't move for the first 2 hours. She even suspected that Tran was sleeping in the research institute. Just when she was about to lose control and wanted to find out what was going on, the progress bar actually moved? Yes, it moved, and it added 0.03%. Do you think you are a nightmare gravel collector? Luli's forehead was throbbing with veins. Then, from time to time, the progress would move. It gave her a little comfort, but the speed of this move was slower than her salary increase. After an afternoon, the research progress of the technology gun finally changed from the initial 1% to 1.37%. It really doesn't need to be so precise. In fact, precision is necessary. At least it proves that the people inside are really working. Luli looked at this far-reaching number. It fits the tone of product development very well. It would take years or even decades. Besides, there is only one person in the institute, so it is normal that the efficiency is slow. But she can't wait. This is just a small technological gun. If it becomes a lifetime series, she doesn't know if she will live to see that day. This afternoon, she was not idle. Using the repair button to repair the park. The resources consumed for repair are half of those for new construction. Luli was lucky that he didn't destroy it at that time. The park facilities are brand new. Only the greening has not immediately restored to its original appearance. After all, it takes time for plants to grow. Now it is spring. Under the condition of suitable temperature and rain, it will surely be lush again in a short time. After repairing the park, Luli started the Haiqin windmill again and continued to open up roads in the gray fog. The next street was the gym, entertainment, and leisure street that Kuewu had been thinking about. because this was a very spacious block. When Luli stripped the first ruined building, she did not rush to place a new building. Just like before, she wanted to wait until the area was larger before making an overall plan. After all, the row of buildings in the mayor's mobile phone was dazzling. Hot pot restaurants, barbecue restaurants, clothing stores, farmers markets, beauty salons, all can be built. With previous experience, Luli realized that putting the shops with ties together could unlock more city buff effects. Of course, while doing these things, Luli would check the research progress of the institute on the mayor's mobile phone from time to time. However, she was disappointed again and again. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It was long past Trang's working hours. Why didn't he come out? The agreed salary was 100 star coins for 4 hours. And he received the money the moment Trang entered the institute. It symbolizes the end of the contract. The money has been paid, and there will be no more. Then, the longer he stays in there, the more Luli will earn. But now, it has been too long. Luli is unwilling to take advantage of others. Finally, she opened the door of the laboratory in the institute. Mr. Trang, you should get off work, Luli reminded. Unexpectedly, Trang seemed to be in the middle of doing homework, and was suddenly called by his parents, who broke into the room and asked him to go to eat immediately. Don't mention how angry he was. He was struggling with the blueprint that had just been opened. What kind of broken laser gun is this? Do you think you are good? Put down your bull. We at the Mechanical Engineering Department of Carleton University will never admit defeat. Trang raised his head and looked at Luli, with a fierce determination to study in his eyes. His eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth. I apply for overtime for 1 hour. Then he added, no star coins. It's free. Chapter 36. Luli quickly closed the door for him again. I'm so hungry. Let's eat. If it weren't for the previous incident, Trang probably wouldn't have worked so hard. Now it's about the reputation of the school. So we have to fight for our reputation. As a student majoring in mechanical engineering, no matter how good the grades are, we will dive in and never look up. It was completely dark outside, and the moon rose. Luli glanced at the time. It's 8 o'clock. Brother. Looking at the R&D progress bar again. It has finally increased by 1%. But there are still many more percents to go before the R&D is successful. Trang worked overtime for 2 hours. He couldn't do it anymore. He couldn't bear it. Besides, it was almost nightfall, and it was not safe for him to be alone in the institute. Luli was about to remind him again that it was time to go home. Unexpectedly, Trang came out angrily. If he didn't leave, he would miss the last Interstellar train. Today's work results can be said to be a disastrous failure. I didn't expect that he would encounter such a Waterloo in his first job after graduating from school and entering the society. This was a big blow to his self-confidence. How to rebuild self-confidence? Of course, you should get up from where you fell. Those who can't defeat him will make him stronger. Goodbye, Mr. Tran. The research and development progress stopped at 3.14%, which can be regarded as a small progress. Luli didn't blame him. She knew that Tran tried his best. After all, he was willing to stay and work overtime for 2 hours, which showed that he really wanted to make the product. Maybe it was because of limited ability, or time was too tight. Trang, carrying his backpack, walked slowly towards the Interstellar gate. His finger hovered over the green button, paused for a while, and then pressed it. When he pressed the button again, he didn't feel the relief of leaving this place immediately. But the Interstellar train was empty. With only Trang, there was no one else taking this route, which was enough to show the decline of the city on this planet. Outside the transparent glass window, the shining Milky Way pours down and bright stars gather here. The train roars and whistles through a large nebula. It stirs up a pool of magnificent colors. There is a blueprint on Tran's lap, and his brows are furrowed. What went wrong? In theory, he only needs to perform computational modeling and build a prototype on the simulator according to the requirements of the work task. The laser gun is the simplest mechanical weapon model. Just apply the formula. But the laser gun in the Gitten City Research Institute. He followed the method taught in the textbook. But it didn't work at all. Could the textbook also be wrong? Or did he make a mistake in his calculation? Trang was puzzled. Just like the truth that he believed in for more than 20 years. It was suspected to be wrong overnight. The shock in his heart made him unable to sleep all night. The man sitting opposite yawned. You can't sleep. But I can. Lonzi, do you know what time it is now? Please. He worked on the experiment all night until 5 p.m. before lying down. He just took a few hours of nap and was called by Trang. I know. Trang quickly took out the blueprint from his bag, which he had secretly copied. He was so upset that he couldn't solve this problem. Because this was a simple question. He had to know the result. He spread the paper in front of Harry. Hurry up. Help me see it. Harry was his childhood friend, and his grades were among the best since he was a child. He was a top student in the eyes of his teachers and a pillar of the country. Of course, he lived up to everyone's expectations and was admitted to MIT, which is ranked in the top 5 of the Capital Star. It's not that his grades can't get into the best Imperial College, but his family elders have a grudge against the Imperial Institute. So, go to the Polytechnic University under the Imperial Institute? It's impossible. They all jumped from the Imperial Institute to MIT. How could they let their son go to Imperial College and go back to the old ways? With such a strong support since childhood, it's not surprising that Trump was admitted to university. However, with his ability, he can only be admitted to Carleton University. He dared not even think about attending a prestigious school like MIT. After graduating from college, he was not interested in academics and chose to find a job, while his childhood friend Harry continued to study for a master's degree. Today was the 5th day that Harry was tortured by his tutor. But whenever Trang encountered obscure problems, he would come to him for advice. This habit had become deeply rooted like a knee-jerk reflex. Harry would never refuse. Anyway, Trang would not ask any profound questions. Solved in 3 minutes. Hurry up, Harry urged. He had to go back to sleep. Okay. Trang immediately came to him and began to tell his doubts. Harry yawned again, tears streaming down his face, looking at the blueprint on the table. Oh, a laser gun. This is child's play. He didn't take it seriously at all. Then, gentlemen, we are closed. The waiter of the cafe came over and politely drove people away. Wait, don't make noise. Harry held the pen in his left hand and calculated frantically on the paper, and raised his other hand to stop the waiter from talking. Waiter, a rush for homework. What did you do earlier? He rolled his eyes helplessly and mopped the floor manually again. 12 o'clock in the morning. The cafe guard robot picked up a college student with one hand and moved them outside the door. Under the streetlight, Harry held the blueprint with a terrifying look. Trent scratched his head with his hand. Harry seemed to have not heard his own voice for a long time. Huh? Harry suddenly screamed. Is this not right? The night wind was a bit cold. How about going to my house? Trang suggested. The school was closed. Then I go to sleep first. Trang had been on a long business trip for half a day, and a truckload of brain cells had died. He couldn't stand it anymore. And Harry at the desk was like chicken blood, writing furiously. The next morning. Harry jumped up excitedly. Right. That's it. Solved? Trang was awakened by a shout and rubbed his eyes in a daze. Isn't that right? Harry handed the result to Trang. The original 1 page of paper has become 4 pages now. Trang looked at it for a long time and felt that it was true. But he was not sure. Practice makes perfect. Whether the equation Harry made can complete the task, he has to test it himself to know. #Gutan City. At this time, Mr. Dan is trying to find the next talent certified by the Mechanical University in the vast sea of people. Luli received a message. Trang, can I still go to your city to work today? Luli was very surprised. She didn't expect that Trang, who was so determined before, would come to her one day on his own initiative. It's not impossible. Luli, sure. Our contract is still valid. A few seconds after Luli sent the message. Tran, can I bring another classmate of mine? Tran, he is also from the Department of Mechanical Engineering. He always claims this outside. If the problem is solved, it means that their Carleton University is awesome. Luli looked at the 2 haggard-looking young and immature college graduates in front of him. Buy one get one free. Unlike Tran, who was very disgusted with this place when he first came to Gutan City, Harry didn't care much about the environment here and wanted to go straight to the research institute. The space in the institute was very small, and there was only 1 chair. Trang patted his thigh. You can sit on my lap. Harry ignored him and stood up to work. He also wanted to know whether the things he designed with new ideas would work, since the institute only needed 1 employee. Hiring Trang to work could pass the certification and operate. Luli didn't care much about the situation of his classmate Harry. But Harry was obviously a good hand. Not long after he entered the institute, the progress bar moved. It increased by 8% all of a sudden. Based on this efficiency, the research and development is expected to succeed today. The sun sets. The moon rises. The students of Shanghai Mechanical Department are so physically fit? Can they last longer than the athletes? No. Trang carried Harry out. He almost died of hypoxia in there. Since the progress bar increased by 8%, it has never moved again. I come again tomorrow, Harry said to Luli with his dying breath. He didn't accept it. Don't come. Trang was really afraid that he would die. When the two disappeared in the Stargate, Luli suddenly remembered that he hadn't paid his salary yet. After transferring the star coins, Trang returned them all. Trang, tomorrow. Can we still go to your research institute to play? Luli was shocked. So, with the joint efforts of Trang and Harry, the research and development progress of the laser gun was pushed forward to 13%. And then it froze. It couldn't move at all. Is this the end? No. Actually, Harry is a summoner. MIT is famous for its mechanics. But because of the long-term hostility with the Imperial Research Institute, they just drag their feet and refuse to issue mechanical certification. MIT also knows this. But they still apply every year. Application is application, which is a routine process. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, and they don't really need this false reputation. Harry went to find his mentor, but his mentor was not in school, and went to attend the Mechanical Expert Forum in the central city of the capital Star. Many newly developed scientific products will be exhibited at this conference, which is jointly organized by the University Research Alliance in the central city. Call someone. Harry rushed over like this. He found his graduate supervisor. The same plot was being played out over and over again, like a big play played in a loop, except that the protagonists were different each time. Yu sang and I took the stage. And, as they got older, their qualifications and authority became more and more important. An unprecedented Waterloo. A graduate student's original laser gun blueprint knocked down 15 old experts from MIT one after another. Everyone gathered together and whispered. It even became a corner of the scenery at the forum exhibition. What happened to the people at MIT? The vice president of the Mechanical Institute under the Imperial Research Institute asked the person next to him. Seeing that it was the vice president, the person naturally described it vividly. The vice president of the Mechanical Institute was amused. MIT is so rubbish? They usually clamored so much. But now it seems that their school is really going to be finished. He laughed out loud beside him, and was heard by an old man at MIT. If you are awesome, come here? Come if you want. So, the vice president of the mechanical department of the Imperial Research Institute joined the chat. After a while, I couldn't come at all. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was not specialized in R&D, but was mainly responsible for the administrative affairs of the institute. But at least the foundation was still there. He saw some clues. This seems to be something from the Black Tide Army? Then you have to ask the dean. In the backstage, a young and handsome man had just finished accepting interviews from many media outlets. He really didn't want to attend such an occasion. But this forum was the one he proposed to hold. It would be inappropriate not to appear. After leaving the press booth, he untied his tie and opened 2 buttons on his collar. He felt much more comfortable. He was completely different in his formal suit from usual. What remained unchanged was the oppressive feeling in his eyes, as if he could see through people at a glance. Even the top masters in the fields of the institute would not look at him if they could, or touch him. The vice president of the Mechanical Institute gritted his teeth and touched the paper with his hands. It was obviously a brand new paper copied by Trump, but it was almost patinated by now. The vice president of the Mechanical Institute blushed and stammered, not knowing how to start. Under Arthur's cold gaze, he finally spoke. Dean, I have a question for you. Chapter 37. The Mechanical Expert Forum ended successfully, but one of the episodes was filmed by someone and uploaded to Xingya, causing quite a stir in the entire Shanghai academic community. All existing theories overturned? What exactly is a laser gun? Young people are formidable. A question from a mechanical student at a certain university stumped a group of scientific masters. If Arthur hadn't been born, Shanghai would have been like a long night. Could this mysterious man be the next Arthur? The number of posts is slowly increasing, and the matter is still fermenting. Finally, It attracted the attention of the new president of Carleton University. What? A student from our school? After the secretary told him the whole story, he felt incredible. At the beginning, he applied for this mechanical certification just for fun. I didn't expect that the mechanical department of their school could produce such a great person. Yes, the secretary was very serious and responsible, and followed the clues. It was said on the internet that the question was raised by a graduate student from MIT. But in fact, the question was raised by the graduate student's friend. Huh. Interesting. The principal was interested. All down? He was referring to those old professors at MIT who were usually arrogant and boastful. Although they were good at the mechanical department of Carleton University, MIT didn't seem to have the ability to match their arrogance. Yes. The secretary had a serious face, with a gloating look in his seriousness. They can't solve it. What about the Imperial Research Institute? The principal was curious. This forum is hosted by them. There should be a few old guys there. Right? Hee. The secretary stopped pretending, and got excited when he said this. The vice president of the School of Mechanical Engineering was there, and he fell. Ha ha. The principal was very happy. Good. 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 As expected, he saw that the old guy didn't have much ability, just like himself. In the end, the blueprint was handed over to Arthur. The secretary was mysterious. Oh! The principal's interest was piqued. What did he say? If even Arthur couldn't solve it, then the problem itself was probably wrong. It was like fooling the entire Shanghai mechanical department. There is no result yet. The secretary shook his head. But as long as there is news, he will follow up and report it as soon as possible. The principal seems to be very interested in this matter. No. In fact, the principal does not care about the result of the incident at all. After all, he is not a serious academic researcher. Because this incident made MIT lose face, he felt so relieved. The student who raised the question in their school deserves to be enshrined in the Imperial Temple. Has this guy called Trang graduated? If he hasn't graduated yet, there are many ways to praise him. He can even be set as a role model for other students to follow. When there is an academic exchange meeting in the future, I will bring him with me so that the people from MIT will be embarrassed when they see him. Yes. The secretary looked through the information. It's in March. The admission and graduation time of the universities in the capital star are very flexible, as long as you complete the corresponding studies. There is no fixed time. Therefore, there are many graduates almost every month. Since you have graduated, you should be included in the Hall of Fame of Outstanding Graduates. The principal waved his hand. The secretary was a little surprised. The Hall of Fame of Outstanding Graduates is for graduates who have made outstanding contributions to the school. You must have graduated for at least 5 years to be eligible for nomination. Entering the Hall of Fame right after graduation is an exception among exceptions. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. A group photo of outstanding graduates of Carleton University in the first quarter of 6666. He held a piece of paper in front of his chest with both hands. On it was the certificate of outstanding graduate awarded by the principal himself. Trang was still immersed in his kind words, and the strength of the pat on his shoulder. And he didn't come back to his senses. Young man, you have a lot to do at such a young age. You are the pride of Carleton University. Come on. The future is promising. The person who spoke was smiling, making people feel like spring breeze. Trang swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Is this still the cold-faced, iron-blooded, and tough new principal? I will, Trang answered. When taking a group photo, the new principal deliberately asked Trang to stand on his right-hand side. And on his left-hand side was a big man in the agriculture and animal husbandry major who graduated 5 years ago and now works in the largest agriculture and animal husbandry science development company in the capital star. Of course, the technical support behind this company is also the Imperial Research Institute. Trang's young, childish face, among the middle-aged people over 50 years old, seems a bit absurd and funny. Or, strong background. There was actually a gray-haired entrepreneur standing in the corner. He had worked so hard for so many years, and donated several buildings to get the opportunity to take a photo with him. It was like a dream, waiting for Trump to get off the podium. He didn't walk a few steps, and more people greeted him warmly and talked to him than he had in 4 years of college. He didn't even know these people and had never seen them. But it didn't matter. as long as they knew him. This face was the one standing on the right side of the principal in the photo. As for what his major is, his academic level, and how he behaves in society, it doesn't matter. Even if, "Senior, please sign for me." An excited junior handed him a pen. He asked him to sign his clothes. Sign? Trump was confused. Sign what? Anything is fine. The junior pulled the clothes, and the elastic fabric immediately stretched like a piece of paper. You are my idol. Trump was amazed. He is fanned so quickly? Then I signed my own name. Trang unscrewed the cap of the oil-based marker. He wrote on the junior's clothes. Great. The junior's eyes were full of excitement and tears. After signing, thank you, Senior to Liang. Trang, This word is pronounced Lang. Is it because he wrote it too sloppily? I will definitely keep it well. Hey, actually my name is... Before Trang finished speaking, the junior ran away. He wouldn't know his own name. Would he? Could it be more outrageous? When Trump realized this possibility, more and more people gathered around him, and the road was crowded. Humans are a species that imitates the behavior of others. The junior student's words stirred up 1,000 waves. Obviously, these people wanted Trump to sign for them. Trump had no choice but to take a pen and sign his name on the book they handed over. At first, he felt unfamiliar with signing. But after writing more, he became confident. It seemed that he was really an outstanding graduate celebrity who was deeply loved by everyone. In just half a day, Trump signed more than 100 names. And the crowd finally dispersed. He felt tired and hungry. And finally, he could leave the auditorium and go eat something. He had just walked a few steps when two people came forward. They stopped in front of him. A young man and a middle-aged man. Maybe a student and his mentor? Trump was not surprised. There were also teachers from Carleton University who came to ask for autographs. There was a teacher that Trump liked very much. As soon as the class started, he went to listen immediately. He always sat in the first row. But the teacher seemed to have no memory of what Trang looked like. In front of so many people, Trang was too embarrassed to call him. He could only sign his name silently, and then watch the teacher leave with satisfaction. Trang had an indescribable feeling in his heart. But later, more and more acquaintances asked him for autographs, and he became numb. At this time, the two people stopped in front of him and obviously came to ask for his autograph. He still had 5 or 6 pens in his pocket. Those people took the signatures and didn't want the pens anymore. These two people didn't seem to have brought a notebook. Usually people who didn't bring a notebook would ask Trump to sign their hands or clothes. Signing on the hand will fall off quickly and can't be preserved forever. These two people happened to be wearing white shirts. It's the most common style. Very suitable for writing. Are you Trump? The middle-aged man asked. Oh, that's great. You even know his name? Yes. Trang nodded. Then I give them a few more words for free. Study hard and make progress every day. Trang took out the marker that he used most easily and unscrewed the cap. He took a few steps forward and looked at their clothes, looking for the right position. The handsome young man raised his eyebrows, teased by his gaze. What does this mean? Unexpectedly, Trang only paid attention to their clothes and didn't look up at his face. If he dared to look up at the young man's eyes, he would know what it means to feel suffocated by having his heart squeezed. Tell me, where do you want to sign? Trang took the pen and was about to mark the chest of the young man's shirt. He aimed at a good position here. I'm in a hurry. What are you doing? The middle-aged man was startled by his sudden action, and he quickly stood in front of the young man. So the marker drew a long black line on the middle-aged man's shirt. Oh my God. One piece costs 80,000 star coins. This damn kid. Fortunately, the pen did not fall on the clothes of the person behind him. Signature. What are you trying to grab? Trang's pen fell into the air. Feeling unhappy, the middle-aged man protected the young man behind him like he was blocking an assassin's knife. Why did this uncle cut in line? Impolite. Trang frowned. Come one by one. Don't worry. It will be your turn soon. The middle-aged man's face flushed. Signing your uncle. Okay. I sign for you first. Trang was afraid of him. As he said that, the hand holding the pen was about to come up again. The middle-aged man crossed his arms and stopped him from writing. Seeing his defensive posture, Trump was a little confused. Aren't you here to get autographs? If you don't want autographs, why are you blocking his way? Of course not. The middle-aged man was so angry that his face turned red. When Trump said these words, his expression was still innocent, which made him even angrier. What kind of background are you? You even asked for autographs. Do you know who is behind him? Oh, that's it. Misunderstanding. Trang put away his pen. What do you want? He was in a hurry to eat. The young man rarely showed a faint smile. This made his eyes less oppressive. The vice president of the School of Mechanical Engineering, who was blocking him, stepped aside, and he and Trang faced each other. Trang suddenly felt a little nervous for no reason. Actually, we came here to ask you. Arthur unfolded the drawing that countless people had handled, and his eyes returned to their usual coldness, but not as cold as his voice. Where did this thing come from? Chapter 38. How did it end up in your hands? Trang was stunned when he saw the blueprint in the young man's hand. Harry, his childhood friend, asked him for the blueprint, saying that he would go to ask his mentor for advice. It's still unknown what the result will be. Is the man in front of him a professor at MIT? It's impossible. Those professors are all old. I've never heard of such a young one. Before Trang asked, the young man spoke. How about I help you solve this problem? Arthur folded the drawing again along the crease. Just you? Trang blurted out. It looked like he was probably a student of some professor at MIT. Yes, Arthur said. I had pretty good grades when I was in school. TSK? Trang sneered. How could he say that he had good grades? He didn't know how to be humble at all. Even his childhood friend Harry, who had good grades, would never say that. And, from what he said, this guy was a graduate like him. Graduated from university. How high can his level be? It's too arrogant. Good at studying? How good can it be? Trang said sarcastically. Have you ever been in the top 10 in your grade? Seeing that Trang was so disrespectful, hey, kid, you know him. It was the first time that the vice president of the School of Mechanical Engineering saw someone dare to talk to Arthur in this way. In fact, this happened frequently, because Arthur's face was still quite deceptive. But before he could say Arthur's name, Arthur's cold eyes came first. The vice president of the School of Mechanical Engineering took a deep breath and almost lost his way. Do you know that he was really good at studying? I don't know. It's good if he's good at studying. But he always emphasizes. Did he graduate from MIT? Trang asked. Imperial College. The vice president of the School of Mechanical Engineering corrected stubbornly. Oh! It turned out to be the top 1 polytechnic university in the capital star. Because Harry often sighed in his ear. Trang also formed his own stereotype and evaluation criteria for Imperial College. Your Imperial College only has a high score line. Trang shook his head and sighed. In terms of practice, that may not work. Finally got the chance. To put it bluntly, you are a bunch of nerds. Vice Dean of the School of Mechanical Engineering, Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Arthur was not annoyed. I think this thing should not be yours. Right? Trang was slightly stunned. How did he know? Arthur said some more about the laser gun in the picture. In just a few words. Trang was shocked beyond words. What's going on? This person is obviously talking about something very profound. But he can actually understand it. Arthur only said the beginning. And then stopped abruptly. I already have a solution. Whether you want to know the answer or not. It's up to you. After saying that, he turned around and left. Wait! After walking 3 or 5 meters away, Trang came to his senses and chased after them, and stopped the two. He also has a heart to seek the truth. This is the address. Trang told Arthur the basic information of Gitten City. He had just contacted Luli, and said that his classmates would come to help solve his previous work problems. Today, his classmate is wearing the skin of Carleton University, but has the flesh of Imperial College. Luli was naturally happy to help Trang, because so many days have passed. Dan Zong has not found any job seekers with mechanical university certification in the talent market. Even the employment amount has increased to 200 star coins per day. Still no one is interested. When Arthur handed the process calculation to Trang, Trang was petrified instantly. How can it be like this? The textbook is correct. The question is correct. These two are completely different ideas. Unexpected. But in theory. To be honest, Trang also wanted to witness the moment when the laser gun was successfully developed. But unfortunately, there was an interview with a large Interstellar company this afternoon. So he couldn't go with Arthur. Before leaving, the two of them added star letter friends. The background of Arthur's circle of friends was the Imperial College under the blue sky and white clouds. He stood on the grass in front with his hands in his pockets. This photo was taken in the same pose that people of his father's generation would use. This guy looks fair and youthful. But why does he act so old-fashioned? Because he solved a big problem that had been lingering in his mind for many days. Trang was still very close to him, and specifically reminded him of some precautions. The mayor of Gitten City. That woman. Trang half covered his mouth with his hand. As if afraid that someone would hear, you must not provoke her. She has her own tricks. She is very good at dealing with us freshly graduated college graduates. Trang talked about his own experience. It almost became a lesson of blood and tears. Arthur didn't understand. And the questions he asked were clear and transparent. As if he had never died. Why do you have such a set of skills? Oh! Trang saw that he was still asking questions. He was obviously a very smart person. Why was he so stubborn about this matter? Don't ask. Trang had no choice. After all, he was the one who started it. It's not a good thing anyway. She will complain. Trang just said it directly. Talk to the principal of your school. The president of Imperial College? He is one himself. But to reassure Trang, Arthur said, Okay. I got it. When the president of Carleton University heard the news that Arthur had come to their school, he arrived late. But Arthur had already left. He even changed into a formal suit that he would wear for important occasions and a tie. Just to see Arthur. Even when he took a photo with the outstanding graduates, he was still wearing casual pants and beach shoes. Why didn't you say so earlier? The president of Carleton University was frustrated because he had come up empty-handed. Suddenly, he saw the cute little Trang sitting on a garden bench. Trang, why haven't you gone to eat yet? The president took the initiative to greet Trang cordially. He specially wrote down the name of this little guy and pronounced it correctly. Hello, President. Trang stood up immediately and answered respectfully. I want to calculate this problem before going to eat. It's not that I don't want to eat. I'm just too hungry. Oh! Hearing Trang's words, the president was so happy that his eyes were slits. What can I say about you? People are made of iron and food is made of steel. The body is the capital of scientific research. Seeing that the outstanding graduate he had just promoted was so diligent, the principal couldn't help but want to chat with him for a few more words. He really didn't make a mistake. This kid is a talent. After all, people who can raise questions that stump a group of scholars and experts have a strong desire to study hard, which is very similar to his style in the past. Yes, that's right. Before jumping into the oil tank, he was also a hard-working mechanical student. However, he was abandoned later, because he discovered the tunnel hidden underground in this world. These tunnels are connected in all directions, and few people have discovered them, so they are not crowded at all. Through these tunnels, he can get to where he wants to go faster. People who have already got on the car and accelerated forward will not be willing to walk step by step, down to earth, and walk alone. But today, seeing Trump for the first time also reminded him of his youth, with the fame and benefits that people seek in their lives. It is interesting to slow down occasionally, get off the car and walk, and stroll leisurely. What I felt in my heart was the comfort and relaxation of having everything under control. Let me take a look. The principal guided the students in their homework, and even the secretary was surprised. He was in a high position, and he didn't know how many years he hadn't been involved in teaching-related matters. It turned out to be this question. When the principal was listening to the gossip just now, he also glanced at it roughly. So I remember it. The handwriting above was not sloppy, and it was only written on a short half-page. But there was not a single word of nonsense, and it was so concise that it could be directly included in the textbook. Even Trang could understand it. So how could the president not understand it? You? First, he was curious, then shocked, and then ecstatic. In the end, the president of Carleton University looked at Trang as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Solved it? On the Interstellar train from the capital star Center City to Gitten City, Arthur was the only one. It was as if this route was open just for him. The surrounding scene gradually changed from strange to familiar. The nebula was still there. He will never forget it. And the alien star quietly hanging in the sea of stars. Compared with when Tran first came, the city of Gitten City has expanded again. The 2 blocks that were half hidden in the gray fog before have now been completely stripped out. Luli placed new buildings according to the commercial communities that might appear in his impression. and actually unlocked 2 special building community effects. Food Street and Electronic Street gained a total of 20 points of residence sanity limit bonus and 20% commodity price bonus. The most important thing is City Charm plus 30. The City Charm value is directly related to the selection of Shanghai civilized cities with supporting facilities. How can it work if there are no people? Luli asked Dan Zone to publish an advertisement in the rental market. This is fundamentally different from the direct publication of the system. Due to the different paths, it was published by Dan Zone in the name of the Gitten City Hall. With a higher weight, more people saw it, and a greater possibility of inquiries. At present, Luli is building a community. There are a lot of camphor trees near the community, but most of them are dead. However, Luli can replant them, and there are many new plants on the construction page. Greening the city is very important. Luli named the community Camphor Garden. The advertisement released by Dan Zone is the house sale advertisement of Camphor Garden. The city area has become larger, and the garbage has naturally increased. Unlike Mila, who worked part-time to clean up the black mud and waste, Susan is a full-time worker. She takes the big broom every day and sweeps the city. When she encountered black slime, she did as Luli told her to do. Took out the vacuum cleaner and collected it vigorously. The small glass bottles filled with nightmare gravel filled the drawers of her desk. The city was developing in full swing, changing with each passing day, and everything was brand new. Only the progress of the research institute was stagnant, and those products that could not be developed became a knot in her heart. Ding! New visitor. The Interstellar gate opened. Luli looked sideways and saw a young man standing next to the Interstellar gate. He was wearing a black student outfit and carrying a school bag. He wore half-framed glasses. Because she was far away, she didn't hear clearly, but only saw his lips move. Arthur said, "Long time no see." Chapter 39. Are you Trang's classmate? Luli asked. The man in front of him was obviously dressed like a student. He had a handsome face, a straight figure, and wore half-framed glasses, which made him look like a scholar. Even if he was not a student, he should have just graduated. Classmate? That means Carleton University. So, that's how he introduced me. Arthur didn't expose Trang. After all, he didn't tell the truth himself. Yes, Mayor Lu. Arthur behaved well and was very polite. My name is Fico, and Luli likes polite people. The name matches what Trang told her. Hello, Fico. So Luli took Arthur to the Research Institute. On the way, she did not forget to comfort him in advance. This project of our Research Institute has some difficulties. There may not be a breakthrough in the short term, even if there is no progress. Don't feel too much pressure. Luli thought of the scene when Harry was carried out by Trang, and she was still frightened. If Trang hadn't been quick-witted, Harry would have died suddenly in her Research Institute. You work in our city for half a day, 4 hours, and the remuneration is 100 star coins. Same as before by Trang. Food is included. If you are hungry, there are restaurants there to eat. If you don't want to eat, you can also go to the convenience store to buy food. Luli even solved the problem of eating for him. Seeing her kind attitude, Arthur felt strange. This mayor seems to be nice to people. Why did Trang say that she doesn't like college graduates? Okay. Thank you. I understand. Arthur nodded. Luli opened the door of the Research Institute, and the small research room appeared in front of Arthur. The moment he entered, the childish look on his face disappeared instantly. Luli clicked on the mayor's mobile phone. Select temporary residence. Feiku. Authentication successful. Welcome. The information of temporary residence is very simple, because they are not officially settled in Good 10 City. The system can also dig deep into their personal information, but logic determines that they are just passing clouds. So there is no need to do that. The phone shows the Research Institute is in operation. Laser gun development progress, 13.4%. I wonder how much the progress bar will increase today. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. But fortunately, Luli is numb now. Let it go. If we can find someone to come here to conduct research and development, it will be considered a success. Even if it moves 0.1%, it is progress. Ding ding ding. Dan Zone called Luli over. Discuss matters related to the sale of the house in Zhangzhengyuan. Someone wants to buy a house. Luli put the phone in his pocket. There are currently 5 houses available for sale in Gitten City. Zhangzhengyuan community is located opposite the Food Street and the Commercial Street. The house prices are all reasonably priced by the system based on the current economic level of Gitten City. After the promotion of Mr. Dan, there are really many people who come to inquire. But these people are not normal people. In other words, they are infected mutants like Susan. The first buyer called. The heavy accent made Luli dazed. Is your place safe? It was as if she had returned to her original world. But Luli quickly adjusted her state and showed the same enthusiasm as on the first day of renting a house. You can be completely assured of security. Luli thought of Carl and assured this big brother, we have a 5-star super strong protection system. And security personnel patrol all night. Monsters dare not attack. And we guarantee that you will sleep well all night until dawn. Okay. Then I'm relieved. The big brother with a northeastern accent was very straightforward and immediately decided on the single-family building number 1 in Zhangzhengyuan. He only cares about safety. After hanging up the phone, Luli's account immediately had 100,000 star coins added. Because building 1 has the largest space, with unobstructed 3 sides and a wide view. Opposite is the food street. And the transportation is very convenient. So the price is also the most expensive. The 4 buildings behind are lined up in pairs. And the price will also be reduced accordingly. The house is the original civilian house. But it has been upgraded to level 3 by Luli. Level 3 civilian houses have a total of 3 floors. And the floor area becomes 4 grids. The house unlocks many new functions. Not only can you choose from a variety of exteriors, but you can also customize the interior. High-tech electrical integration. All the promises that the system had made to Luli were fulfilled. Luli decorated the house according to the standard model. This saves the most star coins. When the scale is up, we will open up personalized DIY and decorate the house according to the needs of customers. Of course, this is another price. From a distance, the camphor garden is surrounded by lush greenery. Although it is in a busy city, it is quiet in the midst of the hustle and bustle. It is a high-end villa complex. After signing the house transfer contract, the owner of the house, the northeastern brother, will buy a ticket and come to Gitten City to settle down after he is ready. The main business is to be sincere, and the information of both buyers and sellers is transparent and open. There is absolutely no fraud. Moreover, the camphor garden in Gitten City is directly developed and sold by the government, which is much more reliable than those houses built by large multi-star enterprises. As long as the core needs of the buyers can be met, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell. The remaining 3 houses were also sold smoothly. Different houses have different prices. They are 80,000 star coins, 50,000 star coins, and 70,000 star coins respectively. A family of 3. A single man and an old lady bought them one by one. Zhangzhengyuan real estate is very popular. In just one afternoon, only the last one was left. At this time, a familiar figure appeared in Dan Zong's office. Bird? Luli was a little surprised to see the visitor. With Bird's serious and responsible attitude towards work, except for a short stroll after lunch, he never appeared in the workplace during working hours. That is, anywhere other than the convenience store. Why did he come to the city hall to find me? Mayor. Bird's eyes were a little vague, and he asked casually, have you sold all the houses? It's selling smoothly. Luli thought Bird was concerned about the city's development. She took a look at the sand table of Xiangzhong Garden. There is only this one left that hasn't been sold. Luli pointed to Building 5. Building 5 is closest to the gray fog. Luli didn't have time to peel it off. Maybe this is why those buyers left it. Presumably, no one wants to have a monster entrance outside their window. Bird looked at the house. As expected, he also understood that this location was not safe compared to other houses. If the monsters attacked at night, Building 5 would be the first to bear the brunt. The fear of being attacked by aliens came back again, making his forehead sweat faintly. He never forgot that kind of pain. When attacked by aliens, they either died on the spot or were parasitized. At that time, the alien was obviously trying to parasitize him. But the people from the city hotel arrived in time and scared away the alien that risked its life to go deep into the city. Otherwise, he would have turned into a speck of dust in the sea of stars. However, even if Bird had not died, he would have gone from a normal elite to a discriminated infected person. From then on, the doors of those high-level financial institutions would never be open to him again. This was also the opportunity for him to come to Gitten City. The fear of the monster in the gray fog is deeply rooted in his bones. Seeing Bird staring at Building 5, Luli was a little confused. What's wrong? Bird didn't say anything. Just shook his head. I just came to take a look. Then he turned around and went back to the convenience store. Luli didn't understand. Because Bird's favorability towards Luli didn't change at all. It was still a stable 90. So Luli couldn't clearly know what he was thinking. He just felt that his attention to Building 5 in Zhangzangyuan was a little unusual. So Luli asked Mr. Dan to put up a sold-out sign first. Wait until the gray fog near Building 5 is completely removed and the second phase of Zhangzangyuan is completed before continuing to sell. Ding ding ding. Welcome. The familiar prompt music of the convenience store sounded. Bird looked at the door. Luli stood there. Mayor, why are you here? Bird was a little surprised. He didn't expect Luli to come to him. Luli also had some guesses about Bird's reaction just now. His eyes were strange and familiar. And Luli walked up to him. Bird, do you want to buy a house? Luli asked. Is it so obvious? Bird saw that he could not hide it any longer. After all, his eyes at that time were mixed with eagerness and desire. He nodded as if he had made up his mind. Even if he could live in a convenience store now, it was considered a place to stay. And the safety of a convenience store is much higher than that of a residential house. But this is not home after all. He also hopes to own a house in Gitten City. Besides, his relationship with Mira has been progressing steadily. It's just a matter of breaking through that layer of window paper. If they can get married smoothly in the future. Will Mira still live with him in a convenience store? Then why not buy Building 5? Luli said. Building 5 only costs 40,000 star coins. The price is the cheapest. But there is gray fog outside its windows. Bird finally spoke out his inner concerns. So this is what you're worried about. Luli suddenly realized that it was no wonder that everyone would leave it in the end. It turned out that they were afraid of the gray fog. So, Luli told Bird about her future plans in advance. Next, she would start to clear the gray fog behind Building 5. After hearing this, Bird's eyes really lit up. Then, is the house still there? He was expectant and worried. Of course. I kept it for you. Luli smiled in a standard way. Thank you so much. Mayor. Bird covered his face and cried. Luli did a good thing and was in a good mood. When she returned to the office, it was almost 6 o'clock. It was almost time to get off work. She just sat down and stretched in the office chair. Then she remembered that it seemed that she hadn't followed up the progress of the research institute for a long time. Thinking about it, she opened her mobile phone and took a look. And she almost fell off the chair. Is it fake? The dense message prompts. Let Luli's pupils tremble. Props, laser gun, successfully developed. Can be manufactured, drone, successfully developed. Can be manufactured, fiery tower, successfully developed. Can be built, gray fog atlas, loaded. All projects in the Level 2 Research Institute are unlocked. The research and development progress has become 100%. There is also a line of small green words below. Now it can be upgraded to a Level 3 Research Institute. Chapter 40. Luli looked at the prompts and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. She didn't know what kind of uproar the laser gun in the institute had caused in the Shanghai mechanical academic community. She only knew that the task that Trang and Harry had tried so hard for so many days, but couldn't complete was completed as soon as this fake came. Luli didn't understand the value of this, and thought that he must be a top student. When Luli rushed to the institute, she found that Faye had left at some point. The string of words on the big screen was the same as the one on the phone. And Luli was already familiar with it. But she suddenly realized a problem. The development of new projects requires nightmare gravel, star coins, and city energy. Logically, the development operation should stop automatically after FICO completes the laser gun. Why does the institute automatically proceed to the next project? Could it be that as long as there are researchers working in the institute, she can continue to develop without consuming resources? If this is true, it would be too resource-saving. Just looking at the names of the following projects, Luli felt that they must be expensive. This time, Trang helped him so much. Luli felt that he should thank him. Trang's reply on Xingxin was also very fast. Has the problem of the laser gun really been solved? It seems that Fake's calculation is correct. Good things come in pairs. Not long after he walked out of the building of the Interstellar company where he interviewed, he received an offer in his mailbox. Trang felt that his life was full of hope. As for Luli's idea of inviting Fake to work in Guten City, the remuneration and other things can be discussed. Trang also readily promised that he would talk to Fake about this matter. Luli checked the projects of the Level 2 Research Institute one by one. Laser gun. The description says that it is specially used to deal with alien monsters in the gray fog. As long as you shoot at the alien monster, its body will slowly melt. Luli clicks to make. First equip Carl with one and try the effect. If the effect is really that good, then other residents can also be equipped with it. Because this kind of gun is specially used to deal with irrational alien monsters. It does no harm to humans, and is absolutely safe. The next one is drone. According to Shanghai's research data on gray fog, and combined with Carl's memory, it is inferred that there is some kind of magnetic field interference in the gray fog, and no aircraft can enter the area filled with gray fog. At the least, the signal will be lost, and at the worst, it will be directly decomposed by the gray fog and crash on the spot. But this drone in front of you seems to be able to fly into the gray fog? At least it can fly unimpeded in the gray fog-filled area with a pollution concentration below 70%. It is even equipped with a camera. At present, the entire Gitten city is a gray fog for Luli, and everything is unknown. After the Haiqin windmill is built, it can slowly expand outward from this point of the central city hall. With a drone, can't we peek into the whole picture of Gitten city? In this way, we will not be like a headless fly when expanding outward in the future. More efficient. Luli clicks to make. Then there is the fiery tower. This seems to be a building. Fire tower. After the research and development was successful, the gray defense icon on the main menu of her mayor's mobile phone was unlocked. There was only one building in the defense menu bar. The fire tower. From the texture, the appearance of this fire tower is quite similar to a long-handled street lamp. However, in the big ball on the top, there was a liquid substance like red magma rolling. It reminded Luli of the flame energy water in her big pineapple hammer. However, the liquid in the fire tower was thicker. Want to build one and try? Luli looked around the city. Where should it be built? Soon, she found a most suitable location. That is, Building 5. You know, this is a perfect place for gray fog monsters to invade. The moment the fiery tower was put down, the red light immediately illuminated the nearby 9 grids. It actually has the function of lighting? Luli studied it carefully and found the fire intensity adjustment button. There are 3 levels in total. Hit casually, attack seriously, fire at full power. This name. It was so casual. Fortunately, the meaning is clear. Setting different firepower intensities will be reflected in the light, which is the difference in light and dark. Therefore, you don't need to go close to check. You can clearly know what the current firepower status of this flame tower is. There is no need to adjust the firepower manually. There is a master control switch on Luli's mobile phone, which can be adjusted at any time. Now there are still a few hours before nightfall, and the specific effect of the flame tower will only be known when the monster appears. There is one last project left. Gray fog illustrated book like the building package. This is a new feature installed in Luli's mobile phone. After it was successfully developed, it was directly classified into the same function category as the building package. In the lower right corner of the main interface of Luli's mobile phone, it is shaped like a thick dictionary. Luli clicked it. All the gray fog monsters she had encountered were recorded in it. Black shadow category, monster. Rating C. Photophobia, severe. Features, black. These are the black shadows she encountered when she first came to Gitten City, including the hand that almost strangled her to death on the bed that day, all of which belong to the category of black shadows. As long as there is light, it generally does not pose a threat to people. Black shadow octopus parasite category, monster. Rating, B. Light fear, medium. Features, broken limbs can be regenerated, although it belongs to the same category of black shadow. This black shadow and the octopus are fused together, so it has a physical body, and its strength is enhanced. Reaching the B rating. The black shadow's arm disappears when it is broken. The tentacles of the octopus black shadow can split and regenerate, and you can't cut them all off. But even so, it can only swim through the wall, although it is not as afraid of light as ordinary black shadows. It cannot be exposed to the light for too long. Otherwise, they will die. Black shadows see intestine parasite category, monster. Rating, A. Light fear, mild. Features, corrosive mucus. Lightning immunity. The monster that swept Carl away that night. Luli still has lingering fears when he thinks about it. From this, it seems that black shadows can combine with creatures and evolve into new species. Generally speaking, After the combination is completed, their strength will be greatly enhanced, and they can gain new abilities. Luli suddenly thought, can we extract this ability from them? But she was quickly frightened by her own idea. Could anyone really do this? The information about the alien species parasitizing Carl was not so detailed. Thorn spider category, alien. Rating, S. Maybe it was because the alien species on Carl did not belong to Gitten City. So the Grey Fog Atlas could not collect more information? It was at this moment that Luli suddenly discovered the difference between monsters and alien species. It seemed that the shadow monsters combined with dead things, while the alien species parasitized living people. At present, Gitten City has not encountered any alien species, and the highest rated one is the Black Shadow Sea Intestine. But as the city level continues to rise, and the territory continues to expand, sooner or later there will be a day when we encounter it. We must be prepared before the fierce battle comes. Looking at the experience bar under the city level LV5, Luli estimated that it will be upgraded tomorrow night. And tomorrow, the new residents will arrive. Luli suddenly felt nervous. Is the first night of the new residents' arrival the last night of the city upgrade? It was really a thrilling experience. Warmly welcome all owners to Xiangzhang Garden. A huge welcome banner was hung. Colorful balloons were hung under the street lights on both sides of the road. The whole Gitten City was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Luli personally welcomed the owners, who came from afar at the Stargate. The city and Trang had undergone earth-shaking changes since they first came, and it was a new look every day. The commercial street and food street opposite Xiangzhang Garden were open for business. They are even open 24 hours a day, as long as the clerk has electricity. Luli had previously made many small spider robots to work in the store, although they are not as efficient as intelligent bodies, such as Bird entering convenience stores. But they also have a relatively stable income. Not only are they open to the citizens of Gitten City, but they also do takeaway business. The process of citizens moving in was very smooth. When they saw Susan, they didn't make a fuss. After all, they themselves are not normal people. The big brother from the northeast in Building 1 is actually a Minotaur. Luli was shocked when he first saw him, but he got used to it after seeing him for a while. Except for his weird head, everything else was normal. It was like he was wearing a doll headgear, especially his accent, which made Luli feel very familiar. The citizen information card showed that Dong Ji's race was actually an orc, completely different from Susan, who also had beast elements. This was a new category that Luli had never seen before. The next people to arrive in Gitten City were a family of 3 who bought building number 2. Their features were even more obvious, and Luli could guess their race without even looking at their information. The 3 of them had no feet, and they walked by floating. Their bodies were also transparent, looming ghosts. Since the 3 of them were together, the system put them on a composite profile card when opening an account for them. There were 3 avatars on it, and Luli could click on them one by one to view them. This thing? The father of the family of 3 pointed at the flame tower in horror. Ah! The little boy screamed. It was fire. No wonder the 3 people always had a faint smell of burning. Could it be that they died in the fire? Luli tried to comfort them. This is the city's defense building, used to deal with the gray fog monster. So that's it. The woman in the family of 3 was relieved after hearing this. Will it really not burn us? The man was full of doubts. No. Luli patiently explained that the city defense facilities would not cause harm to the citizens. I don't know how much they believed it, but after Luli's explanation, they didn't bother him anymore. Fortunately, Building 2 was the farthest from the flame tower, so if it burned, they wouldn't be the first to burn. The next person to come was a single man. The man was very cold. He walked straight to Building 3 and ignored Luli at all. Finally, the old lady came. She was bent over and leaned on a cane. She walked unsteadily, and Luli even wanted to help her. But she was completely attracted by a dandelion on the old lady's head. Could this be a vegetative person? The old lady walked slowly along the road in front of the restaurant, and suddenly, she seemed to see something that was unbelievable to her. She turned her head and stared at the thriving seedling in the restaurant's vegetable garden. The seedling was very promising and had grown into a small tree. The old lady stared at it and couldn't take her eyes off it. Have you planted it? Chapter 41. Grandma Hua. What did you say? Luli walked over. The old lady's name was Hua Xiaoman. She seemed to be very interested in the plants in the vegetable garden. Seeing the mayor coming over, Grandma Hua pointed at the small tree with her cane. She looked incredulous. This is a money tree. What? Money tree? Luli was stunned. Grandma Hua's profile clearly stated that she was a professor of botany at the Imperial Agricultural University of the Capital Star. In theory, she was considered a superior person in the Capital Star, and would not settle in a place like Gitten City. But the dandelion on her head announced to her regretfully that she had become a complete infected person. There are two outcomes for infected people: stay on the capital planet where the upper class live, be rejected, and sooner or later be taken to the laboratory. Care. Or stay away from those big stars, and find some small place to live. Granny Hua obviously chose the latter. Besides, she has reached retirement age a long time ago. She also wants to find a quiet place to retire. With her qualifications and research on plants. Since she said this is a cash cow, it must be credible. Money tree? Luli imagined what the sapling would look like when it grows up and has lush branches and leaves. A tree full of star coins? That scene was so awkward. Seeing Luli's puzzled face, Granny Hua patiently explained to her that the reason why the money tree is called the money tree is because its fruit is very precious and has extremely high medicinal value. It can even be compared with gold. So it is also called soft gold. But the survival rate of this tree is very low. Even in the research and cultivation room of the Imperial Agricultural University. After working hard for a whole spring, only 3 trees survived. Moreover, the fruits were reserved as soon as the seeds were planted. They mature once a season. And after 3 seasons of maturity, they will wither. Leave a few seeds. It is best to plant in spring, because this kind of tree is difficult to survive the cold winter. Even if it is planted in a laboratory, it is necessary to simulate the 4 seasons. Luli understood it. If Grandma Hua hadn't been there, she wouldn't have known that this tree was so precious. But there were clearly 7 seedlings at the beginning. 6 of them were pulled out by Susan. Could it be that Susan pulled out 6 money trees? When she realized this, Luli's body trembled. Perhaps. Is it possible that if she didn't pull out the other 6, this one would not survive? Emotionally, Luli excused Susan. In fact, her heart was bleeding. Who planted this? Granny Hua's eyes were full of excitement. This person was a rare genius in planting. I planted it. Carl yawned and leaned lazily against the fence. He had a different schedule from normal citizens. He had just woken up when Luli called him over. Good. 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 Grandma Hua finally met the person she thought had great potential. She was very interested in Carl. You know, so many doctoral students and graduate students under her had spent so much effort, and so many seeds to grow only a few. Money trees are precious. And the seeds of money trees are also very expensive. But judging from this person's careless demeanor, he didn't seem to think that growing a money tree was a great thing. How did you grow this tree? Granny Hua asked. Carl, plant trees. How else can you plant? This old lady's question is so strange. But Luli was staring at him, signaling him with his eyes that he had to answer the old lady's questions properly, with a good attitude, and not perfunctorily. Carl could only walk slowly to the vegetable garden, squat down, imitate Susan's gesture of digging a hole, and gesture on the ground. Here, his hands kept shaking back and forth. First dig a hole in the soil. Then, bury the seeds in it. He pinched a ball of air between his thumb and index finger, and threw it into the empty hole he had just dug. Finally, Carl repeated the motion of waving his hands back and forth. Fill the hole. Water it. He stood up, pretended to hold a kettle, and sprinkled it twice around the buried soil. All right. The performance was over. Was it emotional enough? Carl glanced at Luli. Granny Hua was stunned. That's it? Yes, that's it. Who is your teacher? Granny Hua was not giving up. She called out several names in succession. Carl had never heard of him. I never went to school. He crossed his arms. When he was in the army, he often plowed the land. So maybe that's how he learned it. Genius. You are really a genius. Granny Hua was more convinced of her guess. Is this genius? Carl was confused. You can easily grow a money tree. Isn't that genius? Granny Hua was sure. What? Carl didn't seem to hear clearly. Money tree? Is this a money tree he planted? Did you know? Before being dragged away by Luli, Carl shouted to Granny Hua, I planted 7 trees. Granny Hua's eyes widened, and she almost couldn't breathe. I won't forgive her. After walking away, Carl said to Luli. Tell Susan that she owes me 1 million. Their feud could not be resolved. When I have money, I will pay you back. Okay? Luli felt a headache. If it was you, you don't have to pay me back. Carl finished speaking and looked up at the sky. Luli, The money tree incident just passed. Night fell. The citizens fell asleep. But two people were extremely alert and did not dare to relax at all. Luli handed the laser gun to Carl. Carl glanced at it and said, I don't need it. Keep it for self-defense. The next second, Luli took out the big pineapple hammer. She gently swung it twice in front of Carl. Thinking of the scene that day, she released lightning and fire. Just like an elemental god. Carl was humiliated. Indeed, Luli's eye didn't need this gun. Carl took the laser gun. He dealt with weapons all day, so he got the hang of it quickly. He could use it after just a few fiddles. The night fell later than usual tonight, but with a greater momentum. A large number of black shadow monsters came from the direction of Building 5. Not only were there sea-level black shadows, but there were also many monsters similar to octopus black shadows and sea intestine black shadows. They were mantis shrimp, scallops, swimming crabs, giant ones. Luli couldn't help swallowing. Didn't you have enough for dinner? Carl glanced at Luli. Let's do it. Luli swung her hammer. And before her hammer was fully warmed up, the flame tower began to attack the black shadow monster. It was currently at full firepower. Bayou. Hundreds of fireballs were fired at the same time, and fire rained down from the sky. They hit the black shadow monsters that wanted to attack Good Tin City one by one. The black shadow monster caught fire in an instant, burned out, and turned into black mud. The air was filled with the smell of burning. The flame tower was furious. It rotated 360 degrees and fired, like a Gatling gun, banging non-stop. In the second half of the night, Carl sat cross-legged on the ground, supporting his head with his palms. It seems that I have nothing to do. Luli felt the same way. It seems that the flame tower can completely deal with the monsters that are currently attacking the city level. The laser pistol that was successfully manufactured after a lot of hard work has become a prop in Carl's hands. The silver light is quite handsome when it rotates. Let's go back to sleep. Luli and Carl looked at each other and reached an agreement. They entered the city hall one after the other. Early the next morning, a startling shout broke out in the city. The source of the voice was a familiar little boy. He screamed at the black mud near Building 5. Monsters! So many monsters! Mom! His mother walked over and was also shocked. But this is not a monster. This is a monster's corpse. No. To be more precise, it should be the ashes of a monster. Why are you always making a fuss? The little boy's father heard his son screaming again and walked out of the door impatiently. When he saw the things on the ground, another scream echoed over the camphor garden. However, the tone was much rougher. What's wrong? Luli said slowly. Is this a black shadow monster? The boy's father pointed at the black ash all over the ground. The planet they lived on before was also attacked by black shadows. After the black shadows died, there would be more black ash on the ground in the city. Every time the shadows attacked, there would be tragic casualties. So, they had to pay a lot of protection fees to live in that city. Later, even if they paid, they were not allowed to live there, because the city space was limited and they needed to bid for it, and the highest bidder would be given the space. So, they came to Gidden City. Unexpectedly, on the first night, they encountered so many shadow monsters. However, there seemed to be no signs of launching any city defense war here. It's a shadow monster. Luli nodded. All of them were destroyed by the flame tower. She pointed to the tower pillars behind the family of 3. What? Oh my god. Is this tower so powerful? The 3 of them changed their previous dislike for the flame tower and became fond of and in awe of it. This kind of feeling is faith. Ding! You get 3 points of faith from Bob's house, the host, the hostess, and the little boy. Each one gets 1 point. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain? Luli looked at the notification on her phone. She hadn't gotten faith points for a long time. The system has not opened the faith value store for her. Maybe she wants to wait until she has accumulated enough. And it seems that the citizens' faith in the city buildings can also be counted in her faith value panel? Mayor Lou, the male owner of Bob's house, is calling her. You say. Luli put away his phone and stopped looking. Bob looked embarrassed. Can we move to building 5? They want to be closer to the godlike flame tower. Of course. No. Bode pulled his suitcase and walked into building number 5 with his head held high. Today was the day of his housewarming. The sky was clear and cloudless. It was suitable for flying. Luli released the drone. The drone would fly along the route she had set. The image data would be transferred to her mobile phone map simultaneously. For the first exploration, Luli chose the northwest direction, which was the opening where the gray fog flowed into building number 5. Luli really wanted to know if there was a seafood market there. Why did so many seafood shadows appear yesterday? After doing all this, she had the leisure to look at the city upgrade prompt. Because the system crashed last time, she did not see the relevant information about the city upgrade. Since then, the system has made a special save function for her. She can now click to view the new resources and new buildings obtained after each upgrade. Every time the system is upgraded, the buildings brought to Luli are almost all what she will use in the next few days. For the LV6 city, the building given by the system is. Luli looked at the upgrade interface. An ominous premonition emerged in his heart. Congratulations on your city being upgraded to LV6. You can now build a hospital. Chapter 42. This is a piece of land that Luli just cleared and leveled. It is located behind the city hall, a certain distance from the camphor garden. Because from the perspective of feng shui, many people would be more taboo to have a hospital opposite their home. After the city level is upgraded to level 6, the system has added a new building rating function. The building is divided into levels according to its comprehensive ability index. Buildings such as city halls, research institutes, and hospitals are all S-level buildings. Restaurants, beauty salons, gyms, etc. are all A-level. Ordinary houses, lighting equipment, etc. are Class B. The rest of the greenery and trees are Class C. The cost of a level 1 hospital is 20,000 star coins and covers 4 grids. It is not cheap. Moreover, with the precedent of the Research Institute as a highly professional building, 80% of the residents who work in the hospital also need various diploma certifications. It is not easy to find employees. Luli's thinking has changed. It is better to find the right person first and then build the hospital. In order to avoid the hospital running idle and deducting star coins and energy value every day. Due to the expansion of the city area and the increase of buildings, the cost of city maintenance, manpower, wind, fire, water, electricity, soil and other resources has reached 2,000 star coins per day. The city's comprehensive income is about 3,000 star coins. It is just enough to maintain, and there is still some surplus. But if it is to support the long-term development of the city, it is definitely not enough. Save as much as possible. Anyway, the hospital only takes 6 hours at most to build. Let's go to the Level 3 Research Institute first. Luli clicked the upgrade button. Upgrading the Level 3 Research Institute actually costs 5 nightmare gravels. That's equivalent to 900,000 star coins. It's terrible. Fortunately, Susan has been collecting black mud these days, and she is very efficient. So Luli has saved a lot. And there is no way to cash in nightmare gravels at present. For Luli, they are just black stones that can maintain various consumption. After consuming the corresponding star coins and city energy value, Research Institute upgraded successfully. This familiar system sound made Luli very excited. Luli excitedly waited for the new research project to appear, but her enthusiasm was quickly dampened by a series of question marks on the screen. Wordless book. At least the first research project of the Level 2 Research Institute can be seen. At Level 3, she was not shown any. Must personnel be stationed to light up? But there are no people in the city who meet the relevant professional requirements. What if? Luli was hoping for the best. Employment failed. The resident does not have a master's degree from a mechanical university. Luli? Question mark. Tran, what are you busy with recently? Tran sent a message to Arthur. He hadn't received a reply for several days. Although he thought that this guy looked cold on the surface and had a sense of arrogance in his bones, he didn't seem like someone who would read a message and not reply. Maybe he was delayed by something. Finally, the avatar started to jump again. He finally replied, Fico, I'm out of town. What's wrong? So, Tran told him what Luli was thinking. Fico, I'm not available at the moment. Please give me her contact information. Here Luli is still worried about how to find someone with a master's degree in mechanics. Suddenly, A new friend notification sounded on Xingxin. Feiku applied to add you as a friend. Is it the college graduate with super good grades? Luli accepted it quickly. Feiku, you want to hire me? She thought about it before. But now, even if she wanted to, this crappy research institute would have a threshold. Luli, she did before. But now, it's not necessary for the time being. Arthur, ? He was thinking about how to reject Luli, because he was really busy and couldn't spare the time. But he didn't expect that the other party would reject him first. How many years has it been since he felt what it felt like to be rejected by others? Arthur was a little dazed. Feiku, are you sure? Luli, I'm really sorry, Arthur. What's wrong with this damn competitive spirit? I want to go. Feiku, why? Luli saw that he was not giving up. He felt an inexplicable sense of guilt in his heart. Indeed, Feiku is really good and excellent. But there is nothing we can do. The system mechanism of the institute is like this. You have to reach the threshold first, and then you will be given the opportunity to perform. If you can't reach the threshold, there will be no chance. How could she bear to tell Feiku directly that you don't have enough academic qualifications? She herself doesn't have such academic qualifications. In order not to let Feiku feel disappointed, Luli could only tell a white lie. The result triggered a more serious landslide and tsunami. Luli, I'm really sorry. We have found the right person. Arthur. What? He was squeezed out? Is that what you mean? Arthur really wanted to ask Luli. Which star system did you find him in? Looking at the current starry sky, he admits to being second. Who dares to claim to be first? Arthur's face was as cold as floating ice on the polar sea. Dean, can you take a look at this? The chill emanating from Arthur enveloped the entire base. The researcher who was reporting the research results on the stage was made to lose confidence. Everyone present did not dare to breathe a word. It seemed that the dean was very dissatisfied with the report made by this researcher. But in fact, he had prepared for 3 months and practiced countless times to perform in front of the dean. And he thought he was impeccable. Who would have thought that the dean would have such an expression? The dean had never interfered with their research on gray fog monsters. This report was just a formality. It would be best if he could leave a good impression. But it didn't matter if he didn't. The worst result was that the dean would sleep at the report and turn a deaf ear to it. But now the dean had a gloomy face, which was a possibility that the researchers had never imagined. Arthur turned to look at him. I have 3 questions for your report. The researcher's face turned pale. Why is there a question and answer session? He was not prepared at all. Those people had made reports like this before, and the dean had never asked questions on the spot. But he dared not refuse. He had to bite the bullet and smile. Dean, you go ahead. You go ahead. So Arthur began to ask. 1, 2. Even though he seemed to be playing with his light computer watch and didn't listen at all. The questions he asked were all very direct. The researcher broke out in a cold sweat. Arthur got the answer he wanted in just a few words. And not only that, he also dug up something incredible. The Heishio Research Institute's Alien Ability Research Project team. The shady things they were doing at this time. Their general manager was Steve. Arthur was not unfamiliar with this person, and could even say that he was quite familiar with him. This was his old enemy. And of course, his defeated opponent. After failing to fight for the position of the director of the Imperial Research Institute, Steve became an ordinary director of Arthur's subordinate research institute. But the failure to seize power, the failure of the plan, the rebellion of the interest group, and the multiple blows did not make him fall into despair. His ambition has never dissipated, and he has been dormant, waiting for the day of counterattack. Arthur knew, but he really didn't expect it. Steve actually dared to go back to the road that had been clearly blocked many years ago. Arthur said in a dignified manner, "Let him come to see me." How about it? It seemed as if he had returned to the first time he searched online for talents with a university degree in mechanical certification. Luli stood next to Mr. Dan, who was sweating anxiously. If a master's degree or above is required, then the employment price is hard to say. At least 1 0 should be added to the salary, or even 2 or 3. Besides, even if there is such a person who submits a resume in the talent market, he will receive hundreds of offers in a few seconds. But more often, they are snatched away by major interstellar companies or scientific research institutions while they are still studying. There are many universities in Shanghai, but the number of graduate students is relatively scarce. Graduate students are considered high-level talents. Because not only do they need to have excellent grades, they also need to be led by a special tutor. In other words, even if the grades are good, if there is no tutor willing to lead, they cannot continue their studies. Under this model, the quality of graduate students is also seriously polarized. The gap between them is even greater than that between primary school students and college students. However, even so, diplomas are popular everywhere. Multinational companies, like research institutes, all recognize diplomas. After all, how can you know how much real talent a person has without in-depth contact? Compared with the initial contact with Trong not long ago, this time there is no such good luck. Luli and Dan Zong spent most of the day in the talent market, but returned empty-handed. Due to the improvement of the urban economic level of Gitten City, the wages of urban residents have doubled. Basically, they all start at 3 digits. The daily salary of this researcher in the institute is 1,000 star coins, which is considered high salary anywhere. But in front of a mechanical researcher with a master's degree, it is basically a pipe dream. 2,000 star coins may still be able to fight. In this way, the income and salary gap between residents has been directly increased to 20 times. Luli felt that it was unreasonable no matter how he looked at it. Besides, even if they really found it, would they be able to complete the project if they moved into the institute? Trang and his first classmate Harry were stuck in there for many days. She couldn't take that risk. Luli looked at the time. It was 5 o'clock, and there was still 1 hour left before the drone was set to fly back. When the time came, he would transfer the data to his mayor's mobile phone, and then he could check the pictures taken by it in the gray fog. Luli went outside to wait in advance. The research institute was not in operation at present. After upgrading to level 3, its area became 4 grids. The interior space is also much more spacious. There are many more scientific research equipment. Luli suddenly remembered that Bert told her that he had a master's degree. Although the majors were different, the institute determined that the employment failed at that time. But at least now, his academic level is the same as the institute's requirements. Maybe it will be okay if they are at the same level? What if? The hope is slim. But Luli is lucky. It doesn't hurt to give it a try? On the mayor's mobile phone, Luli swiped the avatars of the residents one by one with her finger. There are a lot of people now, and it will take her some time to choose. The most important thing is that the ID photos of these people are like Halloween party cosplay. Every time she sees them, she will be shocked. At this moment, her hand accidentally cramped. As a result, she slipped past several people. It became a person who came after Bird. Classic misoperation. Just try again. The reminder sound of the institute sounded. Master's degree certification of Mechanical University passed. Successful employment. I have to report it every time. And I don't feel tired. Luli just muttered in her head. Wait. She looked up suddenly, and all the lights in the institute lit up. The building status changed to in operation. The vacant researcher's head portrait was replaced by the person who was successfully hired. Luli was shocked. How could it be him? Chapter 43. T9 Level Authority Laboratory. Please verify your identity. Ding. Iris recognition successful. Researcher number, SDX025 Susan. Welcome. Today is Susan's first day of formal joining. Although she had been here before when she was in school. However, she was still a student tourist at that time, and came here to visit with the school. Since that day, she made up her mind that one day, she would become one of these people. This is the place that all scholars who devote themselves to scientific research dream of. She finally realized her dream. Take a deep breath. Susan walked in, came to her seat. There was an electronic sign with her name on it. Just sat down. She felt a hand on her shoulder, embracing her. Susan looked up. The man smiled at her. Are you the new kid? Susan suppressed her discomfort. Perhaps. This is just a way to express friendship. Yes. Hello. My name is Susan. Sporadic memory fragments flashed through her mind. Susan's hand, sweeping the floor with a big broom, stopped. She seemed to be petrified, and time froze in that area. Susan? Luli discovered her abnormality. Took the broom from her hand. Are you okay? Not really. Susan squatted down with her head in her arms. Her head was splitting. Susan's headache was just the beginning, followed by screams. As a werewolf, her cry is naturally a wolf howl. In an instant, it echoed throughout the entire Gitten City. There was a full moon in the sky, Howling moon. Luli immediately received a message from Bob's mother. Bob's mother, Mayor Lou. Is there a zoo in your city? Luli. No. Bob's mother, what is this sound? Luli, I'm going to hold a singing competition. And the contestants are practicing their voices. Bob's mother, what? Luli, sorry. I let her pay attention to the time. Bob's mother, I want to sign up too. Luli, once you start lying, you have to use one lie after another to cover it up. It seems that this singing competition has to be held. Luli, sure. Come to the city hall tomorrow to find Secretary Miramira, who had already finished get off work. Didn't know that she had an extra job out of nowhere. But Luli had no choice. She had to lie. Susan's behavior was obviously out of control. When ordinary people have emotional breakdowns and go crazy, they may cause harm to other normal people around them. Not to mention the infected mutants. Luli has seen Susan's combat ability rating. A. All the indexes are average. Only slightly lower than Carl, who is symbiotic with aliens. Once out of control, it is definitely a big threat. Especially the strength. When the werewolf goes crazy, more than a dozen people can't stop it. Luli asked Carl to stand by. Currently in the city, he is the only one who can fight Susan. But she didn't let Carl prepare weapons. Carl gladly accepted the task assigned by Luli. Patting his chest, he promised, don't worry. If she hurts anyone, I will knock her out immediately. Then, he held a super thick wooden stick in his hand. And no one knew where he got it from. It was a bit like a revenge. If an ordinary person was hit, he would probably lose his life. But the physique of mutants is different from that of ordinary humans. So their lives would not be in danger. Just like Carl, who was hit on the forehead by Mira. But he was fine and woke up quickly. Not to mention the werewolves, who are even more tough. On the other hand, Luli asked Bird to buy sedatives, so he didn't really let Carl hit her with the stick. In the end, neither of them was used. Perhaps her body had reached its limit and her energy was exhausted. Susan fainted by herself. After tossing and turning for most of the night, she finally fell asleep. To be on the safe side, she still had to be given some medicine. The medicine has the effect of helping sleep and replenishing energy. And its principle is similar to that of hot milk. It will not make Susan's already severely damaged brain worse. After doing all this, Luli asked Mila and Bird to go back first. I'm next door. Call me if you need anything. Carl said something and then left. Luli was left alone. Luli leaned against Susan's wardrobe and looked at Susan, who was sleeping soundly. Susan was lying on the bed in her room, wearing a soft nightcap, with two furry arms hanging outside the quilt, looking like a wolf grandmother. If she saw it normally, Luli would think it was a character from a fairy tale book walking down. But in this situation, she couldn't feel better. Susan's sudden abnormality happened after she accidentally arranged her to work in the Level 3 Research Institute. Obviously, there is a close connection between the two. What is even more outrageous than Susan's madness is that she can work in a Level 3 Research Institute. This proves that her previous academic qualifications are at least based on a master's degree in mechanical certification. Or even higher. Due to amnesia, the system only captured traces of her activities in recent years. Living in a garbage planet in the third world. Rummaging through garbage cans all day long. Looking for food to fill her stomach. And finally found a long windbreaker to cover her big tail. Then I attended a job fair and came to Gitten City. The system did not find any information about Susan in the federal database. It was as if this person had been erased from this world. Or maybe. But the mutation even caused the irises of Susan's two eyes to change. The system could not compare the two. Until that fragmentary memory. A fleeting glimpse. Her memory seemed to be recovering the place in Susan's memory seemed to be a laboratory. That was where she used to work. Researcher number, SDX025 Susan. Luli clearly saw the information on the badge hanging on her chest. Do you know where this laboratory is? Luli asked the system. If we can find out the location of the laboratory in Susan's memory, maybe we can find more clues. Get back all her lost memories. After all, a person who has lost his memory always seems to be missing something when living in this world. Luli believes that no one would want to be completely without self-awareness and live like a zombie all day long. At least, judging from Susan's usual attitude towards life, she is still very optimistic. For example, weeding the garden. In response to Luli's question, the system did not directly answer her, but suddenly said this sentence. Maybe she doesn't want to recall it? It is making decisions for Susan. Luli felt a little weird. The system's performance is not right. Judging from its eagerness to crack Carl's memory, the system is quite active in exploring other people's privacy. Why is it so timid when it comes to Susan? Do you know where this is? Luli directly tore off the system's disguise. It must know. After a while. Don't check it. The system's voice suddenly became serious. I just hope you can live well. Let's rebuild Gutan City together. Okay. Helping citizens find themselves is also part of my job. Luli's answer was more serious. What a city is like is determined by the people in it. Over time, the characteristics and stereotypes of a city will be formed. Luli sincerely hopes that everyone living in Gutan City can be happy. There is a mystery about Susan, and that may even be the reason why she turned into a werewolf. When she was a human, she was very tall, at least 175 centimeters tall. And when she put on high heels, she was a highly educated female elite with a strong aura. In my memory, she was so high-spirited and full of vitality. After years of studying, she finally learned it. She should have shone like the sun. She should have a bright future. But when she appeared in her sight again, she looked like this. Luli frowned. The man who patted her shoulder. His face was completely blurred and could not be seen clearly. But the watch on his wrist was deeply recorded in Luli's mind. Out of her female intuition, Luli always felt that this was not just a simple greeting from a senior to a junior. A polite and well-educated senior should not put his hand in that position when expressing his love for a junior. Unfortunately, without more sample data, Luli could not come to a conclusion. Seeing Luli's face becoming more and more gloomy, the system could also sense some of her speculation. As a professional system, it should spare no effort to help the host solve the problem. Instead of causing trouble for the host, they have a mutually beneficial and symbiotic relationship. The system was shaken. XXXX it said. But that word was blocked. It was the first time that Luli heard such a real beeping block sound transmitted into his brain. The system cannot directly say the word, but it can hint Luli in other ways. Give Susan a brain check? Brain scan or something? You mean? Let me take her to another planet. After coming here for so long, Luli has never left Gutan City. Can't we build a hospital? Luli. Really? It came in handy? Will the hospital also need people with relevant diplomas to be successfully hired? Luli asked. After all, if something goes wrong, it will be much more serious than the problem of the institute. It is completely reasonable to require academic certification. Of course, Luli thought. Then she will give Dan Zong a new recruitment task early tomorrow morning. As a result, the system said, that person has a strange temper. You may not be able to handle it. Who? Luli was confused. Knock, knock, knock. Knock on the door. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Gutan City, the door at the entrance of Building 3 was knocked. The door opened. A tall and thin man appeared. His face was as pale as a paper figure, but his lips were bright red. It was like he had just eaten a child. The whole person exuded a breath of death, as if he had just crawled out of a grave. He glanced at the big iron gate in the distance. It was blown by the wind and creaked. Wasn't it locked last night? He saw the woman in front of him smiling and holding an exquisite fruit basket in her hand. Don't hit a smiling person. What's more, the person who came was the mayor of this city. If he slammed the door directly, it would be too rude. He controlled himself in his behavior. But what he was about to say next was not very polite. He glanced and blurted out, I don't eat fruit. He refused the visitor. Chapter 44. I won't eat ordinary fruits. If it's bloodberries, I can. The man took a bite of the fruit in his hand, and the juice that burst out of the berries was like blood. It was sweet and refreshing, bringing a huge impact that suddenly surged into his mind. And happiness and joy spread. It was almost as happy as drinking milk tea. His body now needs blood. Even when eating berries with such abundant juice, his movements were very graceful, just like the ladies eating oysters in My Uncle Jules. He held it in his hands and chewed it slowly, without spilling a single drop onto his clothes. His movements and expressions, coupled with his pale face and the faint sadness on his body, made people imagine the old nobles of the Middle Ages. A woman sat on the single leather sofa diagonally opposite him, smiling and patiently waiting for him to finish eating. After eating 3 bloodberries in a row, the thirst for blood in his body gradually disappeared. His mood returned to calm. He accepted the gift, and it was unrealistic to chase him out. What do you want to talk to me about? Aguila used a silk handkerchief to wipe the blood juice from the corner of his mouth. I heard that you were a doctor before. Luli finally found a chance to speak. Every citizen will fill out a personal information form before coming to Gitten City. With a personal information form, the system will not deliberately dig out everyone's information. The system only needs to ensure that the people who come here will not pose a threat to the city. Naturally, Aguila also filled out the information form. It was mentioned above that he had worked as a doctor in a large general hospital in Putian City. A first-tier city. Yes. Seeing that Luli was very interested in his past, Aguila frowned. What's wrong? Could it be that someone was sick and wanted him to help treat the disease? Can you continue to be a doctor in Gitten City? Luli finally expressed his thoughts. Aguila was stunned. The reason why he resigned from the hospital was that one day when he was on an emergency call and treated the wounded in a remote wilderness, he was attacked by a vampire bat. And then a mutation occurred. From then on, he fed on blood. More than once. Driven by his desire for blood, he went to the hospital blood bank to steal expired plasma to drink. Expired plasma could not be used for patients and was originally garbage to be thrown away. He thought it was okay to drink some for himself. But if you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. He went in and out of the plasma bank many times and was finally discovered by the doctor on duty. He could only make excuses, saying that he wanted to test which blood type mosquitoes were more interested in. He planned to find a friend with that blood type. Block the straw for him. The doctor on duty didn't know how much he believed. Anyway, from then on, the plasma bank would lock the door whenever someone left. He never had the chance to sneak in again. That was still good. During a ward round, a patient in the room had a swan neck. He stared at her for a long time. He stared at her until the patient's hair went all over his body. Just before the patient was about to explode and questioned what he was looking at. In order to cover up, Aguila took the lead and said, I see your neck is a little forward. So be careful not to play with your phone. Everyone has a forward neck. Pay attention to playing with the phone less. Which is also for the good of his eyes and body. It could have been a kind reminder. But the patient, who was cued by him, was shocked. Neck forward. You uncle. I am a ballet dancer. Kick the steel plate. Once or twice is okay. But if it happens too many times, Aguila will inevitably be suspected. I feel that you are no longer suitable for our hospital. Finally, the hospital director summoned him. Since graduation, Aguila has been working in this hospital. For 10 years, he has been working diligently and hard for the hospital, and has paid sweat and youth. He has a strong professional level, never messes around with interpersonal relationships, and has no interest in the power struggle in the hospital. With his qualifications and level, he could have been promoted to vice president long ago. But he was overtaken by the sky drop again and again. And even the new intern doctor could ride on his head. Just because the intern doctor was recruited by the director himself. After so many years, Aguila is still a small doctor. Even though his professional level has far exceeded all the doctors in Putian Hospital. Until the end of his career, he still didn't get the proper feedback for his medical skills. Instead, please leave. This was the first time he was summoned by the dean alone. And it was also the last time a labor relationship termination contract from the hospital was placed in front of him. The reason was that with his current physical condition, it was not suitable for him to continue working at Putian Municipal Hospital. Aguila knew there would be such a day, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Mutants in the hospital are not uncommon. Mutants with unstable conditions are usually in the laboratory, if not in the hospital. Being in the hospital means that they still have the possibility of rescue. As the first line of contact with mutants, doctors must find their infected materials and extract substances from them to help the infected and stabilize them. Make medicine to stabilize the infected. Infected people are not contagious, but the infected materials are. Even if protective measures are taken, doctors are inevitably at risk of infection. Hospitals on every big planet are the same. Mutation infection will not spread through normal contact between people, and humans can live in the same area with mutants. But whether it can be done is one thing, and whether it wants to is another. The Research Institute can only release relevant research news to the society for the star people to choose. But they cannot influence the star people's ideas, especially the powerful class. Or maybe it can be done, but it has nothing to do with their interests. So they just do it lazily. Many cross-planet companies and many industries have stated openly or secretly that as long as employees are infected, they will be fired. Except for hospitals. This is the place with the highest tolerance for mutants. The doctor who was infected in Putin Hospital and caused the mutation is not just Ogura. In terms of infection, he was mild. He was just pale. His lips were a little red. But he looked like a normal person. He might not have dark circles under his eyes, like someone who stayed up all night playing games. Several doctors had mutated forms that were comparable to zombies. They were so scary that even Mila and Kuewu would exclaim, "Wow! If Silent Hill were to find them to make a movie, they probably wouldn't even need to put on makeup." Without makeup, they could scare a truckload of kids to tears in the cinema. It was fine in previous years. But in recent years, the number of doctors infected with mutations has increased, which is not only not conducive to the overall appearance of the hospital, but also not conducive to the civilized city selection of Putin City. The shareholders behind the hospital believe that the number of infected people should be controlled. They previously visited and exchanged ideas at a large general hospital in the capital Star. There, you can't even find half a mutant-infected person. The wind of reform has come down. And during that period, the mutant-infected people were in danger, fearing that the hospital's image would be optimized to their own heads. Finally, Ogula, who was late to realize it, became a member of the optimization list. Yes, Putin Hospital optimized the most skilled doctor in their hospital. Where can you go to seek justice for this matter? Why optimize him and not others? Because he is indeed an infected person. Putin Hospital did this in accordance with the regulations issued by the top. But it is still unknown whether its conscience has been eaten by a dog. The temporary blow made Ogula feel hopeless. Although he received a large amount of compensation, he can live a worry-free life for the rest of his life. In fact, he only needs to eat bloodberries to keep his body running. But he is a doctor. He also has ideals and ambitions. He swore an oath in front of the medical saint. It is a shame for every doctor to have such an ugly mark on his qualifications. But even if he didn't, it would be almost impossible for him to return to the hospital as a doctor. When recruiting, the hospital will not recruit a doctor infected with mutations. Every year, there are countless new medical students graduating. They are cheap and obedient. For a while, Ogula was devastated. He became more closed than before. So he packed his bags and wanted to start a new life on another planet. It was at this time that he saw the house sale advertisement in Gitten City. Ogula moved into Building 3 of Xiangzengyuan, hoping to be isolated from the world. But he couldn't resist someone who took the initiative to visit him. The mayor of Gitten City asked him if he wanted to continue to be a doctor. Of course he wanted to. But sometimes people say things that don't mean what they say. "Sorry. I've changed my career." Ogula simply refused. Lu Li's expression dimmed in an instant. It was as obvious as a light bulb going out. After all, Ogula accepted a basket of bloodberries from Lu Li. The taste was excellent, and the juice was abundant. Although the price of bloodberries was not expensive, it was not easy to keep them fresh. This was very rare. It showed the care of the person who prepared the gift. Ogula then left another question besides. "I see there seems to be no hospital in your city." It meant that it was not that he didn't want to do it at all, but that even if he wanted to do it, he didn't have the conditions. Building a hospital is not like building a residential building. It is a huge project. It will take 3 to 5 years to complete. Not to mention that the hospital needs to purchase various supporting equipment. The initial investment costs are tens of thousands of star coins. In his opinion, Gitten City does not have that ability. But he did not expect that as soon as he finished speaking. The light bulb in Lu Li's eyes went out and lit up again. "If there is a hospital in our city, you will come to work, right, Ogula? Anyway, that will be 3 to 5 years later. By then, it was unknown whether he would still be here." Ogula simply agreed. "Yes. If there is a hospital, I will definitely go. Being a doctor is my lifelong pursuit." He hadn't said a few words yet. I saw a black thing appear not far in front of his mouth. And his guest, Mayor Lu Li, was holding that thing. "Recorder? Mr. Ogula, could you please repeat what you just said?" Lu Li's eyes were full of expectation. "Ogula, question mark. Which one? If there is a hospital, I will definitely go." Chapter 45. Until she left the room, Lu Li still had a strange smile on her face. Ogula felt puzzled and closed the door. Phew. Finally, he was alone again. He still liked the feeling of being alone. He didn't take what Lu Li asked him to say to heart. She might just want to reserve her place in advance, which is not uncommon in Putian City. Hospitals are very important to normal humans, but they are dispensable to mutants. After all, they have already mutated. How bad can the situation get? As the mayor, if Luli really wants to build a hospital for a group of mutant-infected people in Gitten City, all preparations will take time. Even if he agrees to go to work, it will be 3 to 5 years later. Could it be that she can conjure up a hospital out of thin air? She can. Luli looked at the recorder in her hand. Done! She even negotiated the salary with Ogla. 300 star coins per day. This is considered a high-paying job in Gitten City. It is 100 more basic star coins than Bird, who has the highest salary. But Bird has an extra commission. Seeing that Luli was really discussing things with him, Ogla thought Luli was just playing. So he agreed. Okay. No problem. It's my honor to contribute to Gitten City. This salary is about 30% lower than his previous job at Putian Hospital. Normally, doctors with his qualifications in Putian Hospital have a daily salary of at least 600 star coins. However, the economic levels of different cities are different. With the current scale of Gitten City, Luli can offer a salary of 300 star coins, which is also a very sincere move. Augura continued to stay at home and grow mushrooms. Somewhere he didn't know, the first hospital in Gitten City started construction. The void-transparent construction workers were hammering. Luli's mayor suddenly received a message alert on his mobile phone. The drone is back. The area for the first flight is not large. Starting from Building 5 of Xiangzhengyuan, it circled to the left in a big circle, and then continued to narrow the range of flight inward. Just like painting. First draw a rough range, and then fill this range with watercolor pens. The height of the drone's flight is about the same as the height of flying a kite at ordinary times. The closer to the ground, the higher the pollution concentration, but the clearer the shooting will be. This is the minimum distance that the drone can fly while ensuring its own safety. The image sent back by the drone automatically generated a copy in Luli's mobile phone. The images within the territory of Guten City are completely clear and bright, and the images detected by the drone are like a layer of white gauze. But you can also vaguely see the buildings below. Colored glass windows, weird and strange murals, towering spires, and a huge cross on the tip. It is a church. Religious beliefs are not uncommon in the Star Sea, especially since the alien pollution in the Star Sea. People have become monsters that once existed only in fantasy. The inner fear needs spiritual sustenance. Various religions have emerged to control people's thoughts. People are eager to be redeemed from religious beliefs. In the highly technologically advanced Star Sea, human science and technology have reached a level close to that of gods. But the original attributes set by the Creator in the human gene code have never changed. Fear of the unknown and confusion about the situation will destroy their lives at every moment of near despair. Humans need faith. Among the countless legends of God saving the world, the story of Star God religion is the best. This also makes it the largest religion in the stars. Even many powerful classes are followers of Star God religion. Logically speaking, with their current wealth and status, they don't need to worship a god who doesn't know whether it really exists. But not everyone firmly believes that all the efforts they have made today are all obtained through their own efforts. The richer the class, the more they believe in fate. Even if they pretend to be in front of the world, they are still working very hard. But only they know in their hearts that the easier it is to get, the more afraid they are to lose. In the central city of the capital Star, in a luxurious villa in the wealthy area of Shanghai Academy, Ginny reluctantly put on formal clothes with the help of the maid. She sat on a luxurious velvet chair, legs crossed. She was boredly swiping her light brain bracelet. It was her social media account. With 50,000 followers, there were a lot of men sending her private messages to harass her. Some asking for a relationship, some asking for support, and some asking her how much per night. She said that she must have put a lot of thought into the photos of her daily life that she posted. Was she trying to take advantage of the opportunity to hook up with a rich man? Ginny was so angry that she wanted to find a hacker to find out his IP address and hire thugs to beat up these losers. She was not a socialite posing for photos to marry into a wealthy family. She was the daughter of a wealthy family in the capital. That person probably knew her true identity. After all, the things Ginny posted were not something that could be easily bought with money. But how could he attract Ginny's attention among the thousands of lickers? Of course, the quickest way was to anger her. And it had to be the most despicable and vulgar humiliation. Yes, he succeeded. But it was almost over. Ginny doesn't have time now. She has something urgent to do. When she is done, this person will be in big trouble. Are you done? Someone pushed the door open, and Ginny saw the person and acted like a spoiled child to her. It's so annoying. Can I not go? She was upset and turned off the light brain. The person seemed to be used to Ginny's temper, but she had no choice. She didn't want to go, but she was forced to go. After all, the head and mistress of the Jean family are both fanatical believers. So how could their two daughters disrespect the gods of the Star God cult? Today is the day that the Jean family agreed to go to church every week. Both daughters must go. Compared to Ginny's procrastination, Ginny has already dressed up neatly. She exudes the temperament of a noble lady. No wonder Robin was so obsessed with her at the beginning. But later, after Robin recognized her true appearance, the lover filter was broken, and Ginny became just a pretty woman in Robin's eyes. Knowing that she couldn't escape, Ginny gave up resistance, behaved quietly, and went out with her sister. They went to the nearest Shanghai church. Those with the name Shanghai as a prefix were not simple organizations. Those who came here to worship were not ordinary people. They were either rich or noble. The reason why the Jean family chose this place was not because of the distance. They valued the people who came here to worship. They were extraordinary. They were nobles. But they were the lowest class among the nobles. They only had money but no power. Those who had both money and power were the real upper class of the empire. Otherwise, if the wind changed, no matter how rich they were, the wealth they had accumulated for many years might all be gone. The Jean family knew how to judge the situation. They have been rich for several generations. They are not the new nouveau riche class who made a fortune. They have brains and know what to do and what not to do. People at the center of the power vortex of the capital star like such businessmen the most. It is precisely because of this that the Jean family has been rich for so many years in the ever-changing capital star. The two elders of the Jean family have entered middle age, and they only have a pair of beautiful daughters. It is time to plan for the next generation. The two daughters of the Jean family. One is in college, and the other has just graduated. They are at the right age to get married. They should find a husband as soon as possible. They even think it is too late to start choosing now. Look at the old Sun family next door. Their daughter just started elementary school, and she began to inquire intentionally or unintentionally whether there are grandchildren of powerful families of the same age. It is convenient to cultivate them from childhood and get married as soon as they become adults. It is simply crazy. The mistress of the Jean family finally realized the seriousness and urgency of the problem. Time waits for no one. They were never forced to attend the worship of the Star God Church before. Now, under the strong request of the mistress of the Jean family, the two daughters have been coming for a year in a row. They want to choose a son-in-law who suits their heart from young men of the same circle and class. Since they can come to worship, their faith is naturally the same, and there will be no obstacles in communicating and living in the future. How about that? The mistress of the Jean family pointed at a tall and slender man not far away, dressed elegantly, and with extraordinary temperament. Even though there was only a side profile, the mistress of the Jean family could see that he looked very handsome. Although, in the eyes of most mothers, as long as a man has complete facial features and no missing arms or legs, he is a handsome guy. But this one can't be criticized. This one is really handsome. The mistress of the Jean family was asking about her youngest daughter, Ginny. She pointed it out to her youngest daughter, Ginny. Ginny almost fainted when she saw it. Her mother was too outrageous. This is Robin. Do you know him? The mistress of the Jean family was stunned. The name sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember it. Ginny rolled her eyes. My sister's ex-boyfriend? Ah, it's him. The mistress of the Jean family seemed to realize her own absurdity. She had indeed heard that Ginny had a boyfriend before, but she had never met him, and they broke up not long after they were together. Since there is such a relationship, it is indeed inappropriate. In terms of appearance, Ginny is more beautiful, and in her opinion, she can marry better. In the following time, Jin's mother pointed out several men to Ginny, which made Ginny very annoyed. Ginny's face was cold. Mom, have you forgotten the purpose of our coming here? Her mother's intentional or unintentional partiality was like a thorn in her heart, from childhood to adulthood. After listening to Ginny's words, Jin's mother stopped talking. She really didn't consider Ginny's feelings. The priest was singing hymns on the stage, and the believers in the audience looked pious. God would save them and keep them forever. Rich and prosperous. Right? Is anyone there? The church was well preserved, and the exterior walls were a little peeling. After being soaked in gray fog and water vapor for a long time, it exuded a faint smell of rust. But it might not be rust. There was a smell that was very similar to it. This smell, vaguely, broke into Lu Li's nose. Rotten, dilapidated, and smelly. Behind him, there was a man in a wide black robe, rushing towards Lu Li with his teeth and claws bared, reflected in Lu Li's pupils. She was caught off guard. What was this about? Chapter 46. After the Research Institute is upgraded to level 3, the High-Chain windmill can also be upgraded. The upgraded High-Chain windmill can cut the gray fog area at a time, from the initial 9 squares to 18 squares. In order to unlock this gray fog area, Lu Li used a total of 3 High-Chain windmills, and spent a night to finally separate this area. After the High-Chain windmill is used up, although it is no longer useful, it can be returned to the Research Institute's self-service machine for recycling and remanufacturing. The resources required for remanufacturing are 50% less than direct manufacturing, which is a very green, environmentally friendly and efficient recycling process. This area is the church street of the old Kitten City, with a Gothic church in the middle and a cemetery behind the church. There are several red maple trees planted in the flower beds on both sides, although they are now all dead and black. But you can imagine that in the late autumn of Kitten City, Church Street would burn with large red clouds, which was extremely romantic. Now, there is a thick gray fog that will never dissipate, and the sky is dark, as if it is going to rain. The entire dilapidated building complex is shrouded in a terrifying and gloomy atmosphere. Lu Li always felt that something would suddenly jump out. Then, something really jumped out. That thing pounced at her violently. Fortunately, Lu Li reacted quickly, turned back in time, and dodged the attack. What? She had been developing the territory for so long, but she had never seen a living thing in the place where the gray fog had dissipated. Those shadows and alien species seemed to be able to survive only in the gray fog. Just like plants, once they lose the soil they depend on for survival, they will wither and die. The thing in front of her was wearing a loose black robe, holding a thick book in his hand. The flesh on his face was completely rotten, oozing out thick green liquid, and his legs and feet seemed to be not very agile. But when he got his legs together, he was not slow at all. Lu Li was almost caught up by him. She didn't dare to lead this monster back to the city. After all, there were still many citizens in the city who had no ability to protect themselves, and Lu Li needed to ensure their safety. She could only run around the circular passage of Church Street to escape from this monster. This monster looked scary, but it didn't seem to be very smart. It chased Lu Li from behind, not knowing that it was waiting in place, and Lu Li would come out from behind him in a while, like a zombie without self-awareness. Lu Li discovered his abnormality. He was similar to Mira and the others except that he had no self-awareness. So, she did not use the fire mode of the big pineapple hammer to avoid burning it to ashes. She thought she should study it carefully. While running, she called Carl 3 times in a row. No one answered. Finally, when Lu Li circled Church Street for the 8th time, the phone went through. Carl was confused. I'm on the night shift today. Add money. Lu Li gave the most attractive condition she thought. Unexpectedly, Carl thought he was dreaming, turned over, and said lazily, No. Unless, Carl murmured, You kiss me. Lu Li, I just don't believe that this monster can kill me. At the next street corner, Lu Li suddenly accelerated, and the monster also accelerated with her. Then, a long stick was placed across the zombie monster's ankle, and there was a rectangular metal block on the top of the stick. It was Lu Li's hammer. The hammer has the function of lengthening and shortening, which she discovered only recently. The monster failed to break in time and fell badly. Human body parts exploded all over the ground. Lu Li felt that his sanity began to drop rapidly again. The zombie's head was broken open and his chin was crooked. Hello? Lu Li greeted him. He lay on the ground motionless. Is he not dead? Lu Li's phone vibrated. There was a red +1 mark in the city household registration column. Clicking in, there is indeed an extra citizen card. However, unlike the white background of other citizens, this new one has a gray background. Congratulations. You have found the priest of Laojitan Citizen Church. Below is his basic information. Lu Li saw the column sanity, and the value was 0. Is this why he went crazy? According to the existing information, if humans enter the gray fog, they should die immediately, either parasitized by black shadows or by alien species. There are so many monsters in the gray fog that you can encounter one every 2 steps. Why is this priest still alive after staying in the gray fog for so many days? He still maintained his human form? What does he do for a living? What kind of relationship does he have with the creatures in the gray fog? This matter cannot be thought about in detail. Once she starts to think about it, Luli feels creepy. In the image sent back by the helicopter before, she saw a lot of moving shadows. It is said that Laojitan City is very large, and its area is almost the same as some first-level cities in the current federal stars. Could there be people like the priest living in some corners of the city? Are they able to survive in the gray fog because they have adapted to it? Or because it is not time for them to be assimilated? If it is the latter, does it mean that someone is waiting for them to rescue him in the gray fog? Just like the former convenience store clerk who drank alcohol and ran into the gray fog madly under the influence of alcohol. Is he still alive? Too many questions occupied Luli's brain in an instant. Without any logic or clue, this priest was like an alien, suddenly breaking into her gradually stable world and shattering her original worldview. It gave her a headache. The priest's rotten face was pressed against the hard cobblestones, and his arms and legs twitched from time to time, like a cockroach that had taken insecticide and was struggling to death. From his movements, it can be seen that he still wanted to stand up, but he was obviously unable to do so. Luli thought about how to get him back. Just as he was thinking, a tall and straight man appeared at the end of the road, and he walked slowly towards Luli. He was sleepy, and his hair was messy. "You're looking for me?" Carl coughed dryly. If he hadn't looked at the call record, he would have really thought that Luli's call to him was a dream. But since it was true, then what he said was also true. God, what the hell did he say? Carl's face was slightly red. Luli didn't care about his little thoughts, and glanced at the priest on the ground. "Do me a favor, Mr. August. Mr. August, are you home?" Luli's voice came from outside the door. August, who was sitting on the lounge chair on the balcony on the 3rd floor, reading a book and drinking tea leisurely. His eyelids jumped. What was this voice? Why is she here again? You're on a familiar route, right? You come to see him every day? Augula played dead and said nothing. The gate is not locked. I'm coming in, Luli said as he pushed open the iron fence that had a crack. When he looked up, he saw Augula on the balcony on the 3rd floor. Mr. Augula? Luli shouted in surprise. Augula felt that the voice was a little too close. He looked down and happened to see Luli waving excitedly at him. A tall man followed behind him. The man was carrying a black sack on his shoulders. Although Augula is no longer a doctor, the guy who made him eat is still there. He has used it for so many years and has feelings for it. When Carl carried the priest, he didn't put a sack on him. It was because the texture of his black robe was a bit like a sack. He carried the priest on his shoulders, but the guy didn't seem to be very honest. He waved his hands around and touched a place he shouldn't have touched. So, Carl used some means to make him quiet down. The process might be a bit violent. So, there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Augula took off the stethoscope and put it back in the medical box. Bad news. Carl got there first. Augula glanced at him. It was delivered late. Once the doctor said this, the next step is usually to let the family prepare for the funeral. He has always been healthy. Augula was puzzled. It was incredible that humans could survive in the gray fog. According to Luli's description, he lived for quite a long time, and his body was even in a strange state of balance. It must be said that it was a miracle. But now, the split head, crooked jaw, and broken and dangling arms broke that balance. Just like an ancient corpse that has been buried underground for thousands of years without decaying. The moment the coffin is opened and exposed to fresh air, the oxidation effect will double the time that has been solidified here, causing the fresh face to wither rapidly. What a pity. Augura shook his head and sighed. Then what good news? Luli did not give up. Seeing Luli's questioning, Augula smiled proudly. If he met an ordinary doctor, he would definitely be hopeless. But, you sent him to me. Do you know who I am? Carl and Luli waited quietly for him to speak. The great Augula. Augula was excited and raised his arms to shout. Completely different from his usual cold and distant appearance. Some people are like this. once they encounter something in their professional field, or something they are interested in and fascinated by, their personality will change drastically. So, he can still be saved? Luli ignited a glimmer of hope. That's what Agla meant. Right? Did she understand correctly? But Agla extended an index finger and swung it left and right like a pendulum. He snorted twice. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Next there will be good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Carl, you are good at laying hooks? Here you are fishing. Good news." This time, before Carl could speak, Luli asked first. "Okay." Agula exhaled and said slowly, "I can save him." "Then save him quickly." Luli was anxious. "No hurry. No hurry." Agula was calm. "Listen to the bad news first." Luli withered. "The premise for me to save him is that there needs to be a hospital operating room." Agula showed a mouthful of white teeth. Carl touched his chin. "It seems that this doctor usually brushes his teeth well every day." Luli was stunned for a moment, then said to Augusta, "I have good news and bad news here. Which one do you want to hear first?" Chapter 47. The three of them stood in front of a small building. The whole building was white, and there was a fresh architectural smell in the air. The white paint on the wall was thin and wet. Agula touched it with his hand. Damn it. It couldn't be freshly painted? The system's buildings are all environmentally friendly paints. Even if you move in right after it is built, it will not harm the human body. The lights are on in this small building, and there are a few neat official script characters in the middle. Get City Municipal Hospital. Where is the good news you mentioned? Agula looked at Luli, who was smiling. Why did he feel that both were bad news? The good news is that you can save his life and make another entry in the Book of Merits. As he said that, Luli helped them open the door. Agula was speechless. If saving people could really accumulate merits, he should have become a god by now, instead of becoming the first poor worker to be operated on in Putin Hospital. Although he was reluctant in his heart, he was not a person who did not keep his word. Since he had promised Luli, he would go to work as long as there was a hospital in the city, and a hospital could save the priest's life. He would do what he promised. He was the first to enter the hospital gate, followed by Carl, who was carrying a black sack on his shoulders, which was the unconscious priest. The small building has 3 floors. The first floor is the registration hall, family rest area, and pharmacy. The second floor is the treatment room and operating room. The third floor is the inpatient department and the dean's office. It is similar to the hospital layout in Luli's previous world, but it is more intelligent. Many manual windows are replaced by intelligent AI. The overall decoration tone of the first and second floors is cold white and blue, which is in line with Luli's usual stereotype of hospitals. The walls of the inpatient department on the third floor are light macaron pink, yellow and green, which helps to soothe the hearts of patients. The sheets and quilt covers are not all pure white and striped, and there are even some cute cartoon characters in the children's ward. These are all specially ordered by Luli. Agula was a little distracted. Since he was fired by Putin Hospital, he hasn't been to the hospital for about a year. Now he suddenly saw the scene that appeared in his dreams countless times, and he was overwhelmed with emotions. After all, the hospital was where he had worked and lived for many years. He returned to the hospital again, but in a different city. Unexpectedly, the exterior of the Gitten City Municipal Hospital looked ordinary, but the internal layout was so exquisite. Among the hospitals on Putin Star, few were as advanced as this one. The hospital was an S-level building, naturally different from a civilian house. Even if it was a level 1 hospital, the equipment used was the best in the Star C. A surge of excitement surged in Agula's heart. Luli asked him again if he was willing to work here. Agula nodded. Since he was here, he should do his best. Then, a line of big words appeared on the electronic screen in the lobby on the first floor. Welcome to the position of Director Agula of Gitten Municipal Hospital. Agula's mouth immediately turned into an O shape when he saw the words. This. He pointed at the sign with a trembling hand. It was indeed Agula. But, Director? Luli asked him to be the director? Luli nodded seriously. With your level, you are definitely worthy of the position of dean. The system rated Agula's life skills as S. Specialty, medical skills. Is he joking with others? After hearing Luli's words, Agula felt that he was about to lose his breath. Every cell in his body was screaming. A mountain stream meets a soulmate. A good horse and a good horse. Even though his heart was surging and the flood was bursting, Aguila still controlled his face well, and did not go crazy with joy like Fan Jean, who passed the imperial examination. He had worked in Putian Hospital for so many years, but he didn't even get the position of director. When he was eligible for the selection in the first year, Aguila sorted out his information and submitted it early in the morning, full of expectations. Seniors working in other hospitals saw that there was no problem, and that was how they were selected in the first place. But when the results came out, someone else was promoted. The higher-ups secretly crossed out his name and threw his information into the trash can. Tell him that he is still young. Young people should not be so impetuous and ambitious. You should first improve your professional skills, and then add more than a dozen operations for him. Aguila thought, that's right. He is still too young now. So he waited for 2 years, and received countless 5-star praises in these 2 years. The banners said by patients were so many that his desk drawer could not fit them all. The one that impressed me the most was, revived my dog with a miraculous hand that day. He got off the night shift and happened to meet a man walking a large dog in the middle of the night. His beloved dog was twitching on the ground for some reason. Aguila went forward to check. In his opinion, there was no difference between pets and humans. Besides, he also liked furry creatures. When he was in school, his major was anthropology. After finishing his studies, he also studied zoology in his spare time. So, he knew how to treat large dogs. The owner didn't know how to thank him. When he knew that he was a doctor at Putian Hospital, he hurriedly made this banner and a big red envelope and sent it to Aguila's office. Aguila accepted the banner and returned the red envelope. The red envelope was so big that it could kill someone. At that time, this matter was still in the office and caused quite a stir. Aguila also became a little celebrity in Putian Hospital. Everyone thought that he would definitely succeed in this election that year. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. That year, the dean's nephew who had just graduated also participated in this election. Damn it. The young man who had just graduated. The result was the same as always. Finally, someone spoke up for Aguila, and the example they cited was the banner sent by the dog owner. Unexpectedly, the general manager of Putian Hospital rejected their request directly. Their reasons for refusal were speechless. A doctor who saves lives. Aguila saved a dog. Is this something worthy of praise? Just because of this, we have to give him the promotion quota? Is our Putian Municipal Hospital a municipal hospital or a pet hospital? The person who spoke was indignant and justified, and the reason for refusal seemed to be no problem. But the drawer of silk banners sent by patients in Aguila turned yellow and faded in the drawer. Just like Aguila's high spirits at that time, they were buried in the hustle and bustle and gradually became lonely. Turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear. They only want to see what they want to see. What is the truth? It doesn't matter. The dog owner was kind-hearted, but someone made a big fuss about it and used it as a curtain to cover up the dark box. After this battle, no one is willing to stand up for Aguila, who made him have no background. Putian City is not a top-level hospital. If it is a hospital of the size of the capital star, it should be what it is. At least, it will not be despised to cheat on such a small matter. The entangled nepotism in Putian Hospital is like the roots of an old tree deep underground. One day, you may find that your colleague next to you is the youngest son of the niece of the second uncle's family, and the third uncle's family of a senior hospital executive. Aguila was a little discouraged, but it didn't matter. He could still wait for the third chance. The fourth, fifth, sixth, the seventh time. The chance to change his fate. Can he go from an ordinary doctor to the director of surgery? Aguila has endured for many years, and he has endured the time required by Putian Hospital. He has also changed from a young man who just graduated to a not-so-young uncle. He has become stronger, and his hair is not as thick as it used to be. He submitted his application. Wow! The person who accepted the application had just arrived at Putian Hospital and was not familiar with the people here. Looking at Aguila's academic experience and successful surgeries, the man was extremely surprised. After working in Putian Hospital for so many years, how could he still be just an ordinary surgeon? Is there something wrong with him? It's no wonder he thought so. After all, people with similar qualifications as Aguila are at least at the level of vice president or above, as they were from the same group. The receiver naturally didn't think that the person who did his job before would make any mistakes. It was probably Aguila who was just bragging. As for the authenticity of this information, he felt that he had to verify it with his down-to-earth, cautious and responsible work attitude. He went to the grassroots level to make secret investigations for several days, and even went to the home of the patient who sent the banner to understand the situation. After repeated careful checks, he came to the conclusion: the person who did his job before did a piece of shit. How could such a brilliant talent be buried without a clear vision? Since the predecessors made mistakes and dug a hole, let him, the newcomer, fill the hole at Putin Hospital. Aguila's 7th application was basically approved. The dean even stamped it. But just before the result was announced, bad news came. Aguila followed the hospital to do night clinics. And when he was saving citizens, he was infected by an alienated vampire bat. The news spread like wildfire. Like a plague. Within a few hours, the whole hospital knew about it. The promotion result will be announced the next day. The person in charge was awakened by a phone call. He was asked to change all the procedures and replace Aguila. He argued to no avail. And the person said that this was the dean's intention. Do you want to lose your job? He was silent instantly. He sat on the bed for a long time, as if there was a piece of rice cake in his chest. The word rice cake was not enough to express his inner depression. He was also very harsh with himself. I am also a piece of shit. Everything about Aguila was replaced. His fair and handsome ID photo has turned into an equally young face. The list of director titles for this year has come out. It is a familiar face, who has just worked in Putin Hospital for a year. He heard that he could apply as long as he had worked for 1 year. Unexpectedly, he won it in one try. The big prize fell on his head, and the joy made him ecstatic. The old saying is true. Hard work will definitely be rewarded. Colleagues went to congratulate the newly promoted director. You are good. A blockbuster. Of course, I didn't see it at ordinary times, but I didn't expect it to be a dark horse. All those old predecessors have been eliminated, and the future is promising. There is no upper limit on the number of directors, so there are more and more directors. Later, a department can even have 7 or 8 directors. The promoted directors usually don't work much, and will push the tasks on hand to the people under them. In other words, there are more and more people who don't work. Aguila, I have a meeting with the leaders tonight. Can you help me with this operation? The newly promoted director threw the stack of documents in front of Aguila and looked at him with his nose. Aguila had just transformed and was still very weak. Before, the doctor seemed to never call him by his name, but called him senior. Without waiting for Aguila to answer, the new director left him with his back and walked away. Aguila vaguely remembered that his age seemed to be the same as when he first applied. He opened the documents and found that it was a job for another department. Now they are starting to outsource? The torrent of memories was like a whirlpool, sucking Aguila in, until Lu Li's voice pulled him back to reality. You are the only doctor in the hospital at present. I must make this clear to you. Lu Li felt a little guilty. Although he was the dean, he was alone. But I will equip you with some manpower as soon as possible. I don't know if the spider robot will work. She was afraid that Aguila would go back on his word. But unexpectedly, Aguila looked at her and said in a steady tone, Don't worry. I can do everything. Chapter 48. The operation was over quickly, and 4 spider robots came out with a hospital bed. It seemed that there was a person lying on the bed, but the big white quilt covered his head. Lu Li's heart skipped a beat. Dead? 4 small spider robots crawled quickly on the ground with 7 legs, and used one hand to pull the hospital bed. They disappeared quickly at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. Only when you enter the elevator will you find that the hospital has 3 floors above the ground, and there is a basement below the ground. Or in other words, a morgue. Did he just leave like that? Won't even let her see him to say goodbye? Lu Li felt a little complicated. At this time, Aguila finally came out of the operating room and took off the mask on his face. Grinning, the operation was successful. The ward on the 3rd floor. The walls were a light warm yellow. There were fresh green plants on the table, and the windows were transparent. You could see the back garden of the hospital when you opened them. Lu Li planted a lot of flowers here. Now it was spring, and many butterflies were flying around them. The scenery was beautiful and pleasant. All these helped the patient recover. The priest is the first inpatient of the Gitten City Hospital. He just finished the operation and has not woken up yet. His eyes are closed. But even so, his handsome features, like those of ancient Greek sculptures, make people hold their breath. If you don't know him, you might think he is a movie star. Lu Li was stunned. She recalled the scene when she first saw the priest. He was unrecognizable. His face was rotten and sore. Green pus was flowing. His neck was crooked. And his head was sunken. And now... But before she could speak, "Carl, you didn't secretly change someone, did you?" Heh. Hearing Carl's words, Agla was not annoyed at all. When he asked the Spider-Man nurses to push the priest out, he deliberately covered his face with a blanket, just to see what kind of reaction Luli and Carl would have after seeing him. It seems that it is almost the same as he expected. That means his skills are completely fine. Unlike the unprecedentedly developed and prosperous plastic surgery industry in Luli's world, the stars here are not fanatical about their appearance. The most he wears is makeup. It is unimaginable to have surgery on his face or body. Moreover, no hospital will provide cosmetic surgery services to the people of Star. Since the explosion of science and technology, people's lives have undergone earth-shaking changes. Intellectual worship has become popular among the people. Godlike figures, like Dean Arthur, have become idols of the whole people. But he rarely shows his face in the public, and is very low-key. Therefore, in the various versions circulating on the internet, he is sometimes an old man, sometimes only has a head left, and is kept in a tank. Some people even misrepresent his gender, and say that he is a neutral person. Scientific researchers have a high status, while the entertainment industry is generally declining. And the salary difference between the two is several times. In this background environment, appearance is not so important. No doctor performs plastic surgery. But it does not mean that no one will. One day, Agura took a break and went to the second-hand book market. These books are at least hundreds of years old, which can be seen from the degree of preservation of the paper. There are yellow-brown spots on the surface. After opening it, a musty smell hits the face. Fortunately, the handwriting is still clearly legible. Agura frowned and turned 2 or 3 pages, and gradually became fascinated. Although many knowledge points in the book have been proven to be wrong, there are also merits. Combining the views in the book with the trauma rapid healing light commonly used in medicine now, a bold idea was generated in his mind. Unfortunately, he lost his job before he had time to practice, until the mute priest gave him this opportunity. Before undergoing plastic surgery, Agura consulted the priest for advice. He asked the priest lying on the operating table, "Are you willing to be a guinea pig?" The priest was in a coma, so Agura switched to the priest's perspective again, held his head with his hands, and nodded forward twice. "Of course I am willing, great Dr. Agura." Just as he nodded, half of his brain fell to the ground. "Quick! Quick! Pick it up within 3 seconds of falling, and it can be used again," Agura said to the nurses. So, after the priest was fine, Agura gave him another plastic surgery. It just so happens that the hospital has all kinds of equipment, some of which are even very advanced and better than those in Putian City. With handy tools, work can be done with half the effort. It is no problem to be able to surprise Luli and Carl. Agula leaned against the door with his arms folded, smiling. Of course, it's the same person. Then how did he become like this? Luli couldn't help asking. "I pinched it." Agula walked over and looked at the priest's face carefully. "Feeling proud? How is it?" Unexpectedly, his first practice turned out to be so successful. The priest's bone structure was good, which led to a very good effect of the operation. No wonder the priest's face was covered tightly when he was pushed out of the operating room, making everyone think he was dead. "Pretty. Handsome." Luli told the truth. Carl turned his head to look at her. "Handsome?" He stared at her. "I think it's just average." "Luli, what else can I say?" Luli was pretending to be dead, and Agula was like a cat with its tail blown off. Agula was furious when he heard what Carl said. Actually denying his work, Agula took out a ruler and measured it fiercely, and roared at Carl, "Hey, do you have any aesthetic sense? I did it according to the golden ratio. Almost catching up with you. Isn't it handsome?" "Carl, He was scolded, but not completely scolded. Why is he still not awake? Luli quickly changed the subject. The effect of the medicine in his body has not yet dissipated. When the effect of the medicine wears off, he will wake up naturally. Agula promised that he knew the surgery he had done. If the facial plastic surgery hadn't been done, the priest would have woken up by now. Hearing what Agula said, Luli felt relieved. She turned on her phone. Sure enough, the priest had changed. His sanity value had changed from 0 to 3. All vital signs were slowly recovering. Presumably, When the priest woke up, some of the doubts in her mind would be answered. Agla was such a great doctor. I have another person here. I hope you can help me see what's going on. Luli was talking about Susan. Ever since Susan successfully entered the Level 3 Research Institute, she has been a little silly. Except for the short-term insanity when she was first hired. She has been acting very normal since then. The Research Institute is actually still in operation. The first project is already in the R&D stage. This is simply a miracle. The project name is Remote Control. There are only these 3 text descriptions. And it is not clear what the specific function is and where it can be used. The current research progress is 7%. It will grow slowly every day. The speed was much faster than when Taryn was researching laser guns. Luli even suspected that this might be something that Susan had developed before where she worked. So that even if she lost her memory, she could still work by instinct and subconsciousness. Did her misoperation that day invisibly open a gap in Susan's memory? If she continued to work in the institute, would it further cause her to lose control? This was one of the reasons why Luli was eager to build a hospital to treat Susan. Clinic. A furry werewolf sat down on a chair. Its body was still human, but its head was obviously a wolf's head, like a person wearing a plush hood. However, there was no dividing line at the neck, and the exposed part of the body was all covered with brown-gray hair. Her clothes. Maid clothes. Bird bought it, and Susan seemed to like it very much. She wore it every day. So Bird bought her a few more sets to change. The unfamiliar environment around her made her a little panicked. With white walls, cold medical equipment, and a man in a white coat with not much hair in front of her. The man was looking at her with a scrutinizing look. Susan was a little scared, like a child feeling uneasy. She didn't sit on the seat for long and wanted to get up and run away. Luli comforted her and held her hand. It's okay. It's okay. Susan took Luli's arm and hugged her, hiding her face behind her arm. Then she peeked at Agla, who was sitting opposite through the gap. Her eyeballs were green, completely transformed into the pupils of animals. When you spy on others from the dark, it makes people feel creepy. I don't know when she will rush up and bite me. Susan doesn't want to see the doctor. Agula, if you don't want to see the doctor, do I want to go to work? It's not that there is no other way. Agula really didn't expect the next patient to arrive so soon. He thought that there were only a few people in this small place like Gitten City. The intensity of work seems to be not much different from where he worked before. Of course, the advantage is that he doesn't have to work under the guise of others. Here, he is the biggest. Come on. Agula held the medical device in his hand and asked Susan to open her mouth. Seeing that Susan did not cooperate, he made a gesture. In fact, this was not a necessary part of the brain examination, but just out of his own curiosity. He had also seen many people who had undergone mutations, and he had seen a lot of the world. But no one was as weird as Susan. Even the Minotaur brother who lived in Building 1 could not reach the level of mutation as Susan. He wanted to see whether Susan changed from the inside or the outside. Obviously, Susan didn't give him this opportunity, and even hissed at her in an unfriendly warning. Okay, let's get straight to the point and check her brain. To check her brain, she needs to lie down, and then let the conveyor belt carry Susan into the scanner. It's a bit like a CT scan. Luli coaxed her for a long time before Susan reluctantly cooperated. An hour later, Augusta finally came out. The expression on her face was very familiar. Another good news and bad news? Carl has learned to answer quickly. How could Agula let him guess what she was thinking? No good news. He sighed and sentenced her to death. You can't get the medicine to treat this kind of amnesia. What medicine? Luli would go through fire and water to get it. Don't think you are omnipotent. Okay. Agula was upset when he saw Luli's fearless look. Even if he admitted that she was indeed capable and had tricked him before. But in this case, even if Luli had great ability, there was nothing he could do, because the raw materials of this medicine are all monopolized. Agla reveals the truth. What raw material? Luli asks. He won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. Agla, you won't remember the specific name even if I tell you. It has another name. Called soft gold. It's more precious than gold. Soft gold? Is it the one I planted? Carl asks Luli. Luli, it seems so. They are in unison. Agla, ? Chapter 49. In front of AAA Delicious Restaurant. Agula was dumbfounded. The weather and rain were suitable, and the money tree had already produced small fruits. It would be harvested soon. Augula turned back and stared at Luli. Who are you? As soon as Augula said, he knew the method of making memory recovery medicine. Luli sent him the raw materials. It was the same last time. He had just agreed to work in the hospital. And the hospital appeared out of thin air. This made him feel creepy. This woman is simply unfathomable. The favor of being the hospital director, and the awe that came naturally made Augula's favorability and faith value towards Luli soar. Luli gained another point of love and faith from Augula. The love value store refreshes every day, and nothing good appears. But this faith value store has never been opened. The money tree has a bumper harvest of fruits, and Augula carefully collects them. Half of them are frozen in the pharmacy freezer. Half of it was ground into powder, put into the pharmaceutical machine, and then mixed with other available powders to compress memory recovery medicine for Susan. But how much of the specific effect it has will be known after Susan takes it. After the hospital is built, there is no need to go through convenience stores to buy medicine. Citizens can go directly to the pharmacy to buy it when they need it, while maintaining the operation of the hospital. Augula also connects to the hospital system network during the day to diagnose and treat patients in need through online consultation. These patients generally do not have major problems, but they worry about whether there is something wrong with their bodies all day long. But there are also some who really have problems. Augula is experienced and can find out the hidden illness of the patient in a few words. In Shanghai, medical treatment is very expensive, so if it is not particularly serious, the star people who are not well off rarely go to the hospital. For a little ailment, the doctor will prescribe medicine worth hundreds of star coins at any time, and they will go bankrupt after a few visits. Such people usually choose the online consultation channel. They will go to the hospital only when there is really no other way. Augula can handle hundreds of cases a day and has received numerous favorable comments. His reputation has gradually spread. Everyone knows that there is an online doctor named Ao who is also very good. Augula's online consultation fee is not much each time, but the accumulated amount is still considerable. The daily income of the hospital can fully cover the cost expenditure. Luli believes that under this economic operation model, letting Augula get a fixed salary is not conducive to his work enthusiasm and the development of the hospital. So Augula's salary model has also become a shareholding system. The municipal hospital in Gitten City is back on track. Susan's memory medicine is still under development. That day, Augula called Luli, asked her to pick up the priest from the hospital. He has fully recovered. I don't know what happened. Father Ulysses touched the wall of the cathedral with his hand. That day, he went to the church to pray as usual. The sky outside suddenly darkened, and then a gust of wind, wrapped in gray fog, rushed in from the door and instantly enveloped the entire auditorium. This was the last image in his mind. He didn't know how he survived, nor why he didn't die or turn into a different monster. The priest's experience made Luli believe that he was not an exception. Perhaps, in the gray fog, there are many people like him waiting for him to save them. The city can't be expanded in a hurry. Otherwise it will attract monsters with extremely strong strength to match it. To be on the safe side, Luli decided to build a few more fire towers. The church was restored by Luli and was cleaned of dust. Although it is not as magnificent as it was in the past, it is at least not so gloomy and scary. The priest held the holy book and asked, "Can I continue to be a priest here?" The mayor of Gitten City has obviously changed, and everything must be done by the woman in front of him. Of course, Luli arranged for the priest to move into the church. The church building is displayed as being in operation. There is also a line of small text below. New function. Believers worship meeting. What is this worship meeting for? Luli was very curious. After reading the description, she was stunned. The worship function of the Gitten City Cathedral was launched. And now you can collect donations from believers. Donation? Will anyone really donate? She tried it. She didn't have much hope at first. But after a few minutes, there was income in the account. Plus 60 star coins, plus 10 star coins, plus 3 star coins. Although the amount each time is not much, the frequency is quite high. In just a few hours, 20 believers donated, and the total amount was as high as 450 star coins. Luli was stunned. Currently, the level of the Cathedral of Gitten City is 1. The potential of the believers is 100 points. And the title is unknown. By continuously holding offline worship meetings, the potential points of the believers can be increased, and the title can be continuously advanced. Only when the potential of the believers reaches 1,000 points can the cathedral continue to upgrade to level 2. When the church is upgraded to level 2, more functions will be unlocked. Of course, the funds that the believers' worship meeting can raise will be even more. The income of the believers' worship meeting has a special account, which is independent of the city's financial system. This amount is in a solidified state and cannot be withdrawn and used immediately. It will take at least 1 month for the amount to turn green and be used at will. Luli never expected that this was actually a hidden profitable building. The believers' worship meeting is the fastest activity to increase the believers' potential points. Other gatherings can also increase potential points to a certain extent. A flash of inspiration flashed through Luli's mind. She was worried that she couldn't find a place to hold that singing competition. Isn't this a ready-made venue? The description says that the more people come to the church, the faster the potential points increase. So, invitations were sent one by one, and many people received Luli's invitation. The first one was naturally the distinguished Kitten City angel investor Robin. He was deeply shocked after his last failed online love. No matter how others online love, at least the gender is right. But he fell in love with a big and strong man, who had more hair on his arms than him. But he couldn't blame the other party too much and say that he was a love cheat. After all, Xiaokui had never told him her gender. It was all his own wishful thinking. Besides, the two of them had always been in an ambiguous state, and no one had brought it up first. It was all stream of consciousness. He had no reason to cry. Besides, he didn't realize that something was wrong with the 1 million star coins he invested in Good Tan City until he got home. When he told his friends, they all said he was fooled, and that Mayor Lu was probably a big liar. Nowadays, the gray fog pollution problem in the Star Sea is serious, and there are countless abandoned wastelands. Many once glorious cities are now abandoned. Now there are many new so-called dreamers who have formed a team to enter the deserted planets, saying that they want to rebuild the human home. They also show their high-tech technology, which is specifically aimed at the rich, those with little life experience, kind-hearted, and easy to deceive. One adjective after another. Each one hits Robin's eyebrows. It can be said that this kind of plan is specially made for people like him. Those people don't have the leisure to save the world at all. In essence, they just make a wave of investment and leave. After a few years, those deserted planets are still the same, without any change. Except for the entrance of the city. The welcome banners and ribbons were scattered on the ground and blown into the endless gray fog by the monsoon. This trick was very popular in those days. Since most of the victims were rich people, this little money was nothing to them. So no one went to report it to the police to recover it. Of course, it can't be recovered. As more and more scammers, there are not enough rich fools. And not many people will be fooled. Robin is the one who was fooled later. Mayor Lu has lost both face and money. The horrible private dishes at 998 were also her creation. She turned the Xingya Forum upside down, leading countless businesses to follow suit, which directly led to 2 months of internal rectification of the Star Group. She has a lot of ideas. Every time he gets close to her, Robin's wallet will bleed. So, when Robin saw the invitation letter to the singing competition sent to him by Luli, he was furious and blocked him. In addition to Robin, Luli also sent it to Trump. She knew only a limited number of people, so she tried her best. Trang was very considerate and replied almost immediately. After all, after coming to Gitten City, he felt that his life had changed dramatically, as if he had hit upon some great fortune. This was his blessed place. He immediately agreed, promised to attend on time, and said that he would bring his good buddy Harry with him. That way there would be 2 people. Luli was full of energy. She swiped through her contacts again. Suddenly she found Fei Ku. Luli hesitated whether to invite him as well. After all, he had made such a great contribution to the Institute, and she had not had the chance to thank him properly. But they haven't said much. Wouldn't this seem a bit abrupt? Besides, I rejected him last time. Luli couldn't make up her mind. In the end, the desire to gain the potential points of believers overcame everything. She still pressed the send button. Arthur was holding a meeting with his graduate students and doctoral students. He rarely led them personally, basically letting them go, relying on their self-study. But being able to be under Arthur's name itself is a symbol of excellence. Anyone who can become Arthur's student will be proud of it for the rest of his life. Arthur occasionally appears, and today is his Q&A session. It is also the first time his students have seen him in a month. It is a great honor to meet him and talk to him. Everyone is excited and excited. Arthur sat in a chair behind the podium, looking at the invitation sent to him by Lu Li on his light computer phone. The lecture hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone was waiting for Arthur to reply to the message and continue talking to them. Fico, are you inviting me alone? Lu Li, yes. Mr. Fico. Lu Li paused and added, Lu Li, if you have friends or classmates, you can bring them along. We welcome them. Lu Li thought, if Trang can bring one-on-one, it would be great if Fico could also bring some classmates along. Arthur turned off the computer. Who is free next Saturday? Chapter 50. Arthur just asked casually, and the students in the audience went crazy. There are too many people who are free. I am free. Teacher. One hand was raised first. And me. And me. For fear of falling behind. Countless hands were raised around. Don't you want to catch up? Where there is competition, there will be pulling and stepping. And the voice of exposing the past was heard. Teacher. Choose me. I don't need to catch up. You are indeed not catching up. But aren't you going on a blind date this weekend? Exposing each other's secrets. What the hell? Blind dating is not as important as a mentor. The competition is too fierce. If it weren't for Arthur's majesty, these fanatical students would even want to rush to the podium so that Arthur could see them at first sight. They would be happy to spend the weekend with Arthur, a genius of the creation level, even if they were asked to do hard labor. Looking at those eager and longing faces, Arthur suddenly thought of something. He has a vest in Gitten City. If he brings all these fans over, his identity might be exposed on the spot. He scanned the audience. Most of the students were no longer in their seats, but gathered in front of the podium. This made the students sitting in the corner look awkward, although they all raised their hands, wanting Arthur to notice them. So, he pointed at a few of them. You, and you. He pointed at the ones sitting in the corner. They looked very low-key, the kind that you couldn't find if you threw them into the crowd. And they were also relatively taciturn in their behavior. The less you talk, the less risk of being exposed. At least, that's what Arthur thought. I take you somewhere on Saturday, Arthur said to the 3 selected students. He selected all boys. Obviously, the faces of the enthusiastic girls in the front row dimmed. Why didn't he choose a single girl? In Shanghai, men and women are equal. There's no reason to favor one over the other. Is Arthur also an old-fashioned person who favors boys over girls? They were obviously unhappy. But Arthur didn't think so much. He just vaguely heard a boy who liked to stir up trouble shouting, Teacher, are you going to the dinner party? It is common for tutors to take students out for dinner and socializing. Although Arthur has never taken students out, he has heard of such things. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he simply did not choose any girls. The 3 boys who were chosen were like being hit on the head by pie in the sky. They were dumbfounded on the spot. They never thought that they could catch Arthur's eye among so many students. If they remembered correctly, it was the first time that Arthur took students out. One of them couldn't bear it and jumped up immediately. He first slapped his palms on his O-shaped mouth, vibrating the air and making an "oh-oh" sound. Then he crossed his hands and beat his chest, venting the unrestrained joy in his heart, like a happy gorilla who found a banana tree in the forest. I'm selected. I'm selected. He was very excited. Some of his friends also came back at this time and congratulated him. Oh my God. Monkey. You're selected? I never thought that the instructor would choose you. Ha ha ha. The boy laughed at the ceiling. My luck has changed. My luck has changed. Going to church and praying really works. Arthur. He's not taciturn. He's just pretending to be cool. The other one's behavior is relatively normal. Not as crazy as the first one. But he seems to have something to say. But he just can't say it. And his face is red. Such behavior shows that his mood is not calm either. He can only look at Arthur and nod up and down. Arthur. This is an automatic lemon beating machine. The last boy is the most competitive. And he has no black history that would make him ashamed when he thinks about it in the future. Because he rolled his eyes, groaned, and fainted. Arthur, ? I really doubt the mental state of these guys. Come to think of it, it's crazy to do research and development. There are still a few days before the singing competition. And Lu Li is going to renovate the city again. Now the area of Gitten City is equivalent to a medium-sized community. The supporting residential buildings, commercial streets, convenience facilities, green areas, Protective buildings are all available. It is 5 times bigger than when Tron came, and more than 10 times bigger than when Robin came. If Tron comes again this time, he might be shocked. However, Luli has not received a reply to the message he sent to Robin, and Luli does not think too much about it. After all, a wealthy investor like Robin should be very busy with his daily life and work, and it is understandable that he cannot spare time to attend the small party she held. At that time, I will combine the photos of the party and the scenery of Gitten City, and make a progress report of Gitten City, and send them to Robin. After all, he contributed the first pot of gold to the reconstruction of Gitten City. After turning off the star letter, Luli opened the building interface. The current city level is LV7, with the protection of the fiery tower and the patrol of Carl. The monster attacks at night have become experienced babies that send nightmare gravel. Luli no longer feels any threat of death, and everything is moving in a good direction. The city upgrade brings an increase in the city's energy value limit, as well as some new buildings. For example, the airport and the hotel. Luli has already arranged for the airport. It will take 2 days to build, which is the longest time Luli has ever seen, but it will be completed before Saturday. With the airport, Gitten City can be connected to the general transportation hub. In the future, it will be faster and more convenient for people from other stars to come to Gitten City. Hotels are also on the agenda. Tourism is also an important driving force for urban vitality. Luli feels that there are still too few people in the city. Although most of the manpower can be replaced by robots, there are too few people, and people always feel like a dead city. Phase 2 of Zhangzangyuan is under planning and construction. Luli is very busy every day, and there are too many things for her to do. Fortunately, Mila can help, and some information preparation and urban project applications can be handed over to her. Just like opening an airport, Luli focuses on doing things that others cannot do for her. He planted the Haiqin windmill into the ground like planting rice seedlings, and then rushed to the newly cleared open space, raised his hands, and called for the building. Bob, a little boy, saw it several times. Oh my God! He saw the flaming tower rising from the ground with his own eyes. It happened that Luli was backlit at that time, and the sunlight painted a layer of golden edges on her whole body. This caused a deep shock to Bob's young mind. His firm idealistic worldview was formed. Even if the 3 of them could exist, this matter itself was idealistic. Therefore, when he prayed with his parents in the church, he was particularly pious. Whenever Father Ulysses told stories about gods, Bob would always listen with fascination. He directly put himself in Luli's shoes. The religion believed in by the Cathedral of Gitten City is not the most mainstream Xingqian religion in Shanghai, but it is also one of the 3 major mainstream sects. Tile religion. There are believers in every major star. This is why believers can collect star coins at worship meetings. The larger the sect, the more star coins can be collected. Bob's father and mother were surprised by their son's change. He used to be a troublemaker. He played with fire at home, beat and scolded his classmates, and did anything. Now he is willing to come to church with them. Bob said mysteriously, "There really is a God in this world. God is now in Gitten City. The mayor is that God." When Bob's parents wanted to ask more questions, Bob refused to say anything. That was his secret. Unexpectedly, the secret was exposed immediately. The city is expanding little by little. There are changes every day that are difficult for people to notice. But over time, these changes are very objective. And qualitative changes lead to quantitative changes. Suddenly one day, the citizens found that the entire city was much larger than when they first arrived. The owners of Zhangzangyuan were all confused. The city has always shrunk, and this is the first time they have seen the area expand. It was Bird who lived in Building 5 who answered their doubts. The mayor has supernatural powers. She can dispel the gray fog and summon buildings. TSK. What are you bragging about? The Minotaur brother was the first to disbelieve. It's a bit unbelievable. Grandma Hua had reservations. Mayor? Just because of a little girl. Even though the fiery tower gained his faith, he didn't believe that Luli could have such a great ability. TSK. Bob looked at his father with a look that said, "You are hopeless. Be humble. Dad, there are people who are better than you. And there are better than you." This made Bob's father feel very unhappy. What kind of look was his son giving him? He is a rare person who has awakened superpowers. I thought he was the only one in Gitten City. Even if the security guard was just barely qualified. How could the mayor have supernatural powers? What are you talking about? You little bastard. Until the asphalt road under his feet suddenly turned into a cobblestone path, covering the flower beds of Zhangzhengyuan community. He was struck by lightning. The owners gathered there, staring at Luli in a daze, and no one spoke. Luli passed by. Did I disturb you? Sorry. You continue. She left after paving the road. This is just the daily work of beautifying the community. The road interface unlocked a new road form, and she just wanted to try it. The cost of cobblestone paths is not cheap, and they can't be laid on the street. After thinking about it, the flower garden is the most suitable. Oh my! Bob's father's painful mask. Then he must be ranked third now. Favorability and faith value are jumping in the Luli citizen relationship table every day. At first, she would check it out, but later every time she opened it, it was 99 plus. She was too lazy to spy. Mainly because I was too busy and had no time. The gray fog area west of the cathedral was expanding rapidly. It was dusk. As soon as Luli arrived there, she smelled a fishy and salty stench. What she had been guessing in her heart appeared in front of her. With the experience of last time, she did not approach rashly, lest a priest who had lost his mind suddenly appear. But unlike last time, this time she heard the system prompt sound. Ding! Detected S-level polluted building seafood trade market. Building status, in operation.